God, I love that. I love the intro music. I love that. It's so cyberpunky. So Nine Inch Nails back in the day. It's very much like I don't know, like I've got a punch deck. You know, I've got to jack into the grid. Then like some eyeglass wearing guy just tapping away at a keyboard with a power glove on her, something like that. Anyway, hey, how is it going? Why'd I start like that? I don't know, but yeah, this is Maniacal Books weekly podcast. I am the guys in charge of this dumpster fire. My name is Alex Mack, and if you're listening, thank you for clicking on me, checking me out. Yeah, what is Maniacal Books? Who are you? Why should I care? Who are you, right? So, all right, fair enough. I'll tell you who. Maniacal Books is a indie publisher that publishes horror and sci-fi and like fantasy. That's pretty grotesque. It's a hard R. You could say it's stories that have a hard R to them, and I guess the hook for this one is a lot of the stories will have kind of like predominantly black cast or people of color cast, because they're written by a person of color. That person would be me. Hi, I'm Alex Mack. I just started this and I wrote my first book. This has already been published. It is actually I have it right here. It's a horror title called Mulch, and it's gonna be obscured by the camera. And just off the back, yeah, I need like a green screen because oh my God, and I'm getting the trash in the back. Yeah, I need a green screen because that's just terrible. That's horrible. And yeah, and I need a mic. I found out I need a mic because I like this one's okay. It's pretty good, but I mean, it sounds very airy. I'm not that I don't sound that full, and it's not picking me up the way I want. But yeah, as you can see, this is small time indie struggle time right here. And so yeah, it's been I'm not gonna go into the whole thing, but it's been decades in the making. I can honestly say I really honestly started just writing weird stuff, crazy stuff, like man, I probably want to say 12, 13 years old. Just writing like fan fiction, and like for me it was like I fell into comic books really heavy. It was like X-Men. I like read a ton of X-Men. Like the first comic book I actually got into, and I started reading, and I just like was obsessed with it. And I finally just started like writing up kind of like stories and stuff on my own. So that's when I first started just kind of writing, and that's been a while ago. What did I say, 12, 13? Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. So I was like writing constantly, and so I finally in the pandemic, like when everybody, I feel like God make everybody just go to their own corners for a minute because we're just off the hook as a species right now. And so while I was just sitting there, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna try to, why not just write something and just publish it, just to do it. Kind of, I mean, what the hell else? What hell else was I doing? Because I had gotten my contract ran out. I got laid off, and I was just sitting at home, and I was just like, I'll just. In the meantime, I'll look for jobs. I ended up just going to the post office for a minute. I worked there for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I was like, all right, yeah, that's enough. I'm out. I got a couple of checks, so I'm good. And yeah, and I just like. From then, I was just kind of like, all right, let me just get this going. And the damn thing, see, this is, oh my God, this is just straight struggle time right now. All this stuff. This never happened on the other podcast. Anyway, so yeah, and I ended up publishing this baby right here called Mulch. I was gonna bring this in, but oh my god, I lost my page. But I have a graphic. I'll put the graphic up there. But yeah, for anybody that's listening, it's the official title is called Mulch, the first thrilling novella from Maniacal Books. It was published in 2021. I want to say February, like February 2021, and it, to my surprise, actually, it kind of debuted at #1 on the African American fiction category. I think boy, actually I have to look at that and make sure I took a pic. I took a screen grab. I took a screen grab of it because I'm like, nobody's gonna believe me. I barely believe it. I barely believe it. Like, but yeah, it actually debuted at #1 and it stayed there for like a whole day. For like a whole day, like my little book was #1 on the African American fiction thing, and yeah, that was cool. That was thrilling. And so yeah, and I actually I made sure to like put like a way more deal of effort into it than I usually do anything else, just for because I want to do this and I want to do it like, well, I mean, good. I guess that goes without saying, but I mean, like, just I wanted to kind of like make it a thing, because if I make it a thing and make it a whole thing, then like it's hopefully it translates out to anybody else that sees that it's been kind of has like a lot of effort. It wasn't just thrown out there, And so yeah, I got like a really good editor. I hired like a professional, like a truly professional editor to like go through the books. I didn't have like, I don't know, somebody's my boy's friend's cousin's mama. He like to go to like edit the thing or whatever. Nothing crazy like that. Yeah. I know a girl that like reads a lot. So yeah, she just read it and said, just so I said, yeah, all right, it's all right. Yeah, it's good. There you go. Yeah, where's my $50 or whatever? But yeah, so it's been pretty good. Now again, indie publisher. I have no money. I don't have a budget. I don't have a scope. I don't have any connects or anything like that. So like it's been. I mean, the response. The thing is, nobody read it. Basically, the main point is nobody read it. But the people who did end up picking it up and reading it, that I've heard like a bunch of like positive stuff about it. Like people who actually have like picked it up, and even the reviews on it are. I haven't gotten completely slammed yet, but the few that I have been all right. They've been okay. They've been pretty positive to okay to positive, I guess you could say. I got a bunch of 3 stars. Actually, why am I talking about it? Just pull the damn thing up already. This is the Amazon page. My voice cracked. My Amazon page. So yeah, this is it's only got, again, not nobody read it. Not a lot of people read it, but the reviews that it has gotten, and also just kind of word of mouth too. People who just had like the paperback and just didn't get the ebook or anything like that. Like when they sit down to kind of read it, I guess it's not terrible. It's not the worst garbage they ever read. But so yeah, I got the lowest is probably like 3 stars, and it's just a weird one I didn't understand. Yeah, decent book, quick read with a little more polished editing, crafting. Yeah, and so that's the other thing. So yeah, this is like February 2021. This was before, so I put it out way early last year, and I was seeing this, and there was I think another one that said, yeah, see, good story but needs polish. So I was like, okay, fair enough, fair enough. And that's when I kind of went back to the drawing board a bit. And I remember it was like 1 in the morning or something like that. And it was just in my bed, like, okay, I don't know anybody. I don't, like, I don't, how do I get like a good editor or whatever to look through this? And I just, 1 in the morning, it just kind of like hit me, just, okay, go to LinkedIn. And I have my company, like registered company, Maniacal Books. So it's just like, I just go to LinkedIn, create a profile, and start looking for people. And so I did that, and I got in touch with like I put in the application. Honestly, I put in the application not thinking anything of it, right? Just thinking like, okay, it's a thing. Maybe I'll get like five or something, and maybe there'll be like actual editors or whatever. But bro, I got about like over 100, I think like 120 applications. Like in the next day, I had to cut it off. Like I had to like cut it off at like, because when I woke up and I got to work the next day, I would look at it and it was like, yo, nah, okay, wait, hold up. What did I just do? What I done? Oh God, what I done? And so yeah, and I ended up getting a lot of like really really good, highly qualified editors and stuff. And I also got like somebody who was supposed to help with graphic design, but they ghosted me. So I mean, whatever. But no, the thing is, I found a really really good editor who is, I'm gonna pull her up here. I'm gonna shout her out right now because I'm gonna go to my website. And also, so Maniacal Books is the imprint of my main company, Max Books Publishing. You see my thing right here. But I'm going to stop it. Please don't look at that. Don't. Yeah, no, don't. God, I hate that picture. I gotta replace that. But uh, Kate Schaefer, who's the one I found on LinkedIn, and is like she is very easy to work with. She kind of understood what I was getting at, and I think I sent her a link to like a book or whatever, and she checked it out and said, it's pretty good. Like it needs some work, like everybody else was saying, but it's pretty good. And yeah, man, I hit it off right there, and she is, and like we work well so good that I was like, you know what, you gonna be my editor in chief? Like, dude, are you okay with being my editor in chief? Because you don't really want to work with anybody else. So yeah, you're pretty good here. And so yeah, and man, she really helped me understand like the worth of like a really good editor, because like it's your words you're writing, but she can craft it and turn it and tone it in the way that it makes it hits harder. It's more relevant, and it just makes it better. I don't know if I can put it into words like that. But yeah, she is good. And check out maxbooks.com. That's mcsbooks.com for like more stuff on that, because we're gonna well, the plan is to do some more videos and stuff like that on that end. But okay, all right. Anyway, where am I? So yeah. Let me just read a quick little excerpt from here. Just to see what I'm working with, and what's happening over here. So is if you're watching this, hopefully you'll check it out and pick up the book. Become a supporter. That'd be rad. But all right, let's see. Now I gotta enunciate. Tip of the tongue, top of the T. All right, I'm done. Okay. The silent darkness of the sweeping plains hang about Deputy Arakpo like a death shroud. Each crunch of earth beneath her boots seems to echo out to the vast blackness of the wide open night. To her, the sound rings like dinner bells for the creatures that threaten this ground. Dread bubbles up from the pit of her gut with each step. Trekking alone in the dark, she has one thought that keeps settling at the forefront of her mind, like a simmering ember of a fire that refuses to smolder and die. At night, a quiet forest is a dangerous forest because all the small forest critters know to stay quiet when a predator is near. But she dares not let that slow her momentum. Egged on by her sense of duty and her promise to the kids and Mrs. McClendon, she opts to not turn on the flashlight while so exposes in the endless flat darkness as she wishes not to make herself an easy target for whatever horrors lying waiting behind the distant trees. Drawing on her years of experience working the graveyard shift in Baltimore's Harlem Park neighborhoods, she pushes past the fear and focuses on the situation. Retreading the path she walked just hours ago with the family, she notices the ugly plants are mostly gone. Only a low droning of insects hover gently over the jagged stumps protruding out of the ground. Curiosity wins over her fear as she finally pulls out her flashlight. She clicks the gadget to life and sweeps a beam of light over the tobacco field. She jumps backwards in fright and almost loses grip on the flashlight. The entire field is now covered in an ocean of writhing insects. Wave after wave of flies, spiders, moths, and locusts furiously scamper and prod over the crop field. Leaning in to get a better look at what entranced the bugs, she notices the tobacco plants are being stripped of the covering of goo. The bugs are devouring the alien substance with ferocity, intensity, wiping whole leaves clean in a matter of seconds. The monstrous plants are being inhaled by the swarm. Whole leaves and stems disappear at a moment's time. Okay, that's enough. All right, I'm good. So yeah, that is pretty deep in the story. Actually, it's kind of towards the end of it. And yeah, it's a I like to describe it as just kind of like a B horror movie from the '80s. It's very kind of straightforward. It's a very kind of dark, very like menacing, very somber kind of story. A lot of it takes place at night, and it's very kind of like isolated rural horror. And yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that piqued the interest, and I don't know. Hopefully I read good. I don't read so good no more. All right. All right, here we go. So, enough of that. All right.
Travel with me to a dark and isolated farm located deep in the heart of St. Mary's County, Maryland, where the only African American farmer and his family are being tormented by something stalking around their property. Can they survive? Can they protect the farm that is their very livelihood? And can they do it with their sanity intact? Are you in the mood for dark, isolated rural horror? Are books full of ghastly green goo and reanimated corpses your jam? Then check out Mulch, the eerie inaugural novella from Maniacal Books, available today on Amazon Kindle and mcsbooks.com.
Now, what this podcast is actually going to be about. So it's going to be a little bit of that, a little bit of publishing, a little bit of writing, a little bit of novelization and stuff like that. But I am also wanted to use this to be like a show that kind of showcases horror in pretty much every medium. And so I have a lot of shows and movies and stuff that I watch, and and a lot of internet things as well. And so, yeah, I want to do some reviews of some TV shows, some movies, do a little reacting, and just have some fun with it, and hopefully bring some eyes over to my books, to my channel, and try to like cross pollinate, right? You gotta coordinate. You gotta coordinate. Rest in peace, Spoon. But so this This week, I am going to be talking about Evil and was it Prey, both from Paramount Plus and Hulu, respectively. And also, but first, I'm going to do a quick reaction here for a little thing on YouTube I just saw a couple of days ago, actually, called Backrooms. This is very fascinating. This I think it's a creepypasta. I don't. Is creepypasta still a thing? Is that still a thing? I honestly don't know. I don't. I haven't heard that for a while. But there's nothing. The one thing I really love about Backrooms is there's no other way to really explain that. Like, it's very much a creepypasta, but it's its own kind of thing, its own entity, its own kind of branching narrative that's just ongoing and ongoing. And this is something that's going to put a lot of people to shame. It's completely brilliant. It's very much like an indie, you know, low budget thing. You know, which, hey, respect, props to. You know, I'm in the mud right with you. You know what I'm saying? But this thing is done by a 17-year-old kid. A 17-year-old kid. You believe? Like, it's so well done. It's so well done. It's hard to believe like a 17-year-old kid is doing this. Like, there's no way. But yeah. So all right, what is Backrooms? Backrooms. So apparently, you can no clip out of reality, and no clip is an old video game term. I remember that back in the '90s when I was playing my computer games and stuff like that. So it's basically like it's a cheat code you put in the game, and it lets you just fly around the map, and you can go through walls, you can go through floors and ceilings, so you can like and just like float above the map, so you can like see like get a good like view of the maps. And it was always in a few games it was actually pretty cool to do that because you can see like the game layout, and you can see where the enemies are or what the enemies are doing like two levels below you or something like that, which is really cool. But so in this is like in reality you no clip from like from the world, from like where we are. And like, so I kind of feel like my chair is no clipping into. I need a green screen. I'm broke. But yeah, so it's this thing is you know you clip out of reality, and so you go into these back rooms, which is like the staging area that's like for our realm. Basically, you disappear from our reality and you go into like the back rooms, like the unexplored or the what's supposed to be the non-existent territory, right? And so and it's full of like just yellow rooms and yellow walls and things like that. And it's very much like isolated horror, and they have like the found footage aspect to it too. And it's so well done, and it is pretty damn genius, honestly, because it's hard to believe that just one 17-year-old kid is like doing all this, you know, it's because it's so well kind of thought out. And like he has like a branching narrative too, so like things that happen in one video and it'll take you like three or four videos to find out, oh, okay, so that's what that was supposed to be or whatever, you know. And it's just, and it is something to think about, like that would be completely horrifying, like you just phase into this other place and it's just like a maze of just yellow walls and stuff like that, you know. And yeah, like right there they got people like disappearing, like think people disappearing, and like this another otherworldly creature or something that's lurking this as well. It's one of the best horror things I've seen in a long time, actually. And I think this is kind of a gem because it's very much an independent thing. It's not a Hollywood thing, and it's not even like I don't even know if this would translate into like a typical like horror medium, kinda. Like that's just one of the things that's like really great about YouTube and what creators are doing on YouTube. You know, it kind of subverts regular media, and it's this whole new thing, like, because you can't consume this in a regular way. Like a bunch of people go to a movie theater and you just like stare at the screen, to watch it. But because the way you watch this is the most effective way is just like, I think how most people like first come in contact with this, you just watching YouTube at like 1 in the morning, and like you're just in a dark room, you're in your bedroom, like on your phone or your tablet, and you're just watching this, and like you're already like in this very kind of isolated zone, this isolated kind of mood, and you're in the dark, and then like again you're just going through these back rooms, these back alleys, and it's yeah, it's that's what it's kind of like is most effective, you know. So yeah, again, 17 years old. I can't believe it. There's about 12 of these videos, I believe. I haven't seen all of them, but I've seen, I think probably about half so far. And he's still working on these, like as we speak. Honestly, I think the last one came out like 2 weeks ago or so. And so yeah, I kind of want to watch this, do a reaction to this. This fits the Maniacal books motif kind of to a T. Yeah, this might be the best thing on YouTube. This might be the best thing horror related on YouTube. It might just be. That's crazy. That's incredible. Yeah. So there again. That's the latest one they reviewed, but there's like 12 other ones, and they had the car in there, which there's a bunch of videos they put out there that's like really short clips, and they had one of them that like there was this car just driving like a highway, and it just kind of clipped out of existence, and just kind of sitting there like, okay, what the hell was that, But so that monster in there, they actually like show that in the very first one. And yeah, God, I hate the sound. I mean, I hate, but I love it. But man, the way the sound design on that monster is just, is the most, uh, God, imagine something sounding like that and you hear his footsteps frantically like racing towards you. God, yeah. So, again, Kane Pixels is the guy who makes this. 17 years old. Like, unbelievable, man. If I'm gonna give a review from 1 to 5, for Backrooms as a series at this point, because this is ongoing still, but as in this point in September 2022, I would give this a 5 out of 5. Like, yeah, it's not done. It's not done yet, but man, like, and it got me. I never fall for jump scares. I never fall for jump scares, but it got me. It got me. I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, Backrooms, Kane Pixels, 17 years. I keep saying it, I know, but come on, man. Jeez. But yeah, I love it. All right. So here in the review segment of the pod, I have 2 reviews to knock out for everybody here. I have my thing in upside down. That's why I was uncomfortable. So yeah, I have 2 of them here. So I have Prey, which I'll get to first, and then I have Evil, this TV show on CBS. So Prey, directed by Dan Trachtenberg, starring Amber Midthunder as Naru and Dakota Beavers as Tabe. I think that's how you say that, Tabe or Taabe. It's rated R and it's available on Hulu. Um, and this is right off the bat. This it's a genius concept. Actually, it's I honestly never thought I needed this. It's one of the things you didn't know you needed it until it was presented to you. So yeah, the Predator in the 1700s, and going against Native Americans. Okay, yeah, I didn't know I wanted anything like that, but okay, yeah, let's go, let's do it. Yeah, it's a really solid film. I'm a fan of the Predator franchise. The first one with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the best. Like it's hands down the best one. But the second one with Danny Glover, very underrated. Nobody talks about that, and like Danny Glover in a Predator movie. What? But he's like this cop in L.A. It takes place in L.A. this time, and I imagine one of the taglines for that was it went from the jungle to the concrete jungle, or something stupid like that. Some like a bad '90s action movie tagline would have. It's really underrated though. Like I remember seeing that as a kid, and I was like, That's even as a kid, I'm like, that's different. That's new." Um, and there's been a couple of them. They had the AVP, Aliens versus Predators, which is okay. Um, I really don't remember anything about that except Sanaa Lathan is in it. That's all I really remember about that. I can't remember who won, if the Xenomorphs or the Predators won, but I don't know. It was an alright movie. And then there was one with Adrian Brody. I still haven't caught that one yet. I've heard it's I. It's on a scale of 1 to 5. It's I. You know. This one though, this is a very solid movie. I really like going. I don't think we've had a native a fully Native American cast in a movie quite like this, which you gotta respect that. You gotta commend that. It's really well thought out, really well done. The I really love the characters in this too. The main lady in here, Amber Mid Thunder. Yeah, I really liked her in this. She really kind of held her own. Plot is she is looking to become like a hunter, or like a warrior, just like her brothers, or like all the other kind of male kids in there, and they give her a bunch of grief and stuff like that because it's like you're a girl, you can't hunt with the rest of us. She end up like trying to like prove that she can hold her own, and they go on these like hunts and things like that to track it to coyote or a mountain lion, I think, or something like that. Like they were going after a mountain lion or something, and I think she ends up getting injured in the hunt, and so she goes back. But the whole time she's saying like, because she saw like I think she saw the ship, but she was just thinking it was like a star, or like a falling star or meteor or something like that. But she kept the whole time she was saying like she found like these other kills and stuff, and she's like, look, there's something else out there. You know what I mean? But the boys being the boys are like, yeah, all right, whatever, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. And her brother, wait, what I said his name was again? He was really, I really liked him in this too. Like he was really good. Is it Dakota Beavers? Yeah, Dakota Beavers played Taabe. I think is how you say his name. He was really good in this too. Like he really held his own, and he didn't play it as the like a lot of other movies. He would have been like the just the I don't know, kind of bully, like older brother or whatever, and just kind of like just pushed his little sister off just to like hang with his boys, or like just to improve his standing with the boys in the pack or whatever. But no, he didn't do that. He actually like really he was really rooting for his sister, in the long run. But yeah, he's part of the pack, part of the tribe. He's a warrior. He's trying to earn his stripes as well. In which they played that to a T. But yeah, they really played well off of each other. Yeah, I believe their relationship in this, it really came off as like a kind of like a believable brother sister thing. And when everything starts happening, the hit the fan, as they say. They work well together, and they also had like some French colonizers, I guess, in this as well. which right off the bat you knew they were going to be they were just going to be predator food. You know what I mean? They were in the movie to be killed by the predator, but they ended up capturing both of them and taking them to their like camp or whatever. And the predator ends up tracking them down, and they have a whole big thing. It was pretty. Yeah, it was. It's actually I was into it though. I wasn't expecting that much from it, but yeah, it's actually really good. Like it's shot very well. The Predators is was Predator was kind of a douche in this, but it's a Predator. But yeah, who was, and also I like the fact that there's a whole nother like breed of Predator or whatever, or I guess you could say like the Predators have different ethnicities now. Like he's like his whole like facial structure was different. And everything. And I guess you could say that maybe they evolved from this predator because this is back in the 1700s. Yeah, he kind of looked like a uncooked, like a raw turkey or something. Because the original one that I'm used to, like on the left, that's the one I'm kind of used to seeing. But yeah, they had like there's a whole new like another race of predator, I guess, which is really cool. Like it's kind of like a nice way to expand on the predator lore without going too much into it, because end of the day, it's a predator movie. We're here to see the predator like just decimate whatever it's hunting. But I would like that. I would like to see like we go to the predator's homeworld again, but we delve into how they became like so technologically advanced, and their rituals, like how they what they do when they're like how did they get there, like how who are they, how did they get there, it's not. I would love to delve into that, but I know it's mostly about the kills, the violence. But yeah, it was pretty good. My only thing I kind of laughed or scoffed at in the movie was she had this Naru had this axe. She tied a rope around like this hatchet. It was a hatchet, really. And so she tied a rope on the end of it, and she like throw the hatchet, and like she like tug on the rope to recoil it or whatever. And that's like the biggest like I know in a movie where it's about a space alien that loves to hunt and kill. Like I know we in way out land anyway, but that even with that being said, that was still like the most unbelievable thing in the thing. Like how do you so you throw the hatchet and you pull it and just catch it just like that. Like you gonna cut some fingers off. You gonna the thing's gonna smack you in the face a couple of times, right? I guess you could say like okay if you just train with it, but she was in a crisis situation, like so she had like a quick 5 minute montage of her like just throwing the thing in tree trunks and like recoiling it or whatever. It's like okay whatever man, jeez whatever. That was dumb. Yeah, overall it was pretty good. This was more of with all these predators, it's like man, why don't you go to a planet where like there's actually competition. Like how you go to a planet where you're like technologically advanced. You got like cloaking, and stuff like that. Like that's how you can't respect that. That's like shooting fish in a barrel, in a sense. Like come on, man. It's just like go to like a planet where they got camo and they got like nuclear handguns or something like that. Something crazy, where they can hold their own. It's an actual, it's an actual fight. It's not just you going somewhere. Because I got this sense, like I just really is like, oh come on, man, it's the Native Americans. They got bows and arrows for Christ's sake. Like, what we doing here? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, with that being said, it was pretty good. I really liked it. It was like the characters were very believable in the setting there, and I was rooting. I was with them. I was rooting for them the whole time, even against the colonizers, even like against the French colonizers in there. I was rooting against. I was rooting against them. Like, yeah, man, yeah, set them up, and they set them up beautifully too. And yeah, it was a pretty good. I'm giving this a 4, good 4 out of 5. solid movie. I definitely see myself watching this again from time to time, having it on in the background or something. And you see my chair, Lauren. Yeah, damn chair. Anyway, yeah, Prey, solid flick. Like it. All right, now let's talk about what is pretty much my favorite thing streaming right now. It's my favorite TV show, or currently on TV or on the internet, or however we however we say it nowadays. This is Evil. This is available on Paramount Plus. The first season premiered on CBS back in 2019, I want to say. Since then, season 2 and 3 have kind of moved over to the app, and it is starring Luke Cage himself. Actually, it has my man Mike Coulter in this as Father David Acosta, and also starring Katja Herbert and Asif Manvi as Kristen Bouchard and Ben Shakir, respectively. And this is so what is all right. So what is Evil about? So Evil basically is about an assessor. Well, it's David Acosta, who is in the earlier seasons he was training to become a Catholic priest. So in the third season he actually becomes a priest. But it's about him and Kristen Bouchard, who is like a psychologist, and Ben Shakir, who is like a tech guy. He's just kind of like a tech guy, and the Catholic Church is using the three of them as assessors for people who have like complaints of like demonic activity or things of that nature. Because that's a real thing, by the way, too. People will report like it's like demonic stuff or demonic activity or things of that nature to the Catholic Church, and they'll send out like assessors to kind of like go through like the place, the house, the building, whatever, talk to the people, and to assess if this is like a actual like haunting or event that needs to be exorcised, or somebody needs to have an exorcism like taking place. Like so, it's pulling from the real world. It's a real thing, and that's why I really like this show, because as a Christian myself, there is very it's vacant when it comes to like Christian horror, because I mean you have The Exorcist and stuff like that, but that's the extreme. Like it's always like the extreme. There's never like the little subtle things that go on like day to day. Like that's kind of just nobody ever touches on that. And it's I like to coin this show as like theological horror, because it very much has to do with like Catholicism. It's taking place in and around the Catholic Church, and I'm not Catholic myself. I think like the Catholic Church is creepy as all hell myself, but as someone who is Christian though, I love the show because there's a lot of like subtle things and subtle hints. It's kind of like if you know, kind of applies to this show. There is a lot of things that if you read the Bible, if you study Scripture, if you're in a Christian walk in life, there's things you will recognize in this show that nobody else is really touching. And I love it because I like to call this a Christian show, but it's a real Christian show. A lot of Christian media is so watered down and just bad. Like there's no other way to put it. Like it's just so like not real. Like because they have this very kind of like angelic air to it, and it's just the people in there like are so devout and they pray every day, and they have the right scripture on their mind for just the right situation all the time, and they never curse. They always do the right thing, and it's just not real. It's not real. It's not real. And that's why David Acosta, the one who's like the main like person of faith in the show, Ben and Kristen are not. They are not in the faith. Kristen is a psychologist, so she's in the analytical state of mind. Even though I think she grew up Catholic, but there's an event that happened, which they touch on in the show, where she just kind of like disobeyed all of that. She kind of like turned her back on God, on faith. And Ben is just a complete non-believer. He's a complete skeptic, and he's like a tech guy, and he's the one that put in like I don't know, there's a knocking in the wall or something like that, he'll come in and he'll like actually like look at like the structure of the house, and he'll go in and look at the wall and like look behind the wall and say, oh, there's a loose wire thing here, so every time the air kicks on, it bangs this thing into the wall, so yeah, there you go. It's not a haunting. You just got to fix this thing in the wall. There you go. Boom. Right. And he's good with computers and tech stuff and things like that. So he's like the main debunker of like everything, of like the physical stuff. He's the main debunker of the physical stuff. Christian is the debunker of the psychological stuff. So like they think somebody's having like demonic possession or something, and she'll go in there and she'll like go through her like psychology stuff and like just is he possessed by demons? No, he's going through a manic episode, and he's psychological speak. And so that's one of the reasons that I think the show is very genius. The other reason is because it is a horror show at the end of the day. I love it because it do get like very goofy horror tropes, like because they have like demons in the show, and they can go pretty goofy with them too, as far as like a guy in a rubber suit, that's just like on set, and he's playing the demon, and like they show him like in full on demon gear, just like interacting with like people in the show. It's fun, it's goofy. I love it. Like as a horror fan, like it's very tongue in cheek. But also they do also kind of have like just very subtle things as well. Like they have like recurring demons in this too. So one of my favorite ones in here is George, old George here again. He like introed the show and everything. George was like, they were night terrors, right? So Kristen at one point was having these recurring night terrors with George, visiting her like nightly, right? And again, it's a TV show. Well, it's a guy in a full like rubber suit, like playing this character on TV. They show that she was, I think her daughters were like watching a horror movie or something like that, and it showed like and the creature in there was like the demon that was visiting her at night. They kind of pull it together in a way where they're saying like, oh well, she saw this in a movie one time, and it kind of rested in her like subconscious, and she's going through like a very stressful time, and so like that's kind of like activating this thing where in her dream her subconscious is bringing up this thing to visit her, it's in a way to, I don't know, kind of cope, or just because she's going through this like rough time. And it's like, okay, that's actually pretty good. That I like that they do that, and it kind of can explain away, like in a real sense of like these experiences that people have is not overtly demonic, but even in that sense, it is demonic because something is visiting you in your dreams at night, right? And you can explain away, oh, it was just like, this thing I saw on TV, but something is visiting you every night. I kind of said something about like, it's kind of like if kind of aspect to the show too, for like the Christians that will actually like watch this, and like they have stuff in here that I don't know. I don't think you have to be like just exclusively Christian to get it. It is kind of like in plain sight. If you are like in the Christian walk, they have stuff in here that like you will specifically like see and notice and attune to. So like uh David Acosta, Father David Acosta now, but he's like blessed with the visions, pretty much like what they explain in the Bible. Him and Kristen are like very close in this show. They and Kristen is she's going through it. She's done a lot of bad stuff in this show. Let's put it that way. And that brings me to this guy, Leland Townsend. Now, I'm not sure if he's just an agent of the devil or if he is Beelzebub himself. Beelzebub, who was that guy? But he, yeah, Leland is like the force of chaos and evil in this show. And he, the guy, he's played by a guy, Michael Emerson, who is, Michael Emerson, who plays him too well. He's playing Leland Townsend too well. God, what do I say about Leland? He is kind of the heel of this story. He is an all the way agent for the devil, and the thing how they use Leland is like they're showing you because he is all in the church. He is like all up in the church, y'all. You just see him just all up in the church. He's like on a accessory board, I think that's how you call it. He's like on a first name basis with the Monsignor. He's been plaguing both David Acosta and Kristen and Ben since they started. Like he's in contact with Kristen's kids. Like, and it's trying to show you like, yeah, no, the enemy is all up in the church. And the other thing about it is, like again, Christian and Ben have nothing they're not religious at all. They really don't have anything to do with the church. But as soon as they started working like with the church, Leland was all over. It's almost like the closer you, it's another thing. Like if you know, kind of thing, right? Like because the closer you get to God, it's like the eye of Sauron just focuses right on you. Like he can't, like, the devil can't have you getting closer to God. Like he is going to focus on you. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, and that's Leland. He got close to Kristen's mom. He didn't turned her. He's getting close to her kids. You know what I mean? He's been plaguing Ben. He's been plaguing David Acosta. Again, he's up in the church every day. He's in the church. You know what I mean? My favorite character, one of my favorite characters in this is Sister Andrea. Is a good old Sister Andrea. She looks so sweet and so meek in there, but she is a force, and she is most definitely a force in this. And I love how she plays Sister Andrea too. She again, she's gifted. She can like actually see demons in the show, right? And she like sees them. She interacts with them. She even like casts them out in her own way, which is like beating the hell out of them, basically. In the season 3 finale, she actually takes a shovel to many a demon in that show and just beating the crap out of the damn thing. I love it. It's like one of my favorite moments in the show. Like I need a Sister Andrea in my house to just please, sister, just beat all the demons out of my house, please. It's just we just pack with them. Yeah, I mean, I can go on and on and on and on about this show. This is the 3rd season. They already kind of setting up for season 4, and I can't wait. It's my favorite show going right now. So yeah, out of 5, man, this is a 5. This is a straight 5 for me. Yeah, I love it. This is and I love this for like Christian media, because Christian media is just, there's some good stuff out there. There is, but man, I can't get it because it's not real. It's not real. Like we need more Christian media that is like real, man, like real people, real events, real real things. I like, because yeah, we go through like Christian's life and we go through Ben's life, and they aren't perfect. They aren't saying the right things. That they're not coming at life through like a Christian mindset or a godly mindset. So they make mistakes. They screw up. And they have a really great scene. Where Christian kind of comes forward to David. And yeah, they man, it's really great. And between Christian and David, and I love this because my man David, he's a real guy. He's a real human being. He has real needs, real wants. You know what I'm saying? He has this real attraction going for Christian, and yeah, he has to pray on it. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel you, brother. I feel you. Yes, he slamming down the brewski. After a long day of saving souls. But yeah, this is a great show. It's a good show. It's like it's horror, but more with like a Christian overtone to it. It's dealing with faith. It's dealing with like Christ. It's taking part in the Catholic Church. One of the greatest shows of all time for me, in my opinion, my humble opinion. And yeah, check it out. Paramount Plus, season 3, 5 out of 5. Yes. So and that brings me to the end of this, man. This was fun. This was cool. I liked it. Again, this is going to be like a weekly thing. I am hopefully you stay with me. You got to the end, and I am again. My name is Alex Mack. Yeah, catch me. This is a part. If you're listening, or if you want to find out how to catch me, this podcast is on. It's on everything at this point. It's on Apple. It's on Google. It's on Audible. It's on Spotify, Amazon Music. It's everywhere. Just look up Maniacal Books podcast, and my name is Alex Mack. Yeah, I will see you next time. I guess. I hate that. I hate the weird inflection. Okay, I'm gone. I'm being dumb now. You hear that music, it's time to punch deck. It's time to hack the Matrix. Alright. Yeah, I love that cyberpunky trash ass theme. But alright. So yeah, alright, here I am again. Alex Mack here with another Maniacal Weekly thing that I'm doing here. Try to get eyes on somehow, promote the book, promote the company, and, show that we're all right. We're trying to do something decent here. But yeah, anyway, how you doing? My name is Alex Mack again. And, yeah, I don't know. We're going to chat about some books. There was a ton of trailers that dropped. I guess I can probably do that over on the YouTube channel. And yeah, we're gonna talk about some movies and stuff. I think I saw Black Phone and The Sandman fairly recently, and I can go over that with y'all. We got some Pigskin. The 2022 season been kicked off. I just yeah, it's Monday night. It's Monday September 12th. Yeah, so it was Monday Night Football. We just saw Geno Smith actually beat Russell Wilson. You know, I have expected, sometime before halftime, Russell Wilson would have old Pete Carroll in the sharpshooter or something. I don't. Yeah, so for some reason, people that like leave his team, that leave the Seahawks, they don't like Pete Carroll that much. For some reason, I don't know why. Like they can't wait to flip him off or just abruptly just leave the team. I don't know what's up. Yeah, that was a shocker. It was a 1 point game. It was 17-16, something like that. That was fairly. Yeah, I wouldn't have called that. I wouldn't have called that. You know what I'm saying? Actually, there was a couple of games that I wouldn't have called. If I was a betting man, I would have packing my bags and getting out of town. You know, I want Louis and the boys to come collecting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, New York. Yeah, the Giants actually beat the Titans. So I wouldn't have called that. That was a 1 point game. I wouldn't have called that. Yeah, I'd actually put some money down for on the Titans on that one. Yeah, Minnesota. Now, yeah, I'd have had to skip town on that one. I probably would have put a couple of stacks down on the Packers beating Minnesota. That's watching it with my dad, and we just was flipping back and forth on the games, and it was like halftime. It was like 21-0 on Minnesota. What? Like what? Damn, bro. I think Aaron Rodgers smoked the wrong pack or something. Like he either smoked the wrong one or the right one. I guess it's a matter of perspective on that one. And then I have my Commanders. Yeah, little Timmy and the Commanders. That name. It just rings like a JV, like a 7 and under Pop Warner League to me. Okay. It's growing on me though. It's growing on me. Like the more time goes by, the more it's on it. But yeah, we actually won 28-22, it looks like, and yeah, we look like a functional team for once. You know, we actually look like a competent football team. Yeah, it was Curtis Samuel. He was all over the field. Man, he was like the only one Carson was throwing to, really. He was catching passes. He was juking dudes, like hurdling, like spin moving, going left, going right, saving kittens from trees, catching babies. Like that dude was doing everything out there. I was at a certain point. I'm like, okay, yeah, go on the sideline because I think he just came back. I think he was injured last year, and he just came back. And I'm just like, okay, yeah. We know he's good. Now throw it to somebody else. Christ, he was for like. Yeah, good. Like first half, he was all over the place. Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz was like the biggest question mark that we had here in the DMV. He was Carson Wentz. He was pretty Carson Wentz. Nothing that spectacular. Even though like but the thing is he's a solid QB. He's like a really solid QB. He's something that we haven't had in DC in a while. Yeah, I mean he didn't blow anybody's socks off, but he threw 4 touchdowns, though. So, I mean, four touchdowns, 2 picks, 313 yards. I mean, hey, if we can get that, like on a consistent basis, hey, these old Commanders, they're going to Super Bowl. They're going all the way. There, I said it. No, I hate those. Like fair weather fans that like off of one game, they're just like Super Bowl. We're going to bowl. Yep, win it all. That's what we doing. Nah. If I can predict one thing, 10-7, maybe a wild card, maybe. We'll see. But I tell you what, that defense is the team, because I think half, Chase Young is still out, and who was it that went out? Was it Jonathan Allen that went out the game? I think around the second quarter or so, and they were still like they were all up in Trevor Lawrence's grill too, like damn near every like snap, every time he stepped back, like yeah, they were coming. So I mean, that everybody's talking about Carson Wentz, but that was the real like kind of impressive thing to watch out there on Sunday. And I heard I heard one of the commentators say something about Doug Peterson, the Jaguars head coach, had this nickname for Trevor Lawrence. He called him what do you call him? Ichabod Crane. That's thought that was funny. I got to chuckle. I could kind of see it. I think it's on the neck. Like Trevor Lawrence had that long, like gangly neck. Well, what else was? Oh yeah, and the old Dallas Cowgirls looked terrible, terrible. They had the Sunday night game against the GOAT. You know, Brady didn't look all that hot either, but you know he's trying to save his marriage, so you know you can't. I mean, cut him a little bit of slack. You know, I tell you, women, they can't. You just ain't gonna win with him. Like he's the greatest of all time. He has like 30 Super Bowl rings. You know, he wants one more year. If the guy wants to go out on a stretcher, look, man, can you do that for him? It's all about you. It's all about you. But yeah, and Dak, I think he hurt his thumb. I think he said he broke his thumb or something like that. He went out in like the fourth quarter. Honestly, I think he broke it earlier in the game too, because he looked terrible. Like his balls didn't have any air in it. You know, he was missing guys wide open. Like threw a couple of picks, I think. So I think I would say he was probably just trying to grind it out, just grinding it out for like the whole game, and just like back when it was like they had no chance, like right, you know, at the time when they had just no shot. I think they just he just went to the sidelines and said, "Yep, all right, I got to call it," you know. Yeah, but you know what all those cowgirl fans going to say? Super Bowl, we going to bowl, we gonna win it all. Yeah, all right. So yeah, that was week one. It was a fun one. I was entertained. All right, yeah, enough of that. Okay, so
Travel with me to a dark and isolated farm located deep in the heart of St. Mary's County, Maryland, where the only African American farmer and his family are being tormented by something stalking around their property. Can they survive? Can they protect the farm that is their very livelihood? And can they do it with their sanity intact? Are you in the mood for dark, isolated rural horror? Are books full of ghastly green goo and reanimated corpses your jam? Then check out Mulch, the eerie inaugural novella from Maniacal Books, available today on Amazon Kindle and mcsbooks.com.
I think we can go over onto my book selection for this week. What I want to talk about this week. I know exactly what I want to talk about this week. It is called The Ballad of Black Tom by Victor LaValle. This is a really interesting book in a couple of ways. It's a novella and is very highly kind of based off of H.P. Lovecraft. You know, one of his like kind of like weird fiction horror stories. It's got a lot of like his elements in the stories, but the twist here being that it is written by a black author, actually. Well, technically, I think technically he's mixed mixed race, but you know what they say. One drop came upon this guy Victor LaValle, who excellent author too. He has a bunch of books out. I've only read about two of them so far, and he quickly became one of my favorite authors already, just off the jump. from his first book, the Ballad of Black Tom. It's mainly due to his relation to H.P. Lovecraft as well. So I think for the most part, a lot of people already know that H.P. Lovecraft is he's problematic. He's pretty problematic. He is a genius author that nobody can take that away from him. You know what I mean? Because I one of my favorite stories ever actually is one of his. The Dunwich Horror is one of my absolute favorite stories, and it's got all the good Lovecraft staples. It's got elder gods. It's got this the Necronomicon, and it's got this weird hybrid elder god creature in there. What was his name? Watley. Old Watley. Wilbur. Yeah, it's got this Wilbur Watley, the creature in there. It's a book that I read years ago, and it just captured my imagination, and it's what really kind of pulled me into like the whole like elder god Cthulhu mythos, like the elder ones, and that whole like that whole thing, that whole universe. I really loved it. Fell hard for it. And then I started looking into H.P. Lovecraft, the author, and it was a blow. Oh yeah, H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah, he's a huge racist, raving racist. Yeah, it's kind of hard to sweep that under the rug, Kind of hard to separate, the art from the artist, knowing that he kind of hates you and your whole kind. There it is. But that's the truth of it. And the tragedy of that is like it really does taint his work. It is weird knowing that a mind that can create all that is also a mind that can harbor such hatred. How did I find about Victor LaValle? I think I was going down that whole like rabbit hole. There was some video on YouTube, I'm sure, and I was looking. It was like a panel about just that, how to handle H.P. Lovecraft, the modern time kind of thing. And I think Victor LaValle was it was Victor LaValle and like about 3 other people on the panel, but he was like the only person of color on the whole panel. Yeah, so I looked into Victor LaValle and I found this book, The Ballad of Black Tom. I picked it up and on Kindle and on Audible too. And I was reading. This was back in 2016, 17, something like that. I was still working in the city. Man, this book is amazing. It kind of blew me away. I became an instant fan of Victor LaValle. He was the one author that kind of knocked Joseph Delaney off my top favorite author list. He was there for years. All right, so what is this book about? So Ballad of Black Tom. It is this takes place back in like the 1920s Harlem, so back in like Renaissance era Harlem. It's about a kind of a street performer, or just like a kind of a street hustler named Tommy Tesler. Tommy Tesler. Yeah, I wanted Tesler. No, Tommy Tester. And he plays his guitar pretty much on the street, for like dollars or money. And he has like, I think he also has this kind of like factory job or mill job or some kind of like hard labor thing like that. But, it pays him like pennies on the dollar or something like that. And so he like street performs with his old guitar. It's him and his dad. And, he learned how to play the guitar from his dad because his dad also plays. And so, he kind of picked it up. One day he is performing and, this kind of wealthy white guy comes and, says he loves his music and drops some coins in his guitar case or whatever, and sends him like an invitation to like the ritzy side of town, some ritzy part back in the day, but now is pretty hood. is like rough as hell over there now. Victor LaValle was writing in the story how like, the police would just harass you if you were just there, like when the sun was just starting to go down, like in that part. Like any like black man like walking around in the streets in that neighborhood and the sun's going down, they just start harassing you off break. So there's like 2 cops just like following him. when he's going to this gig, come to find out, without spoiling it or going into it, it's like this whole thing they're trying to raise, the elder gods and things like that, and but Tommy somehow, some way gets the upper hand in the situation, and I will leave the rest up to you to read to discover. Yeah, it is. It is an excellent story. It's if you are any fan of Lovecraft at all, if you're into like the whole Cthulhu mythos at all, it's this book has something for you. It's not super long either. I've read it probably about like 3 times now. It's not super long. It's definitely something you can go back to every now and then, like every other year or so, just to kind of reread it. I'm personally going to say that it's kind of like a better version of a Lovecraft story because it doesn't have the xenophobia and the racism and stuff like that in it. Yeah, so because if you've read the horror at Red Hook, he has an African American gentleman in the book that he just does not give glowing descriptions of. You know what I mean? And so yeah, you could totally see how somebody who wrote the horror at Red Hook can write something called On the Creation of Niggers. Yeah, I can totally see that. But yeah, it's totally my jam, totally my lane. It's weird fiction, it's horror, it's got like a black lead in it, it's in the voice of like a black author. Yeah, this guy is like a huge inspiration to me. He's like one of my absolute favorite authors working today. And on top of that, he's even writing comic books. I think he's writing a run of Sabretooth. I hope it's still going. I haven't my comic pile is like massive. I'm trying to work my way through it to get to that. Ballad of Black Tom. Out of 5, this is a straight 5, straight fire. Yeah, just love it beginning to end. I've read it about 3 times already. I was just listening to it a couple weeks ago, like on the ride into work, in the car. Yeah, this is a book I'm probably never gonna put down. I'm always gonna pick it up and read it again, and I highly suggest it. Yeah, it's the Ballad of Black Tom by Victor Lavelle. 5 out of 5. Yes, sir. And so this week I have The Sandman. I watched this a little while ago, a couple weeks ago, I think. I was actually supposed to do this on another podcast, but I'll go ahead and knock this out right here. Yeah, so this is available on Netflix. It had like 10 episodes to it, and then they added like an extra episode to it. It's like a 2-parter. It's starring Tom Sturridge as the Sandman. Yeah, it has the Netflix treatment. They put a ton of money into it, ton of production into it. Yeah, it's fantasy. It's kind of like dark fantasy. They spent the appropriate amount of effort to make sure it looks pretty good. It looks pretty sleek and like fantastical. I'm not that familiar with the Sandman comics, like the graphic novels. I haven't gotten to that yet, but I'm very familiar with John Constantine, who is in that realm. He's in that kind of DC Comics, Vertigo comics like realm. So the only times I really read anything like in comics with the Sandman, it was in a John Constantine comic because he like met up with him or he was in that issue or whatever for some reason. And so Tom Sturridge as the Sandman, I don't know if he's powerful or how powerful he could be. because he like right off the break he gets captured. Like so, how I mean, how powerful can the Lord of Dreams be if he can be captured by a regular dude? You know what I mean? I wouldn't actually say he's like weak or anything, but he does seem a little bit aloof at times, and just kind of like I, I don't know if it's gonna be a pun, but just kind of like sleepwalking through some of it a little bit. Every time he really kind of like bows up or gets serious or like fearsome is when somebody like messes up or he has to come down hard on one of the characters or something like that. Yeah, he's not all that menacing. To me at least, he wasn't like menacing or anything like that. And when he puts on his serious face, you know, when come down hard on a character because they didn't follow the rules or they did something, his serious face, pretty comical in a way, because it just it just reminds me of like another movie I've seen. It always like he's playing another movie kind of. I just it looks like he's doing the Zoolander face to me for some reason, and I can't like right there, like that looks pure. You get. And yeah, that kind of took me out of it a little bit. It's a little bit, but like every time he got that serious face on, and he's like talking like real sternly, I was just like, oh, like, well, we in Zoolander again. We in Zoolander 3. Overall, he did a pretty good job. I'm just being dumb, but no, honestly, like most of the time, I'm like, why is he making that face? Like he's doing the Zoolander face again. But I would say the casting is on point. To me, the villains are the best part of the show. You know, we have like a lot of really good heavy hitters. Like Charles Dance is in the first one. David Thewlis is in like the second one. Gwendolyn Christie, Brienne of Tyen or whatever that was in Game of Thrones, and they're all playing like the villains. They're all playing like the heels in this. Knock it out of the park. And I say like the first one, the first part and the second part, because this show is constructed differently, kind of. So it's not just most of the shows, like from episode 1 to 10, they're like a straightforward narrative. It's very faithful to the comics in the sense that it's broken up into like different stories. The 2 episodes would be like this, 2.5 episodes would be this story, and then it'll transition into like the next story in the next 2.5 episodes, and like so forth and so on. They're being super faithful to the comics, to like the original story in the comics, and so and it plays out like comic books because you know comic books go on for like different stories and different characters and different plots and things like that as the issues go on. And I like that. Like I think I kind of want all the rest of the comic book shows to kind of be like that. You can kind of ruin it's like shows or comic book like shows or movies because you're trying to stretch out this one plot point, you know, so the fit we got to fill 8 episodes, we got to fill 8 hours, so we got to do like all one big narrative and stuff. But no, break it up, man, break it up, chop it up. We can handle this one. This like plot is here. The next plot is in the next step. The way they did it, especially because they did have like a character appear here and then they'll come back through here just to kind of like chain to like connect all the stories, if that makes sense. And I know it's not like a one-to-one or like apples to apples comparison, but like just off the top of the head, Moon Knight on Disney Plus definitely should have had like this format because oh my god, that show they just stretched it out on this one plot. They just stretched it out so long, and it was just, man, come on, man, just move it. All right, yes. So my standouts on the show, some of my favorite aspects of it was, yeah, she's played by Kirby Howell Baptiste. Yeah, she actually knocked it out the park. She's just drop dead gorgeous in this too. That didn't hurt. You know what I'm saying? But you know, there is a lot of controversy. Again, as always, you know, with you know, people changing races of characters, changing genders. In this case, they kind of changed the race. She's supposed to be like this very like really pale goth white chick, which I kind of get the aesthetic because this is very. It's a Neil Gaiman like written story. So it's going to have like this very kind of like goth ethos to it. I've known of the Sandman for years, and he's always had this kind of goth, kind of like palette to him, you know. But I think they did it because I mean, you know, hey, we could be goth too, you know what I mean? So I think they did a pretty good job with that, you know. There's some purists out there that want to see like, you know, they want to see it exactly how it was in the comics back in like the '90s, you know. But you can't please everybody. She came in, she was amazing in this, knocked it out the park. They brought in Mark Hamill. Mark Howell. Who is that? Um, Mark Hamill came in and did the voice for this guy. Yeah, I don't even know who he's. I just call him the pumpkin guy. I don't even know who he is. So it was just distinct enough to where you kind of like, wait a minute, is that? You know, and then until like the this at the end where you see you know, Mark Hamill. I'm like, okay, it was Mark Hamill. Okay. I wasn't lunching, I wasn't tripping, but okay. Patton Oswalt, one of my favorites. One of my absolute favorites. Patton Oswalt was in here. He was playing the Raven. He did the voice of the Raven, Matthew. To me, he always kind of elevates the levity of anything he's in, like up a couple of notches. And yeah, I really liked him in this. He was really cool. Anytime I see any of my Doctor Who people in different shows and stuff like that, I have to shout them out. The Jenna Coleman was actually in the same Doctor Who series as Matt Smith from House of the Dragon on HBO Max right now. So yeah, shout out to Matt Smith, you know, killing it over there. Yeah, I had to give out a special shout out to her. You know, she's playing Joanna Constantine. I don't. Is she a descendant? Is she a descendant of John Constantine? I'm not sure. I don't think they explained it. I don't know this character that much. I know John Constantine definitely because I actively read Hellblazer now. Yeah, but I've never heard of her before this show, so I don't know if it's just a, a gender swap or maybe she might be an actual character in the comics. I don't know, but I was just happy to see her, you know. So yeah. Shout out to all my Doctor Who fans out there. With my favorite Doctor, by the way, Matt Smith, my absolute favorite Doctor to this day. But yeah, so Sandman, out of 5, I give it a 4. It's pretty solid. I pretty much would watch this again. I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up watching it again at some point. But this is too much fantasy going on now. This House of the Dragon, there's Rings of Power going right now. Man, yeah, I definitely would watch it again, but it won't be no time soon. So, but yeah, Sandman, 4 out of 5. Really liked it. Solid show. Right, so The Black Phones is starring Ethan Hawke and Jeremy Thames, and it's directed by Scott Derrickson. So yeah, Ethan Hawke is one of my favorite actors, like working today. Has been for a couple of decades now too. He I'm not gonna say he hasn't made a bad movie, but he's always every movie he's in, he's been like really good in. Yes, so now Scott Derrickson is a really well-renowned director as far as like horror movies go, and then like horror circles. Directed Doctor Strange apparently. So he did the Sinister movies, which are like the first. I remember the first one way more than I remember the second one. I might have to see the second one again. But the first one was pretty like it was just the tone of that was just creep you out. It was one of the most creepiest movies I remember seeing. He also did Deliver Us from Evil with what's his name, Eric Bana, in it, which was decent. I don't remember it all that well, but it was a movie. It was one of them. He also did for the scariest movie ever to me, the movie I kind of refuse to watch ever again, Exorcism of Emily Rose. It's is based off a real event, and it's too real. It's just too real. I can't watch that movie again. That's the movie. That movie had me sleeping with the lights on for like a week or two. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so just right there, like Ethan Hawke and Scott Derrickson, my ears perk up. You know what I mean? So the Black Phone is based off of a novella written by Joe Hill, who's the son of Stephen King, and it has a lot of the Stephen King tropes in it. It's violent as hell bullies in here. A pretty drunk or just kind of like disturbed dad or like parental figure is in here. But no, it's a very solid flick. Very solid, kind of like dark serial killer kind of flick. And Ethan Hawke just absolutely shines in this. Like he definitely knows how to play a very like deranged character in this. Like he definitely was like super creepy. So yeah, the kids in this are pretty good. Like as just as actors, they held their own like really good. That's Finn there on the left. He's the main kid or the main kid that kind of gets snatched, and we're kind of going through him. He's the one who has the supernatural stuff happen to like through the Black Phone, and I really like his sister in this. Like his sister is like really really good in here. She's Madeline McGraw is who plays her. I can't remember her name in the movie, but her name's Madeline McGraw. Playing this like I think she's the little sister, but her family unit. I think her mom either disappeared or left or something like that happened, and she plays it really well. You can tell like she's a bit rougher and a bit kind of just older than she actually is. You know what I mean? And yeah, so Finn he gets his ass beat like all the time in this movie. Like I really felt for him at a time, and then towards the end of it, like when it culminates that he has to he starts fighting back. I think they did that really good. They kind of hint on some like religious factors to this too. The character in here that like has like dreams or has like visions, and as she starts connecting that, the visions are like trying to like showing her where her. I'm about to give it away. Showing her where like the kidnapped kids are, or kind of like little clues or like visions of like where they're being taken and stuff like that. And so she pulls out like a bunch of like crucifixes and stuff, and she like prays to God, like the help me for like give me the correct vision to see and stuff like that. It was surprising to me, like, and it wasn't done in a really kind of hokey way. It was done in kind of a real way, because like when she wasn't getting like the information she was getting, she kind of lashed out, and like in a real way. I think anybody who is on like a Christian walk, when things don't go their way, they kind of do, unfortunately, just kind of lash out and just like in that way, and just disavow, or just has like this moment where they're just not like feeling very religious at the moment. You know what I'm saying? That was really well done. I like that aspect of it. Yeah, I really like this. Really really good movie. I'm definitely gonna watch it again. So one things I didn't like about it, or felt this was just kind of dumb, was just you have these kids disappearing like daily, left and right, and this is dude who's driving around in an obvious pedal van, driving around town, and in full sight, in full view, and the police don't check it out, pull him over, uh, well, let me just follow this guy and see what's happening with this. Like, yeah, it's this grown man who's trying to be a magician, driving around in this huge black like pedo van. Like, come, like, really, really, you need to have like kids help you solve this. Worst police force ever. Worst police force. It kind of pulled me out of the movie a bit because I'm like, really, for real. Yeah, that was pretty much the only thing I had a problem with in this that just kind of drove me crazy in this. Oh yeah, Matthew Davies. Matthew Davies is in this, and he plays. He had a really kind of hard character to play. I mean, he's kind of like, the drunk dad. The drunk down on his luck, like overwhelmed dad. And but they didn't go too like typical to it. He because a lot of other movies would have had him just go straight up abusive, or he drinks too much and gets abusive or whatever. But there was a method to his madness. I'm not gonna say he was a 100%. I'm not gonna co-sign like his actions 100%. But there was a method to it. Like you kind of see where he's coming from with it towards the end of the movie. And at the end of the day, he really loved his kids, and he wanted to care for them. But he's overwhelmed, and he's dealing with a lot, and he can't express it the way he wants to express it. Is kind of how I got it. And I think Matthew Davies played it to a T, played it perfectly. Like, yeah, I think he did an excellent job in this movie. Another good thing is the mask. Like the mask in this is, I can tell, because Halloween is coming up in like a month and some change, and I can totally see this being like the new like Halloween mask or like accessory now, because it is, I gotta admit, it is pretty cool. Like, in a couple of ways, right? Like, so you see a shot where he takes the top part off, and so it's just the bottom part there, and like he could actually take this part off, even though that is just disturbing. Like the little like bottom part, the grin right there is just disturbing. But you can see like in the next one, this is just creepy. But like he could take it apart and he could put like the frowny face part on it too. It's just, man, I could, the mask is actually pretty cool. I can totally see this being like the new Halloween must have, for 2022. Out of five, I mean, yeah, I could give this a 5 out of 5. It was really good. The tone was really good. The pacing was really good. It was appropriately creepy, like when it needed to be. The ghost kids at the end, they were totally kind of believable. And most of them were sympathetic, except for like that last one. But I totally understood where he's coming from, like, because I think Finn was like saying like, "Why are you helping me?" He's like, "Helping you? Like, F you! I want you to get him." You know what I mean? I was like, "Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay, yeah, I totally understand it. I feel you." So yeah, solid movie, solid flick. I'm definitely gonna put this on again. At some point, have it on. Around Halloween time, it's on my list. So yeah, 5 out of 5. The Black Mask. Definitely watch it. Pick it up. And that is it. That is another week. Another number 2 in the bag. And yeah, thank you for checking me out. If you hung out this far, hey man, I appreciate you. You're a real one. So check us out on, or check us out. Check me out on the tube, on the YouTubes. And if you're on a trip, on your way to work, or on the toilet, on the can or something, yeah, check out the podcast. It is available pretty much everywhere. You listen to podcasts, basically. Yeah, Spotify, Apple, Google, Audible. Yeah, pretty much everywhere, man. So yeah, thank you for checking me out. Stop by the YouTube, like the video. Stop by Spotify, Audible, Apple, and Google Pods, and check us out. And we will see you next week. Peace. I actually got an email earlier today. Going through my emails. You could reach me at maniacalbook at gmail.com. That's to shout out, say hey, what's up, tell me I sound weird. my videos suck, whatever. Just reach out, say hey. I got an email from it. It was from somebody just named Carlos, right? And it was like, okay, what the hell is this? I don't know no Carlos, no. And it says something about Maniacal Books podcast is ranking very well in United States, and so of course I'm thinking, okay, this is like spam, right? This has got to be spam. It's from some dude named Carlos, but okay, what the hell? I'll click on it. But no, it was actually kind of legit. It's from I think it's from somebody from Anchor, and it was just giving me like stats for the podcast, saying I have some cool information that might interest you. Okay, I'm listening. You got my attention. Know what I'm saying? Like your podcast, Maniacal Books podcast, has good performance in Apple Podcast rankings for the last 30 days, and it's only been 2 weeks. So I mean, cool. It was a position 185 in the category film reviews in the United States. This data is provided by Pod Status, yada yada. But yeah, it was okay, nice, cool. Yeah, man. So I don't know, and I do see I've been getting a couple of plays. So yeah, man. Hey, thank y'all. Whoever's actually clicking on this and listening to me ramble on about all my weird stuff, trying to sell some books. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Seriously. But yes, there's some dude named Carlos. Like, no, y'all gotta change that. It was really close to just going straight to my trash can on there. But yeah, all right, Carlos. Thank you, bro. Know what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah, what happened this weekend? There's a couple of things happened this weekend. Oh, The Woman King, starring Viola Davis, came out. I was waiting on that. Um, Probably not going to make it to a movie theater to see that, unfortunately. But I really am looking forward to see that. Since it is Monday, let me just check out what the numbers for it was. Up the old box office results. Quick, who was number one? Boom, number one, baby, The Woman King. Yes. Oh, if you can't see me right now, but I'm fist pumping pretty hard. And it's a pretty solid movie too. A 94% on Rotten Tomatoes. Sweet. Took in 19 million. Wow, that's 19 million on the first weekend nowadays is actually really excellent because movies aren't doing that great in theaters right now. Because I think 19 million, man, like what 2-3 years ago was nothing. But I think that's pretty huge. That's pretty huge nowadays. And it's not a Marvel movie. It's not like a huge series IP. So, oh man, that's excellent. I love that. I am absolutely thrilled about that. Woman King took number one in the box office this weekend. Who was number two? Barbarian. Yes, that's a pretty good horror movie. It looks like it's starring Justin Long. Yeah, I really got to see that. Um, Pearl, another horror movie. See, so as soon as I pivot from horror, to do a little sci-fi, all of a sudden all these like excellent horror movies are coming to see us. Who was that with? Pearl was number three. See How They Run is number four. Don't think I know what that is, actually. And Bullet Train is still charting. God, that came out in like July or something, didn't it? Whoa, that's wild. So yeah, oh my God, Top Gun Maverick is still in there. Just go away. Christ. But no, for all intents and purposes, it's supposed to be like a really excellent movie. I could care less, honestly. But I mean, people love it, so hey, whatever, bro. It's cool. But oh my God, yes, Woman King is number one, 19 million in the box office. That is huge. That is super huge. You know what though? There was a lot of controversy. Of course, every man, we suck as a species. Everything's controversial nowadays. But you know, Woman King, it can't. Of course, nothing can go unscathed. Nothing can be like really. No, nothing can be praised. Like, what's the last thing that's like universally praised? Yeah. So apparently, there was this thing, and I even saw it online too, where there's a bunch of like Hotep brothers that are like really up in arms. It's just really have their nuts in a vice over this Woman King movie. I guess I'm not that woke. I saw it as like a huge victory. Just the fact that Hollywood made this. But yeah, there's a bunch of my Hotep brothers out there that's like, well, it wasn't just women. There were men there too. It's like, yeah, okay, all right, I get you, I got it, but yeah, there were like Dora Milaje and uh Black Panther were very much based off of the Dahomey Amazons, and I mean, yeah, they existed. Can they get their moment to shine? We know we were in the struggle too. Brothers was in the struggle too. We know, we get it, but can they get their moment? Christ, like how many movies have we had where it's all like a black guy was leading the rebellion, or the black male slaves were catching the most hell or fighting back, and or they're like, can they get one? Can I get one? Jeez, man, like calm the hell down. That's why. Oh, and I also saw where there was a lot of people talking about the actual history behind the Dahomey Amazons. They were very influential in the slave trade, and a lot of people were talking about that as well. Like, oh, how are they gonna highlight the enslavers? Or Hollywood, of course, Hollywood highlights the enslavers, but the movie hadn't came out, and nobody even saw like nobody actually saw the movie yet. And so I am like I'm reserved my judgment, because it's like, well, I'm pretty sure there's going to be something in the movie about that, but I haven't seen it, so I'm going to shut my ass up until I actually see it, and then I'll actually have an opinion. But oh, you can't tell the Hotep's that. Nah, the Hotep brothers are like, nah, son, nah, God, nah, God, they ain't right, God. They ain't telling the whole story. You know what I'm saying, God? We was there too. You know what I'm saying, God? We're bond, God. Like, yo, okay, man, just roll one up, chill out, Christ, and just, I mean, come on, people, watch. Can we like at least watch the movie before we lose our? That's that's all I ask. Is that a lot? I don't think that's a lot. That was a thing. That was God. I'm so happy though. The Woman King is number one, 19 million total, 94% on Rotten Tomatoes. Oh my God, that is amazing. I absolutely love that. Now I got to go on to the plague, right? I guess I got to go out to the plague and sit in the movie theater as the world crumbles around me. At least the movie's right, good, right? All right, what else happened? Oh yeah, week two of the old pigskin. Well, my commanders, yay! Little Timmy and the commanders, yay! They got their asses whipped. Actually, the first half was just I don't know what happened to those boys in the first half. It was, I want to say it was like 21-24 nothing at halftime. It was bad. Yeah, there was this kid on the Lions. He was Aiden Hutchinson. I'd never heard of this guy before, but yo, he looked like LT out there. He was like Wentz got sacked like 3 or 4 times all in the first half. It's just like, what is happening? I think it might have been, the boys might have missed curfew. Saturday nights in Detroit, hey, those strip clubs are legendary. It seemed like them boys missed curfew. Hey, Crystal Diamond was hitting the stage at like 1 in the morning. Hey, I'm sorry, coach. Miami came back on Baltimore. That was crazy. I think Lamar Jackson had like a 200-yard run. Yeah, it's crazy when like your quarterback can just score 80-yard run for a touchdown like by himself. That's like Madden on rookie right there. That's crazy. But they still lost. They still lost because I think they were up pretty big by halftime, and I turned it like, well, okay, they're gonna win. Let me watch. Let me watch my Commanders struggle, but turned back like an hour later, and yeah, Miami had came back on them. I think it was 42-38. The Thursday night game, the Chiefs and the Chargers. That was a good one. Patty Mahomes is still Patty Mahomes. He's I would call and say he's the best QB in the league. Oh God! But did you see Justin Herbert just grinding it out there? I don't. He was the way he was holding his ribs. It looked like he might have cracked a rib or something, and he was still out there trying to win the game. And he took him. Well, first off, he threw an interception right in the end zone that got housed by the Chiefs, but no, still he was grinding it out, man, grinding it out on the old gridiron. Oh yeah, did you my Dallas Cowgirls? No, they actually had a really good win. I can't take that away from them. I can't shade that. That was actually a pretty good win. No Dak, you know. I don't know. The Bengals got to do something with their line. It's all on the strength of Joe Burrow. Uh, that they were able to get to the Super Bowl. Like, there's no way they can get. I don't see them getting there again with that line. I think he got sacked. He's been sacked at least 15 times in 2 games. Like, that's come on, y'all. Like, what you have like a franchise quarterback there. You want to take care of him? you think you can do that? Anything else crazy happen? So it's Monday night, so I just saw the Monday night games. Why the hell do they have 2 games on Monday night? Why? Like, good God, they are going overtime. They have 2 Monday night games on at the same time, and now the guys got to play 17, 18 games a year. It's just come. So that's another way we're in a recession. That's because people gotta these corporations gotta make their money. If they gotta play 50 games a year, play them. The Super Bowl is gonna be played by like all like third string because everybody's just bent the hell up on the sidelines. They gotta play 50 games a season now. Yeah, that was a football for week 2. And I don't know what else happened. Anything else happened this weekend? Well, I think the Queen was laid to rest today, I believe. And I mean, look. I'm an American. B, I'm a Black American. I could care less about royalty. That doesn't inform my world in no way, shape, or form at all. But I don't know. It's novel. It's a world event, right? It's something. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's an event. I didn't watch it, of course. I was too busy like trying to live, but I don't know. It was something. Uh, I was thinking. I did have kind of like a huge negative attitude, kind of towards the whole thing. But I don't know. I heard something about like the night that the Queen passed, there was like a double rainbow over Buckingham Palace or something like that. I think I heard something like that, and I don't know. It kind of made me like change my perspective on that. Just like just okay, just like lay off the old broad. I don't. It's one of those things like when God speaks, yeah, try to listen, take heed. So it's like, okay, I guess, hey, I guess she was an alright broad. Oh, poor Meghan Markle. Oh, good God, is she back home yet? I feel, I feel like I should like try to send her like a bottle of Jack or something, just to calm her nerves. She got to be around that crowd for like 2 weeks or so. Yeah, that's enough of that. I'm done. Done with the babble portion. So, all right, I'm going to run a quick ad, and after the ad, I have a pretty solid show. It's all sci-fi. We're all cyberpunk. We got to punch deck, hack the algorithms, jack into the mix. Okay, I'm done. And yeah, run a quick break, and I'll be right back after this. Okay, so on to what I think a lot of people might consider as like official, unofficial jumping off point for cyberpunk, which is a novel that was written by William Gibson called Neuromancer. Yeah, so this book is very kind of seminal to the whole genre. How Ray Bradbury kind of set the tone, or had like kind of general ideas of cyberpunk ethos. William Gibson, I think, kind of like really nails it down, sets a voice and the whole theme for it going forward. Just the having your body augmented and having it chroned and like being able to put your self in like directly into the internet. You're not connecting to it through like a device. No, you are the device, and you are like kind of connecting to the internet and going out there. William Gibson kind of writes it in a way that makes it feel a bit more gritty, a bit more visceral. Ray Bradbury's take on it was a bit more antiquated, because I mean it was written so long ago, but it feels a lot more invasive in Ray Bradbury's book. What is Neuromancer about? This story takes place in a city called Sheba City. It is about a guy named Henry Dorset Case, nicknamed Cutter. He's kind of the main protagonist in the story. He's what William Gibson calls him a cyber hacker. But the one kind of phrase he coins in this that I absolutely love, he calls him like a console cowboy, which I like that. From this moment forth, you shall address me as console cowboy Alex Mack. In the story, if I get this right, it's been a minute since I read it. Let me see if I can get the gist of this. So Case is he's a hacker, he's a cyber hacker or whatever, but he was infected by like a virus, not like a computer virus, say, but like an actual virus that kind of prevents him from like jacking into the web or somehow something like that. So he runs into a guy named Armitage, and Armitage he provides him with a way to like get rid of that virus, but only if he does a job for him. Of course, he's trying to set up like another heist. Armitage also has another character with him named Molly, who is, I can't tell if she's an android or if she's like a cyborg or something, because the way that William Gibson kind of describes her in the book is I can't, it's so vague, I can't really understand it, because it switches back and forth. It really makes it seem like she's just an android, but then it switches back and makes it seem like she's more human. And that's kind of like that's going to be a running theme in this, like the kind of like the vagueness that everything is kind of described in. But I don't know, because the way she's written, I think she's just a badass chick that's chromed. I think honestly, that's kind of what that character is. And yeah, and so it's about a Case and Molly and a couple of other characters that they run into as they're trying to do this heist for this guy named Armitage. There's AI in here, one called Wintermute, and the other one called of course, Neuromancer. And I'll kind of leave it there just to not spoil it. I kind of highly recommend if you're into sci-fi kind of at all. You don't even have to be in the cyberpunk subgenre, but if you're into sci-fi at all, I highly recommend checking it out. So what I like about this book, what I like about it, it is very on brand. It is highly on brand. The way it's written, well, again, a lot of it can come off as like pretty vague at times, but the language that he uses and the prose that he uses in this is very fantastic. I mean, to give you an example, just to read the opening sentence of the story, which I think is a pretty famous line for anybody who's like writing or in the literature or like exploring like writing prose and stuff like that. It's actually pretty dope. I love the sky above the port was the color of television tuned to a dead channel, which is actually kind of, it makes me feel really old too, because if you're of a certain age and you read that, I don't think kids would actually get that, because what color is a dead channel nowadays? It's that blue, that flat blue screen on the LCD TV, right? So I don't think they get it. They just say, oh, it's just, oh well, I guess that's kind of weird. It's just blue. Right? But I think if you're of a certain age, you remember when television was analog. It was, now everything's switched to digital now. But no, when you had the rabbit ears antennas and you had the regular channel knob up top and you had the UHF channels at the bottom, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm that old, because I definitely remember that. I remember the snow, the snow channels right there, and that's kind of like what William Gibson is hitting at there. You know, that snowy kind of cloudy, garbled channel that's not broadcasting back in analog. You know, is that just kind of washing over the city? Yeah, it's stuff like that. If you're sci-fi, if you're into like good books, mysteries. I highly recommend checking this out. Okay, what I don't like about it, I hinted toward it a little earlier on. I had to read this book like 2 times just to like try and understand the ending. I even have it on audiobook. I had to listen to the ending on audiobook a couple of times to try and understand what's happening. I still don't all the way understand what the hell is going on. Like what happens at the end. It went over my head. I guess I don't understand it, but the journey of it, like going through the story, is pretty. There are like really good aspects of it, but just like with the ending of it, and just like with talking about Molly, what is she? Is she because it seemed like she's one thing one moment to like fit the story, and then she's like something else the next moment. And there's a lot of that. There's just a lot of like vagueness and just not really nailing down what it's supposed to be. And I guess you can call that just kind of leaving it up to the reader's interpretation or whatever. But I don't know. I was just lost. I ain't gonna lie. That there was a couple of times I was just kind of lost, and I kept having to like go back. She's like, okay, wait, what happened? I'm kind of lost. I got to go back like a chapter or something. But yeah, and I kind of felt bad. It's like, okay, I'm not the sharpest brand of weed in the dispensary, so I mean, maybe I'm just not catching it, But like going back and seeing other people review this on YouTube, they're all kind of saying the same thing. So I'm not the only one. Like I'm not crazy, or I'm not just missing the point. Yeah, and it's saying with everybody else who reviews this, they are saying kind of the same thing that I am. Like, it's work with it, just work with it, and just try to enjoy the ride. But it's actually is a really good book to pick up, and definitely if you're into sci-fi at all, it's definitely, if you probably already read it, or it should be on your to read list. Most definitely. Neuromancer by William Gibson. Out of 5, I feel like a douche for doing it, but I think I'll give it a 3. It's kind of enjoyable read, kind of, but I'm into it. Like, he's kind of preaching to the choir with me. I'm into sci-fi. I'm into the whole subgenre. So, I was with it for the most part. If you're not into sci-fi at all, I don't think you would enjoy this at all, really, because it's more the aesthetic than the story, if I could say that. I think that's kind of what sums up Neuromancer as a book. 3 out of 5. It's really good, worth checking out, most definitely. All right, Cyberpunk 2077 was released back in December of 2020 by CD Projekt Red for all the systems of PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series S and X, and for the PC. Okay, so right off the bat, I think most people know the controversy surrounding this game. It's pretty infamous at this point. It came out a complete buggy mess. It got held back, delayed like 3 or 4 times. They decided to release it anyway, and I'm pretty sure it was mostly due to like shareholders pushing for it to release. Because I think back in December of 2020, there weren't any other like video games coming out or like big budget type of games coming out, and so I think someone at the board definitely said, "Nope, take it out. Whatever you got to do, get it out. Just fix it in the patch or something." And they regretted it. So they definitely regretted that decision. And in a way, I think it's prophetic because you're talking about a game bending to corporate pressures, but it's a game that's all about taking it to like the corporate world and fighting against like the corporate overlords that ruin and control the lives of everyday people. So yeah, it's actually kind of a snake eating its own tail. Okay, but before I get into like that whole thing with the game, a little background on this though, because I think most people just know of the video game. This is based off of the tabletop RPG game called Cyberpunk 2020 that came out way back in 1988, actually. And I remember seeing this game a lot, like when I would go to like comic book shops or just like hobby shops. That I totally remember seeing this game just like on the shelves and thinking it's interesting, but I never picked it up. But now after playing the video game, I most definitely am picking up Cyberpunk Red, which is like the updated version that they did just ahead of the video game being released. And so Mike Pondsmith is the guy who actually created the tabletop game, and I've watched a couple of interviews with him, and he's talking about how influential a lot of earlier stuff is, like Blade Runner and Neuromancer, it's stuff like that that was very kind of influential to him, and he loved it. He was into the genre and he loved it, and it led to him creating the tabletop game. So during the process of CD Projekt Red, developing the game, he was very involved with the in the development process, as the main source of like what's the world should be like, who the characters are and stuff like that, because he created it. And I think someone at CD Projekt Red kind of laid out the diagram of what they were trying to do in the game and what the game would be about. And he said in the interview, it's like, there's no way you're doing that. There's no way you can get that done. And he was kind of right. I mean, yeah, smart dude. So yeah, I mean, he was kind of right about that too. All right, so and this game has been in development since 2012. Actually, if you could believe that, it's been in development for over 8 years, and they are still like releasing patches and stuff. A patch just came out last week. I want to say September like 16th or 15th or something around that time. Like they're still working on it, and they're still working on it. They also announced like the first DLC that they're going to release for the game, and more patches after that. So they are still working on this game. Like it's 2022 going on 2023. So this is like almost 11 years of developing this game. And that's really boggling to me because there are games that have come out years ago that are doing what this game is trying was attempted to do, and they're doing it so much better. So for me, and my the way I see it when I'm playing it, it's the game is basically Deus Ex meets GTA, and that's so Deus Ex with Adam Jensen as in the pick here. It's another one of my favorite things, in the genre. I love that video game. I love that video game series. It's super cyberpunk as well. As you can see, like Adam Jensen, he's got the chromed arms. He's got the chromed eyepieces. The implants all in his chest, and he of course can jack it. I think he does it remotely though. Like he don't have in the game they have like an actual USB cord like in their forearm, and they like take it out and plug it into like a router or something like that to jack in. Yeah, so there are elements in the game in Deus Ex that are handled much better to me. And I think the last Deus Ex game came out in 2015 or 16 or something like that. And Grand Theft Auto, so the game has this complete like open world setting to it. And yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5 has been out since 2013, I want to say. It's actually kind of embarrassing the things that that uh Cyberpunk 2077 kind of can't get right that Grand Theft Auto just does effortlessly, like completely just effortlessly. So yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people already know like the whole thing with this game. It came out way before it should have. It was pushed out ahead of schedule, even though it's been delayed like 3 or 4 times. It still wasn't ready. And the studio should have just came out and said, "Hey, we are way behind schedule. The COVID affected the entire world. We apologize, but we still need to work on the game." It would have sucked. I'm not gonna lie, it would have sucked, but I would have understood. Like every COVID hit everybody hard, and so like everything was just chaotic and just effed up, basically. But I don't know. I'm telling you, some suit on the board said, "Nope, nope, we got to get it out. We got to get it out now." And as a result, so for the last gen consoles, which at this point is the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One, it was just unplayable. It was completely unplayable. And you can just look it up on YouTube. There's so many bugs and glitches in the game that's just like, why? Why did nobody not play this? Were there no testers for this thing? But so now I have a PC. I have kind of like a gaming rig. It's not the best in the world, but it's pretty powerful. It's pretty decent. So I've kind of always had like the best version of the game, and I think that's kind of what helped to make the impression on me that it did. But it's by far no, it is still a buggy hellhole, even on the PC. And even still, even though now after the Edge Runner update they just released last week, it's a lot better. And look at my chair. You see my chair? You see my chair, Lauren? I'm gonna hack this damn chair. That's for sure. And I don't mean cyber punk. I mean hack this damn thing up with an axe. Yeah, even still with like having the best quote unquote version of the game, it was very rough. It was still very rough. Glitches galore. Cars would just spawn right over top of you. Like citizens would spawn out of nowhere. Like if you're walking on the street, and there's this thing of like you would see like 7 or 8 of the same character like walking down the street with like the same character model, same clothes, same animation and everything. It was bad. It was pretty bad. Okay, but with all that said, with Cyberpunk, what did I like about it? First off, the main thing I absolutely love about the game is Night City itself. Yeah, there's something about riding around Night City in your what's it called, the Quadra 66, with like, they got the Run the Jewels music playing on the radio station. And yeah, just seeing like all the neon lights and people walking around that's like completely like chromed out, and you got ads blaring out and everything. Because I think cyberpunk as a genre is all about the aesthetic, and they absolutely nail the aesthetic in this. That is by far my favorite aspect of it. Just being in Night City. Yeah, it's all in the aesthetics of Night City itself. Just seeing all the neon ads, just scrawled all over the place, and hearing the ads just blaring out at you over the crowd noise and the traffic noise and things like that, and just like ads that's like beaming all the way up into like outer space, and there's like, hovercrafts hovering above your head and things like that. That is most definitely like what they nailed in this, is just being in Night City and being in that like kind of like fully realized like cyberpunk kind of world is definitely like worth the price of admission, for me as a fan of the genre for like decades. It's like I instead of just reading it, or just watching a movie on it, I actually get to kind of like live it a little bit. Yeah, so another thing I like about it is the gameplay, like the shooting mechanics in this, especially, it's super smooth. Like the guns are so like imaginative, kind of, and they definitely respond in kind of like the right way they should. I kind of feel like the handguns are like really kind of sleek and like agile and really kind of cool, and they have like different kind of like gun types in here. They got like tech uh guns here where you can, it doesn't matter where you aim, the bullets will like kind of like direct themselves at the target, which is super cool. I love that. And they have like a power type of like guns where like it packs an extra punch if you like hold down the trigger button. It packs like a bit of extra punch. It can like go through certain walls. It can, and like the bullets can like ricochet off of something and like hit somebody that's like ducking behind the corner and stuff like that. And the shotguns feel like like adequately heavy, and like when you shoot it, it has like a nice punch to it. You know what I mean? Yeah, they kind of actually nailed the gunplay in this as well. Using your cyberware in this against enemies. They got my favorite one, I think, is you can like command somebody to like commit suicide in there while like kind of hacking their cyberware, and so like they just, and you can see them kind of like fighting against their arm, like, oh god, no, what I mean? That's always kind of fun in a devilish kind of way. They also have this thing where like a contagion, where you can like make people get sick, and as you build up your cyberware, you can have it to where it like outly like infects like the other enemies that surround them, and so it's kind of funny. You just hear like a whole chain of people just barfing their guts out. And it's a good tactic for like offense and defense. So you can, if you're overwhelmed, I've done this before too. If you're overwhelmed, you can like just run the contagion demon, and it'll like affect them, and they'll all be start like puking their guts out, and so you can like get away, that way, or you can like use it to get the jump on people too. Yeah, it's that is definitely like the one of the best things about the game. It's like the gunplay and the all the cyberware daemons that you can install in your cyberware and like affect the enemies. Oh right, yeah, and also there's a bunch of like really interesting characters in here too. So some of my favorites like Judy Alvarez, and Jackie Wells. Yeah, I don't know, I really like River Ward, and his sister Joss in here too. Like they have a pretty. I mean, everybody in this game, everybody in this world has like a pretty tragic story, in Night City, nobody makes it out of Night City alive. In one way or another. Like the city, like either outwardly kills you or kind of like kills a part of you. You know what I mean? But that also kind of leads me to what I don't like about the game. Like to me, they should have focused more on the characters. Because you meet up with so many interesting characters for just one moment, for one story, and that's it. Like you never, like they'll still be in the same spot, but you don't see them or interact with them at all, like throughout the rest of the game, and it's really frustrating, especially when there's like a good character like Jackie Wells' mom, in the game. Just like, God, can we get like some missions that she needs, or like some kind of extra interaction, or there's something where if we check on her like every now and then, like that we'll get like some like cutscene or more like character backstory or something like that. That there's tons of instances like that where it's just like, I want more of the city. I want more characters. I want more like background. I want more development. Like, I mean, yeah, the running and gunning and shooting and like doing all that stuff is cool. It is, but for me, I actually want more background. I want more character. Yeah, something else I don't like about the game is just it's still kind of a buggy mess. It's still, I mean, this is the absolute best like it has been since it came out, and it took them an extra 2 years to actually get to this point. Okay, 2 years after release to actually get to this point, and they're still working on the game too. So yeah, it's kind of inexcusable. It actually is kind of inexcusable. A lot of other things I think will be addressed, like going on, like as the game kind of grows and as they continue to like build on the game. Because I've played the game like I have three playthroughs at this point. I've beaten it twice, and I have like another playthrough that I'm going through. Because I actually really like this game, but I do not like how it's such a linear story though. Like this, it's kind of got that multiple branching thing to it, where like if you choose A and B, then you get like the C outcome. If you choose B and C in the game, you get the D outcome. That sort of thing. But I kind of wish that we can move beyond the whole like Johnny Silverhand storyline and just delve into like Night City. Another thing I don't like about the game is you can't join any of the factions. You can't join any of the street gangs in here, which I like. I would love if I could like join the Tiger Claws or Maelstrom or the Voodoo Boys or something like that, and you know, and I'll be like and set up like my own, like have my own apartment, have my own pad there, have like my own kind of like little stomping ground or my own community in that part of town. And if I have a job throughout like the rest of the city, I have to watch out for like the Valentinos or or the Moxes or something like that. As I'm doing the heist or the mission or whatever, you know, and also like they'll have like a maelstrom person come after you, like you're one of the maelstrom missions or something like that, or the fixer that's over in no in the maelstrom part of town has a mission against you or something like that. That I don't know why they didn't do it that way. I think I know why, because when Keanu Reeves signed on to do this thing, all of that had to kind of go out the window, because we got Keanu Reeves. We gotta work him into the story. You gotta make him like a prominent part of the story. And I mean, speaking of Keanu Reeves, he was good in this. Like he was one of the best parts of the game, honestly. Even though I think he is like a huge distraction to what and kind of holding the game back from like what it really could be, but still, like it's Keanu Reeves was pretty good in here as Johnny Silverhands, and he like he has a mission in here too. He has a couple of missions in here, but yeah, that first one that you do was it was crazy, man. That's kind of worth the price of admission too. You know what I mean? Yeah. So Cyberpunk 2077. It is gone through a lot of changes. It's 2 years for them to actually get it to a point where it's actually like a really solid game to play now. And again, I've only played it on my PC, so I don't know how it is on the consoles. I hear like on the Series X and the PS5, it's actually like really good now too. But I mean, that leaves my rating. That makes this hard to rate. This game is really hard to rate. Because it has like a lot of weight or a lot of like back issues that you have to take into account for it. But I really love this game. Like I really do. I really love the game. With all that being said, I alternate sometimes, man. I alternate between a 3 or 4. I'm gonna give it a 4. I'm gonna give it a 4. I think I lean towards a 3, but I'm gonna give it a 4. It's a really fun game, and I am a fan of the genre. I'm a fan of like cyberpunk anyway. It's had kind of everything I wanted in here, and I want more. Like that's my biggest complaint is I want more, and like, but I think a 4 at this point in September 2022. I think a 4 out of 5 is justified for this right now. With the disclaimer of I've played this on the PC. I've only played this on the PC. But Cyberpunk 2077, 4 out of 5. Yeah, I think it deserves that for right now. If you would have asked me in 2020 though, I probably would have said a 2 out of 5. Cyberpunk Edge Runners is a 10-part series that premiered on Netflix. Within the Cyberpunk 2077 universe, it's based off of that video game. It's done by the animation studio Trigger, but it looks like it was kind of produced by CD Projekt Red as well. Yeah, so okay, right off the break, this is a gorgeous anime. I haven't seen an anime that just pops off the screen like this in a minute. Like it's so the animation is so like vibrant and it's got so many like neon colors and thing that just blends together and it totally just pops off the screen. Some of the greatest visuals I've seen in an anime for a long time. It was done. I think the last hit they had, Kiss la Kill. I think I said that right. Oh, Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill was like also done by Studio Trigger, and I think that was like their last kind of like smash hit they've had. I don't. I honestly, full disclosure, I haven't been that much into anime, honestly. So, and I, if this wasn't in the Cyberpunk 2077 universe, it probably wouldn't have came across my radar either. Like what's God? I don't know what's going on with me. I think I'm getting old. I used to watch nothing but anime, but now I don't even touch the stuff myself. Nah, I'm just joking. Now, I love anime, but I don't know. I think I might be aging out of anime or something. I think I've had this conversation with somebody before, but this might be the thing that actually kind of gets me back into it. And also along with that, the animation, the story in this is actually pretty excellent too. So it's written by, and I hope I don't butcher this too much, a guy named Bartosz Stybor is his name. And when I saw that name flash across the like the opening credits, I instantly said, "Oh my god!" Because that's the guy that's been writing a lot of the cyberpunk comic books that's been coming out in the past year or a couple of years or something like that. And those comic books are like really, really good. So my favorite one, like this one that's You Have My Word series. So most of the comics are like four parts or 4 issues. And Trauma Team was one I really liked, and he wrote a bunch of other ones too. But my favorite by far is the You Have My Word series, and the next one, the fourth one, is coming out in like a couple of weeks. I think it might be the last one because it's like issue four, and they've only been doing them in like four issue series. But I can't wait for that. Like I actually kind of circled that on my calendar, it's because I'm picking that up like once it drops. So yeah, so it's not that surprising to know that he also is part of the development team for the game. Because apparently he's been writing the story for the game and like writing like the missions and the characters and things like that, and it shows because he definitely understands like the just the desperation and the deplorableness of like Night City and the citizens that live there. It's a place where nobody gets out of that city alive. It's a terrible place that just grinds you under its boot until you're like a puddle. Man, the way they fully realize Night City, it might be. I think it officially overtakes Gotham City as like the worst place to live. Like I don't think anybody wants to live in Night City, honestly. You just kind of like find yourself there and you just got to survive until maybe you make it out of there. So that's why when I saw like the trailer on YouTube, I instantly was just like all in because I love that world. I love Night City. And yeah, so when I found out there were like comic books, I was all over that, and I haven't been disappointed with that. Like the comic books have been like really good, and when I saw the anime, I was just like, oh yeah, that's me. I'm all over this. Oh yeah, one of the aspects I found like really enjoyable of this too is so like in the game you're only playing as a character named V and your partner Jackie Wells. Beyond that, so you come in contact with a bunch of different characters, but it's basically kind of you on like this solitary mission. But you don't really come in contact with any other cyberpunks in the game. You run into like a bunch of fixers and a bunch of like other citizens that are is part of your mission or your heist that the fixer is set up for you, but you don't really come in contact with any other like cyberpunks. And so that's why it was like I really loved that part in the anime because like okay, there's other cyberpunks in here, that are like doing their thing and doing missions. That's something that I think is missing in the actual game is that it kind of feels like you're in a vacuum. You're like because there's like several different fixers like in every kind of borough or whatever in the game, and it seems like you're the one you're the one person that they're always calling. But if you go to the afterlife, which is like just like cyberpunk a bar like in the game, it's full of like other people in there who I guess are cyberpunks, but it's a video game, so every time you go in there, they're in there too. You know what I mean? So, and there's no interaction. There's no like, thing of like, I'm going on a mission with them or something like that. And so, it was really cool to see like other like cyberpunks. Okay, so what is cyberpunk edge runners all about? There's this 17-year-old kid named David Martinez who is like pretty poor. Like he is pretty much below the poverty line. He lives with a single mom who is working. I think she works with trauma team actually, and they're trying to make ends meet. She's like pulling double shifts and working overtime and stuff to send her son to Arasaka Academy, which is if you're familiar with cyberpunk at all, Arasaka is like the main kind of corporation, the main like global conglomerate in the world of cyberpunk. So she's trying to like give her kid like the best. She's like doing every sacrifice she can. She's even doing side hustles, just to get her son into this academy so he can go on and be successful and make a name for herself. Yeah, so as a parent, you definitely like understand that and identify with that. I know I sure enough do. And so a tragic event happens and it kind of forces David into the world of cyberpunk, into working with fixers and finding a crew to like pull off heists and stuff like that. And that kicks off the entire story into what Edge Runners kind of turns into. Yeah, okay. So what do I like about this? Yeah, I really like that we kind of see what the psychosis process is. Did I say that right? The cyber psychosis. Oh my god, good lord. But yeah, we so in the anime we get to see like what the process of like turning like cyber psycho is. You know, just seeing what cyber psychosis is like to actually go through was I don't know if I could say fun, but it was just like, oh, wow, okay, nice. Because in the game, they don't really go through all that. You just there's missions where you try to take down cyber psychos, but they don't really like go through like what that process would be like to actually go through it. And so in the anime, it was really cool to actually see like, okay, so that's what they're going through when they actually go cyber psycho and start like laying waste to everybody like this like immediately around them, you know. There's a couple of cameos from the game in the anime too that I was like very pleasantly surprised about. They had Wakako kind of made an appearance in here, pretty much like how she does in the game. She'll like call you out the blue. That's one of the crazy things about the game too. Like a whole bunch of people that just start calling you and hitting you up out the blue. That was really cool to see that. The afterlife bar that I mentioned earlier, that's in the video game, is in the show as well. You have a rogue in there who's like the probably like the most famous fixer in Night City, as well as a Claire who's like behind the bar in Afterlife. You interact with her a lot. She even has like missions in the game too. So it was just really cool to see them too in the anime. I love that. Yeah, and Tom's Diner was in there too. I was shocked to see that. Like that place is kind of a dive in the game. Like I'm pretty sure they're not up to code in that joint. A scene that you have in the game in Tom's Diner where you're meeting up with Takamura in Tom's Diner. It had a kind of funny scene where he's like there's something going on the TV and he's trying to yell at the the I guess the owner or the patron of the diner to like to shut up and turn that up, and and the owner was like, man, I ain't watching this Japanese crap in here. You would have watched that, go somewhere else. And the probably the biggest cameo in the anime from the game is Adam Smasher. Yeah, if you're familiar with the game, so I think this anime takes place possibly like a year or two before the game. Because I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, just seeing Adam Smasher in there was just like, wait, hold on, wait, what time? When is this happening exactly? But I think there was a like a quick blurb in there where they were saying it was 2070 or 75, I think, or something like that. And which like going like addressing the whole cyber psycho thing, it's just like, wait, Adam Smasher is the most chromed out character in the entire game. How is he not cyber psycho? But I think in the anime it might have answered that because I think he's full on like android at this point. I don't even think there's any human part about him anymore. I think he's like uploaded his like mind into like a construct or something, and he's just going on as like a cyborg basically. So yeah, that was really interesting because I always had that thought in the game of like, wait a minute, how is he not cyber psycho? Like the only human part about him was probably his face. Everything else was like chromed out. But I think the anime kind of helped answer that in a way. So that was really cool. I like that. Yeah. Other favorite part about this was David and Lucy. Very, very good kind of story between these two. And look, I knew from the outset it would be like something really tragic, it would be something like really horrible. But even still, I kind of wasn't prepared in a way. You know what I mean? And I love the setup to their like romance. Really, like, Lucy does something like really shady, really devious to David, and it kind of creates a rift between them. But of course, as the series goes on, they get close and get tighter and closer and things like that. And yeah, it's man, that was the main. I think their relationship was kind of like the main kind of point of the series, and it very well written. I really like the character. And so for anybody who watched the dub version of the anime, when this character came on screen, yeah, I'm pretty sure you immediately heard his voice. It's the voice of Giancarlo Espinosa, who is pretty much the super smooth and suave, like heavy in like every TV show coming out nowadays. You definitely seen his work at some point. Yeah, so like as soon as you heard Faraday talk, like you kind of, I was like, oh, what, they got my man in here. Okay, okay. Like immediately, I just like, oh my god, that's Giancarlo. But yeah, and yeah, the Faraday, like he knocks everything he does, he knocks out the park. So Faraday was like a really good, uh, kind of typical though, but like a really good character, like down to the end. And so I I loved Rebecca. Like I loved that crazy ass girl, like from the jump. And I did kind of, it did flash in my mind for just a quick instant though of like, wow, how old is she? But I mean, honestly, what is she, like a year, maybe a year or two younger than David? Because I think David's 17 in this, and so and it's like, yeah, of course, like kids who have to grow up in Night City, like who, what do you think they would be like? And there's even kids in the game that like walk around with like the short shorts on and stuff like that, and it's like it's disturbing, and it's like that's the point. You know what I mean? And so, and I heard that like there was kind of pushback from CDPR with Studio Trigger, because they were, I guess, uncomfortable with Rebecca in the series. But to Studio Trigger's credit, they said no, we're keeping her in here. We're not altering a thing, because I think they get it too. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's the point of the game. Like, and plus in the city where everything is super, just super violent, hypersexual, the kids don't have a choice but to adopt to that lifestyle, to that culture. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the point of, like, you know Night City. Like, yeah, she's not the only kid that has to grow up like super fast. But even still, like, she was a really cool character. She was crazy in through the whole thing. And I even had a side of me where I was getting mad at David. I'm just like, man, David, come on, man. You fawning after Lucy, like, man, she's cool as hell, man. Shoot. But I don't know, she's crazy though. She is way crazy. What I hated about it, if I could say anything I hate it, it's just the constant like screen flashes that they do in here. I mean, it's not just the anime, it's the game too. Like, they do a lot of that, and it gets on my nerves. I'm not like sensitive to that or anything like that. Not yet, anyway, because there's like, I do get like they call them oral migraines in my eyes, which I have to like wear glasses and stuff like to kind of protect against. But yeah, that was, if I had a nitpick, it would be that, like, all them stupid screen flashes and all that stuff they do. Yeah, that gets on my nerves like really quick. But that's kind of it. That's like my only nitpick for this. I absolutely love this anime. Again, this might be the anime that gets me back into anime, because I haven't really watched a lot of anime in years now, and which is actually kind of wild, because that's all I used to watch at a certain point. But yeah, again, I love the world of cyberpunk. Like, and I think CDPR is going to use this to kind of like expand into other mediums. I mean, they're doing this with The Witcher too, and so yeah, man, hopefully there's another series that comes out with this. I can't wait for that, because they have the DLC coming for the game. The more comics are coming, and yeah, if they have another season of the anime, I can't wait. I am consuming all of this. Like I love it. Out of five, it's a five. Like straight up, hands down, straight fire, straight five. I loved it. Can't wait for more. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch this again. And just talking about all the cyberpunk, I can't wait to play the game. I think I'm gonna go play the game now. So you know how we always do this. We're just gonna kick it off with what happened during the week. I don't know what happened during the week. It was the week was pretty uneventful, right? Nothing happened. Nothing crazy happened this week. No, it's just I think we have the younger generation as far as like hip hop goes and hip hop fans, the younger generation trashing the older generation, trashing where they came from, the people that started it all. That's no different. That's pretty commonplace, among us, the African American population. Yeah, it's really sad. DJ academics, including one that is an absolute childhood favorite. So yeah, let's get into it. Again, my name is Alex Mack. I am the proprietor of Maniacal Books. I know if you listen to this, you probably don't know who that is, but he's not necessarily a YouTuber, but he's like a young or hip hop personality on the internet. He likes to stream and do all that stuff, and he's pretty young, so he's into all the good hip stuff that's going on in hip hop, all the like the 25 and under stuff that's happening out there. Yeah, he just straight up said all the OGs in the game, they just dusty. Just call them dusty. But I'm not like when I heard it, I wasn't surprised. I didn't get angry. I just kind of shrugged and said, yeah, that's pretty typical. That's pretty typical. Like and you never get that. So rock and roll, all the young up and comers that's still playing rock and roll. Like, I mean, hey, thank God for them. They're still at it. They're still playing music, but you never really hear them on like a wide platform. Just dumping all over like the Rolling Stones or AC/DC or Aerosmith or Blondie or anything like that. Generally it's just like, yeah, I grew up on them. They're kind of the reason I'm here. you know, it's kind of what got me into doing what I do for a living. It's the same with country. The same thing with country. Same thing with like, just name a genre, and for the most part, like most of the young people who are, doing it now or still coming up will be like, yeah, listen to them. Or yeah, my parents listened to them, and it totally got me into it. But not for hip hop, nah, because we are. I think I can say this. I think I can say this out loud on the internet because I think everybody else knows, honestly. Like there's no reason trying to like paint a prettier picture than what it really is. It's just we as black people, we don't respect each other. Like we have no respect for each other. We have no respect for like the elders. No respect for like back in the day, the founding fathers. The people who paved the way for us. Just don't care. We got no respect. We young, we hot, we popping. Don't care what you say. I mean, it's sad, but it's the truth. It's the truth. It's sad, but yeah, I mean, this who like God, I don't even know who like a young rock and roll band would be nowadays. But I can tell you what, like, Green Day never, like Billy Joel never did an interview when he was saying like, yeah, Sex Pistols, they're trash, they're dusty. You know what I mean? Oh, the Ramones, get out of here, those losers. Nah, nah, it's just us. It's just us. We have no respect for each other. It's sad. Oh God, it's sad, but it is what it is, bro. Because I want to hear. I don't listen to country, but I don't know, like Kenny Chesney or something. Just rail on about, I don't know, some older, like Johnny Cash. Yeah, I want to hear. You don't hear that though. You do not hear that. It's with respect, it's with reverence, and with acknowledgement that they walked so we can run, basically. Even if they have like some like tiff or something like that only they know about, like, I don't know, somebody slept with somebody's groupie or ex girlfriend or something like that. It would be totally behind the scenes, and in public they'd be like, yeah, no, yeah, I listen to this stuff. He's a great guy. You know, yeah, no, definitely. They're a pioneer. Just grew up on them. Hip hop, nah, nah. Oh, what? Uh, MC Cool Herc, Bama Dusty. What's it? Fab Freddy. Bama's out of here. Nobody care about him. It's, it's just us. It's how we are. It's totally how we are. And it's like everybody's kind of woke up to the fact, or I don't think woke up. I think everybody kind of knew already. Black people don't generally respect each other. That's why they can get us to turn on each other like a drop of a hat. If you noticed. Yeah, that was that. What else? I don't know. What else happened? Uh, there's a certain head coach that's under some fire right now. A certain head coach in Boston. And okay, look, this he messed up. He messed it up so bad. It's we as men have to we got to take a hit. Like we seriously got to take a hit for that. I mean, how do you you cheat on Nia Long? I got to marinate in that, you know. But hey, Jay-Z cheated on Beyonce, so and that old parable kind of rings true. One man's princess is another man's pain in the ass. It's just you could have Beyonce meets Megan Good meets Sofia Vergara, like a combination of all three of those absolute dimes, and yeah, there'd be some guy like, God, pain in the ass. Yeah, I don't care. But I mean, even still, we as men got to take a hit because the way he did it, though, like it was almost vindictive, though. Like, good lord, like apparently they the person who had the relationship with, she even scheduled to move like his situation, his family situation, even though they weren't married or whatever. That's another black thing too, by the way. Be together for like 20 years and you know. Yeah, I guess we'll do it. Yeah, come on, woman, come on, woman. Tired or not, I guess you ain't going nowhere. I guess so. Yeah, let's do it. But yeah, no, it's God. That's just uh, yeah. We gotta take a hit as a collective. Mm. And he knew about it. He knew that it was going to be exposed like back earlier in the summer, and he still let Nia Long like move down to Boston. It's just, it's just. I mean, I can only shake my head, but I'm not going to sit here and like with my nose in the air and acting like I do better. I don't know. You never know until you're in a situation. I think I would. I think I would, honestly, but I don't know. But God, if I was ever in a situation where like, oh yeah, Nia Long, oh God, her again. Oh my God, I don't know. I'm so poor and just broke down. I can't even imagine it. Like I'm here. I'm playing hurt this week, Coach. I'm playing hurt. I gotta, I don't know, either sprain my wrist or I don't know, maybe it's carpal tunnel. I don't know. It's just as sore as a mug. I had to order one of those wrist braces from Amazon today. It's been like that for a couple of days. I'm broke down. I'm just broken down. But yeah. That was that. It's just bad. It's all kind of speculation too. I don't. The thing is, now this there is an investigation going on, apparently, and Ime Adoka's name is being drugged all out there. But for some reason, the woman's name is nowhere to be found. Only Adoka is getting reprimanded or punished for this. But the thing is they keep saying a consensual situation, a consensual relationship, and it's like so why is only Udoka getting like his name drug out there? Which if you just putting the tea leaves together, he had a thing going with some president or I don't know, his wife or something like that. You know, because she is totally protected. She is protected. Like they even throwing other people have been thrown out there. You know, in order to protect her. It's just like it takes two to tango. People like yeah, and yeah, Udoka is like I don't know, he's just a trash human being. Like there's some people, I hate that. God, I hate that. Like, come on, man. Look, I am very unattractive. I am pudgy. I am broke. I have no advantages in life, pretty much whatsoever. And you get this guy. I mean, he's tall. He's good looking. He can play ball. Has a baby by Nia Long, and still he throws it away. I don't get it. I don't get it. But still, it takes two to tango, though. Like, yeah, why is only his name being thrown out there? It's, uh, I don't know. The whole thing is just it's annoyingly funny, and I'm into it. It's like I'm just trying to find out who is it, who was it, who is she, who's the mystery woman. Honestly, I just want to see if she's white. I will put money on this some like mildly attractive white chick. That's what I'm going with. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Nothing here than that. No there. Because oh yeah, by the way, Brett Favre is stealing welfare money from poor people in Mississippi. But nobody wants to talk about that. We didn't right past that. We just gonna talk about Adoka. But yo, Brett Favre, yeah, no, yeah, he's straight up stealing from the poorest. One of the richest people in the country, stealing from the poorest. We're not gonna talk about that though. We're gonna sweep that right under the rug. Just sweep that up. Nope, clean it up. We're good. We're not even gonna touch that. I think we talked about it for like 3 days and then nope, okay, we need something else. Udoka. There you go. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Like, I mean, it's not that hard to believe. Brett Favre is a kind of an unapologetic MAGA person. So you know how you feel about I'm pretty sure black people. Like he's a rich, entitled white male from Mississippi. I mean, and he voted for Trump. Say no more. Yeah, I mean, we kind of know. He ain't even got to say it. He ain't even got to say it. It's we know. So stealing from the poorest people in Mississippi, which I mean, a good deal of them most likely are African American. Yeah, he knew it was dirty and did it anyway. But and I kind of agree with Shannon Sharp. Ain't nothing really gonna happen to him. I'd be shocked. I'd genuinely be shocked if he gets like some jail time or something like that. 'Cause let's be honest, what this is what we do here. You know, the rich and entitled get away with everything, and they find ways to break the rules or like skirt the rules. But come on, we all know what the deal is. Oh yeah, and on top of that, the owner of the Suns, what's his name, Robert Sarver. Yeah, he has to sell the team. Apparently, he's a racist, sexist douche, and has been so for decades. But now, all of a sudden, you know, we he has to sell the team. You know, he's everyone's giving him the stern looks and wagging the finger at him. So you know, he has to go. Okay, all right, I guess I made a boo boo. Yeah, this whole country's a sham. But hey, let's get right back onto it. I can start off with my commanders. The commanders, hey. Little Timmy and them got their ass kicked. Yeah, this team looked bad once again. They just look unprepared, you know. And it's primarily the offense. The offense just was bad. They just Carson Wentz got sacked 9 times, I believe, in the first quarter, in the first half, all in the first half. Again, it's kind of the same thing with the Detroit game. Man, they just do not look like a prepared team coming out there, and they have to kind of readjust at halftime. You know, they come out and just look like a competent NFL team. But yeah, and especially against Jalen Hurts, like the Eagles can score. They can put up numbers. They are 3-0 at this point. And Hurts had 340 yards, 3 touchdowns. Like, yeah, he is going to be a pain in the neck for like the entire league, but really the NFC East for the next years to come because he is too good and he's just getting started too. Uh, my lord, it's yeah. Eagles won 24-8. My Commanders 1-2. Eagles are 3-0. Speaking of the East, so yeah, it's Monday night. So I just saw the G-men, the New York Giants, lose against the Cowgirls, and man, it was really good to see Zeke have that big run. Because even I can say I am not a Cowboys fan, but I was a fan of Dak and Zeke when they came into the league. Yeah, most definitely. I was a fan of theirs, and yeah, Dak is he is serviceable when he's healthy, but you know what? No, I'm gonna say he was hurt. I think he was hurt. You know, pretty much that whole Bucks game because yeah, he looked really bad, and Cooper Rush. You know, he's doing his thing. I know old Jerry, old Jerry, he's actually calling for quarterback controversy. He'd never like Dak. I think it's pretty pretty clear he never liked Dak. But yeah, they were Dallas won 23-16. It was a good. It reminded me of like a good old school NFC East like battle. You know, it was a really low scoring game. It was a lot of defense. Old Dougie Dimes. He was running for his life like the entire game. I was talking about Carson Wentz getting sacked like 9 times. How many times did old Daniel Jones, old Danny Dimes? It seemed like every play he was running for his life back there. So, yeah, let's see. Old Cooper Rush, 215 with 1 touchdown, no picks. So he looked pretty solid though. He's a solid like backup. Yep, and my man Zeke had 73 yards, 15 carries, and a touchdown. Yeah, I really loved that touchdown run he had. It was shades of old 2016 Zeke. I think it was 2016, 2016, 2017, sometime then. And yeah, there's a lot of talk about Michael Parsons. Like there was a lot of talk about him, and he's a baller. Dude is a baller. They're calling him LT already. I mean, whoa on that. You know what I'm saying he had like 1 tackle. Did he have any tackle? I don't think he had any sacks today. Yeah, no, he didn't have no tackles for losses, no sacks. But yeah, he was causing havoc. Him and Demarcus Lawrence, who is a beast. Demarcus Lawrence had a game. He had three sacks, 3 tackles for loss. Yeah, yeah. Demarcus Lawrence is a problem. And and Saquon looked good too. Like yeah, I really liked Saquon looked good. And I'm not a Giants fan at all. I am not a fan of the G-men, but yeah, it was good to see him out there and running pretty good. I don't think he had a. Did he have a touchdown today? Yeah, he did. He had a touchdown. Oh, 81 yards and 14 carries and a touchdown. Yeah, he did. How'd I forget that? No, he did have a touchdown. It was like a 16-yard run for a touchdown. That was really good to see. So yeah, that was Monday night. That was pretty cool. What was the other good one? Wait, who was our Sunday night game? Did I watch Sunday night? I think I did. Yeah, it was San Fran and Denver. That was a good defensive battle. I think I tapped out. I think I tapped out after a while. But yeah, it was pretty good defensive battle. I had Jimmy G, reclaiming his spot. Coming back out there, slinging old pigskin for the Niners. And a decent game, 211 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, 18 for 29. Yeah, that was pretty good. Debo. Yeah, Debo is like, man, if you talking about a Swiss Army knife for a football player, that dude does everything. He had a pretty decent game. I think he had a touchdown, but he had 5 catches, 73 yards. Yep, that's good. Kittle had 4 catches for 28. And they got my boy, old Kyle Juszczyk. Used to play for the Ravens for years. He only had 1 touch, 24 yards. Who scored the touchdown? Somebody scored a touchdown. Brandon Ayuk. Uh, okay, don't even know who that guy is, but yeah, I don't know what is going on with the Broncos though. What is going on? Russell Wilson, he just doesn't look comfortable. You know, God, he only had 184 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. 20 for 33. Yeah, I don't. He just like the offense just looks lifeless. And even on the other like primetime game they had, like the opener against Seattle. Yeah, the offense they just look hitchy. Just could not move the ball like at all. And Melvin Gordon had the only touchdown that game. Like, yeah, 26 yards and 12 carries. But yeah, I mean, it was going back and forth. But I don't know. It was just I tapped out. I think I started playing 2K. Like, yeah, okay, I've seen enough. Yeah, and we had the Clash of the Legends, actually, Clash of the Titans. We had Titans. Well, not the Tennessee Titans, but Aaron Rodgers and the Packers going down to Tampa to see old Goat Brady and the Bucks. And yeah, well, actually, I could have called that. Tampa Bay lost. They don't really have any receivers. the one receiver, the one excellent receiver they had, got suspended from fighting against the Saints, and so yeah, old Goat Brady only had to make it up as he go. But even still, the one thing, like, I have conceded and said, yeah, nah, no, Tom Brady is definitely the GOAT. He almost came back again. he almost he almost came back again. They just couldn't. If they got the 2 point conversion, it probably would have been a different story. He came back under a minute left in the fourth quarter. Here come old Tom Brady, old TB12. There you go. Marched right down the field, threw a touchdown, and they just needed, and brought him back up. So within 14-13, they just, I mean, 14-12, but they just needed, if they'd have kicked a field goal, it would have been 14-13, but they needed 2 points to tie it, and just couldn't convert the 2 points. But man, you cannot, like, the guy is 45 years old. Ugh. Yeah, that's the GOAT. Old GOAT Brady had a 271 with one touchdown, which is kind of pedestrian for Tom Brady, though. Like, that's a really good game for any other quarterback, but for Tom Brady, it's like, I kind of expect, like, 320, 335, like 3 touchdowns, no picks, something like that. But nah, no, they fell to the Packers. Old Peyote Rogers. No, what was it ayahuasca or whatever he likes to drink out there in the desert and trip out? You yeah, no, he was good. 255, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Yeah, had old Randall Cobb still holding it down out in Green Bay. He only had 2 catches for 57 though. But yeah, no, that was a surprise. Not really. See, I'm saying it's a surprise. It's not really, because that they have injuries on the O line. The Bucks do, and Mike Evans was suspended. That was probably like the missing piece, to get them over the hump. But yeah, those were kind of like the games. Was there another good one? I guess Kirk Cousins led the Vikings over the Lions. Well, the Lions look all right this year. They actually look pretty good. Jared Goff with a 277 with a touchdown and a pick. But they look pretty good. They can put up some numbers though. But yeah, old Kirk Cousins, old Kinfolk Cousins, had a decent one. 260, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 24 out of 41 attempts. Dalvin Cook went off with 96 yards, 17 catches with a touchdown. Yeah, it's a decent game. But okay, I think that's enough of that. So I am going to run a quick ad, and when I get back, we are going to get into our reviews, and I will see you on the other side of the break. The fantasy novel pick that I have this week, which is kind of a pleasant surprise for me. Came in contact with this. I was looking for black authors, fantasy authors that I can get into, and this was kind of at the top of the list. And I've been I've been looking out for her work like ever since I read this. I read this back in like 2016 actually too. So a lot of this I'm trying to like go from memory. I had to kind of research this a bit too because it has been a while, and a lot of things have happened since 2016. But I think I'm ready to dive into this one here. The 100,000 Kingdoms by N.K. Jemisin was published back in 2010. Wow, way back in 2010 by Orbit Books. This is the first book of the Inheritance trilogy, which I haven't read. I've only read this one so far, but I definitely want to get into the other two novels to kind of round it out. I haven't read this since 2016, so yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go through this again just to kind of like refresh and get immersed into the series, and then I'll check it out. All right, so what is the Thousand Kingdoms about? So this is starting with a young woman named Yena, Yeni. I had to go to the audio book to really find out how to say this because I think I got to figure out already. Yena. No, Yena. I think it's Yena. Right. So yeah. So her name is Yena. I had to go to Audible just to like double check and see. That's okay. That's how you say it. Okay, Yena. All right. Her full name is. Now get this. It's Yena Dao Shi Kinet Tai Wer Somim Jana Dare. Yeah, that's her full name. That's crazy. Just to give you a taste of like N.K. Jemisin's kind of writing style and her imagination, she kind of operates on a different level than a lot of people, and like you can tell in her writing too that this world is very kind of expansive, and if you're into that sort of thing, or if you're into this world and these characters, it's going to help you out when you're going through it. So about Yena. So she is part of the Dare tribe or people, I guess you can say. And so her mother just mysteriously kind of dies. And so she kind of finds out like through the death of her mother. So she might have a direct connection with the emperor of like the most powerful kingdom or people in this world. Suddenly an invitation comes and she's like whisked off to the most powerful or popular city in here, which is a place called Sky, which is like supposedly it sits high above the clouds or something like that. Like she writes it in a way that I actually love, where it's just so fantastical and kind of like out there and imaginative that it really did kind of pull me in. That was kind of like my favorite aspects of it. So yeah, she's in the city of Sky, and she has to navigate through this really kind of Game of Thrones level of like intrigue and like dignitaries and plots for the throne and things of that nature, which I wasn't expecting it to be kind of like that deep into it, but yeah, it starts that whole kind of thing, and it gets really interesting at that point. So okay, a little bit more of the backstory on Yena. So she has been ostracized from the kingdom because her mom fell in love with her mom, who's an Amari. That's the people. The Amari people are the ruling class, I guess you could say. And so her mom like fell in love with a Dare person who's like I guess they're more like the common people or the common tribe or whatever. Her mom's people, the Aramari people, kind of looked down on that, and so like just abdicated herself from the throne, and so she has no connection with the Amari people or the people, the ruling class family that she has. Her being or going to that the Amari people and that kingdom is kind of like she's like our window, the audience's window into that world and that whole setting, because she has no contact with them, and so she has no idea what's going on or who they are or what like all the machinations or whatever that goes on day to day in that city, and so that kind of helps make it like a very intriguing too. Okay, so what I like about this, again, it's a very kind of Game of Thrones esque kind of plot that's going on here. When she gets to the city, it's a lot of people like vying and making like political moves and stuff, for the throne or to get closer to the throne. And since Yena seemingly has like a direct connection to the emperor, or the ruling family there, it pulls her. She's inadvertently pulled into a lot of like plots and schemes, and so she has to kind of like watch her back and watch her associations and things like that. Yeah, the second thing I really kind of dig about it is having this kind of high fantasy plot being written and told through, so a different point of view. These kind of stories are typically kind of told from like a male perspective or a male point of view, and having N.K. Jemisin kind of write this from a completely different perspective on things was pretty cool. Like I really like that aspect of it. With that being said, though, it is half chicklet. So if you're not into that kind of thing, I would still say give it a chance, because I gave it a chance, and the chicklet aspect of it was okay. It wasn't like the worst thing. Actually, helped me kind of get into this a little bit more. And okay, so with the kind of like chicklet aspect to it, there are deities in here. They're like gods that have been enslaved under like the Aramari people. God, blah. But yeah, so they've been enslaved under the Aramari people, and they're at the bidding of those people. And since Yena is part Aramari, so she kind of has like a claim to that aspect of it too. So there, of course, so one of the enslaved gods is like this super sexy, super mysterious, super tall, dark, and mysterious, like guy named Nahato. Nahato, is that his name? Nahato or something like that. I forgot to write it down, but actually, I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna read an excerpt from the book. Yeah, so I'm gonna read an excerpt of the book, just as like a little taste of like how N.K. Jemisin is writing this. No, just to see just a little bit of the edge that she's adding to the story. It's Then I kissed him and filled that kiss with all the promise I could muster. But some of that surprise that passed between us was mine, for his mouth was soft despite its hard lines. Underneath that, I could taste hot spices and warm ocean breezes. He made my mouth water and my whole body ache. For the first time, I understood why Nahadoth, that's his name, loved him. And by the way his mouth hung open when I pulled back, I think he felt the same. It's spicy. It was just spicy. Yeah, and I almost forgot. On top of that, I remember reading this. There was another kind of love scene in here, because this is a family channel, so I'm gonna try to keep it as PG as possible, But there was another love scene in this where she was, making love to one of those deities, probably the same deity I was reading the excerpt from, and she had this wild line here, like you say, "Oh, he filled me completely in a way that I'd never been filled before," or something crazy like that. And I was just like, "Oh, okay, all right, so this is what y'all be reading, huh? This the kind of stuff y'all females be reading. All right, okay. I can't compete with that. Like you got it, bro. Shoot. Yeah. So yeah, and it kind of helped open my eyes. This was one of the first books that kind of helped me, break out of like my tiny little like genre books box that I was in for years, like for decades, and I started actively looking for other books by like female authors, or just from just authors I wouldn't typically like go to read. And yeah, it's same with this book. I've been pleasantly surprised with a couple of other ones that I've picked up and started reading, and I'll probably do a review on some of those as well. But yeah, it was pretty good. This was the book that I kind of picked up and started reading, and I was just like, okay, yeah, I definitely am going to check out other like female fantasy books, or books from like other kind of female or just other authors from genres that I definitely would not have like picked before. Okay, so what I don't like about the book, or just what I just didn't jive with in the book. I mean, it kind of meanders a bit here and there. Kind of feel like a jerk for like saying that, because with a lot of fantasy, like with a lot of like high fantasy too, you kind of have to do some exposition dumps here and there. You know, if you want to properly set up the world, the background, the characters, and the kind of like move it forward, we kind of have to know like, okay, where are we? Who are these people? What's happening? Like here in this moment, I recognize that and I understand that, but this one kind of, it does kind of go into like info dump, you know, from here and there. It's not all the time. It's not throughout the book. It's just here and there, and I totally get it. I understand. I kind of sympathize with it though. But all right, come on, you know, all right, come on, let's go. I'm here. I'm with you. I'm getting it. Let's kind of go. The other thing would be there were no kind of likable characters to me in this. Like everybody, and I sympathize with Yena. I actually do sympathize with her, honestly. But there's just there's just no characters that I kind of gelled with. I guess there was nobody that I was kind of like on their side with. You know, even though again I sympathize with Yena, she's thrown into this thing, but it's not like she comes out of it like the better person. She kind of just, the way I read it, she kind of just adapted and started like going with like how everything was, especially like with the slaves. I think now, okay, this is the first book of the trilogy, so maybe like with the enslaved deities in here, maybe she's going to try to work with them or work towards them. But in the book, she kind of started playing the game, basically started pitting them with other characters and stuff. And so I was just like, yeah, okay, that's redeeming characters that's to me. But again, it's the first novel in the trilogy. So I'm going to kind of take that back until I finish the other two books. I really like the book. I am going to start reading her other ones too. So I can't wait to get into When Is Black Future Month, and also The Cities We Became, and also she has a comic book series that I am going to review next week called Far Sector. It came out, I think, back in 2020. I think it's like a very contained run on DC Comics. It's dealing with a character that's a Green Lantern, and it was actually really, really damn good. I am definitely going to review that. She was the writer for that run on DC Comics. But yeah, okay. So for the score of this one, you know, I like the book. I think I could give it a 3 out of 5. I like it. I would recommend it. If you're into fantasy at all, or if you're looking for like black fantasy, or you know, black authors who are writing fantasy, I definitely would like recommend it. I kind of feel like a jerk for giving it a 3, but I will say this is the first book. I am definitely going to read the other two in the trilogy, and it probably would, and I think I will kind of revisit this. I probably will like the book probably a little bit more after reading the other two. But yeah, but I mean, yeah, I feel comfortable giving it a 3 out of 5. She's one of my favorite authors though, by the way. So I don't know, I feel like a jerk, but I don't know, 3 out of 5 seems fair. The Legend of Vox Machina is a 12-episode animated fantasy series currently streaming on Amazon Prime. It's a show about a band of dysfunctional characters going on adventures with that, and they eventually get tasked with slaying an encroaching evil that threatens the lands, and you know, winds up getting into a bunch of different like wacky and kind of risque adventures along the way. So first off, this is based off of characters from Critical Role. So I had not heard of Critical Role before this show, and so it was pretty interesting, kind of like just researching them and you know, diving into who they are. And there's actually So apparently, this Critical Role was started by a bunch of like voice actors or just actors like in Hollywood that had a D&D game that was going on for like years, and I think the Critical Role thing started back in 2012, but it's probably been going on with them between them for years, and so they were able to take that game and like post it up on, like they have a podcast on it, and they have like they put the podcast on YouTube, and so you can kind of watch them go through their adventures, and you can like listen to their campaigns on podcasts. Kind of respect the hell out of it. Yeah, and so like researching who they are, there was a couple of names that stood out to me, that just jumped out to me. And if you play video games, that like you'll recognize these names too. Laura Bailey and Ashley Johnson. Who Ashley Johnson probably like really famous for voicing Ellie in the first Last of Us game, and Laura Bailey is famous for being in every damn thing. She's been in every video game and had a part in every cartoon that's been out in the past like 10, 15 years, it seems like. Of course, they were able to like, pretty much get this off the ground because they are actors and, they have connects in the industry, of course. Like, that, I believe all of it's based in LA, so I'm pretty sure it's pretty easy for them to kind of get this thing off the ground. But so in the actual show though, they have like a bunch of like special guest voices who just come in just to play like a bit part for like an episode or two, and it's really cool like who they dragged in here. You probably will recognize like a bunch of names when I read them off if you're into like movies, TV shows, and all that. People who have voices in here is Stephen Root, Gina Torres, Kelly Hu, Dominic Monaghan, Tony Hale, Cree Summer, my girl, Logic. Yes, the rapper, the rapper Logic had a voice in here. He was voicing like a random guard or something like that. And David Tennant played General Krieg. You cannot like not hear his voice and like that's wait, hold on, that's David Tennant, isn't it? Because he does his Scottish accent, and his Scottish accent is just legendary. He's doing Scrooge McDuck and DuckTales now, but before all that, he's my second favorite Doctor Who character. I think if you listened or watched last week, you probably know who my favorite Doctor Who character is. Yeah, Matt Smith. I love Matt Smith. Like my absolute favorite Doctor Who character. Hold on. I'm getting a migraine. I gotta put my gimmicks on. Well, not a migraine. I'm getting flashes or whatever. Yeah. Okay, and so all the guys in Critical Role. So these characters are based off of the campaign that they've been doing in their D&D game. So all of those guys are voicing, because they're voice actors, right? So I mean, duh, But so all of them are kind of voicing the characters here in the show. And so okay, so all right, let's get back into like the show actually. And so this has been going on since 2012 apparently, like their game or their campaign. I kind of couldn't tell because I was able to jump right into the show, just follow the characters from I guess this point on. Yeah, I'm not sure if the show is the very first campaign that they've played out already, and so they're just turning that into like an animated series and they're going from there, or if this is a campaign that they're just kind of doing for the show. I would imagine that it's probably based on the campaigns that they're already doing, and so they're just kind of transferring it over into like the animated show or into like a different medium. But all right, so who are these? Who is Vox Machina? They are pretty much a typical fantasy characters. There is Kayleith, who is the elf with the elf with the antlers and the staff. Percival Derola, he's kind of like a regular human kind of gunslinger. He's the guy on the end with the glasses and the pea shooter over there. Pike Trickfoot is a healer. The one kind of on the end here. She's kind of like the little person with the blonde hair. She's the healer. She used like healing magic or like white magic. Scanlan Shortholt, he's the bard here, like right at the front with the lute. He got that character. Um, Grog is the giant tank of a character. You know, you see him with the battle axe here. He kind of reminds me of Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy in a lot of ways. Like he's like a shade of green. He's got the body markings, like the face paint, and he's kind of like this very kind of flat and like non-ironic humor, with him. Yeah, and the way he delivers it too, like the way his voice actor delivers it is very kind of like deadpan and kind of flat, and it's just everything reminds me of Drax, honestly. And then on the opposite end here are two elf siblings who are Vaxildon and Vaxalia. So yeah, so what do I like about it? The animation is pretty good. It's really smooth. It's you can tell Amazon put a lot of production into this. They didn't skim on anything. Like yeah, it's everything kind of like pops off of the screen, like the the body parts and animation and stuff like that is appropriately gruesome. On that note, this is a very adult show. This is like a very, very kind of adult show. Yeah, put the kiddies to bed before watching this. There's blood and there's boobs, so just forewarned. You've been warned. And the story is really good. Actually, I got really into it. It started off as kind of like a kind of an intro thing, and they battle. I mean, they battle a dragon in here first off, but it's very much like the kickoff to kind of show like the characters, like what their powers are, and that to kind of build up like what kind of banter they have between each other. It was a really good kickoff, and then from there you kind of like they get ushered off into like what the true story is, or the true adventure that they get kind of enrolled into from the emperor, I guess you can call him in here. So I just kind of watched this because it looked like a fantasy show, and I was looking for like something fantasy to kind of watch in the review. Had not heard about Critical Role at all. Didn't know it was like an actual D&D game, but like just watching the show, I was just sitting there like, man, this guy has the feel of like a bunch of like bros kind of sitting around like doing like a D&D adventure, and like just to find out like that's exactly what this is was a trip. It was like, oh. I, it just kind of read like that to me, or just kind of played out like a D&D kind of adventure to me. And I think it was more like the kind of crass and juvenile humor and jokes and stuff like that. It's just kind of like, this kind of feels like a bunch of like just dudes, playing a game, kicking back a couple as they like go through their D&D read for the week or for the month or whatever, you know what I mean? What I don't like about it, well, okay, as I was just mentioning, like the humor in it, and it's, I don't know, man. It was so juvenile and just really kind of crass, It was, and I'm not a prude guy. I'm not just like, oh God, or nothing like that, It's just, it was just. I don't know, man. It's just that was the one aspect that kind of didn't like gel with me for some reason. It seemed so like high schoolish. I think I'm just because I'm getting old. I think, but I don't. It was just one of the things. It was just like, okay, we can probably do without that. But it was mainly probably because of the Scanlan guy, that the dude in the front with the loot. Like oh my God, like that guy was. He was just annoying. He was really annoying. I could have done without that character in the show, honestly. And I don't know. So like this is like a whole fan base behind this. So he's probably like the most famous or popular character in the whole like Critical Role thing. I don't know, but it was just for me. God, like this guy. But he was funny. There was some parts of it where I was like, okay, that was pretty funny. That was kind of pretty funny. But for the overall, it was just like this guy. Oh my Lord. And the only other thing was like Pike, the healer in this. She was basically like the get out of death free card. Like at the beginning, it was just kind of like, okay, does she have a limit? Because like somebody could be mortally wounded, and she'd be like, okay, don't worry, I got it. Yeah, okay, I got this. Don't worry about it. And it's like, wow, really? So it's just she could just bring anybody back. She could heal anything, apparently. I did think it was pretty cool because they did address that at a certain point in the show where she couldn't do her powers anymore, and so there was a point where the crew had to go on this kind of other adventure, and she kind of held back and was just like, you know what, I'm not going to be able to contribute anything if I don't figure out why like my powers aren't working anymore. And so we kind of trailed off onto her own kind of like side story, and it was pretty cool. It was all right. It didn't really explain where her powers came from, or maybe I missed it. I could have missed it, But yeah, I don't. It still didn't kind of explain why she is kind of like God mode. She's like walking God mode. I was like watching a couple of videos just kind of like getting ready for the review, and yeah, I'm going to subscribe to the pod, and I'm going to start watching their video clip notes. Hopefully they have the clip notes, but no, I'm happy I kind of stumbled onto the Critical Role part. Rating, yeah, this is a 4 out of 5 from like Critical Role on the way to work and things like that. And Willow is a fantasy adventure that came out back in 1988. It is starring Warwick Davis and Val Kilmer, and it is directed by Ron Howard, actually. I had no clue until like researching that. So this is one of my absolute favorite movies. This is one of the movies that I saw when I was a kid, and it kind of made me fall in love with the genre. Because I remember just seeing this and seeing like how kind of new and different and weird it was from anything else I had seen. Up until that point, I think I was like, I want to say like 8 or 9 or something like that. But yeah, I remember seeing this, and I was intrigued by it, and I started looking for, okay, what else can I watch that's like like this, like that probably is the point where I found out that I really like fantasy. Okay, so what is Willow about? So there is a prophesized baby that is dropped off in a village of little people that is discovered by Willow, played by Ward Davis, who is a husband and a father in the village. So in discovering the baby, a bunch of kind of mutant dogs kind of attack the village, and they put two and two together and kind of figure out that they got to get rid of the baby. He is he then embarks on a dangerous adventure because the evil queen is sending out people and creatures to kind of look for the baby, find a way to get the baby to safety. And while avoiding the queen and her army. So yeah, what I like about this, very much Ward Davis. I really enjoy his performance in this, and he's a fantastic actor. Anyway, he's played in a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, no. So Ward Davis is definitely my favorite part of this movie, or one of the things I love about the movie. He's a fantastic actor. He's had a lot of parts, just like bit parts in movies, playing characters, playing a lot of like sci-fi and fantasy type of characters where you can be like a little person or like a person dressed up in a costume or something like that. And he is the guy who plays the leprechaun in all those like crazy leprechaun horror movies from the 90s. Guilty pleasure, I'll admit it. Okay, at least the first two. But Leprechaun in the Hood, yeah. Yeah, that's all me. But Ward Davis is really good in this too, and he's acting his ass off in this too. You could tell he's giving it his all, and he definitely shines in this. And so they're doing a series on Disney Plus, which is going to come out in like a couple of months now. Actually, I think like around November 30th, I believe they said. I did a reaction to that. The announced trailer that they did back on like Disney Day. Yeah, so, I mean the video's up on YouTube at some point, or it will be. But so yeah, Ward Davis in this is really good. The story is pretty. It's a pretty cool story. There's a lot of like really kind of fantastical magic and stuff like that, and yeah, everything kind of blends together. And there's a couple of actors in here that once watching it again because I hadn't seen this movie. Oh man, I haven't seen this movie probably since, oh, 90 something, maybe 80 something. Like it's probably been that long, but like it's struck a chord with me so much. Like a lot of it kind of stayed in my head all this time. I had no idea there was a couple of actors in here. Kevin Pollak, who is in here, so he plays he's like a fairy or something like that. And I had no idea. So I'm watching the movie and I'm sitting there like, wait, is that? No. Oh my God, that's Kevin Pollak. I had no idea he was in this. And it was really awesome to see him like in this and playing that role. It's crazy. Like, and I mean, if you go back long enough into any like actor's, resume, you'll see them in like stuff that you probably had seen, but you forgot they were in that. Like, wait, he was in that? Like, no way. How did I not see that before? So, and like, I did not know Tony Cox is in this as well. I had no idea until watching it again. And it was another one that was like, wait a minute, is that? No, oh, that's the guy. That's my man. So I think most people will remember him from Bad Santa. Yeah, a lot of people will remember him from Bad Santa, and yeah, he was incredible in Bad Santa. Like that's a really good movie. That's one of the things you watch like every Christmas, right? But for me, his favorite role personally for me will always be in Friday, Mr. Parker. When Mr. Parker like showed up, where when Bernie Mac was in there with Miss Parker, hey Miss Parker, and he like shows up. Oh, yeah. God, I love that movie. That Friday's another like all time favorite of mine too. I love that movie. I watch that at least once a year. At least once a year. Yeah, and Val Kilmer is in this too. Like this is kind of Val Kilmer's movie actually. Once he kind of shows up in it, he kind of takes the reins and yeah, it's his movie pretty much. He's so like charismatic, he's so likable, and he's swashbuckling, he's like all of that, like the sword play, all of that. He's such a likable and believable character in this world as like kind of, I don't know, kind of like what do you call those, a vagabond? He's kind of a vagabond in this, and he plays it to the T. This is one of the first movies I remember seeing him in, and so this was that movie whenever I see him, like, after that, I'm like, oh yes, the guy from Willow. I was a kid when it came out, so I didn't know movies all that much. I'm so happy he got over his kind of his health issues, and hopefully, he'll get well enough to where he can start acting again. One of my favorite actors, like absolutely one of my favorite actors, Tombstone, which is another absolute favorite of mine. Doc Holliday, come on, like yeah, I love Val Kilmer, and I'm really happy he got over his health issues. I can't wait for him to like start getting well enough to act again. Yeah, man, Val Kilmer and Tombstone, like I'm your Huckleberry. Well, John Ringo, you look like somebody just walked over your grave. Love that movie. God, I love that movie. All right, I'm getting off track. Where am I? All right. I actually really love this movie. There's not that much I don't like, honestly. If I can nitpick one thing, it would probably be so in the beginning of the movie where the dogs come into the village where Willow is, and the dogs are kind of like going through the village. They're like terrorizing everything and tearing everything up. And so the dogs are they're dogs. They're like actual dogs in the movie, but they put like these costumes on them to make them look like some like creatures or whatever. And you could totally tell like when one of the dogs is running, and it's a quick cut. Like I think because Ron Howard is an excellent director, and I think he saw this, and so it was like a quick cut, right? You could totally see like one of the rubber suits just like kind of like bouncing along as the dog was running. It's just a chuckle. Like I can't even really like. I'm just nitpicking because there's nothing I really don't like about this movie. Honestly, I love it. Since it's been on the Disney Plus app, yeah, I watched this. A couple of times. Like, yeah, my rating. Come on, you know what it's going to be. 5 out of 5. Excellent. Yeah, nostalgia glasses, of course. Yes. I don't care. and I don't care. No, yeah, I absolutely love this. Yeah, I can't wait for the new series to come out on Disney Plus. I'm going to be right there, and especially since Warwick Davis is going to be in the new series, man. So yeah, Willow, 1988. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is Monday, October 4th, and it is time for another Maniacal Weekly. This is Alex Mack coming to you live from the Maniacal Tavern. I don't know why. That's not a real place. I just made that up right on the spot. But hey, thank you for joining me, checking me out, clicking on the podcast. So yeah, let's go ahead and get it started. As always. Oh, and I got some announcements to make for this one. We're expanding, actually. No, so of course, you can catch us on Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, Radio Republic, Audible, Amazon Music. Right, but everywhere you can catch a podcast these days, actually. But also on top of that, we are expanding. You can catch us on iHeartRadio starting this week. Yeah, which is actually really cool. I used to, about 6-7 years ago, I used to constantly listen to that app. And yeah, so now you can hear my raspy, exhausted voice on there as well. And yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. So yeah, you can now check us, add that one to the list too. So yeah, as always, and stop by the YouTube channel as well. Stop by, subscribe, like some videos, and support the channel. I really appreciate that. And yeah, let's get it going. So this week, we started out doing horror, and then we went on to sci-fi. We did some cyberpunk, right? And so last week it was fantasy week. So I did a bunch of fantasy stuff. And so now I am finally going to introduce another element to what I'm going to be talking about and reviewing on the pod, and that is some old comic books. Yes, I'm going to be reviewing some funny books that I come across here and there that I think is pretty cool, and I think that you would like to check out as well. Two of them this week. So we're going to talk about. Well, yeah. So this week we're going to talk about Far Sector, which is a pretty cool comic that's written by N.K. Jemisin, and Nita Hawes' Nightmare Blog, which is probably my favorite book that's out right now. And yeah, so we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that, all that good stuff in a little bit. So yeah, let's go ahead and kick it off, and let's get to the blab part of it. And yes, and this is October 4th, as I said. This is the first week of October, and I cannot be more excited because of Freak Month. This is like the freaky horror scary month. I love October. Has always been pretty special to me for a couple reasons, actually. For the first reason is it's my mom's birthday is on the first of the month. Like she kicks off the month, so of course, happy birthday, mother. Yeah, and that's always, and I never know what to get her either. It's always yeah, she has everything. Honestly, it's every year I kind of run into a dilemma of like, okay, what do I get her? I know what I would like to get her. What I would like to do is, I don't know, like a weekend in Italy, or a dinner in Paris at a nice restaurant. You gotta wear a suit jacket and your church shoes, and you gotta flip the maitre d', go garçon. He comes and he flips the little white cloth, and you gotta button it in so snug under your over your tie. That's what I would like to do. But The way my bank account is structured, it's not available to do that yet. But that's why I need you to check out the podcast, man. Subscribe to the pod. Listen to me every now and then on your way to work, while you're on the toilet, whatever. You got a spare moment, and also stop by Max Books Pub's website, mcsbooks.com, and buy the book. And while you're at it, buy the bundle, the mulch bundle that has the mug and the book with it. And there's a bunch of other merch and stuff in there. So yeah, man, stop by. So go ahead, click the likes, subscribe. Buy a book or two or 10, and help me send my mom to Paris for a night. Let's check out the box office for the past weekend. For the first weekend in October, it is Speaking of which, October is it's one of my favorite months because it's Halloween and we get to indulge in everything that's creepy and scary and freaky and all that good stuff. And so yeah, and I love it because there's a bunch of horror movies that have released within the last couple of weeks, it looks like. And so number one is a movie that I actually cannot wait to watch. The trailer, this is one of the best trailers I've seen in years, like hands down. It's Smile, which is kicking all kinds of ass in the box office right now. It's currently number one with 22.6 million gross so far. Love it, absolutely love it. I can't wait to see that. There's two movies, in the top five that actually has me kind of thinking about going out into the wild pandemic, sitting in a movie theater while the world kind of burns around me and watch a movie. But yeah, I can't wait to see that. Smile at number one. Don't Worry, Darling is sitting at number two. It grossed to 6.8 this weekend. It looks okay. It's such a tabloid movie too. There's like all this stuff about the movie that's happening just behind the scenes. It's really kind of ridiculous with it. But I mean, even with all that said, everybody says it's alright. It's alright. Catch it when it's streaming somewhere. But I don't know. I still want to see it. It looks pretty cool. Number three, The Woman King, sitting strong at number three, which I absolutely love that. It's at 6.825 right now, and yes, I can't wait to see that. I still haven't seen it. I'm sorry, Viola. I'm sorry. I'm going to see it though. I'm gonna support you. Don't worry, I will definitely see it. Number four is crazy. So Avatar, the one that's coming out on Christmas. So I guess they started selling like tickets, like pre-release tickets. That damn thing is in the box office. It's in the box office before it even. This movie's gonna make so much money. So it's already grossed $5 million in the box office 2 months before it even comes out. Over 2 months. And insane. That is insane. I kind of can't believe that. But yeah, it's gonna be huge. It is gonna be huge. I'm kind of excited to see it. I'm not really. I mean, it's Avatar. It's Avatar. We've been there. We've been there. It's done that. I'm kind of interested in see what else are they going to do exactly. Where else could they go with this? That's the most interesting thing. But yeah, there you go. Number four is Avatar already. Crazy. And number five is a movie I've never heard of. Bros. I've never heard of it. I don't know what that is, but it made 4.8 this weekend or this past weekend. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. My God, Top Gun. Top Gun is number 10. Why? Is it that good? Okay, it's on digital right now, so I gotta see what the hype is about this movie. I mean, unless we are just that nostalgic for Reaganomics, I don't know what the appeal of this of this movie is. But okay, it's out there though. DC's League of Super Pets, which I want to see that. I can sit around with the kiddies and watch that on like a Saturday morning or something. I wonder if is it streaming anywhere. Yeah, yeah, it's only in theaters. Well, I could wait for that to come out on streaming, but that's also in the top 10. League of Super Pets. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. Only because Keanu Reeves is Batman. I have to see what that sounds like. That sounds bizarre. So yeah, that's the box office this weekend. I cannot wait to see Smile. And also Barbarian too. Barbarian's another horror movie that came out fairly recently. Really can't wait to see that. There's another horror movie called Pearl, I believe, that came out about a month or so ago. I still want to see that. But yeah, yeah. So Barbarian is number 7 so far. Still brought in about 2.8 in the box office, and yeah. So yeah, there we go. That has been the box office for the first weekend in October. And so, all right, what else am I going to ramble on about? So we talk your boy, Kanye West, Yeezy. This guy, man, I swear, this guy is just. But your boy, he was spotted in Paris Fashion Week. I think this was arms in arms with Candace Owens, which is the hugest red flag. Like Christ. But yeah, they're both spotting White Lives Matter T-shirts. Why? Why? What? What? I think he's addicted. I think he's addicted to like trying to troll everybody. That might be the only way he kind of gets his rocks off now. It's just he needs people to just feel a way about him. He needs the attention. He is the clout chase king, honestly, which is really sad because he's Kanye West. What clout does he need to chase? But he is the IG king right now. That's like what the hell? And he has the Pope on the front or something, and on the back it says White Lives Matter. This is why. Why? What is this? What are you doing? I don't, man. Okay, I kind of hate I brought it up, but it's a thing that happened. It's a thing. It's happening right now. It's just and there was a video where Lauryn Hill's daughter, like Elle Boogie herself, her daughter is seen sporting the same White Lives Matter shirt. It's just the clout. It's just to say look at me, yeah. You hate it, but okay, whatever, bro. I don't get him. I really don't get him. God, I mean, it's like this is way beyond selling out. This is like something else. This is something else. Like you know what? I would not be surprised if Brett Favre paid him to distract. I genuinely would not be surprised if Brett Favre paid him to just go out there and just get as much attention away from me as I can. Because people aren't talking about Adoka anymore. Ime Adoka, nobody's kind of talking about that no more. So, all right, I need some. Brett Favre is sitting in Mississippi like, all right, I need something else. Need something else. Hold up. Wait. Yeah, I need you to come through for me. I need you to do a solid for the white race. Like, I got you, Brett Favre. Yeah, nobody's talking about Brett Favre right now. Nobody's talking about that. Still. Nobody's talking about Brett Favre. Still. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Like it's the whole world is just I don't know, bro. And I'd still put money down that he will not go to jail. I will bet money he does not see the inside of any prison facility. Stealing from the poor. If you are white and rich, and on top of that, he's got some fame. Nothing. Nada. It probably won't even go to trial for another 5 years or something. That's how this country operates. Oh well, speaking of the NFL, the NFL came under some heat because of the whole Tungalua. I don't know my guy's last name, but the quarterback for the Dolphins, who got obviously concussed in the game was last Sunday. Was it last Sunday? The Sunday before last. At this point, and yeah, he was definitely concussed. He was trying to shake the cobwebs out, and then he tried to get up and run and was just stumbling. Like he went through a case of 211, and so yeah, he did some old oh no, it was just my back and my ankle went out. That's of course. So they say, okay, yeah, get your ass back on out there. And he finished that game, but then he had a game on prime time, mind you, and got concussed again, and it was very ugly. It was one of the most worst scarring things you can see when it comes to like a brain injury. Like he kind of had a seizure on the field. Like he had kind of like a low seizure on the field, and yeah, they got in the heat because he just had a concussion 4 days prior, so he should not have been playing in this game. But NFL don't care. You are a slab of meat and rocky. Get back on out there and throw them touchdowns. I don't care if your brain is hanging out of your ear. Just go and get back out there. Good job. Shit. Just pat him on the rear and get on back out there. You got it, champ. It's just crazy. Just everything's crazy. I kind of don't even want to talk about football because my Commanders. Ooh boy, the Commanders. They suck. I'm kind of questioning. A lot of people are questioning Ron Rivera right now because this is his third year with the team, and this is the fourth game of the season, and they look even less prepared than they look more unprepared as the season goes on. How is that possible? How is that possible to look even worse and less prepared as the season goes on? But I mean, once again, Wentz got sacked like 80 times. Yeah, okay, that's enough NFL. I'm kind of done with it. But yeah, the other reason I really love October is because the NBA starts heating up. I get to see my Wizards be marginal to mediocre one more season. But yeah, NBA is my favorite league. I can't wait for that to start up. And yep, training camp is ramping up right now. I think there was a game on a preseason game on ESPN like last night or the other night, and yes, can't wait for it. Now I'm about to dial up my season pass and everything. But okay, enough of that. I'm going to stop for a quick break, and once the break is over, we will go ahead and head into the reviews. Nita Ha's Nightmare Blog is an ongoing horror series by Image Comics. It's a tie-in series to Philadelphia, which I've seen here and there, but I actually never got into. It's from the same creators as that, the writer Rodney Barnes and the artists Jason Sean Alexander and Simon Kudransky. Okay, so what it's about. So Anita Hawes is a parapsychology professor at Morgan State University, and she is haunted by some tragedies that she's had in her past. She's kind of like haunted by kind of the ghost of her dead little brother, and so trying to deal with all of that and still trying to live a normal life. She it kind of drives her, actually her the ghost of her brother, it kind of like eggs her on to create this kind of like a nightmare blog where other people kind of like just chime in or like log in and talk about like supernatural events or things of that nature that's happening around them or to them. And then so suddenly a kind of like a bevy of just gruesome murders start happening in and around the Baltimore area. Someone kind of discovers her blog. She kind of gets dragged into the mystery of like what is happening and why it's happening. Okay, so this is the first week of October, and I was mentioning earlier that I love the month of October because it's spooky time, it's Halloween time, right? It's and this is right on time for that too. This started earlier this year, and I just kind of got made aware of it just within like a month and a half ago, and like I saw it, and it immediately I saw the cover, like you see here, and it immediately kind of piqued my interest. And yeah, this is by far my favorite comic book that's going today for a plethora of reasons too. But I can say so. What I like about it, it's in and around the Maryland, kind of Baltimore, DC area. The first story in here kind of takes place in Baltimore and Annapolis, kind of like in those two areas, and they're kind of naming off like places in there, and like events that's happening like in those areas. And I was like, oh, this is cool. I love this, man. And plus, and it's like horror related too. It's got like African American lead to it, and so I'm like, yeah, this is tailor made for me. you know the story is pretty good. It's without giving anything away. Like the first kind of story in the series has ended, and they're starting to kind of go on to the next one. The first story has to deal with racial injustice that happened decades ago, and so there's a kind of like a vengeful spirit that's coming out to like take his revenge on the people that wronged him. And it's very gory, is very bloody, very violent, and as you can see by the cover here, it's pretty damn disturbing. Speaking of the artwork, though, the artwork here by Simon Kudansky. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. Kudransky. Anyway, I hope I'm saying that right. It is very violent and very disturbing. This is definitely an adult title, you know. But yeah, the artwork. You have like Anansi just in here. He's just chilling in Bmore. He's just around Bmore, around the hood, around his peoples. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was pretty cool. He having him in this story too, it adds like kind of like an extra kind of dimension to the kind of like the demon world or the spirit world, that's going to have like a very heavy a place in the story too, as it looks. And I can't wait to the next issues. Again, there's not that much I don't like about this. Honestly, I don't. There's not much I can say that I don't like about it. Not one. The only thing would be that I only get it in small little chunks. Like you just release it like in monthly installments, and no, I want more. I want it faster than that. I want more. I want, if I can get like a whole graphic novel of this like done, I would. But I'm reading it as soon as it comes out. I'm getting it. I'm getting it, and I'm scrolling through it, and just like But I am enjoying going back. After, because like after I read, I think we're on issue 8 so far, and after I read that issue, I kind of went back and started like kind of thumbing through the other ones just to kind of like get my fill. Yeah. So what would I rate this? 5 out of 5. This is absolutely amazing. It's very well written by Rodney Barnes. Again, Simon Kudransky. God, I cannot get his name right, but yeah, his artwork in this is a 10. Like I go beyond a 5 and give his artwork a 10 in this. And like the covers done by Jason Sean Alexander too are like really amazing as well. And yeah, so I remember seeing Philadelphia here and there, but never got into it. and this is kind of what's going to make me go back and start reading those as well. Yeah, really well done. I can't wait every month. Every month I'm just sitting there like, all right, come on, where you at? Where you at? I need it. Yeah, this is the perfect for this time of year, and yeah, I love it. Yeah, Nita Hawes, 5 out of 5, most def. So for last week on my fantasy reviews, I did a review for N.K. Jemison's novel "100,000 Kingdoms," which, you know what, I think I'm going to go ahead and like retcon like my first review. I think I'm going to go back and rescore that. I think I initially gave that a 3 out of 5, but as I sit on it and they're doing so, when I found out N.K. Jemisin was doing actual like comic books, she was actually writing a comic book. I was like, oh, of course, yes. What is it? Where is it? I'm into it. Like initially, just off the break. Yeah, did not disappoint with this. So, and I love her writing style. It actually like really transitions well into this. And so this is of course, as you can see, it's a character in the DC universe, but the kind of like the best parts about it, it's like in the far off kind of corner of it. It doesn't, it's in it's his own thing, his own isolated story and tell. And that kind of makes it a lot better to me because she can actually be at like very much NK and into her own story and world and kind of create it from there. And so okay, so what is this about? So a Green Lantern named Sojourner Moulin, or Joe for short, has been dispatched to a city on the edge of the universe named the City Enduring, where there's been the first murder in over 500 years there. And so Joe is assigned to go there and get to the bottom of it before the city kind of implodes into a civil war. So like she gets there and tensions are like very high. And yeah, that's legit all I wrote down about it. And so yeah, so she gets there, and tensions are very high, and there's like 3 different races at play, like alien races at play, and they've all kind of been living, in peace and harmony, way out on the edge of the universe that's involved in it, and so Joe has to go around and find out, why, who did it, why they did it, and uncovers this whole kind of plot that's happening there. Kind of a good piece, a nugget in the story is that there is kind of there's a drug in here, which I think in the story they call it like an exploit, where that kind of strips away the emotions from like the whole population. And so I think some genius came up with the idea of like, because there was a point where they were all kind of warring against each other, and matter of fact they're all kind of on this kind of floating colony out in space, really, because like they had these huge wars where they kind of destroyed the planet. And so they had to find out how to live together on this like colony, this floating colony, and without killing each other. And so this guy came up with the genius idea. Well, let's just take emotion away, right? So we can't, if we don't have emotion and we can't get riled up or mad at each other, then that should solve everything, right? Genius. why why didn't we think of this sooner? No, that's not that doesn't help. we we don't have to get to like the whole 12 issues in there to figure out that doesn't help. That's not an answer. Said earlier that there are like 3 races at play. The first race is the Ketopli. I guess that's is KEH hyphen TOPLI. So Ketopli is how I think that's said. So they are a humanoid species that's been evolved from plants. They are, I think they're kind of considered the more aggressive race, in this story, in this universe. And so much so that they actually, these are plant people that like eat people. right? So, and NK kind of flips it on his head where the normally when it comes to plants, like they're very defensive or whatever, and so they're usually the thing that's being consumed. But she flips it to where like no, actually, so this is a race of like plant people that actually like do the consuming. You know what I mean? And so that was interesting and kind of fun, and they look pretty gnarly and kind of vicious and badass. The other race is called the AT-ATs. I cannot say that without thinking Star Wars, but they are basically AI beings that's born from like the alien version of the internet. And the way NK kind of writes them, it's like the at sign at, and so like yeah, I really like the at. So, and they're named pretty cool too. They're avatar names. So Joe's has like this AI assistant in here that's called Can Has, as in that really old meme from I Can Has a cheeseburger or something that has the cat meme to it. And apparently they somehow, because they're supposed to be like, so they're supposed to be like on the edge of the farthest edge of the universe, but they somehow come in contact with our data feeds, and so they kind of like were raised off of like Earth memes, and so like all of the AI people here, the at people, they kind of have like names that are kind of based on or very. If you're familiar with memes, then you be kind of familiar with their names, kind of like Ken Has. And so the third race is called the Nas, and they're kind of humanoid beings too, but they have like these kind of like pointed ears, and they have wings, and they have like these tails, but it kind of reminds me of like fish tails. Or the same thing too. So the Nas in here have these like very kind of tribal names to them. It would to me it reminds me of like Native American kind of names where it's the name is kind of like it's a name, but it's also kind of a statement at the same time. Like yeah, so one of the names in here is I believe it's the victim here that she's kind of been called to this colony basically to investigate the murder of. The guy's name is Steven of the Glacier by the Wavering Dark, which is I love that. Like I really love that. Like that was for me that was one of the best parts of the story, just to see how she comes up with these names. I know how it might seem like really kind of contrived or just like over the top, maybe to some people, but to me it was chef kiss. Yeah, there's another character whose name is Duel of the Sea by the Churning. Yeah, and so one of the main characters in this is called Season of the Cliffs by the Striking Ice. It's just really kind of cool to me. What else? Another thing I really like about this is the artwork. Like the artwork by Jamal Campbell is absolutely amazing. So I think he did the artwork and he also did the coloring in it. And it very much looks like kind of like computer generated coloring too, but like the way his artwork in this pops just so amazingly. And I think because I read kind of everything on my iPad, all my comic books I kind of read on my iPad, and it just the way this series just kind of popped off that screen, man, it was a lot of it was kind of jaw dropping. And I'm kind of scrolling through some pictures of it now, and yeah, I'm telling you, man, just when it like going through the pages on this on the iPad, it just seemed like it just popped off the screen. Like it almost seemed like as the artwork seems as futuristic as the world that the story is taking place in, and I absolutely loved it. Like what some of these panels, there's a couple of these panels I just kind of like ripped off of like my iPad. It almost seemed like it was holographic almost. It just almost seemed like the next kind of step in reading comics. Like since everything's digital and we're just missing just like to just literally just kind of like be a holographic picture where it's like it has like 3D shape and form and everything. And yeah, it's man, this I absolutely this is probably some of the best and greatest of art and use of coloring that I have seen in a comic book yet. Like the artwork in this is absolutely just stunning. I mean, there's nothing that I really don't like about this, honestly, except for this is part of a DC imprint called Young Animals, and that was my if I had to give one thing I hate, it's just like why I got to be Young Animal, the one kind of like, oh, not one, because there's John Stewart, and is there another Black Lantern? I don't think so. I think it might just be Sojourner and John Stewart, but I don't know. It had the Young Animal. I don't know. It might just be me looking into things, but yeah, I don't know. That was I could have did without that. But yeah, no, this is a really good story. Hopefully we get Joe in the wider DC universe too. I would love to see her pop into like a Green Lantern series here and there. Maybe have her own kind of ongoing thing. I would love to see that too. But yeah, so yeah, Far Sector. This is a definite 5 out of 5 for me. Really liked it. Really enjoyed it. It wasn't like some long drawn out thing. It was just long enough for you to kind of get into a cool little story and get out. And yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, Far Sector by N.K. Jemisin and Jamal Campbell. 5 out of 5. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is Alex Mack once again on Monday, October no, actually, this is Tuesday, October 11th. Actually, we just had Indigenous Peoples Day, and I had the day off of work yesterday, and so I figured, yeah, I kind of said, you know what, screw it, I'll just I'll just record tomorrow. You know, I'm kind of glad I did too, because I ended up getting this like really annoying like start of a migraine, and so I was like, yeah, okay, good call, Chief. Anyway, what am I talking about? So yeah, say this is week 6 of Maniacal Books Weekly. I am Alex Mack, the creator, author, owner of Maniacal Books, and thank you for checking me out for another week. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this should be a pretty fun one. I am full on in the spirit of Halloween. We're in one of my favorite times of year, one of my favorite months, October. I love horror. I've always been a huge fan of horror, and so it's just give me a nice excuse to, indulge for a bit. Okay, yeah. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by my alarm system. Um, yeah, so you can check out the podcast pretty much everywhere you find podcasts. Actually, and all 100% free. Spotify, Audible, Amazon Music, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Radio Republic, and now on iHeartRadio. Yep. So, yeah, just click on there. Check me out. Give me some ratings. Download some episodes, and let me just hear me drone on for a little bit. While you're out running errands, stuck in traffic, walking the dog, having some me time on the toilet, any and all of the above, and yeah, and also stop by and check out the YouTube channel where you see the reviews that I do on here. You can see the video versions of those, and stop by, subscribe, like, and help me grow this thing here. And so yeah, so this week I have a couple of horror reviews for you. I have all horror flicks this week, and it's probably going to be like this for the next couple of weeks as well. I'm going all in, baby. I'm getting very demented. I'm getting in my creepy horror bag here. Well, yeah, I have some fun ones here too. I have a old grindhouse horror movie called Demonoid. I saw a, a really great flick on Disney Plus called Werewolf by Night, and I also saw the horror movie X that came out a few months ago, and heard some good things about that. So I finally checked that out, and yep, that is all coming to you. And once again, you can see the video reviews on YouTube. And so yeah, okay. Without further ado, let's kick this thing off, and let's start off by going to the box office. There is one movie I'm hoping is still in there, but I don't know. Let's see. So this is for the box office numbers for the weekend of October 10th. Actually, no, that's one day. The weekend for October 7th, right? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Delete that. Strike that from the record. No, so for the box office numbers for the weekend of October 7th, 2022, it is Smile holding strong at number one. Yes, I cannot wait to see that movie. And it being number one 2 weekends in a row, meaning I am going to have to see that movie because it's not going to be on any streaming platforms anytime soon. But yes, it's holding strong at 21.1 million. I mean, this is the last time a horror movie brought that in, and I guess this is the perfect storm because not only is the trailer is the trailer is amazing, and I really hope it don't show like too much of the movie or like the best parts of the movie. A la the Black Mask. That like the trailer for the Black Mask was the entire movie. Basically, you kind of didn't even really need to see the movie. They showed you everything in the trailer, but that was a really good trailer. And yeah, cannot wait to see that. God, I'm like they're gonna make me. I got my third booster. I got the new booster, so I don't know. I just wear bulletproof vests, I guess, and just gonna go out into the pandemonium and sit in the movie theater. That's the true horror. Like I don't need a horror movie. Just living day to day is a horror movie. Anyway, beyond that, so number two, what was number two? Lyle Crocodile. Oh, that new family movie that came out is number two at 13.2 million. It looks cute. Definitely gonna wait that to hit a platform to stream it though. Number three is Amsterdam. I honestly forgot about this, even though they been advertising the hell out of this. It's on like every commercial break of whatever you're watching, and it looks really good. They got a ton of just quality actors in this, and it looks good. But wow, it's only number three. This is Disney Studio too. Oh, that's I didn't know that was a Disney movie. Actually, that does not ring as a Disney movie. Maybe that's why it's number three. Because it looks good. It looks really, really good. I thought that would have made a. I mean, it's number three, so it's not bad. But I just thought it would make a bigger dent. It got beat out by that stupid crocodile family movie thing. That ain't good. But yeah, wow. Yeah. So number three at 7.2 million. Well, Smile is kicking everyone's behind right now. God, I got to see that movie. Like that's it. I just got to go out and see it. What's number four? Is The Woman? This is the movie I was waiting on. I was hoping it was still in here. The Woman King. The Woman King. Holding strong. Number four. All right, at 5.9 million. Yeah, that's good. I gotta make it out to see that as well, and that's still being in the top five, honestly, in the box office means that's not going to hit a platform anytime soon either. So, hey, I got my booster, so I should be all right. Don't Worry, Darling is number 5 at a 4 million. Avatar. Oh, this is insane. Avatar is still in the top 10. It's not even out yet. It's pre-selling movies. That's the movie I'm not going to. Jeez. I think it comes out in Christmas, and that is 3.1 million. 3.1 million. They sold 3.1 millions worth movie tickets, and the movie's not even out yet. There's no movie to go see, but they still sold over $3 million in tickets in a weekend. Let that sink in. Oh, and by the way, that's another Disney movie. It's a Disney flick. Mickey coming for us. All hail King Mickey, our mouse overlord. They, that mouse is making too much money. Barbarian, number 7. Yeah, the other horror movie that I was really interested in. Really want to see that. Bros is number 8. I don't know what that is, actually. Oh, yeah, so what was it? Barbarian was a 2.5, and Bros is 2.4. Top Gun, this is getting annoying at this point. Still in the top 10. It's okay. Either is that good, or there really was nothing else to see for a long time in the movies. I I think I'd go with the latter, but I don't know. People have seen it and said it's incredible, and I'm every time they say it, I'm like, how? It's the same. I mean, how many times can you see a jet flying? It, okay, all right, yeah, sure. And on well, so Top Gun Maverick was like 900K, and Terrifier 2 is rounding out the top 10 at 805K. I don't even know what Terrifier is. Oh my god. It's that dumb horror movie that was on Netflix forever. It's, it was just it was just like murder simulation. Like it was all it wasn't there was no scares to it. There was no like yeah, there was nothing to it. It was just a clown murdering a bunch of people. There's no story to it, really. From what I remember, it was some girls were eating at a takeout or something, and there was some guy that in a clown costume that was sitting there, and I guess he got their attention, and he just stalked them the whole night, and they ended up running into a building or something, and he just he just kind of murdered everybody in sight, and I was just sitting there like, this is what people have been talking about. This there's nothing to this. He's just a murderer. The end. I don't know. Okay. All right, but yeah. So Terrifier 2. I guess it released this weekend and made about yeah 805K in 770 theaters. That's pretty good though. Actually, that's pretty good numbers for like an indie. That's a very indie flick. Very indie, very low budget. So I mean, yeah, congrats to them though. That's actually really good to be in the top 10 for Terrifier. But again, there it's the right time for all of these like weird, crazy horror movies to come out. And so yeah, that's pretty cool. I like it. I like it. There's still a lot of movies I still need to see that's still in the top 10. So they're not going anywhere for at least another month and a half. So yeah, that's cool. That's awesome to see. Okay, so the most read books on Kindle for the week of October 2nd is Fairy Tale by Stephen King is number one, holding strong as he's the king. What else can you say? Number two is Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Hey, it's J.K. What can you say? The Titans are holding down their spots. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone is number three. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire is number four. Where the Crawdad Sings by Delia Owens is number five. Again, that's on my short list to read. I keep hearing like nothing but positive about that. Oh my God, this Colleen Hoover chick is on this list as well, with Verity at number six. She's the queen. Them chickadee chick books. She is the queen. Number seven is The Ink Black Heart by Robert Galbraith. I look into that. Never heard of that. The cover looks pretty decent. Number eight is Fire and Blood by, of course, George R. R. Martin. And number nine, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. And number 10, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. It's almost not even worth kind of doing these because, God, people just fixate on one author, and it's weird. It's like a hive mind almost. Just everybody finds something about one book or one author, and they just clamor. I don't know. Books are weird. It's even weirder to try to sell one. But yeah, okay. So that's our list for the week of October 2nd. Okay, and so now I have about three reviews for you this week, and we're going to take a quick break. And once we get back, I will go ahead and start the reviews. So I will see you in about 40 seconds.
Travel with me to a dark and isolated farm located deep in the heart of St. Mary's County, Maryland, where the only African American farmer and his family are being tormented by something stalking around their property. Can they survive? Can they protect the farm that is their very livelihood? And can they do it with their sanity intact? Are you in the mood for dark, isolated rural horror? Are books full of ghastly green goo and reanimated corpses your jam? Then check out Mulch, the eerie inaugural novella from Maniacal Books, available today on Amazon Kindle and mcsbooks.com.
Demonoid is a 1981 old grindhouse horror movie starring Samantha Eggers and Stuart Whitman. And this is a movie I came across listening to Quentin Tarantino's podcast. It's called the Video Archives Podcast. Him and Roger Avery, like a producing buddy of his. I think they co-wrote Pulp Fiction together. They got together and they're like talking about old movies and like things that they used to watch or rent out when they were working at a video store together. And it sounded really interesting, and I was like, okay, I have to see this. Because I am a fan of like really kind of schlocky and kind of sort of terrible grindhouse theater. Growing up watching stuff like The Last House on the Left and Maniac, and all the Dario Argento movies like Suspiria and Demons. I'm very kind of familiar with these kind of movies, and I kind of seek them out too. Like there is kind of fun in like finding these like really low budget, low scaled, barely D cinema kind of movies. Like they're always kind of fun because like it's so bad it's fun in a kind of way. And so I really enjoy these. Okay, so what is this about? So an opportunistic mine owner down in Mexico has stumbled across this mine that has this demonic temple in it. And in the temple, he finds this hand. Because workers down in Mexico are spooked, right? Because I think they know that's down there, and so they don't want to go in and work. And so what does the clueless rich white man do? The thing you're not supposed to do, of course. He goes down into, like, deep down into the mine, goes through the damn temple, like, takes out the hand and, like, brings it out, right? And so, like, all the workers are just like, good God, why did you bring it out, you idiot? And they all just like kind of flee and run, leave him with the demonic hand is loose now. And of course, you know who the first victims are, and so that kind of like kicks off the whole thing for the movie. So yeah, so it's kind of like this movie because it's like a demonic left hand, right? And so I'm left-handed, and so the whole time watching this, I'm like, oh well, I'm toast. Like I'm useless without my left hand, you know. Okay, what do I like about this movie? So again, it's grindhouse cinema. I love it. It's a taste. You know, it is a taste. You gotta have like kind of a taste for these kind of movies to like really get the enjoyment out of them. Because again, it's super low budget. So we're talking bad effects, primarily like bad practical effects, right? Because there's no CGI. I mean, this came out in 1981, so CGI was kind of non-existent. There was a little bit, but it was terrible. It was bad. Like no, usually CGI back in 1981, especially like low budget 1981, is just like get that the hell out of this movie. That don't, what is that, you know? But and along with that is like bad wardrobe as well. And so is you're getting horrible acting, horrible ADR. And it's just I love it. It's the best. I love this kind of stuff. It's so bad that I get enjoyment out of just kind of laughing at it in a sense. Okay, and so one of my favorite things about this, like I said, horrible acting, just terrible. And there is a cop in this that he kind of gets like his hand possessed or whatever, and so they like take over a doctor's office, and he's supposed to be like he wants to cut his hand off. He walks in the doctor's office and he has like this straight face on, right? And he's just sitting there. He has his gun like right to the doctor's head, and he's just saying like, "No drugs, no anesthesia, no funny stuff, just cut." It's just like what? Like the director was just like, "Yep, that's it. There we go. Yep, let's go." keep going. And another my favorite part in this is so he's getting his hand cut, as you can see, and he's supposed to be in like excruciating pain, right? But that don't look like pain. I mean, I mean, he looks like he's enjoying. I mean, he looks like he's in some beautiful agony, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, nope, I gotta get that out. It's a family show. But okay, so what I don't like about it is, so I saw this on YouTube. It's somebody uploaded it on YouTube, and it's one of those things like it's so old that none of the corporations care, honestly. So you can watch the whole thing on YouTube. The thing is, though, I would try to see if I can find a DVD or a VHS copy of it, because the copy that I saw was so damn dark. I couldn't see half the movie. It was too dark. I couldn't see anything that was going on. And like the beginning, the whole first act is damn near like in a cave, and so like it's so dark. I could barely see what was happening or what was going on. And also there's some night scenes in here too, and it's so dark. I couldn't even really see what was happening. I tried to adjust my screen a little bit, but after a while I just said, it's demonoid, whatever. You know what I mean? And another thing that was kind of confusing, like the story in this, and I mean, hear me out. It's a D movie. This is grindhouse theater, so the story. Nobody cares about the story. Nobody who made this movie really cares that much about the story, right? But it was a thing where like the hand all of a sudden wanted to be attached to Samantha Egger's hand, and it just came out of left field. Like I guess maybe because when the hand first got free, it kind of attacked her and her husband, who was in the bed with her. But at no point else was it like, oh, we need to attach to her or whatever. It just came out of left field, and it was just like, wait, maybe I missed something because the film was like so damn dark I didn't see it or missed it. But yeah, it was weird. It was just like, oh, That's what the cop was saying. Like, no, it belongs to cut it off because it belongs to you. It wants you, and it's just like, where the hell did that come from? like, like half the movie, the hand was just like possessing random people, and just, didn't say a damn thing about that lady. But anyway, it's a pet peeve. Nobody cares. I kind of feel like an asshole for talking about like plot points in a grindhouse horror movie, but I don't know. It was just a thing. I don't know. Yeah. So Demonoid, um, I, it was fun. I had some good laughs at it. It was fine. They did one thing really well. So like whenever the hand was possessing somebody, they had this really kind of eerie shot of like it was almost like a flashback to like The Exorcist, where that like something would flash on the screen for a second. They had like this demonic figure or idol that would flash on the screen for a second whenever it was possessing somebody, and that was cool. That was actually cool. I was like, oh, you know what? That's actually that kind of chilling. That's almost something. I'm sorry. Like I like this movie. It was fine. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at giving it a 2, but since I kind of enjoyed it, I say 3 out of 5. If you're into like just really kind of throwaway, schlocky grindhouse movies, like this could be like the first movie of a double feature you're doing, of like old school grindhouse exploitation type of films. And yeah, it fit right in. It'd be kind of fun. You'd be half paying attention to it, half laughing at it, half doing something else in the background. So, I mean, it serves its purpose. It's fine. 3 out of 5 is fine. It's cool. Candyman 2021 is the third Candyman movie. I think a lot of people forget that there was a Candyman 2. I think it was like straight to video type of situation. So I don't blame you. But yeah, it's the third one that came out last year in 2021. It's starring Yahya Abdul Mateen II and Tiana Paris. Yeah, just for a few reasons, like Candyman. I love Candyman. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. One of my all-time favorite horror movies. It's amazing. It's great. It's an all-time classic. If you're into horror at all, watch it, buy it, put it in your collection. And for like black cinema too. Like if you have a black cinema collection, you gotta have the '90s Candyman in there. It's like one of the like an all-time classic. And so having like another entry come in, I was excited about that. And then, having Yahya Abdul Mateen II in here, like I was pretty excited, about that too, because I knew like he's one of the best kind of young actors that's like actively out right now. And he always kind of elevates everything he's in. And I think most people might remember him. Like he was the Morpheus in the new Matrix movie, which I don't know. Was there any explanation as to why Lawrence Fishburne wasn't in the new Matrix movie? I don't know. Maybe he read the script and was like, "Nah, I'm cool." He was cool in that, but I think most people might really remember him from that Black Mirror episode with Falcon from MCU. Now he's Captain America. Anthony Mackie, that weird like episode where they were bros, but they were playing virtual video games and like basically. Well, but yeah. So, like, most notably, the new Watchmen series on HBO that came out in 2019, I want to say. Yeah, he was Dr. Manhattan in that, and I think that's probably what I think most nerds kind of like know him from most recently. And it's produced by Jordan Peele. So like the pedigree was like really strong in this. I was really looking forward to seeing this. For some reason I couldn't. It was released in theaters, and I don't know. I either couldn't make it to a theater then, or honestly, I'm not really doing theaters like that anyway. But yeah, I definitely like highlighted and circled this, and yeah, I was excited to actually finally sit down and watch it, and I wasn't disappointed. Let's kick it off with what it's about. What it's about? It's Candyman. I think we pretty much all know what Candyman is about. But in this new one, so this is very kind of like, yuppie, or kind of like bourgeois. It has to do with like artists in Chicago. I don't think, does he live in Capri? I don't think he lives in Capri Green. I think he just lives in Chicago. But somehow, some way, he kind of like heard the story of Candyman and thought it was interesting, and because I think he's like having kind of like an artist block. He couldn't like paint anything, or like he wasn't inspired, and so he was using this to like inspire his art, and in the process he ends up waking Candyman. You know what I mean? And so the whole thing kind of takes off from there. So what I like about it is there's a lot I like about this, actually. Yeah, it's a different take on the Candyman's abilities. In the new one, he's kind of like in the mirror world, kind of, and so you can't see him exactly, but like something just starts murdering you, that you can't see. But if you look in the reflection, you can see like he's there, but it's only, you can only see him like through the reflection, like do with the whole mirror thing. That's pretty fun. I kind of like they kind of like changed it a little bit in that direction. It actually kind of adds to the scare factor of it a bit more. And yeah, it's pretty bloody, pretty gruesome, but not as much as I would like, actually. I think it could have been a lot more bloodier and like gorier and slashery. That's not a word, but I'm using it anyway. Yeah, but there's also like some body horror aspects to this as well. Like when Yaya he gets stung by a bee in here, and I guess he's having like a bad. Well, it comes off as if he's having like a bad reaction to a bee sting, but it's like a whole nother thing in there. I won't say it. Like just watch the movie and you'll kind of understand it. Yeah, and his whole like was it right side of his body is like kind of like falling apart and whatever. And he's like, there's a scene in there where he's like picking at the skin, and it's like let's just look. It's just gnarly. Scene from scene to scene, you kind of see him deteriorating like more and more. It kind of brought up thoughts of like The Fly from Jeff Goldblum from the 80s. It was just, and that got me, I was like, it's Candyman, and I had a feeling that the OG Candyman would make an appearance in here, Tony Todd, and he did. He made an appearance, and it was, I was stoked. I wish he was in it. I wish he was in it more, but there was a different Candyman in here, and that kind of leads into like another thing I liked about it was I kind of was hoping Tony Todd would be in it, but I kind of saw through the trailers that there was like a different Candyman, really. And I mean, it was fine, it was cool, but they kind of changed the story of Candyman, like the whole Candyman mythos, because Candyman was a guy who was lynched, basically, and they stuck a beehive in his chest, and they cut off his hand, and stuck a hook in there and poured honey all over him, and and the bees were stinging him, and that's where like his whole kind of thing comes from, right? But they actually kind of like expanded it in a way that's both kind of tragic and pretty poignant too, just to encompass where there's not just one Candyman, there's many Candymen, because like lynchings still happen. They still happening today. And there was like a part in the story where like, all of a sudden all these white women are like getting murdered and stuff. And it's like, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before there's some black guy that they're looking for. And when it really hits the fan, like any black guy will do. Any black guy, like any of us will fit the bill. Just after a while, because if the crazy thing is, if end up getting like murdered or whatever, it's inevitable that they're going to find a brother to like pin it on. Whether it's true or not, it don't even matter. And it plays into this because they I can't remember how exactly, but there was a tip that there was a black guy involved or whatever. And plus, like all of the people that Yaya's character like had some involvement with or come in contact with end up getting murdered. And yeah, they gonna connect them dots real quick. You know what I'm saying? They gonna connect that. Oh, it's him. Get him. So yeah, there was like I like how they changed that. They encompassed like not just one instance of a lynching, but like there's a culmination. There's like it's kind of like Candyman is Legion almost now. With I guess Tony Todd's Candyman being like the original one or the OG one. The ending credits in this had this really haunting kind of like paper mache sequence in it that kind of just goes through all of the lynchings that turned into Candyman. They even had one with like a little kid in there as well, and yeah, it was just all of that was in there, all of it was connected, and when I saw it, like, you know what, salute. Yeah, speaking of Tony Todd was in this. He looked great. He looked amazing. It's like he didn't age a day. Literally didn't. It seemed like he didn't age a day, honestly. And also Vanessa Williams from the original one was in here too. She plays kind of a pivotal role in this. I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm gonna let you kind of like watch it and figure it out. But yeah, and she showed up in here. I was like, oh my God, it's her. Damn, she fine as a mother. Like, she didn't age. It's like she didn't age at all. Like, it's like the last movies weren't like 20 years ago or something, It just, hey, I mean, it's proof in the pudding. Black don't crack, man. Black does not crack. Like, they look really amazing. I really enjoyed seeing them in this too. So what I don't like about it, yeah, it might just be me. To me, it wasn't as scary as the first one to me. But it was good. I really liked it, but it just like the scares weren't really there for me. But again, it could just be me. I'm old, jaded horror fan, so I've seen a bunch of stuff, and not a lot of stuff gets to me now. But I don't know. It wasn't all that scary or terrifying. It wasn't all that the creep factor was there a bit, but it wasn't like there wasn't anything there that was like it wasn't, to me, it wasn't anything there to make you like kind of like watch it like this or nothing like that. It was, I mean, it was good though. It was good. It was fine. To me, it kind of seemed like they were going more for like style than scares, kind of. Because I mean, Nia DaCosta, the director of it, and she directed the hell out of this movie too. Like it's really good. There's one of the death scenes in here was you saw it kind of like from a balcony because they were in like an apartment complex and you saw it from a balcony. You just kind of like pull back from the scene and you get to see like the layout of the apartment and all the other balconies and other people just going about their lives as this poor lady is getting like brutally eviscerated in her apartment. It was a really good scene, really cool scene, and it actually kind of made me think of like Rear Window, kind of. It was one of those scenes like, oh wow, that was actually pretty cool. I don't think I've seen that in a horror movie in like a while, But yeah, no, it was shot really good, shot really well. But I think they were just going more for like the stylized aspect of it, more so than like to make it like super scary, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making sense. It's the story of it is dealing with like art and art critics and things like that, and it kind of makes me realize how much I actually kind of hate art critics. They don't. I mean, it's just, their whole thing is just to kind of critique a piece of art and to see and to like translate or what that work of art is supposed to mean. And a lot of times they're like way off base. They don't even know what the hell they're talking about most of the times. But they come off as so pretentious. Oh, I'm an art to critique. Oh, this piece is reminiscent of the Van Gogh era of this. It's like, man, shut up. It's a flower in a field. Jeez, get over yourself. Yeah, there's not that much else I don't like about it. So Tiana Paris' character in here, her brother is played by a guy named Nathan Stewart Jarrett, who he was playing his role very well because I kind of couldn't stand him. I couldn't stand him in this movie. Jeez, so he played his part like really, really well. It was just like, oh God, this guy. Maybe a little overacting, maybe just a scooch, maybe just a little bit, but no, I think he was playing his role well. And it's well directed, well shot. It was enjoyable. It wasn't scary to me. It wasn't. Nothing in here was like all that scary or terrifying or even kind of got me. Not as much as the first one did. First one, terrifying. Scarred me, okay? Like the first one scarred me. But maybe because I was a kid when it came out, so I don't know. 4 out of 5. Yeah, the really solid flick. I really liked it, really enjoyed it, and yeah, I'll definitely watch it again. Candyman 2021, 4 to 5. Really enjoyed it. It is the week of October 17th, 2022. The day is fast approaching. The hours tick away with increasing speed. For the time draws near for All Hallows Eve. Hey, what's going on, people? It is another week, and so it's time for another Maniacal Books Weekly. What's going on? My name is Alex Mack. I am your proprietor here for the next hour or so. Yeah, let's go over some reviews of some horror movies. I'm in the spirit. As you couldn't tell by that intro, I am in the spirit. I am in the Halloween spirit, and I've been watching a few movies here and there. But actually, I've been really enjoying getting into my Halloween mode here. I use this as a chance to catch up with a bunch of movies and stuff that I just haven't had time to over the years. And so this week I have two movies to kind of talk about with you, and that is a Candyman 2021, the new one that's kind of produced by Jordan Peele and starring Yahya Abdul-Mateen. That was really good. I had fun with that one, and also I have just one of the craziest things, one of the craziest endings I can say I've ever seen. I have never seen an ending to a movie quite like what I watched just the other day with The Tourist Trap from 1979. It's an old, really old kind of grindhousey D level cinema horror movie, and it's like seriously, we got to talk about that. That was fun. So yeah, that's all coming up in just a few minutes. And as always, just check me out wherever you can find podcasts. Actually, I am pretty much on every single platform. You can just search up Maniacal Books Weekly on anything. That's Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Radio Republic, on Stitcher, on Audible, on Amazon Music, and including iHeartRadio now. So that's actually really fun. That's pretty exciting. I saw a couple of listens come in from iHeart, and it's actually pretty wild. This is kind of wild to think of. There was a time where I listened to nothing but iHeartRadio, like at work, as a radio to kind of just like try to get through the day. And so yeah, it's wild. Like wow, my show, my tired, haggard, raspy little voices, somewhere on that app somewhere is pretty weird. But yes, that's also fun. But that's all, and also you can watch video reviews that blab about on here. You can watch it on YouTube. Just go to YouTube and search a Maniacal Tube, and you'll see the little, the moon with the little purple cursive letters, and some just really beat down and tired and just ragged, dusty looking bro on there that's, talking about weird movies and stuff like that. So yeah, check me out if you one of the people that listen to me, download me, or watch me. I cannot say thank you enough. It is highly appreciated. Really, truly means a lot, and I will, continue to do this for as long as I get the energy to do it. Okay, so enough of the pandering, enough of the the self promotion. Let's get right down to brass task here. So yeah, let's go ahead and kick this off with what we normally do. Let's go over the box office numbers from last weekend. A lot of this stuff is kind of been holding on pretty strong from week to week. There is one huge addition, which is number one so far for the weekend of October 14th through the 16th, and that is Halloween's End. Number one, about 40 million in the box office, and it's also streaming on Peacock, I believe. And because I've seen it pop up whenever I kind of turn on the cable box. You know, they have those ads and stuff on the cable box now. But yeah, I actually do plan on seeing that. I'll probably watch that sometime this week, and kind of talk about that on next week's show. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not actually looking forward to it because it's like the 35th Halloween, but it's supposed to be the last one, so I don't know. It should be pretty interesting. Well, the tomato meter is giving it a 39%. That's, I mean, but the audience score is like 57%. So I guess it's just an event movie. I guess it's just it's Halloween. It's Halloween time. It's one of those things. Okay, let's just go watch Michael Myers. It's that time of year to just. I think for most part, we're probably just programmed to just watch Halloween around Halloween time. And oh, it's a new one out. Okay, fine. Let's just go see that. But yeah, the rating's not giving it a very favorable look here. So I don't know. It's on Peacock. I'll probably just stream it and see. But the one I really, really want to see, the one that I wish was on Peacock or something, Smile was dropped down to number two. It still brought in pretty good numbers. 12.5 million. Last week it brought in 21.2. So wow, Michael Myers is killing, literally. Wow, that thing brought in 40 million. That's crazy. Halloween End brought in 40 million, and Smile only brought in, was it 21 plus 12? That's like it's still eclipsing it. That's like 30 something. It's what, 33, 34 if you add in everything up. So yeah, that's insane. God, but I still really, really want to see Smile. The trailer is so good, and it looks like it might actually be scary. So, well, hold on, let me check the rating on Smile. Yeah, so Smile is a 78, both tomato meter and the audience score. So yeah, that's I am super hyped to see Smile. And okay, so number three is that Lyle Crocodile, that family movie. It brought in 7.3. Yeah, I could care less about that, honestly. I mean, I could care less about it. However, it's got a pretty solid rating. It's a 74% tomato meter and 93% audience score. So, hey, apparently it's pretty good because it was number two last week, and just Halloween came in and just knocked everybody back a bit. So yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. I guess whenever that comes out on whatever streaming platform, I guess I'll sit down with the kiddies and give it a gander. But so number four is The Woman King, once again holding strong. Yeah, my Woman King is holding strong. Number four at a 3.7 million, and it was the exact same spot it was last week, which is amazing because it is definitely bringing in money, bringing in like a good chunk, and letting a lot of studios know that yes, we can have like other like African tales that's directed and acted, and it may not have been written and produced by black people, but at least we are like we're starring in it. We're the major vehicles in it, and it's like has set in the African continent, and yes, there is an audience for it. We want that, and it's not just us, obviously, because it's still holding strong. So like, yeah, we need more stories, we need more movies like that. So yes, Woman King number 4, awesome, love it. And let's see, so Amsterdam got pushed down to number 5, and that's made 2.7 million this past weekend. It's disappointing. Like I totally would have thought that would like a lot bigger, but I guess it's like it seems kind of like this artsy movie. It's got stars up the wazoo in it, so I mean it does look really interesting. I mean with Christian Bale, John David Washington in it, like and a bunch of other like really good actors in it. I saw Chris Rock was in it, and yeah, it's just a bunch of like really like really good actors. But yeah, it's just it. I don't know. Maybe it's just not the right time of year or something. But it just didn't really make that big of a dent that I thought it would. But I think it's maybe because it's like an artsy kind of film, you know. But and ooh, it's only 34% tomato meter. Ew. So yeah, okay. I think it might have earned its spot. Yeah, the audience score is like 62. So I don't know. We'll see. I can't wait for it to hit a platform though, because I'm interested in seeing that. Like I definitely wouldn't go to a movie to see that, but it is pretty interesting. Number 6 is "Don't Worry, Darling." This is still in the top 10 with 2.2 million. That's made last weekend, so somebody's still going out to see it. I'm pretty sure it's like what's that guy's name? It's Harry Styles. I'm pretty sure it's like Harry Styles fans going back to see it for like the second or third time, just because he's in it, you know. But yeah, I don't know. That seems like such a Netflix movie, but it just had like Chris Pine and Florence Pugh in it, so it kind of elevated its status. So they said, nope, we can release it. It probably should have went straight to Netflix though. But so number 7's Barbarian, another one I actually can't wait to see at 1.3. Wow, Terrifier moved up 2 spots. Terrifier 2 with just over 1 million brought into the box office. That's a shock. I thought that would have been a blip last week, and it would have promptly went away. But no, people are still. Maybe it has a plot. This one, because again, I saw the first one. It's been on Netflix. The first one's been on Netflix forever, and it didn't have a plot. It was nothing. It was just a demented clown just murdering people. Just no reason really. He just started murdering people, and it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love horror movies. Like I'm doing this whole month. I'm doing nothing but watching horror movies. But at least give me a plot. Give me something. Like just senseless murder isn't entertaining to me, believe it or not. But yeah, okay, yeah. Terrifier 2 moved up 2 spots. Hey, congrats. Good on you, bro. Okay, I'm not all that pressed to see it though. Anyway, number 9, Bros. That movie, I have no idea what that is, but that is holding at number 9. What was it last week? It was number 8, so it went down a spot. What is the rating on Bros? Bros. Yeah, bruh. I don't even know anybody who's in this actually. But it's got okay. So the tomato meter is 88, and the audience score is 90. I mean, the poster is like 2 dudes in nut hugger jeans, like grabbing each other's ass. So, I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah, right. Okay, anyway, number 10, Top Gun, the movie that just will not get up and fly out of here. It's on streaming. I have to watch that. I'll probably watch that, over at my folks' place at some weekend. But why is this movie so? People love this movie. Actually, like people just rave about this damn movie, and I'm like, I don't know how it's. Can it possibly be better than? Well, I mean, because the '80s one was just really cheesy. And speaking of bros, like the Top Gun was like super homoerotic when you go back and watch it. But I don't mean this. Okay, The tomato meter is 96. Audience score is 99. Yeah, because people love this movie, so I have to see it. I have to. I don't have a choice at this point. All right, yeah. So that is the box office for the weekend of October 14th. So yeah, okay. Let's see what else happened in the world. If you are a Commanders fan, if you are a Washington Commanders fan, there's hope. There is hope. There is a dawn on the horizon. A change may be a coming. We may have our Sealy from The Color Purple moment from that damn Dan Snyder. Until you do right by me. Yeah, so apparently, so they had the big owners meeting today, actually today when I'm recording this, and I saw the report a couple of hours ago that it's a possibility. What did he say? The owners, there's enough votes now to vote him out. We can vote him out. We might get rid of him. We might get rid of Dan Snyder. I can't. I don't want to. I don't want to get my head too hyped up. I don't want to believe it, but it's a possibility. We might have a team again. Oh, it has been 20. What is it? 23, 24 years of just mediocrity. Just we haven't done nothing since the 90s, and it's man. If we can get rid of Snyder and get like an actual competent owner. Oh my God! Like I don't think you understand what this means if you don't live like in the DMV and just had our team be a laughing stock for damn near the last quarter century. It's just my God. It's just why are we so bad? It's just why do we suck? And so and like he bungles everything like including the team name. Like he it should have been changed. It should have changed like over decades ago. But he dragged his feet, just like dug his heels in, and just like no, I'm not changing until the corporate sponsors and all that like threatened to drop, and then it's like okay, we'll change. Yes, for the last 20 something odd years, it has been just garbage after garbage after garbage, and I'm so there's at least hope. There's hope now. Yes, we might become like a decent functioning football team again. And this on the heels of Carson Wentz, fracturing his hand and missing like 4 to 6 weeks. But I think everybody knew. Everybody who knows anything about football kind of knew this was going to happen. This was just, I don't think anybody's shocked. Nobody's shocked about this. You know what I mean? But yes, my Commanders. I mean, people, they're celebrating. I think everybody's kind of celebrating, or at least thinking about celebrating. But we're holding our breath. We're holding our breath. We're not going to jump out the window. We're not going to do that yet. But there's hope. My God, there's hope. And on that note, on sad news, G4 TV is defunct once again. It's closing up shop again, and that's sad. That really does suck. But I'm not surprised. YouTube has eaten up all of that kind of video games media space, and I guess they were trying to coexist with it, with being on YouTube and being like a TV channel, and it's not. Honestly, they didn't really need to do that. If they were going to bring G4 TV back, honestly, it should be kind of like a Twitch show, and you have your X Play. You might have your, they have that Attack of the Show, that weird version of Attack of the Show that they were doing at some point. It's not the same. It's not the same space. It's not the same media. So I think they were trying to attack it like old school, like small, basic cable channel, but it's just not there. Especially with video games. There's so many people. I mean, including me. Like I have my cyberpunk kind of review slash commentary slash thing is up there, and it's just, although I will always like hearing Adam Sessler critique a video game like that, and they didn't hammer in on that, which I think they did. I kind of agree with what they did. They had like the Black Ukage and the Completionist, and like the kind of younger kids who are dominating the video game stuff now. But like the linchpin will always be kind of Adam Sessler. He will always he kind of started G4, honestly, and yeah, without having Morgan Webb there, it didn't have the same tone. It didn't have the same feel, and it shouldn't, because it's something brand new. It shouldn't. It should be something different. But I don't know. It's just I watched it. I was watching it. Like I didn't watch everything, right? But yeah, I tuned in from time to time, and I made sure I like subscribed and liked and all that stuff, because I wanted them. I wanted to help them stay around as long as they possibly could. But I knew they wouldn't. That wasn't a possibility. But yeah, it sucks. It really sucks, because now I don't think we're going to get any Adam Sessler anything now, and that sucks. Like that was the main reason I kind of liked it. But Sessler was there as kind of like a part-time guy, like a pitch hitter almost. And yeah, now you kind of need something with Sessler on it for, like, I don't know, man. Like give him like a hour long stream, like an hour and a half long, like video game stream. And you could have like the other guys there, because Black Hokage was excellent. Like this, he was one of the best things about the new X Play, and Gerard and the other guy too, the heavyset guy. Like they were good, they were excellent, they were fine. But yeah, I think they needed more Sessler. And yes, I purposely did not say that other person's name. Hopefully, I hope they don't put everything on her. Because you can't. The way it's looking. Well, the way it's looking, it's not painting her in a very good light. But it's not. I wouldn't say it's all on what's her face, Frost shoulders. She didn't help. She didn't help at all. But the thing is, she's not wrong. Her rant wasn't wrong. But it was just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, why are you ranting against? We all know that the people on the internet suck. We all know these kids suck that grew up on the internet. We all know that. So it's kind of like a waste of time, a waste of breath. But I think they were searching for like a viral moment. They just need to go viral, or just had something that people cared about on Twitter, and it backfired. Like nobody cared that much about it, honestly. But I mean, I don't know. It just sucks. It sucks. I hated seeing that, But I kind of knew it was gonna happen. It's just when what's the place I used to go to? Like stuff like Game Ranks is like my go-to when it comes to video game stuff. There's what else on there? What else do I? That's my like go-to video game stuff on here. I don't know, stuff like and channels like Metal Jesus Rocks. I usually go to. They don't even review stuff, but I just kind of go to them. What Culture Gaming I go to automatically. Yeah, and there's other things like Digital Gaming. Yeah, and even like Black Nerd Comedy. Like I go to him for like video game related stuff. Like the medium has just it's changed, and it's a hard sell to try to run that like an old school TV studio channel. But yeah, I just hopefully everybody kind of lands on their feet again, and this is it's just another bump in the road. But yeah, okay, so that's enough of me blabbing. Let's get this going. Let's go through a quick break as usual, and after that, again we have Candyman 2021, and we have the Tourist Trap. So yep, see you in about 40 seconds. And yeah, all right, on with the reviews. Tourist Trap is a 1979 horror movie starring Chuck Connors and Jocelyn Jones. So yeah, this is one of those good old kind of like B, or not even B, like D movie level, like super low budget grindhouse cinemas. And it's something I kind of didn't know about until like very recently. And like the cover looks pretty crazy. Like it looks gnarly, and it looked like something that'd be like really maybe spooky, or maybe like really scary. It's not though. It's really not. But the ending to this movie is bizarre. But you know what? I'm not even going to get ahead of myself. Let's just go through what is this about? What is this possibly about? So it starts out in the middle of nowhere. This guy. It starts out with this guy like rolling a tire down this dirt road in the middle of nowhere, seemingly. And I guess he has a flat, and so he's trying to fix the flat or find some air or something. We meet up with like three or four other, I guess, his buddies, that they're all going to go hang out somewhere. But they kind of get stranded out in the middle of nowhere, and they find this weird looking hut, or not even a hut, but like this weird looking store or like roadside attraction, like out in the middle of nowhere. And they kind of get stuck there, and all of a sudden people start dying. And so, and yeah, there's this guy in a mask that ends up like killing or just picking them off one by one. And that's kind of the gist of the movie. So I mean, but first off though, so when Chuck Connors kind of first comes on screen, I had this sense of like, where have I seen him before? He looks so familiar. Like, okay, I know I've seen him in something, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Right? I kept thinking I've seen him before. I've seen him in something, but then like it kind of hit me like, you know what? He looks like William Dafoe. Like, wait a minute, is that his dad or his uncle or something? I kind of had to, I like Google, like right then I had to like hop on IMDb or something just to see like, wait, is he like related to him? Because he looks too much like Willem Dafoe. Like they have to be kinfolk or something. But no, they just really look like each other. But I don't know, if I'm Willem Dafoe, I might want to do like some ancestry thing or something, because honestly, they look like they could be related, right? But in the IMDb, I think it was the other thing I saw that he was in was Soylent Green, and so possibly that must have been like what I remember seeing him in. But nah, he looks just. I mean, like it's kind of wild that how much they look alike. But yeah, other than that, this movie, going through it is very uninteresting in a way. Normally I do like what I like about it first, and then I do what I don't like. I'm going to flip it on this one. I'm going to flip it. This movie, bro. I'm telling you. But okay, so what I don't like about it, pretty much everything. No, but like seriously, it's very tropey. It goes through every single kind of like horror movie trope or horror movie cliche. That's not the original parts of it. Like it's very unoriginal, like in that aspect. Yeah, I was mentioning Chuck Connors, who looks like freakishly like Willem Dafoe. He is obviously the bad guy in this. Like they're not even trying to hide that. And it's actually kind of like infuriating that the characters in the movie don't recognize it. Like Chuck Connor's like 6'6", like super broad shoulders, right? And so like he disappears into like this other guy, the killer in the mask comes on, and he's like 6'6", with like broad shoulders. He has this overcoat on. He's like broad shoulders. He's 6'6". It's like, it's you. Come on, dude. It's you. Come on, bro. Why? You ain't even trying. But the characters, like they all act like Mr. Slauson is Chuck Connor's name. He's like Mr. Slauson, there's some guy after me, and it's just like, oh my, okay. Yeah, speaking of which, Mr. Slauson, the killer in this, he's a mutant. basically he's a mutant. He has like these telekinesis powers. He can like move stuff around with his mind, but they don't explain. So like telekinesis, like I'm a huge X-Men fan, so I've been reading it pretty much my whole life. I know about telekinesis and like its powers. You can move stuff around. You can lift people, lift objects. Okay, fine, sure. How do you make stuff talk? You can't make stuff talk with telekinesis. That's not part of its. That's not part of his powers. That's you can't do that with telekinesis. How the hell do they make the stuff talk? Like he just does, like stuff just happens in the movie and they don't explain it. And you're just kind of sitting there like, oh, okay, well, this is just this is just dumb. Nobody cares, right? They just do not care, and they show you how much they do not care, like at the end. But I mean, just going through the beginning parts is pretty, like it's so like it follows just so many cliches, and it's just kind of boring to me at this point. Like, okay, so they're trapped out in the middle of nowhere, and you have these like three chicks in here, that the three hot skinny white chicks in here. They go wandering out in the woods when you're lost in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, let's just go walk out in the woods. They find this like lake or pond or whatever, and the first thing they do, let's go skinny dipping. Right, okay. And so when the guy shows up, which of course he's going to show up, Chuck Connors, eyes, and when he first comes on screen, he just, you automatically know he's the killer. He's you know it automatically. Like it's just, yeah, he's the killer. He's the bad guy. But he's playing it off as this like really kind of jovial yokel or whatever. But it's like, man, he's the bad guy. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to not like about this movie, at least for me. But what I do like about this movie, speaking of Chuck Connors, he's the star here, and yeah, he single-handedly makes this movie entertaining. He is in a movie that he knows exactly what he's in, and he's just having fun. He's just going for it. Like he's super leaning in. He's just laying into the camp of this movie like super hard, and it's fun watching him kind of have fun in this dumb movie. It's just he totally elevates the entertainment value of this movie just on him alone. And there is like a creep factor with this. Like I wish it was as creepy as the poster, because the poster is like super creepy, super like eerie and off-putting. But the movie's not that. But there are like parts of it that is. Like there's this house there, this spooky house there that there's like a whole bunch of mannequins like laid out there. And that's his thing too. His thing is like mannequins. It's really, and he laid this house out with like a whole bunch of mannequins and stuff. And he like dressed them up and like they're in little outfits and they're like sitting in chairs and stuff like that. That's creepy. Like that's super creepy. And I remember one of the girls in there had another like really cliche moment of, I'm going to go in the big scary house all by myself. Hee hee. And it's like, yeah, okay, just go. Can you go, please, so this movie can end? And because I guess she kind of figured like the girl, because one of the girls like died because she went in the house first, and she never came back. Which is like, oh, I'm going to go in there and find her. She's just hiding. It's like, oh my. Yeah, okay, whatever, man. Let's just get this over with. And she walked in there, and she kind of had like this whole kind of like playful energy, like come on, stop playing, stop hiding. And then she like looked around at the scenery and like all this stuff, and she kind of had that like, whoa, hey, and, I remember that Geico commercial where the guy went up to the attic and all the mannequins were sitting around. It made me think of that like immediately. And it kind of had that same kind of like, whoa, wait, what is happening? So yeah, those two things I like about the movie. I don't even know how to talk about the ending. I don't know how to start the ending. The last 10 minutes, last 10 minutes of this movie is worth the entire thing. It is worth, like it is It is both the dumbest damn thing you've ever seen, but it's also the most genius. It's the most genius at the same time. I can't put it into words. The last 10 minutes of this is just so stupid. It's just, you have to see it. Like, if you're any kind of horror movie fan, if you're into like any kind of like really like old school low budget movies, or low budget movies at all, or horror movies at all, you have to see it. You just have to. And I think this movie exists off of the last 10 minutes of that. There's a character in here called Jerry, I believe. It's like, no, you don't do that. Like, okay, I mean, I am an author. You see my book right there. I am an author. I'm just starting out. I've studied the craft. I'm studying the craft still, and I know, like, to nail a really good ending is hard to do. It's hard. That's why, like, the people who can like write really good books, people who can like direct really good movies, they are heralded, and they have like acclaim for a reason. And you don't do what they did. It's like, you can't do that. Like, it's kind of like a literary sin, because it's like, no, there's no. You're kind of being an asshole if you do that. Like, because there's no hints to how they ended it with that character. Like, there's no hints at all. And then it opens kind of like my thoughts of like, well, is everybody a puppet? Well, how was the puppet driving? Was the puppet driving? Was he moving the car with his mind? Like, what? How, is everybody a puppet? Were the other two people puppets? Like, what? What does this mean? what is going on? What is happening? And I guess sometime in the point where Jocelyn Jones' character, who is Molly, she's like the final girl. Like, she has the total like final girl thing happening. Where she almost escapes, and then she meets Mr. Slauson again, and she gets pulled back in. That whole thing, But I love how they did with their character, because at a certain point, she kind of just snaps, and I'm there with her. I'm right there with her, because I'm just like, what the hell is happening? Like, okay, so I watched this movie. It was like Sunday night, and I kind of had a pretty busy weekend. I was helping my parents out with stuff, and I couldn't squeeze this in until like Sunday night, and I was like, you know what? Let me just watch this when I'm in bed, because I got to get up Monday morning, go to work, and I'm just sitting there watching it. And what is this hour? This is like an hour. It's like an hour 20 minutes, maybe an hour and a half. For an hour, and I would say 20 minutes, I was just sitting like, this is the worst, most boring, most derivative thing I've seen in a long, long time. And I was laying down. I had the volume like, not super high, because, my wife's laying in bed like next to me. So, I'm just watching this dumb movie. I'm not going to like turn it up or disturb. But the last 10 minutes, bro, I sat up. I just was like, what is happening right here? This is insane. What are they doing? You can't do that. Oh, and then they have this freeze frame of her with like the mannequins in the car, because she just snapped. And I'm with her. In this. I'm like, oh yeah, move over, Molly. We both just snapping right now. Like, I cannot. I don't want to spoil it. I'm trying hard. I'm trying hard not to spoil it, because I think you should watch it. You should watch it and see this bizarre ending to this damn movie. 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5. I would give it a 1. But the last 10 minutes of this is just, and plus, like, you have Chuck Connors just hamming it all the way. Like, he is into it. He is having a ball in this. And then you have all this crazy stuff happening, and it's just, nothing is making sense. Coming out of left field. And it's just, I'm going to watch it again. I'm going to watch the last 2 minutes again, just so I can just laugh and just say, like, they did this. They did this. They actually did this. A Tourist Trap. 2 out of 5. Yeah, I gotta find a Blu-ray of this. I like that. It has to. I have to watch this every Halloween from now on. I have to. Like, it's part of my routine now. X is an A24 produced horror movie. It came out earlier this year in 2022. It is starring Mia Goth, Scott Henderson, who most people probably remember from The Ring. He was the guy that the girl came out of the TV on at the end of the movie. So yeah, it was like really fun seeing him in this, and Kid Cudi. Yeah, so this is, and most people kind of know now that there's a prequel movie to this that's out already called Pearl. And there's this supposed to be stuff in this movie that's supposed to that I guess is supposed to be answered in Pearl, in like the prequel. I do plan on seeing that at some point, maybe in like a week or two, because I really want to kind of like tie the story in a bit. Yeah, and it was also directed by Ty West. I'm sorry, it was written and directed by Ty West, who was kind of like a veteran horror director at this point. He did one of my favorite movies, one of my favorite like low budget horror movies is VHS that came out several years ago. He did one of the more chilling segments in it. So like VHS is like a found footage type of movie. The segment he did in it was pretty chilling. It was this couple, the seemingly happy couple that went on a honeymoon. They went out to, the honeymoon was to the Rockies or something like that. And I won't spoil it. I'll let you see it, so you can like find out what's going on. Okay, so what is X about? So it is summer in 1979 in Houston, Texas. And there's a bunch of ambitious filmmakers who are setting out to make this really kind of grand avant-garde film, and so they found this remote house out in the middle of nowhere that's on the property of an elderly couple. And so like the house is kind of like on the opposite side of the property, and so they secretly trying to film their movie there, without letting the elderly couple know. But unbeknownst to the elderly couple, the movie that they are trying to make is a porno. Yep. And also the elderly people have a bunch of bizarre secrets that they're trying to keep from, those guys making the movies. And so, yeah, there's what I like about this. There's a lot to like here. It's a kind of fun slasher. There's a lot of differences in this than like your typical, slasher. But the thing I like the most about this is like there is a bit of a deeper story with this, and that's why I'm really interested to see Pearl at some point too. The elderly couple, or with the older lady in here, who actually I have to shout her out too while I'm in the what I like part about the video. So like the old couple in here are like young actors who are like put in old makeup and told to act like older people, which typically is disastrous. I typically never like when they do that in movies. A lot of times it's like if I tell my 4-year-old daughter to act like an old person, what she does is typically the same thing the actors will do on screen. But I gotta say, Jenna Ortega and Stephen Uri, I think his name is, they killed that part. Like they really did like a really good job. It wasn't hokey. It wasn't over the top. It was like, yeah, they did a really good job in that with, the young people playing older people in here. It's probably like one of the best things of that category that I've seen in a minute. But with that saying, like there's some themes in here that is actually pretty intriguing. Like, the older lady, I really get the feel that she just wants to be satisfied. Honestly, probably been some decades, since she's been satisfied. But I think more than that, it's more so like the regret she kind of feels from, not doing things that she thought she would have done or would have liked to done, and now she's kind of like too old to do them or to enjoy life the way that she wants to, and I think that's something there. Like there really is something there. Like again, I'm starting to gray. I'm getting older. I'm in my like early 40s, so I'm kind of in a place where I can kind of identify with that. Like I'm kind of in that space where like I can like identify like some regrets or mistakes I made, in the past, but I'm still in the state where I'm still old enough to like go at it and like go out there and still do what I want to do and like get what I want to get. But like, when you're that much in your senior years, and you're still craving for experience all these different things. That's like a really good theme in here that they hinted at. But then, like, we have to push that aside and start believing that a bunch of like old geriatric people are like out here killing people. It's a movie. At the end of the day, it's a movie. But that's definitely the weakest part of it. But with that being said, there are some genuinely eerie, creepy, gross out parts to this too. Yeah, the scene here with her in the bedroom is actually like, yeah, it is kind of skin crawly. It really is. Like, that was one of the highlights of the movie. It was really fun to see that, and just to see how twisted these old people are. I mean, so I was saying that we're supposed to like believe that a bunch of like old geriatric people that could barely stand up damn near are supposed to be out the ones that's like offing all these people. There's some things there where, like, they're older, so your defense is down. You know what I mean? So they can kind of get the drop on you because you're not suspected. They're older people, So, but yeah, that was good. But I mean, at some point, it's like, all right, come on, man. Like, man, get these old ass, get these old people the hell up out of here. Come on, yo. Yeah, so I mean, that's one of the things I don't like about the movie. It's at a certain point, like after about like the what, fourth or fifth kill, it's just kind of like, come on, son. I'm beating some old man's ass out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, there ain't no. At a certain point, it's just like, look, all right, enough. Sit your old ass down. But that was, I mean, it was it was well acted. It was a fun movie to go through. And again, they're shooting a porno, so I mean, I mentioned Kid Cudi is in here too, and I know of his music. I'm not like that big up on him. I'm not that familiar with like a lot of his music, but I mean, I'm a little too familiar with Kid Cudi, more so than I want to be. You know what I'm saying? But but no, he was actually really damn good in this. It took me by surprise. Like, I've seen him pop up in a couple of movies here and there, but like, judging from this, 'cause this is the only thing I've seen him in though. But yeah, he was actually like really damn good in this. Like, I was like, okay, and he was going in, if you know what I mean. But yeah, X, I can give this a solid 4 out of 5. It was really good, kind of old school slasher, but with a kind of like twist on it. But the thing I hate the most is they had something there, but they didn't go that deep with it. They just it turned into like just a complete old school slasher. Yeah, 4 out of 5. X, dope. Werewolf by Night is a 2022 TV movie. Actually, it's like a throwback, like old school TV movie special. They used to air on like NBC and CBS and stuff. Streaming on the Disney Plus app, it is starring Gael Garcia Bernal and Laura Donnelly. So yeah, this was a surprise to me. So I saw this on the app. They were advertising it on the app, and instantly saw it and was just like, okay, yeah, I'm in. Like, this looks interesting. So I avoided everything. I didn't look at any trailers. I avoided anything that a-holes would have tried to spoil on Twitter or Facebook or something like that. I went in completely clean. I didn't want to see or know anything before watching it. And I'm really glad I did that too. Yeah, so I didn't know that it was going to have that. The whole kickoff to this is like that old school, like NBC, Monday night special presentation that used to go on back in the day. I am just old enough to like have seen that on TV. I remember like the old school kind of graphics, stuff that was like cut out kind of like from like the early 80s. Because it was actually still a thing. Nobody really watches TV nowadays, so I don't even know if they still do it though. I doubt it, because I mean, nobody watches TV. But yeah, it was really cool to see that, and it instantly took me back to like being a kid and like hearing the music and seeing like the scroll and all that. It was cool. I really like that, and it kind of kicked off the whole kind of like nostalgia thing for me because I love what they did with this. I absolutely love like the whole going back to the early like 40s and 50s monster movie style, like the Universal Pictures monster movies, style that they did here was dead on, and it was perfect. And it didn't come across as like a parody or anything. It had just like the right care and craft to it, where it was like a straight homage to back in those days. Like they really killed that. Yeah, I love the entire thing is shot in black and white, pretty much the entire thing. Like it shifts the color like towards the end, like right before it goes off. But yeah, the choice for black and white, they have that old kind of scratchy film grain filter on it, and that really went like a long way to me. It reminds me of like watching like stuff my mom and dad would introduce me to, back in the day, or back when I was like back in the day. What am I like 100? but no, like when I was a kid, like my mom and dad would introduce me to like a bunch of like the older stuff that they used to watch, like when they were kids, and their parents introduced them to that stuff, and it took me back to that, and a lot of times like I love the way they did it because a lot of times I was just waiting for like Vincent Price to like come out of nowhere and like just start like narrating you into the scene with his like just classic voice. It really put me in the mood for that. Like I was like, oh, this is actually really awesome. I'm like really into this immediately. You know. Yeah, even down to like they have the cigarette burns in the corner of the film, like as if like it's switching over to another reel of film, and it was just like little touches like that it's I don't know, it kind of went a long way to me. Like, I mean, look at me, I'm graying, okay, so I'm getting old. I'm appreciating the elder times a bit more, Yeah, it's like the whole presentation kind of like reminded me of, a time before everything was digital. It really kind of kicked off like a huge kind of nostalgia for me. Okay, I'm going on and on and on. But okay, what is it about? Let me get to like what this is about. So this is, I'm not sure what the time period is in this. Their style of directing this kind of like throws off the time period and it being all in black and white. So I'm not sure what, I'm guessing maybe the 50s, early 60s or something like that. But is a group of monster hunters are called to a gathering to like a fallen leader, like I don't know, a group leader, a cult leader, or something like that. In honor of that guy, they're all going on to like this huge, like this big, grand hunt where they have to find the bloodstone, and the bloodstone was like this prized possession there, and so it's being attached to this huge monster or something that's like on the ground somewhere, and so all the hunters that are gathered there are kind of tasked with hunting the monster, and also like with a special twist of like it's every man for himself. So like everything is game basically. So the hunters are not only hunting the monsters, they're kind of hunting each other in the process. And like whoever survives basically gets the bloodstone and I don't know, lives for another 1,000 years or something. I don't know. That's not in the movie. I just added that. I don't know. What I like about it, I think I already said what I like about it. I couldn't contain it. I was just gushing it forth. But yeah, I really, all of that. I liked all of that in the movie. It really brought me back, especially this time of year too. I think that helped. That helped kind of win me over too, because I'm actively looking for like new stuff like that to get me in the Halloween spirit and things like that. And so yeah, I love it. It was really great. Yeah, one thing I really like about it is Mickey's getting a little violent. I didn't think I would see something like this on the Mickey Mouse app, but okay, all right, yeah, I see you. Nah, like yeah, okay, let's go, man. Like yeah, I like it. It was I never would I think that like there'd be like gratuitous blood splatter on the camera lens, and it's kind of like symbolizing that just being covered with blood on something on the Disney Plus app. I was cool. I kind of like sat up a bit, like, oh, this is they do they know? Another thing I really liked about it is a Man Thing. So I didn't watch any trailers or anything. So I'm not sure if he was in any of the trailers or any of the like the posters or anything. But Man Thing is in this. I gotta say I didn't see that coming. That caught me way out of left field. I did not expect that. Man Thing, man, I have Man Thing in the show. Like that's crazy to me. Like who would have thought? Like these little like sub characters in the Marvel universe, like in the comic books, are kind of like coming out in the MCU now, and I loved it, man. And one thing about Man Thing, I'm not that up on Man Thing, but he's brutal. Like he was killing the hell out of people in this. I was like, oh geez, because I mean, so Man Thing is like the Marvel's version of Swamp Thing, and well, I like Swamp Thing. Like I prefer Swamp Thing, but Man Thing is cool, and he was like he's I think they when they created him, he was going for that terrifying outside, but inside he's like really kind of docile and almost kind of toddler like. But yeah, I didn't know he had those kind of powers. Like he melted people. I'm like, whoa, like, oh, damn, okay. Yeah, I mean, what I don't like, man, I mean, I would be nitpicking. This is a nitpick, honestly, because there's not much I don't like about this. They had this really dumb animatronic in here, which was like, I guess the idea was to be that they took the corpse of the leader or the guy that they were honoring, and they took his corpse and made him like a Disney World animatronic. It was just like, okay, I guess, but I don't know. That's the nitpick, though. That's the nitpick. And with that being said, 5 out of 5. Like, yeah, it was awesome. It was amazing. I totally dug it. And as soon as I'm finished this, I'm gonna go watch it again. It was that good. I liked it. It was like my surprise of the month so far. So yeah, Werewolf by Night, 5 out of 5. It's cool. I got so into it, I forgot to put my Man Thing picture up. Yeah, so that's how much I liked it. This is like mid 90s. I want to say like mid 90s. My family is going to one of our mini trips down to Mickey Land, down in Orlando, Florida. So we're coming from Maryland, and we're driving all the way down to Florida. It's stupid long. I want to say that's about like 600 or something miles or something like that. It's a long ride. It tests your endurance for sitting in a car, and I'm not even driving. Like I'm too young to drive, really. So I can even imagine like trying to drive that. Like a good in between spot from Maryland to Florida. Well, I don't even think it's good actually, but so South Carolina is where it's kind of like where we would stop, and plus we're kind of used to going back and forth to South Carolina. We do it all the time. My family still to this day does it. I want to say every other week. It almost seems like. But so that's kind of our destination, and as a trek we're used to. By that time, even as a kid, I had done it several times. Going back and forth. So my whole family actually is from South Carolina. So my dad's side is from the Hartsville, the Darlington area, and I always like going there because that's like it was like a regular city. We used to go in. That's like the regular place. I can at least there's like stuff there. There's stores and like restaurants and stuff, eateries. There's stuff actually there to do in Hartsville. Like and they had like the Darlington racetrack there too, like the NASCAR track. So it's like okay, Hartsville. Okay, we're going to South Carolina. Okay, we're Hartsville. Okay, all right, yeah, sweet. All right, But then it's like okay, we're going to South Carolina. We're going to Edgeville, and it's just like I mean, nothing against Edgeville. Again, my mom's side is from Edgeville, South Carolina. So I mean, it's family there. I actually haven't been to South Carolina in over a decade, I want to say, but yeah, I mean, I love it there. I still have like fond memories and stuff going to Edgeville as well as Hartsville, but it's just Edgeville, bruh. Like again, there's nothing to really do there. There's kind of nothing there. Like I'm not sure if it's still like this, but to go to like the nearest Walmart or like shopping, there you go to Augusta, which is the next state over. Like that's in Georgia. Okay, like you got to drive to the next damn state to go to Walmart. All right, that's what I'm working with here, and so. We make the trek all the way to South Carolina. We go to Edgeville. And normally, like, south of the border, anybody who drives 95 south, like, goes to South Carolina or, like, down south there knows south of the border is, like, this huge thing when you're crossing over from North Carolina to South Carolina. And it's, like, it's all lit up and it looks, like, shiny. It looks like it's something cool. It's something, but it's not. It's just a rest stop, basically. But still, like, when we see south of the border, normally it's just like, all right, we made it, because Hartsville is right there. It's like right past the South Carolina border. I want to say it's like a half hour to 40 minutes past like south of the border or whatever. So normally it's just like, all right, yeah, we made it, we're here. But when you go into Edgeville, it's like another 2-hour drive down there because we're going to the middle of nowhere. You heard a bump. Nowhere. That's kind of Edgeville. I mean, again, no offense. I love Edgeville. That's my people's. But anyway, we make it there, and it's nighttime. And so one of my mom's cousins has a kind of like a mobile, like a trailer, like a mobile home there, off the side of the road, on the side of this stretch of like a country desolate highway. And so, but she has like extra rooms or whatever, and so. We make the rounds though. There's like this house that my great grandfather built. That's I don't know if it's still standing now, but like that's where like our family we have family staying there still, and so that was kind of like the main kind of go to there. So we stop there. We make the rounds, and by the time we get to the mobile home, it's like really late. It's dark, and plus you're like, okay, we got another like 5-hour drive from South Carolina to Orlando. So, let's go ahead, get in the bed and, get some rest so we can like get up and hit the road again tomorrow. The layout of the trailer is the trailer is sitting right next to the highway, but it's not facing the highway. It's kind of like facing off a bit. It's like facing in the direction of the highway. So it's like the highway, the side of the house, the side of the trailer, and the front door is facing like the trees or whatever. And so it's nighttime, right? And I remember vividly, I was watching Cartoon Network. I was watching the old Cartoon Network, so it was like 11 o'clock, midnight going on, I want to say, or a little past midnight. And so they was playing like Popeye and like all those old like Fleischer cartoons and stuff, right? This is the 90s, before Adult Swim, before Toonami, before all of that, right? And so I remember there was I'm at the front door is right here. The TV is right next to the front door. And I'm on a couch. I'm on a sofa, just laying down on the sofa, watching the TV, drifting off to sleep. And so again, this is South Carolina. This is like the South, the South, like the South. You gotta say it with an F, like the South. So the front door is just wide open. You know, we're in that deep South where like the front door is just wide open. Nobody even thinks about like closing the lock in the door. I'm from up north. I'm from the Maryland, DC, Virginia area. So we make sure the doors is locked, the alarms are set. You know what I'm saying? The guns is cocked. You know? Like I'm coming from that kind of mindset, and it's always tripped me out because it's not the first time I've stayed down south by that point. But yeah, it always tripped me out that the front door is just wide open. Yeah, you know. Why ain't nobody coming here? Who gonna come out here? Ain't nobody out here. You know what I'm saying? I remember hearing like faint footsteps in the gravel, because like her driveway, if you can even call it that, it's just like the yard area. It had like just like rocks and dirt and gravel, like right in front of the house where you like pull in with the car and the walkway, and like it had like she had a massive yard too. Like it was like a lot of grass. I remember like going out towards the trees and stuff. But so yeah, I remember faint footsteps in the gravel, just walking up, like steadily and slowly. And at first, I'm drifting off to sleep. I'm watching Popeye. It didn't even register at first, right? And then her dogs. I forgot to mention she has dogs. They start barking. And that's when I kind of, the barking kind of like snapped me out of my like half sleep or whatever. And yeah, and then I started hearing, then I noticed the footsteps, right? Like coming up the gravel. You know, it's coming up like the side of the house, like from the street. You know, and so like I hear that, and it's like, okay, maybe somebody's walking. It's weird. It's the middle of the night. I'm in bum nowhere, South Carolina. Who the hell is walking? But like I said, me and my cousin, we walk like those streets at night before. So I mean, it's weird, it's alarming, but it's not. Okay, all right, cool. And the dogs is barking, so you know they know. You know, people are in here. We got dogs, so we should be all right? Okay, we're cool. We're cool. Footsteps still steadily coming past the house. And it's not going any slower. It's not going any faster. Just steady footsteps in the gravel. Just, you know, that kind of sound, right? And so it gets to the corner of the house. And it turns. The footsteps turn towards the front of the trailer. The dogs are starting to pick up. Like the dog, she had like about 2 or 3 dogs out there, like kind of like fenced in on the opposite side of the trailer. They're starting to pick up. Like they're starting to like really bark now. And I'm up. I'm awake. You know, I'm alert. I'm kind of just right in I'm kind of staring at the front door a bit. You know, just kind of doing one of these. You know, I'm trying to look at the door, and just footsteps still steadily walking up to the front door, right? And so, and the trailer it's kind of a long walk, because the trailer is, again, it's like facing, it's kind of sitting sideways, and so you know when you get past the side of the trailer, it is kind of like a long walk, because you know how long like mobile homes are, and so yeah, it's going, footsteps is going. So by the time it gets like kind of close to the front door, the dogs are losing their shit. Like they are full on like bark, and it's weird that nobody else woke up. It was like nobody else heard this. That's what's kind of chilling about this, because I'm expecting my cousin to come out the room and be like, you know, what's some dogs barking for, or oh, that's so and so is coming, so and so must be coming back because I hear them dogs, whatever, right? Everybody's asleep, everybody's quiet. And I'm sitting there on the couch facing a wide open front door. Somebody's walking up the sidewalk, right? In the gravel. The dogs just barking like crazy. I don't even know what's on the TV now. The TV don't exist right now. It's just all the front door. Like the screen door. The front door was wide open, but the screen door was right there. Like all glass, like screen door.
And so by the time the footsteps, like it's the same. It didn't slow down. It didn't speed up. It's the same methodic footsteps, and they get right up to the door, like I should be seeing who is there right now. It gets right up to the front door, and by now I'm nothing. The footsteps stop. The dog stopped barking, and I'm sitting there staring at the darkness of night through the screen door. It's silence. There's no footsteps starts walking away or nothing. It just stops. I got my pillow. I got my little blanket. My mom and dad was sleeping in the next room. I picked up. I went in there. I don't know. She had some kind of like little like extended chair type of like love seat kind of thing sitting there. I don't know how I got to sleep that night. Eventually I woke up and my parents like, "Why are you sleeping in here?" And I was just like, I don't know. Terrifying. And eventually I told him, and my mom was like, "Well, I was just somebody coming to visit us. They must have known we was in town, and this spirit must have just came and visited us." And I was like, "Man, that ain't funny, man." You could have at least showed at the door and just been like, "Hey," then at least I could have described who it was and said like, and then, "Oh yeah, that was your great grandfather, your great uncle," or, you know, they must have came to say, I was like, "Oh, that's weird, but okay," but like just nothing, silence. Oh, I'll never forget that. Never forget that. That gives me chills to this day. So, and that's another reason I don't like going to Edgeville, South Carolina. But I got to go down there because I haven't been down there in a while, and I got to go see family at some point. But yeah, that was one of my spooky tales that actually happened to me that I will never forget, and it still freaks me out to this day. Oh, okay. Let me see. I'm trying to think of another one. What was another one I can say? I remember now. I remember. Okay, so this is early like mid 2000s. I want to say 2004, 2005 ish. I was a grown adult bum, living off of mom and dad, living in mom and dad's house still. And you know, I didn't have a job. I was kind of going to school, kind of, but not really. And you know, I was in my kind of like emo goth phase then. You know, I was figuring stuff out. Let's put it that way. I had created this website that thankfully it got taken down because I think just they shut off the servers. You know, it was Tripod. I don't know if anybody will remember like that Tripod Cities thing where you can like it was like Squarespace and GoDaddy like way before they existed, right? It's like you can create your own like website or whatever, or like your own blog site or something. And my demented behind just said, yeah, I'll just make a totally satanic web page. To this day, I don't know why I was doing that, but yeah, there was like a bunch of I was really into Avenged Sevenfold. I was into like horror pops and, you know, just a bunch of like just dumb stuff. I don't really know why I was so into it back then, but yeah. So it was I had like a bunch of like really kind of like weird and dark pictures and stuff in there. I had like amassed a bunch of like horror stories or like urban legend stories and stuff like that. I had I had uploaded like a bunch of like Avenged Sevenfold songs and like AFI songs and stuff like that in there. Just being the type of thing like you wouldn't be surprised that years later that guy would create a company called Maniacal Books. What was the URL? It was like darthmac99.geocities.com or .net or something like that. It was up for years though. It was up. It recently kind of got taken down, like I want to say 2019, 2018 or something like that. Because I had favorited it, and I kind of kept tabs on it, even though I was just like, God, I don't know what was on my mind when I made this website. But I went to it like 2018ish, 2019ish or something like that, and it said like I got it like a URL like web page not available or something like that. So I guess like they just turned the servers off or whatever. But when I was close to finishing that site, I was in my room. I was in my room in Mom and Dad's house, and I was on the computer, and I had kind of like a gaming chair or computers. It was just a regular computer chair that I was on, and I was in there, and I remember suddenly I was uploading this weird story about some woman. I think it's like a Mexican urban legend about this woman who went to a dance and she ended up dancing with the devil or something like that, and she didn't know it until she looked down and she saw like hooves in the tail or something like that. I remember this vividly, right? Because I was uploading that story to the web page, and all of a sudden my chair just started vibrating out of nowhere. It was just like crazy, and at first I was thinking there must be a plane coming, because like at my parents' house, even still, like it's close to an Air Force base, and so there's planes that fly overhead, and sometimes they can fly so low that they shake the entire house. You have to pause what you're watching because all you hear is jet engines blasting through your ears. They fly so low sometimes. But that was the first thought that went through my head, like, okay, there must be a plane going, but no, there's no plane happening outside. And there's nothing else on in my room. Like it's just me and I'm on my computer, like uploading to this crazy website I built, and like my chair is just going, and it freaked me the hell out, right? And then like after about 15 seconds, like 15 straight seconds of just vibrating, and then like suddenly it just stops, and then the energy in the room got like really weird and really oppressive, right? And then I just kind of became suddenly aware it was just quiet. It was empty. I might have been the only one home too, and I noticed what I'm looking at and what I'm putting up on his website, and like the music I was listening to, I was probably listening to some kind of like metal or I don't know, and dark, right? And so I just became really aware of what I was doing and what I'm looking at, and I was like, nope, I jumped up, I snatched the power cord from the computer, just powered all of it down, and just nope, right out of there. Like, yeah, okay, I got the message, I got it, I'm done. And I think I was done with that site. I didn't upload another thing to it. It was just like, got it, message received, I'm out. Illustrations by Stephen Gamble. It was published back in 1984. This book is actually the first of a trilogy of scary stories to tell in the dark books. So the first one came out in 1984, the second one was published in 1987, and the third one was published in 1991 by Scholastic, believe it or not. Like old elementary school Scholastic was out here traumatizing kids. back in the 80s and 90s. It traumatized me in the best way possible. So I said a little earlier that this book is pretty near and dear to me, because I think I can honestly say this is the book that started it all when it comes to like my love of horror and my love of horror fiction and horror movies and things like that. Because this is one of the first horror things I ever remember like getting into, actually. And I remember, so my mom would take me and my sister to the library on like weekends every now and then. And I don't know what made me pick this book, but I should have known I was just a weird kid back then. I was going to turn into like a weird adult that likes this stuff. Yeah, I just gravitated towards it. And I remember the library used to have, I'm pretty sure they still do though, they had a section where they had these little baggies that was hanging up on a rack, and they had the book and the cassette tape in it. And okay, so kids, before there was a thing called Audible, there was this thing called cassette tapes. And so in order to like hear somebody read the book out loud and narrate the book out loud, you would have to put a cassette tape in a tape player, and you would have to push play on the cassette tape player, and like somebody would read the book. This is before the internet. This is before cell phones. This is before tablets. This is before Amazon. Okay, yeah, I know. I'm old. I'm from the Stone Age. That helped me follow along with the stories. So if there was a word that I didn't know or couldn't pronounce, like it actually helped me like learn how to read or how to like pronunciate and read stuff better. And it was weird. It was weird. It was terrifying. Yeah, I think this is kind of what started my love for like books and my love for like horror. I think this is it. I think this is what kicked it off for me. And so I actually have this book. I must have gotten it in 2019 or so, because it has the little sticker here that says now a major motion picture, because I wasn't sure when this came out, but the whole series is like a 3-book series, but this book right here is like all 3 of the books in one. And yeah, going through this again, and I mean, you see the horror, or you see the picture and the little graphic I have here, and you can see this thing too. The pictures in this book is like pretty legendary and pretty epic, because this is some of the weirdest, most terrifying, most horror type of like imagery you'll find in adult books, right? So these books, they were published by Scholastic, and so they're aimed at kids actually, but like the artwork in this book is massive. Like I'm running through some pictures now. It's definitely worth the price of admission. I said I don't have a basement. But when I do, when I have my little corner, I am definitely going to print out some of these pictures and just have it kind of hanging like on the wall. Not everywhere. Like, I learned my lesson from the website, so I'm not going to go crazy, but just every now and then, because it's not only is it like fun and horror for me, it's actually kind of nostalgic too. So what are these about? So this is actually, it's a collection of stories or like folklore that was actually researched. It was collected by Alvin Schwartz, and I think you like from like old world America and like some stuff from Europe, I'm sure. That's and just like weird stories that's probably been passed down, over the generations and things like that. And so while the stories in here, as I'm a grown adult, so the stories in here aren't all that scary, but I do remember some of these being like pretty terrifying as a kid. So yeah, for the appropriate audience, it can be pretty scary. I don't know how intense it would be, but that it's really great though. I would recommend this, but you got to know your kid. If your kid is into all that stuff, I would recommend it. But if they're not, then just bypass it, skip it. What do I like about it? Well, I think I touched on it a little bit before. The artwork, definitely. I love the artwork in this. It's crazy. It's just weird. It's eerie. Like the artwork in this is by Stephen Gammell, legendary. Like I can't say anything else about it. It's just I love it. It's one of the reasons I love the book. And some of the stories in here too, like it's not, so the stories aren't all that like scary, like gotcha scary kind of. There are some in here, but a lot of them are just kind of goofy. I get the feel like you're supposed to tell this like around a campfire or like at a sleepover, for when kids have a sleepover and they get to the scary story part of it, then you just turn all the lights out, whip out a flashlight, and just go through this book and like take turns in a circle reading stories. But yeah, they aren't that, the stories in here aren't that scary or aren't that terrifying. And I'm going to say, even for a kid, even though some of them are, the vast majority of them are just kind of like really fun, kind of cheap thrill type of stories. Don't like about it, I don't think there's that much. Well, some of the stories are like really, really short, but it's not to its detriment for the most part. Yeah, there's not that much I don't like about this, honestly. If anything, they stopped at 3. I kind of wish they would have kept going, but I'm happy they got what they got. And I would like a more adult version of something like this. Like I really wish they could have did that, or maybe someone is in the workings of that now. To give you an example, I'll do like one quick story they have here. It's in the first book. It's in the first volume. It's called What Do You Come For? Again, the artwork is just, love it. Okay, what do you come for? There was an old woman who lived all by herself, and she was very lonely. Sitting in the kitchen one night, she said, "Oh, how I wish I had some company." No sooner had she spoke than down the chimney tumbled 2 feet from which the flesh had rotted off. The old woman's eyes bulged with terror. Then 2 legs dropped to the hearth and attached themselves to the feet. Then a body tumbled down, then 2 arms, and then a man's head. As the old woman watched the parts come together into a great gangling man, the man danced around and around the room. Faster and faster he went. Then he stopped and looked into her eyes. "What do you come for?" she asked in a small voice that shivered and shook. "What do I come for?" he asked. "I come for you." And you're supposed to jump at whoever's listening to you read. See, it's full of just like really kind of fun, dumb stuff like that. I think it's fun for kids, and little elementary to middle school age kids. I think it's fun. It's a good read. It's definitely worth picking up. You can find this. I got this off of Amazon, very recently, and so yeah, it's worth picking up. Scary stories to tell in the dark. 5 out of 5. Of course, it's 5 out of 5. Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark is a 2019 horror movie starring Zoe Margaret Coletti, Michael Garza, Austin Zajor, and Gabriel Rush. And so, yeah, of course, this is the movie adaptation of the book by the same name. And again, that book is very, very kind of near and dear to me. Didn't have that much high hopes, honestly, when it came to this movie, because I don't know, I've been burned by movie adaptations of books that are very near and dear to me, and so I was very tepid when this came out. Matter of fact, I don't think I went to the movies to see it. I had to kind of wait for it to get on an app. I think I saw it on Netflix, and I think it's still on there too. I recently watched it last weekend, I believe. However, with that said, though, I was pretty pleasantly surprised. It's very kind of true to the story, and I like what they did with the story in the movie, because the book isn't like a traditional book. It's not like a narrative with a beginning, middle, and end. Like it's a collection of like short stories that are, that's been collected over the years of like urban legends and other kind of like horror tales, like over generations. It was seen. This one, it was. I like how they did it. It was a bit like a step above the Goosebumps movie to me. Cause I don't like the tone was not as juvenile, I guess I could say, even though it is involving like teenagers. It's involving like kids basically. So what's it about? So it's Halloween night in some town in 1969 or 1970, and there's a bunch of kids who are causing mischief on Halloween. Or I think they're trying to fight back against like the town bully, who's like a miserable human being. He's like, he's drunk. He's like tells his mom off and abuses a poor Harold over here. Like, could you imagine? Like, poor Harold. Who could abuse poor Harold? Right here, my buddy Harold here. Yeah, so it's these four kids. They ended up mixing it up with the town bullies, and so they like go to this house, this abandoned haunted house, and they find this secret basement, and they find this book that I guess the inhabitants used to have, and so the book starts writing these stories itself, and so all hilarity ensues, as they say. So what I like about it is really cool seeing the stories that I kind of grew up reading coming to life. They have kind of like the most famous stories from the book in here, or like some of the most famous or infamous images from that book in the movie too. Like my guy Harold. Like my guy Harold right here. Yeah, they have the scene in here where the corpse is looking for his missing toe. And so, they have that whole thing play out in here, which is really cool. I love it. I love how faithful it was to the story, and I love this whole scene. I love this scene. I love how it played out. It was one of my favorite scenes in the movie. Yeah, they have Harold, my guy Harold here, who was again one of my favorite stories in the book. And this was kind of rough. I think this scene is one of the reasons why I think it kind of elevated itself above the Goosebumps movie, because this was kind of gnarly. Like it was pretty rough. It very much, it almost like in a different movie it could have very easily been like a very more gory kind of rated R kind of scene, but it was really intense. It was really good and really fun scene. And of course, they gotta have the pale white lady here. They gotta have that in here. I think the picture of the pale lady might be more famous than the books, actually, because it's something you see and it immediately freaks you the hell out. It's just like, what is this? Like, no, kill it with fire. Like, yeah, it was a pretty good scene. But just seeing the pale white lady like in like live action, like on screen, it's just, it was really like, oh god, like the worst nightmare, absolute worst nightmare is what happened to the kid in this scene, and like there's no escaping her. Yeah, and so they capped the movie off with this character here, which is called the Jangly Man, I believe. I do not remember him from the books like at all, but he is most definitely the most terrifying creature in this movie. He's like a reanimated corpse that reanimates itself and puts itself together, and he's like a Terminator. Like he's like a demonic Terminator. Like I think they ran him over. Like he like yeah, like in this scene here, he's like forcing himself through a cell and he's like contorting and like all this stuff to get in there. Yeah, it was really. I wasn't expecting that because I don't remember him really in the books at all. But I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed him, and I hope they kind of get around to making a second one to bring him back. Like I would definitely like to see him in another one. Yeah, all in all, I can give this a 4 out of 5. It was. I was surprised. Like I was pleasantly surprised. Like I'm horrible when it comes to like rating scares for other people because I there's nothing scary to me, but it was enjoyably eerie and creepy at times. I think it could be pretty scary for like other people, but yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was faithful to like the stories in the book. It was fun seeing like that stuff realized like in live action on screen. Yeah, I loved it. It really made me want to go back to the book and reread some stuff. So yeah, 4 out of 5. I think it's cool. I think it's fair. I mean, some of the characters were just really tropey, predictable. Everything outside of the scares was just really kind of plain and predictable. Like but like seeing all the stuff from the book come together was really fun. So 4 out of 5. I think it's cool. Yeah, scary stories to tell in the dark. 4 out of 5. It is a Halloween must for me every year. Every single year since it came out, I gotta watch Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark on Halloween.
Oh man, so I'm usually when I first do this, I go through like a little spiel or whatever, and I don't know. I kind of want to just bypass that since I've been away for so long, but I don't know. It's been a while, so and a lot of stuff has happened. Recent thing that's right on the top of my brain is probably yeah, it would probably be the passing of Jason David Frank. It was the Green Ranger from the Power Rangers. I'm not all that sure why it hit me a bit. If A was a complete surprise, it just completely out of the blue, and I guess B would be he was the one thing I actually liked about the Power Rangers. So and when this came out, when Power Rangers first came out, like that first generation that he was a part of, and I think he actually was still doing Power Ranger shows up until fairly recently. I want to say within like the last 5 or so years, because I remember watching a ton of Nickelodeon when my son was a bit younger, and seeing that whatever iteration of Power Rangers was out there now, like he was still on there, and I was like, "Whoa, wait, he's still, he's still doing this, huh?" And I thought it was really cool though. I was like, "Oh wow, he's still out here doing this. All right, that's pretty cool." And yeah, it's just he was the one thing that I actually kind of liked about it. I couldn't stand it, even though I was the target demographic for the Power Rangers. It came out in '93, it looks like, and like I was 12 years old in 1993, which was oh my god, like 30 years ago. Ugh, which actually kind of physically hurts me to say that was 30 years ago. My God, but yeah, I remember I was pretty much the target demographic, but I never got into it. I just found it really just goofy, kind of just really lame. I think I had by that point I had came across like anime, and I kind of most likely subconsciously knew that it was a kind of a knockoff of or aping the kind of anime culture, from in Japan, and it very much is. And I didn't know this until like years and years later that they were actually taking no uh clips and segments from this Japanese show, and Americanizing it, and like making this whole other thing from it, and repackaging it and bringing it over here as the Power Rangers. But no, I think there was this thing like I kind of subconsciously knew it was just very much so like just biting off of like anime or like kind of Japanese culture, and so I thought it was like super lame. I hated it. Like I honestly kind of detested it, and I think it was one of those things that my little sister was like super into, and so as the big brother, I'm obligated to hate everything that my little sister's into. You know, especially when you're like 12 years old. That's kind of like the unwritten rule, right? But yeah, but I do remember when the whole Green Ranger thing happened, and I'm not gonna lie, I was watching that, you know, and then when he went on to transform into like the White Ranger, I remember that, and I was like, okay, that's something, that's all right. And also, I remember, and again, I didn't catch on to this till like years and years later. It was pretty racially motivated. Power Rangers, like I remember, so the Yellow Ranger was an Asian woman. The Black Ranger was a black guy, of course. And then they're going to say, "Oh, the most powerful Ranger of them all, the Master Ranger, if you will, right, is the White Ranger. He's the most powerful." Like, man, get out of here with that. But yeah, no, it's really sad. There is a lot of I kind of have my battles with mental health as well, and I'm you probably can say that not a main component of the hiatus, but definitely plays a factor in that. It's just one of the things where, like, oh, I haven't recorded in a week. Oh my god, I really don't feel like it. Who cares? Like, who's gonna listen to it? And then you go through this whole like Rolodex of. But it's just, man, it's that was a blow. It kind of hit me really hard, and yeah, it was a shock. But yeah, man, rest in peace, Jason David Frank, man. You did give some enjoyment to kids out there, and I just hope that, I don't know, that's just, that sucks. That's really really bad. What else happened? What else good happened? Yeah, I have about two or three things like that's terrible and just bad that happened, but that was that. But yeah, we just celebrated Thanksgiving, and happy belated Thanksgiving to everybody. It's a time of like food and family, and I enjoyed it this year once again, and yeah, that was kind of another reason for the hiatus. It was just doing all this stuff, and oh, and the holidays is coming, but oh, I got well, some positive stuff to come out of the hiatus is I was a part of the reason I did kind of not record, or had a gap in the recording, was I'm finished actually publishing a client's book through through Max Books Publishing imprint, and that was the whole process. That's the very first one. So it's the very first time that I've had a client, give me a manuscript and just like, yeah, okay, publish this, So, and going through the whole process, going through the, going through the contracts, and signing the contracts is kind of crazy. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, this is the first time I'm doing it, and like we signed the contracts wrong. So I had to reach out to her and say, oh, actually no, we got to re-sign the contracts and do all that. But yeah, going through that process, signing a contract, which is awesome, which is amazing, and just going through the manuscript, fine tuning the story, going through the edits with the editor, Kate Schaefer, and yeah, you just going through that whole process, fine tuning the book, doing the formatting, and there's pictures in the book because it's a children's book, and going like formatting pictures, and yeah, the whole process. It was a whole process, and it took a lot of attention of away from a lot of other stuff, because I am also kind of writing a book as well, and so yeah, it was a lot, but it was a good process. It was a good learning process, and yeah, and I got through that, and I'm really excited about that. Really happy about that, and I am trying. I am trying to fast track this so we can get this out for the Christmas season. That was the goal, but that happened. Oh, and what else happened? I caught COVID. Yes, a big Rona found me. Big Rona actually found me. I was hiding. I was quarantining, hiding inside. I was wearing face masks. Didn't matter. She caught me anyway. And so yeah, like all that is happening. You know, I trying to process the client's book. You know, like editing it, formatting it. You know, trying to get it out to market, and catching COVID. And that kind of ground everything to a halt as well. You know, and so yeah, but in that I was able to catch up on a lot of stuff though. You know, I like most of the movies that I'm going to review. I was able to watch while I was in quarantine, and so yeah, it's a whole thing. It was a lot, and so but that's over with, and now I am here, and I am ready to get this show going. So yeah, I mean that's a spiel. That's about it. Let's go ahead and do this. As always, let me go through a quick break. In about like 30 seconds or so, we will kick off the reviews.
Travel with me to a dark and isolated farm located deep in the heart of St. Mary's County, Maryland, where the only African American farmer and his family are being tormented by something stalking around their property. Can they survive? Can they protect the farm that is their very livelihood? And can they do it with their sanity intact? Are you in the mood for dark, isolated rural horror? Are books full of ghastly green goo and reanimated corpses your jam? Then check out Mulch, the eerie inaugural novella from Maniacal Books, available today on Amazon Kindle and mcsbooks.com.
Black Count: Glory, Revolution, Betrayal, and the Real Count of Monte Cristo by Tom Rice is one of my favorite books, and is one of my favorite nonfiction books, which is a rarity to me because I generally get bored with nonfiction. but but in this instance, this is a pretty important book for me, especially because it highlights a lot of black history that we just don't learn in school, and still just will not learn in school. So this is one of those things I had to kind of like learn on my own. Like it's infuriating as much public kind of is about a man called into like literature in any way. Alexandre Dumas will kind of ring a bell, and that is because he is the author of the author of the Three Musketeers and the Count of Monte Cristo, among other things, and I believe Man in the Iron Man. To find this out, because the author of those stories, those very, very famous stories, is a black man. Isn't widely known. It tell us everything, or that they're trying to, push or keep, you know, and so, yeah, and that's why black people, black folk, because a lot of what we know about ourselves in like Western academic institutions is just so but we, as far as like Western education, that's all we need to know, right? But okay, enough of that. So like, let's to get back on track. Tom Reese, who's the author of this, did an amazing job on this, and he does like a ton of nonfiction. The book before this is called The Orientalist, I believe. I think it's about a Jewish man who fled and said he was like I don't know, did some other stuff out in the Middle East or something like that. But so like he writes very few and far in between, and because I think he just goes through painstaking details to research his subjects. Because even in that last book, the Orientalist, blah, even in the last book, the oh my God, Orientalist, God, I cannot say that word, is also based on like an actual person. And so I am very appreciative. Amazing story to tell, and it's an amazing history to unearth that I think everybody should know, especially black folk. All right. And so I have it here on my iPad, which I've had this book. Oh my God, when did I first read this book? Oh, I want to say, 2015, 2016 ish, maybe. I think when I first picked this up, and so let's see about this. And but I don't have the physical copy of it. When I get like a actual house or like a dwelling where I have room to like store books and things like that, then I'll probably actually get the physical copy. But as of right now, I don't have room. I'll probably just shove it under my desk right here or something. Uh, but again, so this goes through the lineage of Alexandre Dumas, and it also talks about his inspiration for the stories as well, because the a lot of his stories are very fun. Alexandre Dumas, I'm talking about, like his stories are so pop binge. I think my favorite, I think the most recent film adaptation of, and this is, man, that it is one of the most gangster movies you could find. Like, and I mean, like it really is. Like Jim Caviezel plays Edmond Dantes. He goes to this prison out in France, and like he finds a way to escape, and he finds like this, like, listen, he just goes through each name and just checking them off, right? I love that story. It's a true classic story, inspired by his dad, and his dad, who's kind of like the picture here. His dad was an ex-slave, and also he joined the military in France, and came up to become like this very high-ranking general. I think he was the first black high-ranking general in like a Western or European army ever. And I think Colin Powell is probably the only other one. I don't know. Like, this is the only one I know about since then. But yeah. So his I can see how Alexandre Dumas got so much inspiration from his dad, because his dad's story is insane. His story is very crazy. But I mean, it all can start from, get my bookmark here. So from his grandfather, actually. Right? And yeah, this, like, I have bookmarks all in this. Like, I have so many bookmarks in this. His so okay, Alexandre Dumas' father's story starts in Saint Domingue, which was back in the slavery days, Haiti. So and now times Saint Domingue is Haiti. It used to be a colony of France, and they used to have like sugar plantations there apparently. And so Alexandre Dumas' father, who was like this rich nobleman who, of course, owned land and owned a plantation in Saint Domingue, where and I believe he was running from the law, or he was fleeing his family or something. I can't remember why. I'm not sure if the book goes into it, but he kind of fled to Saint Domingue to kind of like hide out from his family or something, and he ends up having a child. At some point, he returns back to France, right? And so in a passage in the book, kind of goes into that. And so it says, Antoine Alexandre de la Halle, in the French sugar colony of Saint Domingue. Uh, Antoine was a nobleman. Later, Antoine was the Marquis de la Paz. But the boy, Alexandre Dumas' father, would reject his father's name along with his noble title. He would enlist in the French army at the lowest rank, taking the surname Dumas from his mother's maiden name. I take it for his entitlement papers. And then once he risen by his merits to a higher rank, he would not even sign his name Alexandre, preferring the blunt, simple form Alex Dumas. And I'm okay, completely off note, off subject. I'm pretty sure that's how I got my name. I'm pretty sure it was Alexander or something at one point, but somewhere along the line, I think my grandfather might have, or his parents might have even said, nah, cut that off, just Alex. But yeah, so that's the thing. So, Alexandre Dumas' grandfather came back to France and with him, and with the intent, it sounds like, to just have him live in high society, right? And I think if it was a thing too of like, him parading around like, look, I have a black to this day where like, rich people will adopt a black child or adopt a Vietnamese child or something. That's kind of Thomas Alexandre Dumas would drop his father's name and take up his mom's surname like when he become of age, and it says like he rejected like his dad's whole lifestyle, and I can imagine why. I mean, you're in like high society, you're the only black person in the miles around you, right? Or if you're not the only black person, you're only black like free person, or the only black person of status, or like can like do anything you wanted at that time. And I could just imagine like the stares, the conversations, the chittering in the background every time you walk in a room. Yeah, I could only imagine like his disdain for like this like his whole existence in high society France. Like, yeah, God, I can. But so even in that, like the book even goes into talking about how even after joining the military, and it says like he joined at the lowest rank in the military, and I think even so much so that I've probably been on a battlefield with Napoleon, and this is kind of like in the history books in France too. There was a incident in here where that's somehow he was branded Thomas Alexandre Dumas was branded a traitor, or some kind of incident happened where he got thrown into like a prison, like this very kind of like rough, almost like a penal colony like that we would have today. And for years, and like his name was dragged in the mud, and like he was kind of exiled, and he went off into this prison. Kind of have that premise of someone's locked away in a prison somewhere like unjustly, and in Three Musketeers case, like there's people that work to like break him out, but in the Count of Monte Cristo's case, like he somehow escaped. Like that, Alexandre Dumas is actually telling the story of his father in those tales, and these are like really, really popular, timeless tales that like everybody kind of knows these tales, especially Three Musketeers, like by heart almost. But what you don't know, because it's been so whitewashed, you don't know, and I think that's why my videos is freezing right now. There's a little too much truth. But what you don't know is these were all inspired by an ex-slave. Like he was born into slavery, but I don't think he was a slave very long. Yeah, because in the book they even talk about the revolutions in Saint Domingue, where they kind of burnt that whole island kind of to the ground. Like it was a slave revolt, and it's kind of what helped Haiti gain its independence. And even that still has ramifications to today's time too. 'Cause I think Haiti's one of the poorest countries in the world, and that's because France refuses to live up to what they like rightfully should be doing to offer assistance to Haiti, and so Haiti still poorest countries in the world, and they have natural disasters that kind of ravage them, and since they're not very equipped to handle day-to-day life very well, things like that just absolutely rock that country to the core. And once again, France refuses to help in any way. It's kind of truly despicable. But anyway, enough of my critique on colonialism. I can go all day on that as well. Yeah, it's a very really good tale, really fascinating. One of the most fascinating and gripping reads I've had in a nonfiction ever. And yeah, I think this is very much worth checking out. Yeah, it's very well written. It goes into like painstaking details. He even kind of in here writes about him like doing the research and how difficult it is like getting like the research on Alexandre Dumas' father and his grandfather, which is pretty bizarre seeing how famous like that family is because they he is rich, like he comes from a rich family, and so like and he even kind of goes into how the researchers he's talking to in France, they hesitate, they like hesitate a lot, trying to divulge like a lot of info on like the Dumas family, and so like yeah, I love that about that. I love not only like getting the history, but he also like splices in the behind the scenes in this as well, and it's like a documentary in book form. It's really good, really fascinating. And he did a awesome job like putting this whole thing together. So yes, I highly recommend checking this book out. You learn so much about Thomas Alexandre Dumas. Yeah, they talk about his just prowess on the battlefield as well. Like they talk about how he fought off what was it, a Austrian cavalry squadron, kind of like by himself, and kind of like came out totally unhurt, like not a mark or anything on him. He like fought a whole like the way, and I'm pretty sure it's like very heavily romanticized, right? But like the way they make it sound like he fought off a whole battalion like by himself, and just nothing, no mark, no nothing, just like yeah, all right, come on, let's go. It's another day. What y'all looking at? Yeah, so like he was so high up ranking in the army that he took Napoleon's place apparently in one of the battles that they were fighting, the Italian campaign, I believe it was, and that's unheard of because Napoleon's like this larger than life historical figure, and I know it's pun intended, I guess, but because he's a little guy apparently, but still like that's kind of unheard of. It's like a black soldier who's like leading the entire country, an entire European country back in like the 1800s. Picture of Alexandre Dumas, and as you can clearly see, yeah, that's a brother. That is a brother. Like he is clearly like a mixed or what's the PC term for that? A interracial man there, but like his features are very kind of like painted in a way that's not like it's not like this. It's not like this at all. And to find like an actual register for it and like put an email and a freaking address in there and activate my account. It's just like what is happening to get like a true picture of what this man looked like, what this author of these like famous stories looked like. I had to jump through so many hoops. It's really infuriating that like it is such an attempt to keep like true history, like true Black history. I mean, this is my opinion. This is what I feel, but it feels like it's such an attempt to keep true Black history, like it's just put as many barriers or like in the way as they can, because the internet is kind of like the great equalizer, right? And so whatever we can to get like our true history out, like you know, but just in the way, it's really annoying, really infuriating. But all in all, I love this book. This is a 5 out of 5 for me. It's to go ahead and pick it up and yeah, learn just a bit more about like our history and what what we have offered into like the world, into like greater culture. And yeah, I say yeah, love this book. Really eye opening. Nope is the 2022 horror thriller, starring Kiki Palmer, Daniel Kaluuya, Stephen Yeun, and Brandon Perea. And it is also directed by Jordan Peele. This movie, um, I don't know how to feel about this movie. A, it's a Jordan Peele movie, so it's beautifully shot. It's masterfully directed. Like he is. It's movies like this that make you kind of appreciate him as an artist, like as a director, because he is directing the hell out of his movies. Like I guess the way I feel very similar to this movie as I feel about Us is that he is writing a novel with film almost. He's crafting like a work with like the camera lens that not too many people the show they want to do, but I don't think a lot of people are able to do. With that said, it's so like some things can be so obtuse and so just kind of like in its own vibe that it throws me off. Like I'm just not into it. This kind of comes very close to being that type of movie for me. And there's nothing like it's beautifully shot. Like that everybody's doing their thing in this. Kiki Palmer's doing her thing. Daniel Kaluuya is being I don't know, like Daniel Kaluuya, he's trying something different here. He's this very kind of introverted, very low key, a very toned down performance from him, and like I think he nails it. He nails it, but it's not kind of what I want out of a performance or out of a Daniel Kaluuya performance. He's such a big character actor, this very kind of gregarious personality, just naturally, and like I give him props for his acting in this movie, right? But I don't know if that's the kind of thing I want from Daniel Kaluuya, like moving forward. Like he has such a strong presence on film that like no, I need more charisma. I want more like out of him in a performance. But Kiki Palmer, and like he's playing opposite Kiki Palmer, who's playing his sister. Like she's playing Kiki Palmer, from what I could tell in this movie. She is like very much playing herself. She's out there. She's loud. She's very personal. In this movie, but and again, Stephen Yeun is playing kind of like this like a little bit part. He's playing this kind of like side character. I don't know side character, but he kind of fills in a lot of the backstory or a lot of like what is happening in here. It's, I like the movie, but it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite. And again, it's critically this movie is all over the place. Some people say it's the worst movie he's done. Some people say it's the greatest thing he's ever done. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm kind of like I can see both sides of that argument. I mean, I like to think of this as like a Jaws with a space alien in it. It kind of has that tone to it. But at the same time, Jaws had a pay. There's a payoff in this movie too, but or maybe it's because it's alien and there's so much. left to be explained or left to interpretation with this. Jaws is a shark. We know what a shark is. Like there's no like there's not a lot of thought that goes in that. Like a day at any ordinary day at the beach could be like your worst day ever because like a great white shark sees you and just thinks, yeah, I'm going to eat that person swimming right now, and yeah, we get that. We can connect with that. However, this space area, I don't know if it's a spoiler to say like it's what it is still at this point, but there's a lot, and with the space alien being this also this critique of Hollywood as well. Like I okay, I get that. I think he's been in interviews and stuff talking about spectacle and the alien is supposed to be like this stand-in for spectacle, or because like the opening of the thing looks very much like a cell phone camera to me, and it kind of I made that correlation pretty early on. Like, okay, I think I know what, and you can't look at it. If you look at it, then it got you. And if you stare into the abyss, the abyss will come and swallow you up. It's allegory for fame. It's an allegory for Hollywood. It's an allegory for like, going viral. All that stuff. Okay, right, I got it. But why? I don't know. Like, it seems very detached, like from reasoning and just I don't know. I didn't get I got it, but I didn't. I'm like, okay, where is it? Why is it? Where did it come from? Like what is? And it can pretend to be a cloud too. Like, huh? There's a lot of it that's just like I guess left up to your interpretation. Okay, I guess. But one of the things that I think Jordan Peele is very much like, I think he's shown in this film, he's showing he's a mastery of is sound design, and how the sound design it like kind of interplays with the visuals as well. Because if you, I like to think this movie is much scarier in like the sound scope than it is like kind of like on film. And there and he's a master at like drawing tension in all of his movies. He has that like he can play tension like a fiddle almost. Like he's a master at doing that. But that coupled with the sound design in this too, it was yeah, I really enjoyed it. Because like there's sections in this like when you hear like you'll hear a weird sound like so when Keith David who had a part in this like he kind of like has a death scene very early in the movie that kind of kicks everything off, and you hear this weird kind of sound. You don't really understand what you're hearing, but it sounds weird. It sounds very alien, or is it like what was that? And that happens constantly throughout in the movie. And there's these shrieks and these screams, and it's not until like the very end you figure out, oh, that's what that was when I was hearing it, and that's why it sounds very, because it's like at first you think it's like a alien cry or something, but then you realize no, it's something completely different. That's why it sounds like it's like a scream of pain or something like that. It's like, oh, that's what that was, and that's like his mastery of film and storytelling is like it's 100% on point with this. But then the story is just all over the place, right? And he has this. I guess he is trying to and put this idea of a bad miracle, which in itself is an oxymoron. Like there's no such thing as a bad miracle. You know what I mean? And I think I know he's trying to say something that's so random and weird that happens that I don't know. You can say distracts from something terrible that's happening there, or like a silver lining to like a tragedy or something, right? I think that's what he's going at. But to me, he kind of missed the mark on that into things that just make no sense, like the shoe that's just standing straight up. I'm like, okay, but I guess he's saying like draw attention away from him. So the kid. Well, I see. I'm going into spoiler territory. I don't know if you could talk about this movie without going into spoilers. But anyway, it's like I love this movie. At the same time, it's just like I don't know. I give it a 3. I think I give it a 3 out of 5. Barbarian is a 2022 horror movie starring Bill Skarsgård, Justin Long, and Georgina Campbell. Okay, so this is one of the movies that I saw during quarantine, and it kind of made quarantine not suck so much. Actually, I had a ton of fun watching this movie, and also it kind of frustrated me. It's honestly it equal measure. I had tons of fun with it, and it did frustrate the hell out of me. Okay, so what is this about? All right, so there is an Airbnb in some hood in Detroit that some young lady decides to stay in because she has an interview in downtown Detroit or something, and so she's coming from DC. She travels over to Detroit to do this interview, but when she gets to the Airbnb, she finds out the key in the key slot or the little kind of like key holder is missing, and she's trying to contact the person who put the Airbnb listing up, so, but she can't find him. But comes to find out that someone already is staying in here. Do I trust this creepy guy, or I don't know? What do I do? And so, she ends up going. She ends up staying at the Airbnb. Yeah, and so then Justin Long kind of comes into play, and yes, really weird and creepy stuff happens from there. What I like about this one, from the jump, it's a pretty tense movie. Like right off the bat, because and mainly because when you one of the first people you see is Pennywise. Yeah, yeah, Bill Skarsgård. He's one of the first people you see. Like in the trailer, and so they do have this kind of like this really disorienting thing they go for in the movie that I think they do really well, where it's just kind of like it throws you off balance because you're like, what do I trust it? Do I like do I trust it? I don't know what's happening, and having Bill Skarsgård as one of the first people that you come in contact with, really kind of helps throw you off. Really kind of helps you get off balance from the jump on in this movie, which is really genius to me. I think it's a really genius move that they pulled in this. And look at him. Look at Skarsgård trying to look trying to look all innocent. Like you ain't innocent. I know who you is. You'll turn into Pennywise at any moment. Yes, and then so like they kind of really throw you off in this movie in other ways too, because they'll like you'll be in one thing or one part of the story that's happening, and then they'll just abruptly just kind of cut and move on to like a totally other kind of scene and a whole totally other characters. And the first time that happens, we kind of go over into like Justin Long's part of the story, and it was really great seeing Justin Long like in stuff again. Like he's been, I haven't seen him in anything in way too long. Like just seeing him on screen just made me realize how much I missed seeing Justin Long in stuff. And yeah, it's about time too. And he kind of did a really good role in this too. Like for the first time in a long time, he's not like the lovable loser character in movies that he's been in. Like pretty much everything else I've seen him in. Like he's kind of like a douche. He's a real douchebag in this. But and it's really fun. So I think for a lot of people before, Michael Cera was the lovable loser in like a lot of like movies. It was Justin Long, right? So seeing him kind of subvert that archetype and like him playing this really kind of really a white, very privileged white male in this, who is kind of going through a a Me Too moment. Like he's on the bad end of a Me Too moment in the movie was kind of fascinating just to see like what would that be like be on the receiving end of that, and just to kind of see him like do a completely different role that I'm used to seeing him do. It was fun. I really enjoyed that. All right, so yeah, I probably forgot to mention the director's name is Zach Krieger, who is, come to find out, he's from Arlington, Virginia, apparently. Which is like, okay, yeah, yeah. Anybody from the DMV, I'm automatically a fan of, and he did a excellent job in this movie. Like the way he kind of did these narrative jumps, we just jumped to a whole nother scene. I really enjoyed it. It was very disorienting, and he did it like right at the right moment where you kind of needed a breather, in the movie. Like right, it was perfectly timed. Like right when like things were getting like totally crazy, you just jump to like this other kind of like story, and like I was like, and it really does kind of help the server to go like, well, now what? And another thing about the Justin Long character is, he goes from this guy who I guess you could say was kind of like a sexual predator in a way, because he has some allegations like levied against him, and again he's going through his Me Too movement, but then like he comes in contact with this lady creature. I don't know how you describe it. Mother kind of creature, recipient of like a woman he can't, who is like way stronger or way more of monsters too. I thought that was pretty cool. Uh, yeah. Speaking of that mother creature thing, yeah, she was pretty gnarly. Yeah, she was pretty gross and disturbing. Like thinking of one of those like really run down like Detroit houses. I remember years ago there was like, yeah, you can buy a house in Detroit for like $5, and you look at the house, it's just run down, just shack. It was like, oh yeah, great, thanks. But yeah, I kind of imagine seeing something like her living in the basement of one of those houses. I could totally see that. I could buy that. And one thing I thought was insanely hilarious. So, Justin Long is trying to flip one of those houses, and the like a really decrepit, creepy looking sex dungeon in the corner of your basement that leads down into like some kind of like crazy catacombs. And what's the first thing he do? Grab some tape measure to see how much square footage he can add to the listing. It's just like that is just the worst. Yeah. So what I don't like about the movie was honestly it was just the decisions. Like I said earlier, that there's some of the decisions that was being made in this movie was just it took me out. It kind of took me out of the movie because I'm like nobody would stay there. Like there's a shot where was it Georgina? Georgina's character first gets to the Airbnb house, and like she takes a second to kind of like look around at the neighborhood, and there's like abandoned cars, abandoned destroyed cars, abandoned houses. And I was like, anybody in their right mind would get in, especially if you can't get in the house anyway. But then it's like, wait, I'm the only like standing house in this block right here, and I'm gonna stay a night here. And like nobody in their right mind would do that. Like it instantly took me out of the movie because like, come on, you know. And she would not take a hint. Like when she went to the interview, and she was telling the lady where she was staying, and the lady's like, "You staying there?" Like, wait, there's no Airbnbs in that part of Detroit. Are you sure you're staying in the right place? She didn't take the hint. Like I would have immediately took the hint and be like, "Oh, you know what? Now that you mention it, it's a little rough over there. Yeah, I think you might have a point. No, she don't take it. And plus, I think Bill Skarsgård plays his role where he's trying to be charming or whatever, and I think it kind of like got in her head too, but still, it's just like, and in Bill Skarsgård's character, the, he did like the one thing that white people in horror movies always do, where like, okay, you find the weird sex dungeon in the basement. Well, let's check it out. Let's go check it out. Let's see what's down there. It's just like, man, no, yeah, you go down there and check it out. I'm out. I'm out, bro. Like yeah, you do that. I'm gonna be in the car. I'm gonna give you like 15 minutes, dog. If you ain't out, I'm out. I'll send help. All in all, love this movie. Really fun movie. I am really loving the renaissance that horror is having right now. There's so many like really good horror movies that's coming out, like one after another, after another, after another. And this year alone, but like the last couple of years, last like year or two, it's been like some really good horror. Actually, no, I'd say the last like 4 or 5 years, it's been like some really, really good horror movies coming out. And yeah, this is another one. I 4 out of 5. I really enjoyed it. Really loved it. It's just like, come on, man. Nobody would stay in that house. Like, seriously. But yeah, Barbarian. 4 out of 5. By the way, why is this called Barbarian? Really appreciate you checking me out once again. Yeah, thank you for joining me. And to keep up to date with everything Maniacal Books related, just check out Maniacal Books on everything social, basically. I'm so rusty at this. God, I gotta have it. And don't forget to rate and review the podcast if you actually like what you hear. I'd appreciate that. That helps a long way with algorithms and behind the scenes stuff to kind of get numbers up, stuff like that. But anyway, man, look, I'm just gonna go right into it. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm ready to just run through this and go to bed. But yeah, I think last week. Oh, I need this. Last week, I kind of forgot to go through what I normally go through, like doing the box office numbers and stuff like that. And so I think yeah, let's do that. Let's just go ahead and take a look at the box office numbers just to kind of kick it off. We'll run through this real quick. Number one, no surprise. No surprise at all. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. Haven't had a chance to check that out yet. Looking forward to it. It looks amazing. Generally I've heard like really amazing things about it. People seem to love it. So yeah, that should be really cool. Number two, Violent Night, which I really, really want to check that out. Like that looks like a crazy movie. It looks like the Christmas movie I've kind of wanted all these years. So it's like Santa turns into John McClane from Die Hard, basically, and it has a body count from the looks of it. I don't know. It looks really cool. It looks different, new, and kind of like a breath of fresh air as far as Christmas movies go. So yeah, that looks pretty cool, and it's number two. Yeah, Black Panther pulled in like 17.5 last weekend. Violent Night pulled in 13.4. Strange World is number three. Okay. It's that new yeah, so Strange World is that new Disney movie that came out. That's number three that made like just above 5 million. I did I honestly I could wait for that to hit the app. Like that don't I don't think I can that don't look like something that's worth spending like $50 to go see on the weekend. I could just wait for that to hit the app. The Menu, yeah, the Menu rounds up at number four. That looks like a really interesting, really cool movie. That's 3.4 million. Okay, yeah. So Devotion at number five. I didn't even know that was out yet. Actually, that's that war movie starring Jonathan Majors. Looks really good. I can't wait to see that one too. Yeah, that's number five at 2.7 mil. And number six is I Heard the Bells. Also, it's the story of the Christmas Carol. I love how we lose ideas and then we just start going, just doubling down. We're gonna, know what would be a good story? The story about the story of the Christmas Carol. Yeah, okay, that's number six. I said number six, right? Yep, that's number six. Brought in like just over a hair over 2 million. And number six is Black Adam. It's still going strong. It's still up there at 1.5 million at number seven. The Fablemans is number eight at 1.2 million. That looks like this really kind of Oscar baity Steven Spielberg movie that's kind of like semi autobiographical. It sounds like. I don't know. I don't know. I might catch that when it's on cable or something. That looks all right. Number eight is the. Oh no, I did number eight. Number nine is Bones at All. That looks like a really interesting, really weird movie. Is that Chalamet? Timothy Chalamet, Chalamet the God. Yeah, so Timothy Chalamet and Taylor Russell, who looks very familiar. What did I see her in? Oh yeah, my girl from Lost in Space. Okay, so yeah, Taylor Russell. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, that's a really weird, interesting movie. That looks pretty good. It's hanging tough in there. It's number nine right now in the box office, so it'll be a video on demand pretty soon. So yeah, I can't wait to check that out. That most likely will be a review. That definitely looks like a review. And number 10, oh, Ticket to Paradise. I think that's the George Clooney, Julia Roberts movie. I could have sworn they just did this like a couple years ago with Sandra Bullock and Channing Tatum. It seems like the premise of the exact same movie, but in this one, I guess they're like a divorced couple and they go to like the islands, I think for their daughter's wedding or something like that, and they get pulled back together, or I don't know, go through some kind of weird hijinks. But yeah, that seemed like a complete miss to me. But yeah, that's the top 10. There's some pretty solid flicks on here. I think, especially the first two, Black Panther and Violent Night. Can't wait to see that. The Menu is still in the top 10, still going strong. And Bones and All looks like really weird. Like I can't wait to see that. And Black Adam, of course, the blockbuster. And Devotion, I have to check that out. I can't wait for that to come out. I saw the commercials and I was like, anything Jonathan Majors is in, I'm there. Like he's like one of the next great ones, you know. And so yeah, I watch anything he's in. Okay, let's pop over to the new book releases for this week in December. I'm over in the Goodreads page, and just go through the top 10 kind of like best selling books for right now, and that would be so number one, Zodiac Academy, Sorrow and Starlight. It's book number 8 apparently. Carolyn Peckman and Suzanne Valenti. Never heard of them, but okay. Bloody, lost, broken. We fight another day, but with so much stolen from us, can the fates ever twist? Yeah. Okay, so that sounds like a fantasy. All right, I might check that out. That might be a dope new series. I think I'm looking for like a new series, kind of like fantasy type of series to get into. That might be promising. Number two, book number two, Queen of Myth and Monsters by Scarlett St. Clair, and I guess this is Adrian X Isolde series number two book. It looks like it kind of threw me off for a second. So yeah, it looks like another fantasy. The next book in the epic fantasy series by USA Today best-selling author Scarlett St. Clair. So okay, I'm loving it. We're hitting the fantasy pretty hard right now. Yeah, that's all dope. I might want to. I'm gonna look into that one too. Check that out. Number three, All the Dark Places by Terry Parlato. This says a dark new thriller perfect for fans of Megan Miranda and Sherry LaPena. No clue who those people are. where murder exposes the dark secrets at the center of a group of friends and sets two women, one with traumatic past, the other Boston police detective, on a hunt for truth. Well, it's rated a four, like 4 stars, 268 ratings. I'll look into it. Don't seem like my cup of tea, but we'll see. Number four, Nine Liars by Maureen Johnson. It's a truly devious series, number five, apparently. I've never heard of any of these. And everything's a series now. Jeez. Senior year at Ellingham Academy for Stevie Bell isn't going so well. Her boyfriend, David, is studying in London. Her friends are obsessed with college applications. With the cold case of the century solved, Stevie is adrift. There is nothing to distract her from the questions pinging around her brain. Yeah, this seems like a hard pass for me. It's like a Y. It sounds like a YA novel. Yeah, I'm good. It sounds like an updated Nancy Drew or something. Yeah, I'm all right. That's a pass for me. Number five, The Light Pirate by Lily Brooks Dalton. Florida is slipping away as devastating weather patterns and rising sea levels gradually wreak havoc on the state's infrastructure. A powerful hurricane approaches a small town on the southeastern coast. Kirby Lowe, an electrical line worker, his pregnant wife Frida, and their two sons, Philip and Lucas, prepare for the worst. I don't know. 4 stars. I'm not sure what this is actually. Is this like a mystery? Is it like a country adventure? I'm not sure what this is. Kind of, but on a 4 star rated. I don't know. I might see what that's about. But number six, Five Survive by Holly Jackson. A brand new, unmissable crime thriller from Holly Jackson, best-selling, award-winning author of Good Girls Guide to Murder trilogy. What's the subtitle? 8 hours, six friends, one sniper. You know, this sounds like the next kind of movie adaptation too. Like, I would be surprised to see that coming out in the next year or two. Uh, Number seven, Well Traveled, Jen DeLuca. The Renaissance Fair is on the move, and Lulu and Dex are along for the ride in the next utterly charming rom com from Jen DeLuca. Okay, yeah, it's a pass for me. I'm not into them type of books. Number eight, The Widowmaker, a Black Harbor series, number two. The cover looks all right. Uh, a wealthy family shrouded in scandal, a detective tasked with solving an impossible cold case, and a woman with a dark past collide in Hannah Morrissey's stunning new Black Harbor mystery, The Widowmaker. I might check this out. It's got 3 stars on Goodreads. I don't know. I might check it out. It sounds like something that might be up my alley. We'll see. Number nine, The Poison Season by Mara Rutherford. Outsiders are always given the choice, the forest or the lake. Either way, they're never heard from again. Okay, yeah, I might check this out too. That sounds pretty good. And number 10, oh my God, this is the most basic cover art I have ever seen. This is, this is like stock everything, like stock footage, stock font. Good Lord. But it made it number 10. So wait, who am I to talk? I need to be taking notes, right? Uh, so number 10, 20 Years Later by Charlie Donley. What is this about? All right. Avery Mason, host of American Events, knows the subjects that grab a TV audience attention. Her latest story, a murder mystery laced with kinky sex, tragedy, and betrayal, is guaranteed to be ratings gold. New DNA technology has allowed the New York Medical Examiner's Office to make its first successful identification of a 9/11 victim in years. What are we doing here? The twist, the victim, Victoria Ford, has been accused of the gruesome murder of her married lover. In a chilling last phone call to her sister, Victoria begged her to prove her innocence. I don't wait. The New York Examiner's Office to make its first successful identification of a 911. What did that have to do with? Okay, well, yeah, okay. That's the top 10. I don't know what. It just went to 9/11 for some reason. That lost me. But what's going on in movies and books for this week? Yeah, I think I'm gonna cut short my usual spiel and just go right into the right. Let's just dive right into the reviews this week. So yeah, I have three reviews that we're gonna do tonight. And as always, I have a quick break coming up. The same old break I've had for weeks now, and in about 30 seconds, we're just gonna go ahead and hit the horror movie Smile, Rings of Power, and House of the Dragon. So. See you in a bit.
Travel with me to a dark and isolated farm located deep in the heart of St. Mary's County, Maryland, where the only African American farmer and his family are being tormented by something stalking around their property. Can they survive? Can they protect the farm that is their very livelihood? And can they do it with their sanity intact? Are you in the mood for dark, isolated rural horror? Are books full of ghastly green goo and reanimated corpses your jam? Then check out Mulch, the eerie inaugural novella from Maniacal Books, available today on Amazon Kindle and mcsbooks.com.
The Watcher is a 7-episode thriller streaming on Netflix. It is starring Naomi Watts and Bobby Cannavale. And this show, I first watched this show when I was quarantining from COVID, and that I think this is probably why I'm going to be a lot more lenient on this show than I probably should be, because it's a hell of a distraction. Like if you need like a good distraction, put this show on because uh, okay. What's The Watcher about? So this is another based on true events tale about a family that they buy a really gorgeous, huge manor of a house, and it's a really sleepy kind of neighborhood. And shortly after moving in, they start getting these weird, kind of threatening letters sent anonymously in their mailbox. And suddenly, kind of like everybody in that kind of quirky, sleepy neighborhood town kind of becomes a suspect, because they're new in town, they don't know anybody, and like the letters are pretty invasive and threatening and weird. And they try to go to the sheriff with it, but the sheriff could care less, honestly. And um, yeah, so they kind of they hire some kid to like put an alarm system and cameras in their house. The cameras don't catch anything. A ferret dies. Neighbors die. Neighbors come back to life. um, uh, the wife has this really kind of bitchy friend who is not really her friend, but she wants the house too. They piss off the sheriff. There's a private investigator who just starts casting blames and doubts just all over the place. There's the previous residents that lived in the house comes back, and he's like a meth head basically, and he's talking about how his kid was the neighbors were like in some kind of blood cult, and they tried to get the kid into the blood cult. It's all over the place. Oh, and by the way, it ends in I just made this shit all up. And I normally I try not to do any spoilery kind of stuff. I try to leave it like kind of vague. But who cares with this show? God, this show is just a mess. So what do I like about it? Um, it starts off pretty solid, and the fact that it's based off of like a true event, like a family actually did buy a house, like a really big, kind of gorgeous house in a neighborhood somewhere, and they really did get letters, like these really weird and bizarre letters. I think like BuzzFeed did a thing on them. Mr. Ballin had a video on them as well, and so it's kind of a known story out there within the last few years. However, like when they take creative liberties, everything else, that's where it ends. Like that's kind of where like the true events and the show depart. Like they vastly depart because the family didn't move into the house. Like once they got the letters, they smartly did not move into the house, and there was no ferret. There was no private. Well, they did hire a private investigator, but like they didn't just make up a whole bunch of stuff. And there weren't no like quirky neighbors that died or whatever. Yeah, it was none of that. There wasn't no guy in a dumbwaiter, so yeah, this it's man, this show. One good thing in here, that Mia Farrow is in here. She plays a kind of a bit part as this kind of weird kooky neighbor, as well as Terry Kinney, which I was shocked to see him in this. Like he's a man, he's a character actor that just doesn't get his due. He kind of always is under the radar, but I've been watching him since I was like a kid, man, and he's been in like so many good movies. He's always played these really solid parts, and he was fun in this. I guess he was fine in this. He was playing kind of like a grown, mentally challenged person, and so it was just he was that basically. Yeah, it starts off really bizarre, and it starts off kind of like it draws your attention. Like it's really attention grabbing at the start. Naomi Watts, and yeah, Naomi Watts. I'm a huge fan of hers. I've been watching her for years as well. Mulholland Drive, To the Ring, and she was in the Twin Peaks, the second series that David Lynch did. She was pretty good in that, and a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, I really, she was good in this too. She was good in this. Bobby Cannavale was good in this, but nobody really had it. They weren't really doing that much. A lot of the drama that was provided is between them two, really. Bobby Cannavale plays this kind of husband I sort of kind of identify with, of wanting to move his family out of this apartment in New York City and wants to get them in like a nice house, like to have a nice neighborhood. Like I totally identify with that. And he may have messed his credit up in the pursuit of doing that. I kind of identify with that. Again, they bring it to the sheriff, played by Christopher McDonald, who I've seen in numerous types of stuff too. He was kind of like this really aloof, kind of like nonchalant sheriff in this sleepy town. Nothing happens, so it's like, oh, weird letters. Oh, don't worry about it. Nothing crazy like that happens in this town, so we'll get it or whatever. But yeah, that is again, a ferret dies in this. I said Richard Nice. Um, Some of the kooky neighbors, played by Richard Kind, who is a terrific kind of like. I see him in a bunch of comedies, like back in the '90s and stuff like that, right? Like a bunch of like family movies or like family comedies and stuff. So it was really cool seeing him in this too. But yeah, they like him and his wife are these like really kind of nosy, kooky neighbors. And when like the mystery was like really ramping up, like they died suddenly, although they were murdered suddenly, only for like 2 episodes later to come back in town and say, "Oh, that wasn't us. There were like two other couples that our son hired, or lured to the house to murder for insurance money or something." And at that point, I'm just sitting there like, okay, this is just this is just garbage right now. All right, but okay, all right. It tries to go into like the it's so bad it's good territory, but I guess it kind of goes there. But to me, it didn't go crazy enough. It was just kind of like what are we doing? Why why are we doing this? Yeah, so they end up they never move out actually. until like later on in the series. Even after they find like this dungeon in the basement and like a catacomb or something, like they must have seen a barbarian or something when they were writing this, maybe. But yeah, it's and they still didn't move. And you find a catacomb in a house that you just bought, yeah, it's time to move out. It's time to go. Like what? There's no, but I, who cares? There's no logic. There's no rhyme or reason for this, and it just spins more and more out of control. There's like this writing group that writes love letters to houses or something in this, and so they're like tracking down the guy who started that because he's the guy. It's just like, okay, this is dumb. And then the private investigator that they hired, who is also seemingly dying from cancer, and at the I think the last episode when she passes away, the daughter, they go to the funeral and everything, and like the daughter tells her, oh, you know what, she just made up the whole ending of the case just to make you feel better. So we never found out who the writer was of the letters, and he's just sitting there like, what? So you just wasted my time. So you just wasted 7 hours of my time, basically, is what you're saying. So I can understand if people are like really pissed at this because it just leads to nothing, right? But it's kind of fascinating to watch at the same time. But yeah, this is just straight garbage. The Watcher, 2 out of 5. So 2 out of 5, whatever, man. The Woman King is a historical action drama that came out this year. It's starring Viola Davis, Thuso Mbedu, Lashana Lynch, and John Boyega. So yeah, if you listen, if you actually listen to the pod at all, I've talked about this movie quite a bit. It was in the box office top 10 for a long, like since it came out. I think it came out in September 16th, and it stayed on there pretty much up until Black Panther kind of came out. It was still in the top 10, which I was really thrilled about that. It's a movie with a lot of controversy surrounding it. Unfortunately, some of it I can understand. Some of it's just too bizarre for reason, honestly. But yeah, let's get into it. So, what is it about? So the Homie Kingdom decided they don't want to trade slaves anymore. They rather do palm oil and whatnot, and stop trading human beings for monetary gains. So I mean, good up on them, right? um, but they are in league with the Oyo Empire and with European slavers, and so when they say they don't want to like be in the slave trade anymore, it kind of causes conflicts with both of those two parties. And so this leads to the homie Amazons, who's an army of women warriors for the kingdom, into a big battle with the Oyo Empire, and they also kind of raid the township there, and yeah, against the orders of King Gizo, played by John Boyega, and nothing really leads from that. But it's the conflict escalates, then de-escalates, and the movie ends, and there we go. Oh, and also there's a totally Disney-esque plot with a mother finding her daughter again, and yeah, credits. Okay, what I like about it, I do like a lot about it. Chief among them, we get some. we get some African, or we get tales from Africa from like this period. Mostly when it deals with slavery and this time period, the 17 1800s. When it comes to Africa, it's just, yeah, we're slaves. The end. That's it. That's all you need to know. But yeah, it's good to see like Hollywood put out like a big budget movie talking about the different tribes in Africa and like the political climate in Africa that led to slave trades, and how the people there might have felt about the slave trade, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of the Dahomey Amazons are pretty notorious when it comes to the slave trade, because as the movie depicts, they were very pivotal in a lot of slaves being brought over to Europe and America. However, and at some point they did. It is true that they did decide to stop participating in it, and that's what some of the controversy in the movie came from, and that's what was really dumb, because like the movie wasn't even out yet, right? Like they hadn't even nobody even saw the story yet, so. And I'm thinking, well, I'm sure that's gonna be part of the movie, right? Like, just can you watch the damn movie first before you jump out the window, But yeah, and when it comes to movies that whenever Hollywood puts based on a true story in a movie, it's to take it for a grain of salt. It's like one of these things happened, and we're just going to build a whole movie around that one thing that happened here. But it is drawing from true events. It is drawing from real people in King Gizzo. Daneska, played by Viola Davis. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure, but King Gizzo was a real guy, the real king of the Dahomey Kingdom, and so that I loved about it. Like I really like that. J- Viola Davis. I mean, what? Come on, a movie's going to be good if she's in it, and I love that she took on this role. Controversy aside, I love that she took on this role. She knocked it out of the park because she is Viola Davis. Lashana Lynch, too. She kind of stole the movie in a lot of ways, especially that scene when they were going up against the guys, and the spear was in her shoulder. It's in the trailers. It's in all the trailers. She was good. And I can't wait to see her in the new Captain Marvel movie that's coming out this next year or 2024. I know they MCU released their whole roster of things they're putting out. But and the next Captain Marvel movie is in that schedule, so I can't wait to kind of see her next in that. And John Boyega was pimping in this. He looked pimping. He looked so pimping. He looked clean up there, man. Like, yeah, go ahead, John. I see you, boy. But yeah, he was solid in this too, man. Yeah, the cast knocked it out the park. I think they knew the story that they were doing. They kind of knew the assignment, and they brought it. And yeah, that can't say anything more. Like, yeah, the very well acted. The script, however, I guess that would transition into what I don't like about it. This script was written by two white women, and you can tell this is a very kind of like Disney. This is like if Walt Disney made a slavery movie. It's like this again. There's this whole thing with uh the I don't want to spoil it, but there's a character, a lead character gave off a daughter. She was being brutally like kind of raped and tortured, and was carrying a child because of that. And I guess she sent the child off for adoption, and the child somehow came back and is now part of the Amazons. And it's like that. Why that's in the movie didn't need to be in the movie, and I rolled hard at that. It's just like, why? There's so much other stuff that we can address in this movie, but I don't know. It was very much written by two white women vibes in parts of this. But at the same time, they do show how the conditions for women were just extreme. It was extreme. You either like conscripted into the Dahomey Amazons, or you were like a slave wife to some jabroni out there, And yeah, it was really, yeah, it's a really bizarre, hard look, but that was life back then. And unfortunately, I'm pretty sure it's pretty close to life now somewhere on the planet, unfortunately. But yeah, I like this. I love this. I'm gonna buy the Blu-ray again once I'm can buy Blu-rays and actually like put them somewhere in the house. I'm still in this little rat hole I call a home. But yeah, I love it. I can't wait to see it again. This is probably I give it a 4 out of 5. Again, it's just the script to this is just like why, you know, it's, it's just okay. Yeah, it's but it's a Hollywood movie. It's a Hollywood movie produced by Hollywood. I'm just happy it exists. I'm really happy it exists. That might be just a minor nitpick on my part, but yep, The Woman King, 4 out of 5, must see. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Maniacal Books Weekly for the week of December 12th, 2022. Last week, I was really tired. I was like dead tired trying to do this and get this off. So I just listened. I could tell, like listening back to the edit when I was editing it, it was like, oh my god, I just sound like so just blah. It was just like, okay, no, we gotta bring the energy. Bring the energy. We gotta bring it. So yeah, that's me bringing the energy. But, anyway, so yeah, before I get started and before I kick everything off, just remember to check out the pod on pretty much every streaming platform that's out there, and also stop by Maniacal Tube on YouTube to like and subscribe the videos on the channel. I do the reviews on the podcast, but I also record the video versions of them. So yeah, just stop by there, like, subscribe, try to support the channel a little bit, get some numbers up. And lastly, to keep up to date on all things Maniacal Books and its parent company, Max Books Publishing, go to mcsbooks.com, and also just go to Maniacal Books on all the socials, basically, for whatever news for the website or news for the podcast, news for like upcoming book releases and things like that. You'll stay up to date on all of that good stuff. So, all right, with all that out the way, this week I have the reviews I'll be going through this week is the dystopian sci-fi novel Dawn by Octavia Butler. But first, let's take a trip over to the box office results for the weekend of December 9th through the 11th, 2022. And just taking a quick glance at it, honestly, it looks a lot of the same. Pretty much. There hasn't been any other releases, I believe. Well, there's like a new opera thing that premiered, but like nothing really all that grand. So yeah, nothing new, nothing shocking here. Number one, again, of course, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, holding 5 weeks at number one. Like five, I didn't know it was out 5 weeks yet. Like that's crazy. But yeah, 5 weeks holding strong at number one with 11.2 million. It brought in this past weekend, and that is like 409 million total, total gross. And I wonder, this is probably just the U.S. numbers too. So yeah, I'm actually interested to see what it's doing worldwide. Yeah, yeah. So that it's 409 million domestically, just here in the U.S., but worldwide 767.8 million. So this thing is on a rocket ship to 1 billion. Like it is. Wow, this is one of the highest grossing movies. Oh, actually, it's like the sixth highest grossing movie of 2022. What was the first? Wait, what else came? Don't tell me it was Top Gun, because that would be crazy. But yeah, that's insane. Number two is Violent Night, the really kind of crazy, really kind of off looking Christmas movie that's basically Santa meets Die Hard. It looks like, and starring Dennis Harbor, David, starring David Harbor. I'm sorry, from Stranger Things, and it looks really good. Actually, I actually kind of really want to see this. I can't wait to see this. But yeah. So it number two, it raked in 8.7 million this weekend, giving it about 26 million altogether domestically. And Strange Worlds, the animated Disney release, is number three at 3.7 million, and it brought home a whole total of 30 million so far domestically. Everything's pretty much holding steady from last week too. The Menu, once again, number four, 2.7 million, 29 million collectively. Devotion, 2 million, 17 million collectively. Number six is Black Adam, which actually climbed a spot. It looks like from last week, from number seven, and it went right back up to number six at a 1.3 million. That's at 166 million collectively. Now that it'd be, what is that globally? Yeah, worldwide is at 388 million. So yeah, it's kicking ass pretty well. So I've had mixed reviews about it. It does look like a really fun movie. So I can't wait for that to hit the streamings. Actually, this one I'm going to pick up on Blu-ray too. So yeah, I can't wait to actually get a chance to see that. So taking its place at number seven this week is The Fablemans at 1.1 million, and that's 7.3 million collectively. That's a Steven Spielberg flick. I believe it's kind of like semi-autobiographical view of his life, his childhood, or whatever. It looks pretty Oscar baity. Looks kind of boring, but I don't know. I'll check it out just to see what Steven Spielberg's upbringing was like. That sounds a little interesting. The only new entry on the list here at number eight, the Met Opera, The Hours. Never heard of it. I'm guessing it's a play that's on screen, but it's coming at number eight at 791,000. Yeah, and number nine is I Heard the Bells, and that brought in 750 this weekend. That again, that's the story about the story of the Christmas Carol. Like I don't know who wants to see that, but apparently people do because it's in the top 10 of the box office, and it's made just a hair over 4 million collectively so far. So hey, it's 2 weeks. It's been weeks now, so hey, somebody wants to see it. And at number 10 is spoiler alert, that brought in 679,000, and that's that movie. I saw ads about this about a week, starting like a week or so ago. That's a story about a gay couple that's starring Jim Parsons, who famously played in oh my god, what's the name of that show? The Big Bang Theory. So the story of Michael Osceola and Kit Cohen's relationship that takes a tragic turn when Cohen is diagnosed with terminal cancer, and it looks like the story is revolving around the holidays. So yeah, it's nice little drama. I guess, for people who are into that kind of things in the holidays. I don't really want like hard, depressing drama like that around Christmas time, but hey, everybody's up to their own thing, right? So that is the top 10 box office movies for this week. Yeah, a lot of the same. The only new entry you have is like that Met Opera thing, but yeah, because that Christmas time, not too many things come up, but I am very interested to see how, because the Avatar is coming out this Friday, and so I am very interested to see if that's going to knock off Black Panther finally from the number one spot. I have a sneaking suspicion it might, though, but we'll see. And yeah, can't wait to check that out. All right, now let's pop over to the top book sales for the week. So the top book sales for the week. Top book sales for the week's ending in December 9th, as listed here on the New York Times bestseller list. I have pulled up in front of me is we'll do the hardcover fiction, and it goes to the top five. So the number one is The Choice by Nora Roberts. It's the third book in the Dragon Heart Legacy series. Breen Sayoban Kelly, Sobin, whatever. That guy confronts darkness during her first Christmas in both Talam and Ireland. Oh, okay. It sounds like The Outsider with dragons, actually. Yeah, that sounds okay. I might look that up. Number two is A Fairy Tale by Stephen King, which is a high school kid inherits a shed that is a portal to another world and where good and evil are at war. So yes, this is on my list. It is on my short list, and I will probably be reviewing this maybe in about a month or so. I got a couple of other books lined up that I'm going to be reviewing, and yeah, it's on there though. It's on my list. So yeah, look out for that one. Number three, The Boys from Biloxi by John Grisham. And this is two childhood friends follow in their father's footstep, which puts them on opposite sides of the law. So it's John Grisham. It's going to be like some law thriller or something like that. You know what he does. It should be a major motion picture by the end of the year or so, maybe 2024. I wouldn't doubt it. So yeah, that's it. Sounds interesting. I'll check that out. Number four is Lessons in Chemistry by Bonnie Garmus. This is a scientist and single mother living in California in the 1960s, become a star on a TV cooking show. Riveting. um, but it's 29 weeks on the bestsellers list, so who knows? It probably is very good. I don't know. It's not my cup of tea, but I don't know. I keep an eye out for it, I guess. And number five on the hardcover fiction to round that out is A Christmas Memory by Richard Paul Evans. This is in 1967. The joy of the holiday season seems out of reach to a boy whose brother died in the Vietnam War and father lost his job. Oh, so again, what people love hard times and hard dramas in the Christmas time. I guess the juxtaposition of like the season of joy mixed with like hard time drama is it's riveting material, I guess. But I yeah, I'm not looking for that this time of year. Give me like a month or two before I'm depressed and looking for like other people who are like depressed or worse off as me, you and then I'll probably be in the mood for these like hard times type of things. But yeah, that rounds out the hardcover fiction for the week ending in December 9th, 2022. I have Fairy Tale. I am definitely going to be reviewing in a bit here. It's on the list. I got to get to it though, but it is definitely going to get reviewed. And the choice by Noah Roberts. Noah Roberts has been writing like forever, and so yeah, like check this out. I'm always looking for like new fantasies to get into, so that might be pretty good. And New York Times says it's the number one seller for that week. So there we go. And stay tuned for the reviews coming up in just a few moments. As always, at this point, I'll just run through a quick ad and I will see you in about 30 seconds.
Travel with me to a dark and isolated farm located deep in the heart of St. Mary's County, Maryland, where the only African American farmer and his family are being tormented by something stalking around their property. Can they survive? Can they protect the farm that is their very livelihood? And can they do it with their sanity intact? Are you in the mood for dark, isolated rural horror? Are books full of ghastly green goo and reanimated corpses your jam? Then check out Mulch, the eerie inaugural novella from Maniacal Books, available today on Amazon Kindle and mcsbooks.com.
Dawn by Octavia Butler was published in 1987 by Grand Central Publishing. This is the first book in the Xenogenesis trilogy. Pretty much takes place with the main character named Lily Iapo, who suddenly just wakes up on an alien ship with kind of no memory of how she got there or what has happened the last several months, last several years, really. All she can remember is like a war, like a big war that happened right before she kind of like went out or blacked out. And so she wakes up and finds a race of bizarre and weird and terrifying looking aliens called the Owen Collie. She's pretty much the only human she sees for like years. I believe they said like what 10 years or something close to that. She was kind of like by herself with the Owen Collie. Yeah, so the Owen Collie tell her that there was a great war and that her species was almost completely wiped out, and they have, I don't know, gathered a bunch of humans together and tried to recreate their home world on their ship because they have some kind of weird fascination with the human beings now. And it almost seems like they're like a zoo, is from what I'm reading into this. I mean, zoo might be too harsh a word, but more like some kind of weird experiment or something that they're doing with humans, because they're able to, this in the book, the Oankali are saying that they're able to replicate humans by using DNA, but they don't like to do that because it's not like the true thing or something, and they really want to kind of like get into like the genetics of human beings, making other human beings spliced with Oankali DNA, and it kind of gets really weird and invasive kind of from there. Then so eventually Lily is in charge with like opening up or waking up other humans, and Lily tells them flat out like that's not going to work exactly, because the Owen Collie has given Lily like some powers, so like she can kind of like control the ship and do some other stuff. She's like a lot stronger or whatever than like the average human. And so she's kind of telling the Oankali this not going to work. Human beings are going to like look at her as a weirdling or alien herself. And like so the Oankali doesn't really know that much about human behavior. They know the like how to work the DNA and all that, but they don't know that much about like human behavior. And so Lily is kind of like their branch in between, kind of, and she's trying to talk to like the Oankali and let him know that this it's a bad idea. And she can't she doesn't for sure know if she is on a ship or on Earth some of the times, because they have like this area in the ship that like replicates like a jungle or rainforest from Earth. And she doesn't even know if Earth still exists. So a lot of this, she is taking their word for it. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, one thing leads to another. It all, as Lily predicts, it all falls apart. People start dying, people start rebelling, and they kind of find out, okay, that it might be true. There might not be BSing us. This might be an alien ship that we're on. Earth may or may not be in existence still, but the Oankali are saying that it is. But they need to make sure that the humans can like survive and self-sustain before they take them back to Earth. Oh, but again, before that, we want to find ways to interbreed with your species as well. So yeah, that is kind of the first book in a nutshell. What I like about it, Octavia Butler's writing, basically. She is before N.K. Jemisin was doing kind of fantasy, like a black author kind of excelling in fantasy. Octavia Butler was there first. She kind of laid the groundwork first. She was like kind of like the lead voice in like black or African American like fantasy or sci-fi literature. I think mostly she wrote sci-fi. I don't think she did any like fantasy, like high fantasy or anything like that. I haven't come across it yet. So I think it's pretty much just sci-fi from her. And yeah, it's pretty much a masterfully written sci-fi dystopian bleak, cynical tale. That I I can get my head around that because I'm my mode most times is kind of like bleak and dystopian, especially if I watch like the news. But yeah, it really has this kind of like this really grim tone about it, this grim air about it, that it sustains throughout the whole novel. Like it starts off really bleak with Lily waking up and not knowing where she is, and she's on. Come to find out, she's on the ship, and then there's these bizarre looking Oankali, these alien creatures that it takes a while for her to kind of get used to, and I love how she writes like these are like true aliens. I think that's why there hasn't been a movie adaptation of this yet. Hopefully, they're working on it. I know Hulu is streaming Kindred now, so I can't wait to. I'm definitely going to watch that and review that. But this will be a challenging adaptation, I think, mainly because of the Owen Collie. Uh, she writes these as like very alien. This is like, I mean, dare I say, beyond H.P. Lovecraft, like writing of aliens. It's she kind of captures that writing where like you're trying to imagine it as you're reading it or listening to it. In my case, I listen to this on Audible. But yeah, and it kind of makes your brain work against you because you're like trying to imagine like the weirdest, the worst looking thing you can possibly like imagine, and then you saying like, okay, no, 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 stop, don't do that. Right? Yeah, it's very bleak, it's very dystopian, but at the center of the story is basically like a critique on humanity, like the nature of humanity. Like I said, she was tasked with like waking up other human beings so they can kind of like learn to like work together, live together, and survive in like a rainforest type scenario, so that when the Oankali, because they promise once they kind of like see that they can sustain themselves, they will drop them down on Earth, so they can like rebuild as a species, like build up the human race again. But Lilith is basically saying that's, yeah, it sounds good. It sounds good on paper, right? And sure enough, it turns out to be true. Things kind of fall apart. I won't go into specifics. I try not to do like spoiler kind of things in this, especially. I really want people to read this. Like this is an excellent sci-fi book, and yeah, it critiques humanity, and most specifically, it's a critique of men as well. I definitely felt that tone reading this because again, she's supposed to be like the leader of this group of people, and it's they Owen Collie completely leaves it up to her, like who she wants to wake up. They leave the whole plan like up to her basically, and she woke up all the women, well, not all, but like mainly women first, and like try to get them on the main page because she had in her mind that like men only lead to violence, and men will like mess up the whole thing. And without spoiling it, she was kind of right. But yeah, but I can't, and the whole time I'm sitting there like I can't. I want to argue against your points, Miss Butler, but you ain't wrong. Yeah, the other thing I really like about this, very alien aliens. I think I said that already, but yeah, it stands out. It very much stands out. These are like very bizarre looking aliens in this story. They have like tentacles, like a body full of tentacles, and like they have this main tentacle arm or something like that that grows out of like beneath their armpits or whatever. And I for one can appreciate that, as someone who might have written about aliens with tentacles and green goo. Uh, Found in Mulch, the first thrilling novella from Maniacal Books, available in Amazon, Books a Million, Barnes and Noble, and MCSBooks.com. But I digress. Again, they're hard to look at. They got tentacles, and these are some freaky aliens. Like these some nasty aliens. They kinky like that. Like they get down like that. They like, oh, we ready. We ready to intermingle with y'all. Like we just been waiting for y'all to catch up. I'm saying like, oh, we've been ready. And with the ending to this too, we found out that they may or may not have kickstarted that whole interspecies intermingling situation they got there, and I can't wait to read the second story in this in the Xenogenesis saga. But I'm a bit apprehensive just because I don't know what a human Oankali thing would even look like. I'm a little apprehensive on that, but I can't wait to get into it. Oh, what I don't like about this, I can I say there's not that much I don't like about it. The only thing I could think of is it takes a little while to get into it. I can't knock it that much because it's like she did a really good job of kind of setting up what's happening, what's going on, and Lilith as a character, and it's masterfully done. It works with the kind of like the isolation because you're in the only thing you have to go on that we can relate to on a human level is Lilith, because everybody else is aliens there, and like she writes them as they look alien, they act alien, they sound alien. These are not of planet Earth, right? These are completely different alien beings. And so when you finally do meet another human being with Lilith, basically, like you're in there with Lilith, and it goes left, and it's just like, again, that's when I said that critique with men. So like the first time she sees a human, it's with another man, and again, the Owen Collie come off as they want to put up this kind of like altruistic front, but they ain't right. They're a little devious too. And I kept the first inkling of that is when they put Lilith and that other guy together for the first time, just to see. It's almost like, oh well, let's just hang back and just see what's gonna happen, right? We just gonna see what come out of it, and it did not go well. So yeah, no, this is an amazing book. I don't know what took me so long to read Octavia Butler. I hadn't heard about her until, I don't know, I want to say like a decade or so ago. But yeah, still, it took me a little while to kind of get around to her, and I'm happy I did. Yeah, I'm in the Xenogenesis series right now. I'm going to check out Kindred. I hear that's really good. I can't wait to finish this series so that I can then start a Parable of the Sower. I believe that's what it's called. Hold on, let me make sure I get that right. Yeah, so I am on my deep dive with Octavia Butler right now, and she passed away in '06, which really sucked because I wish she was still around now that I'm actually like getting into her and like starting to read her. But yeah, the first one I'm into, excellent. Love the book. It's from beginning to end like a very compelling read, and it gets you into it. Yeah, this is a 5 out of 5 for me. Can't wait to read the other two, even though, man, Oankali human hybrid thing, I'm not looking forward to seeing that thing. Smile is the 2022 horror flick starring Sosie Bacon and directed by Parker Finn. And so this is, horror has been going through like a slight renaissance over the past couple years, and there's been some really strong, like, and new and fun horror movies coming out, recently. And I honestly can't say that that's been the case the past like 10 years, but the last like 4 or 5 years or so. Oh, actually, I could go back to like what 2015 maybe with like It Follows, and from then on, it's just been like amazing horror movie, classic after classic, kind of. And this is and Smile kind of picks up right in the spot. So okay, Smile. What is it about? Basically, basically, this movie is kind of It Follows and The Ring kind of like blended together to make this new kind of weird, trippy, disturbing flick here. So Sosie Bacon plays this psychologist in a mental ward or hospital who encounters this young lady who in her office who starts saying she's haunted by something that smiles at her, and she's trying to keep it at bay, and like she was attacking people, and they brought her in. Therapist is kind of she's thinking she's another patient, really. She's delusional, she's, I don't know, schizophrenic, or she's seeing things or whatever, until she starts seeing the same things. And so she goes on this, first she doesn't believe it, and then things escalate, and so she kind of goes on this wild goose hunt to kind of find clues or like past victims and things like that. One thing leads to another, and we find out there's an entity that's causing all of this, and her family doesn't believe her, or her family thinks she's just lost it, and there's a history of mental illness in her family too. So when she's saying she's going through things, or seeing things or whatever, they all think that, oh Lord, the girl in crack, and so nobody believes her, and so she's kind of like on her own. One of her exes, um, when the first girl died, was one of the cops who came, to for like the investigation or whatever for that girl's death in the beginning. And so they kind of reconnect, and like don't she the only person she has to lean on basically is her ex, who's the detective or whatever. And so things kind of escalate from there. And yeah, it's kind of a fun movie. It's like really fun. It's really disturbing, and I kind of sat with me for a little bit too. I'm not afraid to admit that. Yeah. So what I like about this movie, a lot. I like a lot. First off, the way it's shot. So this the director is called Parker Finn, and this apparently is his first major motion picture. Which I honestly I couldn't tell. It was almost like it was directed by just like a pro, like a like a just a veteran of the genre. Yeah, I like this movie because it was like the most mundane things had this like real kind of creepy tension. hinge to it. Like I think that a lot of horror movies is kind of like an old hat when it comes to horror movies, to kind of like, try to make the most mundane things like, horrific, or the center of the horror, because that's where the like the magic of true horror movies lie, to take like the everyday kind of mundane, monotonous things, and like make it terrifying. That's kind of classic horror. But just the way the director Parker Finn like lingers on the shots, and a couple of times I think it just kind of lingered on like her pouring wine, into a glass, and it just kind of lingers there and like the sound is out, and it kind of subverts like the regular jump scare thing, because you're thinking, it's kind of following those beats, like the jump scare beats. 'Cause you kind of think like, okay, here we go, and then there's nothing, and then you thinking you're moving on, and then wow, like something, she sees something in the corner or something, and it's like, oh, okay, I wasn't expecting that. That's actually pretty cool. Like I've been watching horror movies since I was like a kid, so like I'm so used to like the beats, of a horror movie, of like a jump scare scene or whatever. And that was, I like how he changed it up, and he kind of like really very much subverted kind of the expectations on that. Yeah, so Sosie Bacon, who I didn't take hints from her last name being Bacon, but come to find out she's the daughter of Kevin Bacon and Kyra Cedric. And I couldn't tell, honestly, because she looks like neither of them. Like she doesn't look like her mom or her dad. But she was actually really, like, she was really good in this, and the way she kind of portrayed somebody who was actually going through things. And I think she's scared because she's going through stuff, but she's also scared that she is, her family has a history of mental illness. And so she's actually kind of frightened that she is like, this is her turn. Like she's actually going through something at first, until is very much put in, like, very much confirmed that no, this is something else. You're not going crazy. This is something completely else and crazy. But yeah, she I really kind of like like felt her performance in this, of just somebody who's just like, I'm not going crazy. I promise you, I'm not going crazy. I'm seeing, I'm like, this something's wrong. Like, no, please believe me. But yeah, I really like that. So I think she did an excellent job, of portraying that somebody going through something, and people just think she's crazy, but it's like, no, no, seriously, like, listen to me. I'm like, something is happening here. That was really good. Jesse T. Usher is in here. I haven't seen him in anything other than The Boys, who he of course plays A Train in The Boys. He's like the Flash character in there from like the DC universe, from the Justice League. He plays the Flash, but he's a huge douche in this one too. Like because at first I'm like, oh, it's my man, A Train. Okay, nice. He's playing like a normal guy now. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I like to see it. But really, he's kind of still a self-centered douchebag, So, but I kind of can't blame him, because it's well known that she has her family has a history of mental illness. And so, but even still, it's like, bro, why would you just not gonna believe her and act like she's like a mental patient just off the break? Like the minute, like, is the thing, like, that's why I say he's just a self-centered douchebag in this as well. Because like the minute something happens, he's just like ready to just cut everything off. Because I'm sorry, Jesse T. Usher plays her fiance, Sosie Bacon's fiance in this, and so they're living together. They're like making a life together, and like he knows she knows her issues growing up, right? And so the minute something happens, he's just looking at her all crazy and weird. And I don't 100% blame him though, but it's just like, you knew what this was. Now I gotta say, I gotta give the MVP of the movie to my guy Rob Morgan here. Rob Morgan, he is a pitch hitter in every movie he's in. every because he kind of plays these kind of like smaller roles, these kind of smaller character actor roles, and he kills every one of them. Like he kills everything he's in. He doesn't have one bad performance. I first saw him in the first time I actually recognized him was in Daredevil, like the well, not the old, but the Daredevil series from years ago on Netflix. And even there, I was like, damn, he is acting his ass off in this. Like he was because he's the bad guy in that, but I'm like, I like this dude, you know. He's and every time I have seen him since, like he has killed it. Like especially the last Black Man in San Francisco, and like that's a pretty complex role to take for this one too, for his role in Smile too, because every role he has is like the same thing. It's this really is this kind of smaller role that kind of comes in the movie and goes, or just has one spot in the movie, and he knocks it out. Like he kills it, he slays it every time, and yeah, it's just like I could watch my guy act for like a whole 2 hours. Like somebody please give him a role, a starring role. He like he act his ass off, man. Like yeah, I have to give like that scene of him in this movie in the jail was like, oh man, when he found out like she had it, like the way he flipped out, man, I was just like, man, this dude, Rob Morgan, he's quickly became one of my favorite actors doing it today. Yeah, I mean, another thing about Sosie Bacon, beautiful girl, you know, and I'm not, I don't want to be the guy that's like accused of body shaming or anything like that. But good lord, that boy, she's a string bean. Like she ain't got no one at one point she like kind of like turned to the side or something, and it was just like, damn, she ain't got. She's like a toothpick, man. She's too skinny. She's way too skinny, and I'm saying that as a chunky guy. Like I need to lose weight. I need to give her some of my weight. Like she is too damn skinny. There's this part in there where she was like just taking a hamburger to the head, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, keep them coming. She need a couple more. Give her a couple more of them. Like, God, just girl, skinny. I don't know how. Jeez, man, it's almost scary though. Like just watch. Damn, she is a real. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Again, not body shaming. I'm not body shaming. I'm just observing. She need a whopper. Another thing I liked about the movie is the entity that's doing all of this. We get to see him at the end of the film, and he's pretty gnarly. Like he's a pretty ugly looking, terrifying looking monster. Like that was fun. That was I actually really enjoyed that. I like that. It was something completely new and disturbing and fun. And yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciated the hell out of it. Like I thought it was really cool. But yeah, it was. Oh, it was gnarly. Capital gnarl. Like for real. Okay, what I don't like about it. It would have been fun since Sosie Bacon's character is playing a psychiatrist. I mean, I really wish you would have like psychoanalyzed the mind thing to death or something, or play some kind of like psychiatrist kind of like psycho, like just analyzing it. Like, okay, where does this come from? What are these homicidal tendencies that you have? Tell me about your mother. Like that would have been fun. That would have been crazy. I'd have been like, oh, okay. I'd have been like, oh, okay, yeah. I'm digging that. I'm feeling that. You know, I'm just saying if you're gonna have her be a psychiatrist, like it kind of felt like wasted a bit because it's like, well, let her. Like, where's the psychoanalyst? Like, you know, let's break. Okay, let's break this down. Why is it you like to attack random strangers and make them do horrible things? Where do these tendencies come from? You know, that kind of thing. I'd have been, and the demon just kind of sits there and just self reflects on it and said, you know, well, my father never hugged me once. You know, it'd have been crazy. It'd have been something new. It might not have been as exciting, but I mean, we've seen the ending before. Like we've seen the ending before. But if we would have had that to kind of like just kind of turn everything on its head, I think it would have been fun. And so it's like she's in the mind entity demon's head, you know, like wreaking havoc in his mind, so he don't know what's real and what's not. I'd see if I was writing it, it would have been a little bit more interesting. It might not have been as good, but it'd been interesting, you know. Yeah, and this is the thing, like all of these like modern, learned people here, like a part of the reason nobody believes her is because nobody thinks that there could be like a supernatural force of evil that's like influencing people's thoughts and actions. Like that's so far fetched. What are you talking about? No, we are learned professional people here. We don't talk about or think about these kind of things. Like that's oh, you're talking low minded now. But it's like, really, like anybody who turns on the evening news nowadays, the thought of like a supernatural force that's causing people to do like a bunch of terrible, evil, sick things, that don't seem too far fetched for me. When I turn on like the Channel 5 News at 10, that don't seem far fetched to me. Yeah, it seems pretty plausible to me. But yeah, that got on my nerves in this film. All these people just like scoff at her or just like looks at her strange when she's saying like, no, there's this thing that's making me see things, and I think it's making people harm each other. And they just kind of look at her like, and it would be a thing if she wasn't a professional psychologist with degrees and like an actual job in an actual hospital. If somebody like that is telling you like, no, I'm seeing things, like something's happening, something kind of crazy is happening right now, you don't trust a word they say. I would kind of have to like say, oh, wait, you're saying this? Okay, yeah, what's happening? Because if you're saying this, then something must be going on. But yeah, everybody just, I don't know. Yeah, I thought it irritated me. I was on Sozi's side in this one. The only critique I have, because I glowingly talked about how Parker Finn kind of directed this, but the only thing I would say though is it's a little bit of over directing because he has these, and everybody does this thing where they like invert the camera, so like the ground is like at the sky or whatever. To I guess it's to kind of like get a sensation of, I don't know, I guess to try to like get you off balance or to like add a sense of dread or menace to the film. But it didn't. This film didn't need that. It had heaps of dread in this already. It didn't need like a lot of the camera tricks and kind of like stuff like that. It kind of was a little overboard. Yeah, I love this movie. This is a classic to me. I am definitely at some point going to own this. And when I get a new place, I'll probably like when I start collecting DVDs or Blu-rays again, when I have space to actually hold them, I'm most definitely going to buy this. Yeah, Smile, 4 out of 5. It was really good, really fun, and this is a movie that actually stuck with me for a couple of nights. Like, yeah, I had to pull the covers up really tight for a couple of nights. That kind of never happens to me watching horror movies, but yeah, that was really cool. Smile, 4 out of 5. Dope flick. Game of Thrones House of the Dragon is a 10 episode series on HBO Max. It's starring Paddy Considine as King Viserys, Millie Alcock and Emma Darcy as Princess Rhaenyra, Emily Carey and Olivia Cook as Queen Alicent Hightower, and Matt Smith, my guy, as Prince Daemon Targaryen. All right, yes, man. So yeah, it's Game of Thrones is back. Of course, I watched this a few weeks ago, but after everything, like COVID, the book and everything, I'm finally kind of getting around to kind of just putting a review up for it. I'm not going to bury the lead in this. I love this show. The show is actually kind of amazing. It did take a minute for me to get into it, but once it kind of kicked off, man, it was just yeah, I love the show. I'm actually going to start watching this again a little bit over Christmas break, and yeah, I can't wait. I love this show. I can't wait to watch it again. But okay, what's it about? It's Game of Thrones. We all know what Game of Thrones is about, but this time the kind of like the political intrigue and it fight for inheritance and power and things like that is done. King Viserys is on the throne, and his brother Daemon Targaryen. I'm sorry, King Viserys Targaryen. Sorry, I should say the whole thing. He is on the throne, and his brother Prince Daemon Targaryen, played by Matt Smith, is should rightfully be the next in line, I guess, according to like Targaryen customs. But Targaryen is kind of a screw up, or Daemon is kind of a screw up, and so he's after his wife dies in childbirth. Since he doesn't have any other sons, so, he only has a daughter, Princess Rhaenyra, and so he leaves her claim for the throne. And so that, it's never been done before, right? A woman on the throne. Oh God, what madness is this, right? And so it throws everything in chaos, and people are kind of like vying for power, and it's this whole kind of sect that believes that Damon should rightfully still be like the claim to the throne, and then you either with the prince's orders or you're against it, and you're playing we all know. So that's kind of like the basis story. Yeah, that's kind of the basis. There's other families thrown in. There's the High Towers. There's the God, what's the other guys? The black with the white dreadlocks. Valerians, Christ. Yeah, so there's trying to run for power. There's the Valerians who are trying to vie for power, and it's just like these three families just kind of butting heads and backstabbing each other while trying to keep up pleasantries and things like that. So what do I like about it? A lot. I like a lot about this show. Honestly, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Most of all, one of my biggest complaints about the original Game of Thrones was they always hinted at dragons, but we didn't get them until like way late in the show's run, like season 5 or 6 or so. I think was when we finally got dragons. This one it starts off with dragons. We get dragons off the jump, and I was like, yes, we actually get dragons in this. And these dragons, these are some fierce ass dragons too. Yeah, so I love how they show in this as well. Like Patty Considine plays King Ceres, and they show kind of how like the stress and weight of like the crown is just such a burden to carry, and they show him kind of deteriorating after a while. I think because I think he said that he was infected by the chair. Because I remember there was a part in there where he was saying like every time he sits in the chair, he gets a new nick or cut or something. And so I think he was like infected by the chair, or it could be like this whole kind of allegory of having the crown of like the realm, just like it's such a weight to carry, it's such like a heavy burden to carry that it just eats you away from the inside out. Because he gets he gets sicker and sicker as the show goes on, and after a while, like he just deteriorates so bad. So there's a time jump in the show. That's why there's two actors playing both Princess Rhaenyra and Queen Alicent, because there's like a time jump in the show. And so like, he starts, you can see him kind of getting a little weaker or whatever at first, and then after the time jump, he's like full on deteriorating, man. He's literally like a walking skeleton almost. Patty Considine did a hell of a job in this. And I love how the king has, he has allegiance to his daughter, and even though he knows like he's pissing his brother off, but he is doing the right thing, and for the most part, he's doing the right thing. Because I mean, with Damon as the king, that's just like yeah. I love Matt Smith. Like he's one of my favorite actors out today because He's like my favorite Doctor Who, but yeah, just watching Matt Smith play like a complete wild card. Like he's just a straight up like loose cannon. He is. I mean, yeah, anybody with like good judgment can say that he can't be on the throne. He can't be king. You know what I mean? Like he would. throw the whole realm into some kind of war or something, and then like they'd be so decimated and like just war torn. They just somebody would come in and take them over or something like that. You know, something crazy would happen. Okay, so one thing I really do like about this is Sir Otto Hightower, played by Reese Ifans. I love he has this role. Like I really love he has this role. I've been a fan of his going way back to like the late '90s. I think with Notting Hill. I think that movie is with Hugh Grant and uh God what's that chick name? Julia Roberts. Yeah, Hugh Grant and Julia Roberts. It's like a little rom com. I think, oh man, it had to be like late '90s, if not early 2000s. And I hate rom coms too, but for some reason that's like for some reason I give that movie a pass. I don't know. It was cheesy, but I kind of liked it. I don't know why, but yeah, he was. I remember him from that. He was like super fun in that, and then in the replacements with Keanu Reeves and Gene Hackman, he was really fun in that too. So like, yeah, every time I see him in something, you know, I love seeing him in there and seeing him play like a kind of a different kind of role. It's very kind of like stoic, manipulator kind of role was like fun to watch. Like I've never seen. I'm pretty sure he probably has over in Britain, you know, but over here I haven't seen him in any of the roles like that, like at all. So it was really cool to see him like in a role like that. That was fun. I was like, damn, okay, all right, Reese, you got the chops, bro. All right, I see you out here. Yeah, and I already said it. Matt Smith, like yeah, I'm a huge fan of his, man. Like Mobius was only watchable because he was in it and he was just chewing the scenery and having a ball. He knew exactly what kind of movie he was in Mobius, and it made it immensely watchable. Like if he wasn't in there, I probably would have walked out of the theater. Yes, I actually went to the movies to see that. Don't ask why. I don't know why. I hadn't gotten out the house in a while. I guess that's my only excuse. But anyway, yeah, Matt Smith as Prince Damon Targaryen. Loved this role for him. He was really fun to watch, you know, and I saw too much of him, man. I saw more of the Doctor than I wanted to see, honestly. But yeah, it was really fun role. I loved him in this. I can't wait for the next season just to see what the hell he's going to do now. Yeah, and see him playing the loose cannon, seeing him play the wild card was like really fun. Like, yeah, he's one of those actors. Like, whatever he's in, like it started with Doctor Who, and for my money, he was the best. At least, like it was David Tennant. It was David Tennant. He was like number one until Matt Smith, and he won me over damn near immediately. And yes, now it's I kind of judge every new Doctor by Matt Smith now, but okay. I'm going in a whole nother discussion, but yeah, Matt Smith. What do I like about this show? Prince Damon Targaryen. Yeah, absolutely. Targaryen in this was a complete video game character. He was, you know, he was like the worst kid though. Like in the beginning when they were like kids, he was absolutely the worst. He was always up to something, always starting stuff, and well, God, I don't want. It's a spoiler. I don't know if it's a spoiler, but he actually got a dragon at the worst possible time to get a dragon. But if you're a devious baby kid, then every time is like an opportune moment, right? I hated him as a kid, and then as he grew up, and I'm looking at the thing, and I'm like, oh, that's Geralt. That's totally Geralt of Rivia. Like I don't know. So if George R. R. Martin actually wrote the character like this, he had to have been reading the Witcher books. Like he is 100% influenced by the Witcher. You can't tell me he's not. Like the eye patch. Like come on, that's Geralt. That's the hair like tied back. That's all Geralt. Like you can't tell me that's not Geralt of Rivia. Yeah, there's a lot. there's honestly a lot to like about the show, and it's initially going in, I just thought it was going to be just more, oh, it's just going to be like a rehash of Game of Thrones, really. But to me, they kind of took what was like good about Game of Thrones and like focused on that, and all the kind of like the rest of the stuff, like the it's not like super subplot heavy like the original one was. It's not as many characters like the original one was. So it's like a more focused storyline. And that's like, yes, that's perfect, you know. And so yeah, this is I kind of like this one better than the original one. I'm pretty sure I'm the minority in that. I'm pretty sure I am, but for me, I like this one better. What I don't like about this, I mean, it did take a while to kind of get interesting. I don't care that much about like the lore in the books or the lore of Westeros like that. So I mean, if for the people that are like the first two, like 2.5 episodes is all for y'all, because there's a lot of getting to know characters. There's a lot of like backstory and like setting up and stuff, and it was fine, but it took a while, for it to get like super interesting to me. But that small little nitpick didn't kind of take away from the overall of the show, because once it got going, it was full nonstop after that. My pet peeve in this, the Valerians, and it's not just the dread wigs. I mean, look at my wig. Their wig is better than my wig. But it was just I kind of like how they were used in this. Like they had no consequence into anything. And then like the characters were all that. I think for the most part, it was that guy that was married to Princess Renea, who was just lame and limp as all hell. Man, that was just I hated that guy. Like, how you going out like this, brother? Come on, man. I think that might have been it. Like his wife's having babies by another dude, and he's just sitting there like, while he runs off with his lover boy and whatnot. It's just like, he's the absentee father, and it's just like, it could be just me like reading into stuff like too far, too much. It could be, but I don't know the Valerians. And then like that guy's dad was away for a while, and yeah, so I don't know. It was just, I think it's just me reading into it too much. But yeah, I don't like how they went out though, man. Like, and when that scene when Princess Renea and Queen Alicent were kind of like vying for like whose kids should rightfully be like next in line, and King Viserys was like super ill and he could barely move really, but he walked into the throne room. It was like a really triumphant scene. And then and I never knew if King Viserys knew those weren't like those were illegitimate grandchildren. I don't know if he knew that and just wasn't trying to pay attention, or he was just accepting the fact or something like that. But like when my man like said it with his chest too, like those kids are bastards. They are not true like Valerian blood. And Matt Smith, my boy, like took his head like and like just straight up like. But like yeah, none of them. They all went out bad to me, man. I don't know. I didn't like it, but that was my main pet peeve. They had like I love that they had the dragons, and like yeah, the dread wigs was whatever, I guess. But yeah, I like the family, the idea of the family, but they went out bad to me, man. The Matt Smith's wife. Oh, okay. See, I don't want to get spoilers. I don't want to get spoilery, but I don't know. They kind of went out bad to me, man. But I kind of already went spoilery, right? But I don't know. That's kind of like a pet peeve of mine. I could be looking too much into it, but yeah, I know. House of the Dragon, love this show. It's the best one to me. you know. Well, I don't know. Like the whites, the Wall and the White Walkers from the original Game of Thrones was like the best, one of the best parts of it. And it's a classic part. It can't be topped, can't be redone. So I will give it that. But for me, I like this one a little bit more. I would have loved to have like more of that, but it's not part of the story, right? So yeah, 4 out of 5. A solid show. Really liked it, and yeah, I'm gonna watch it again. Peace. Lord of the Rings: The Rings of Power is an 8 episode series available on Amazon Prime. It's starring a ton of people. It's starring just a, a, the definition of an ensemble cast. It's too many people, but the main stars of this, I guess, if I can just pick out a handful of people, would be Morfydd Clark, which is a weird, super weird name. Jeez, Morfydd Clark as Galadriel, Ismail Cruz Cordova as Arundel, Arendir, I think his name is, whatever, and Charlie Vickers as Halbrand. Oh, what do I say about the show? Hold on, let me. I just take a sip of tea while I get my thoughts together on this. What's it about? If I know, like I, yeah, this show was all over the place. Honestly, I know events. Essentially, okay, essentially, if I can get the main idea, like the main gist of it, the dwarves have found mithril. The elves need mithril because their land is corrupted, and the only thing that fixed the corruption is mithril. The dwarven king don't want to touch the stuff for some reason. It doesn't really go into why. Orcs are back, and they're looking for something, looking for somebody. Yeah, Galadriel is on her way to heaven, but she jumps off the boat for some reason because she has this sense, she has this feeling, and oh yeah, and apparently Sauron is back. There's guys falling out of the sky. There's this queen on the island somewhere that goes to fight a battle and gets blind. Oh yeah, and hobbits. There's hobbits that's like doing hobbit things. Yeah, this show is kind of a mess. It's kind of all over the place, and I don't want to be one of those people that's just kind of like joining in the crowd and like harping on it and just. But yeah, I don't. I'm not the biggest Tolkien fan. Like I'm not a purist or whatever. So if this is like a whole new thing, if they can add on to like what's already established and make it interesting, entertaining, fun, I'm all for it. I don't know what this is, man. Like this is kind of all over the place. It wasn't very interesting, and it was too much happening. Too many people, straight up. But okay, what I like about it, um, uh, the fight scenes, like when the action happened, the action was actually pretty fun. That was good. I enjoyed that. That was good. I can give it that. It seemed like it didn't mean anything a lot of times, but it was fun to do the thing. That we have the Puerto Rican elf in here, like doing elf things, super elf. It was cool. It was fine. Yeah, he was whatever. Yeah, man. That was cool. The scenery too. It was had gorgeous scenery in here, which I could probably put some pics up on the video. That was that was nice. They had some really good scenery. Some beautiful shots, beautiful locations. That's all I got, man. That's all I got. Yeah, this show, bro. I don't. It didn't really make sense. None of it really gelled. Um, yeah, I almost forgot one thing I kind of liked about it. Sophia Namvet. Namvit. Not sure how you say it, but playing the like a princess of the dwarfs in this basically, and she was fine. She was different. She was different. She brought a whole different energy to it, which I appreciate. I definitely appreciate it. She had this huge kind of like black mama attitude, that's and I appreciated that. Like that, yeah, Tolkien actually needed more like flavor. That's been my criticism of like the original trilogy. Even though the playing those garbage video games like way back in the 90s, it's just like, man, this ain't got no flavor, but it's cool, but yeah, man, God, they need some give me a little bit of flavor in here. But yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got for positives. Again, I'm not gonna harp on it. Everybody else on YouTube is spewing hate at this thing. I'm not gonna join in. I'm just as a fan of Lord of the Rings and as a fan of fantasy genre in general, it didn't seem like it was very cohesive. They had like all these things happening and all these kind of like magical, fantastical things, and all these different characters doing their thing, going at it, but it never connected. And I'm guessing they're saying, okay, this is the setup next because this is going to be a 5 series show. So I'm guessing that's their setup is like we're going to have all this stuff kicking off. 8 hours of kickoff, and then we're going to kind of like reel it in and like have it like gel and make sense and as the series goes on. So I'm not gonna kill it. I'm not gonna bash it. I'm just gonna say is I season one because the one ring to rule them all didn't mess everything up enough. They're gonna make 3 more damn rings. Nobody learned their lesson. That was what I was saying. Like, so what we just gonna make more rings? Yes, it's just nothing made sense in this. 2 out of 5. Lord of the Rings, Ring of Power. I'm still going to check out season 2, to see what happens in this. But yeah, that's Hello, everyone. It is Alex Mack once again, and yes, it is that time of year again. It is Christmas time. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope everybody's having a pretty good holiday so far. And if you are on YouTube at all, making any kind of like reviews or anything, you are sort of, but not really, kind of obligated to do like top 10 lists for the year, right? And so here we go. Here we are with my. Well, actually, so I kind of changed it because I couldn't really think of like a list of 10 things to really kind of put out there. So for me, I'm going to kind of twist it on its head a bit. Everybody's doing their top 10 stuff. And for a lot of them, I couldn't find like a whole 10 of things that I actually like really liked and was into like that. So I'm just going to do like a top 5 of everything that I thought was pretty cool. And so this one is going to be my top 5 favorite Christmas movies. Yeah, so here it is. These are movies I pretty much every year I try to watch, except all of them, mostly except for the one. But yeah, number 5, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It came out back in 1989, and it's the Chevy Chase and Beverly D'Angelo movie. Also has one of my crushes growing up with Juliette Lewis in it. Yeah, it's always fun to go back and watch this again, and because it's Chevy Chase in peak form. Yeah, it's like he does slapstick really, really good in this, and like, yeah, it's stuff like it's kind of perfect because even for me, like I've seen it so many times, but like every year I catch it and it kind of like leaves my memory a bit, and but then like when I watch it again, it's just like it hits it never loses its flavor. I guess it's still like even after like 20, 30 times watching this thing, it's still like really, really funny and really fun. So yeah. Yeah, so number four is Die Hard. That came out like a year earlier, and just Bruce Willis, of course, and it's also starring the dad of Family Matters in there too. That's like I remember watching Family Matters and like, wait a minute, that's the dude from Die Hard, and he's playing a cop again. That's wow. But yeah, I love it. Alan Rickman in this too is amazing. His California accent is always a good chuckle. And yeah, this is a Christmas movie. It takes place like during Christmas, so yeah, this is a Christmas movie. Um, and it's the Christmas with action. So next year, hopefully, Violent Night would be added to this list too, because it looks really fun. I think it just started streaming, or it might be on demand now. I don't think it started streaming yet, but yeah, I really want to see that, and it looks really good too, and it looks like kind of like a updated Christmas movie for like grown adults, and yeah, it looks pretty good. Hopefully, that'll be on the list too. But yeah, Die Hard, I watch it. I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it every year, and yeah, love it. And number three is Gremlins. Now, and this kind of goes has places in two lists for me because not only is it like one of my favorite Christmas movies, it's one of my favorite movies ever. Basically, it's one of those weird '80s movies that somehow got made. It's like a Christmas family horror movie for kids. But I love it. It's weird and it is Christmas. Like Gizmo in here was a Christmas present from his father. So it takes place during Christmas. So this is a Christmas movie, and yeah, I love it. Oh, it's starring Zach Galligan and Phoebe Cates in here. It's a Joe Dante directed Jim. I think you could call this a cult classic at this point. Came out in '84. Loved it ever since. Now this is the one that I don't watch every year. That's because like they don't show it on cable anymore. It's not on any streaming, but and so I got to buy the Blu-ray. I don't know why I haven't bought the Blu-ray for this yet. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. But yeah, there it is. Gremlins, number three on my list. It's pretty up there for me. And number two is Home Alone. It is the Christmas movie of like my generation. It was a straight up classic as soon as it was released. Yeah, I remember like just all the attention and press the movie was getting back when it first came out, and like it made Macaulay Culkin like the child actor of the '90s, and it is still fun. Daniel Stern and Joe Pesci are kind of like they make the movie really. Even with like all the kind of like Hanna-Barbera cartoon shtick they do in this, they still like cement this movie into like being a classic and something that I think like delights kids and like the uber violence like in the end, and like kind of growing up with it kind of speaks to the kid in me still, and total nostalgia glasses, I'm sure, but it's still like I watch this movie every year. I'm going to watch it every year. My kids love it. They watch it every year, and yeah, it's an all time favorite of mine. For like it's not Christmas if I don't watch Home Alone at least once. You know what I mean? It's just not Christmas that way. But yeah, that's my number two. And my number one favorite Christmas movie is probably going to throw some people off, but Scrooge that came out back in '88. It's like a modern take for the '80s of the Christmas Carol. It's Bill Murray as the Scrooge character. He's like a TV exec that's like really crotchety. really kind of a douche to everybody, and he's trying to put on this live play of the Christmas Carol, but he kind of gets sucked into his own version of the story. It's Bill Murray as pure 80s Bill Murray, and I love it. This came out what 88, so I was probably like 7 when this came out, but I have so fond memories of watching this. Like, yeah, and yeah, I love it. It's another one that is not Christmas unless I watch this at least once. You know what I mean? And I haven't watched this yet, so maybe that's why I'm not like fully in the kind of Christmas spirit yet. So I need to go and put on Scrooge so I can get in the spirit. But yeah, so that's it. That's my these are my favorite movies, Christmas movies. I watch them every year except for Gremlins. Again, yeah, I love them. It's not Christmas unless I like watch these movies. I'm going to watch them like every Christmas from now on, most likely, and hope. And I like with Home Alone, I like introduce my kids to it, and they like it. But Die Hard maybe a little later, But yeah, the Christmas Vacation with Chevy Chase introduced them to it. They love it too. The Scrooge, I'm kind of like the only one that really likes that movie like that. Yes, it is Christmas time. It is the end of the year is approaching, and you know what time it is. It is list time once again. And so, in the spirit of that, I have the top 5 movies that were kind of my favorite movies that came out this time of year. A lot of people are doing the top 10, but I'm going to kind of do my own thing with that and just break it down to like my top 5. So yeah, here we go. Top 5 movies of 2022. Yeah, and so I will readily admit I did not see uh, everything that kind of hit the theaters this year. There's a lot of movies I'm still waiting to kind of see. I haven't got a chance to see Avatar yet. Haven't got a chance to see Black Panther yet. Those are the ones that's probably like missing from my list. That's probably on everybody else's. But from what I was able to see, this is kind of like my list of my favorite 5 that I've seen. And starting out with number 5, The Black Phone, starring Ethan Hawke, starring Ethan Hunt. I keep want to call Ethan Hunt Ethan Hawke. I don't know why. Wait, is it Ethan Hawke? Ethan Hawke. Good Christ. Oh, The Black Phone with Ethan Hawke. I don't know why he's one of my favorite actors. I don't know why I keep messing his name up, confusing him with Ethan Hawke and Ethan Hunt. I keep refusing. Anyway, yeah, it's a really good movie, really good tale. It's pretty dark, it's pretty grim. As a matter of fact, you can see in my list is pretty grim. It's a lot of like really dark, depressing, and even just a bunch of like horror movies or like really kind of anti-heroes or protagonists. Anyway, yeah, the Black Phone was really well done. Really liked it. It was based off a book by Stephen King's son, Joe Hill, and it really plays out like it, like from the bullies to the 70s and 80s time frame to people with like powers, like mental powers. It's very much kind of like Stephen King by the book. But even still with that, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, it was one of the best things I saw today. One of the best things I saw this year. and it's basically off of Ethan Hawke's performance. Like he brings it in everything he's in, and like yeah, he's very disturbing and menacing in this one. And yeah, it's def. I For me, it's a I definitely recommend it. It's a must watch. Number four, the Batman. Yeah, it was. I saw this in the movies. It was fun. It was really good. There are some gaping flaws in the movie, though. Most notably is Batman was like impervious to everything. Like he got shot a bunch of times, like a few times, like at point blank range. He took a C4 bomb to the face, basically, and just got up. Like he wasn't bleeding, like his nose wasn't blown off, or like he wasn't missing chunks of flesh or nothing. He just got up, and the whole time I'm just kind of in there, like, I mean, I love Robert Pattinson. Yes, he is the new Batman. I can't wait, like for the other movies for him in it. Uh, and he brought the menace, and like he was a very emo Bruce Wayne, like very very emo Bruce Wayne. Like I've seen the memes where they have like the Nirvana "Something's in the Way" kind of playing in the background, and they got a guy with his hoodie up, and he's I'm going to fight crime or whatever. But yeah, like that was actually kind of cool with me. Like, okay, yeah, we can have an emo, but like Bruce Wayne would very much be like very emo, right, and disturbed, and like the way Batman in this is just beating the hell out of everybody. It's like, okay, yeah, I can dig that, you know. But it's like, wait, he's taking all this damage and he's just getting up. I think it's just the script might have needed to be kind of tightened up here and there. Paul Dano's performance as Hush slash Riddler. I don't know if that's a spoiler at this point, but I mean, sorry if I spoil it for you, but like, yeah, he was very good. And I mean, I was talking about the script, but like it it got it got too real. Actually, it got too real and too deep. Just talking about how Paul Dano's character was able to manipulate a bunch of like people out there to carry out his kind of like devious deeds and kind of start his own kind of like murderous terrorist Reddit group, and kind of get them into action. But yeah, it was really good. It was really fun. It was just, I mean, it's kind of low on my list only because it was just like, well, is this Superman cosplaying as Batman or what's, you know what I mean? But no, I really did like it. And what's her name? Lenny Kravitz's daughter, Zoe Kravitz, in this too was really good as well. Yeah, John Turturro in this was really good too, and it's a really solid flick. It was just like, yeah, he took a bomb to the face and just got up. I don't. How do you? How? Anyway, number three, The Northman. Really good flick. The third movie from Robert Eggers, and I was a fan of The Witch and The Lighthouse. I like, but I don't understand that much. But I still like it somehow. And this being his third entry, I kind of expected somewhat to be a little weird or like just a little off, and he brought that, of course, but also like nailed the like a solid story. Alexander Skarsgård was really, he I mean, it's his lineage, right? It's a Viking movie, and he is very much Scandinavian, and so yeah, he's really really good in this, pretty awesome. And yeah, it was a good flick. Robert Eggers like to throw these kind of like really kind of mystifying, weird kind of things in there, and he brought that. Anya Taylor Joy is good in everything she's in. She's incredible in everything, and yeah, I really liked it. It being a Robert Eggers movie, I kind of had high expectations for it, and I kind of feel he met it. So yeah, it's really really good, really fun, and I guess you could say it kind of had a twist, but I don't know. I kind of saw it coming in a way with Nicole Kidman's character. Yeah, and again, Ethan Hawke. Another he's not in the movie a lot, but like when he's in there, he's pretty good, and as well as another one of my favorites, Willem Dafoe. And so yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, we'll watch it again. And okay, so now we're getting into the MCU portion of the list with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. This was the best movie, the best MCU movie of Phase Four. Well, okay, I haven't seen Black Panther yet, right? So without seeing Black Panther, this is probably my favorite MCU movie, and probably my favorite like Phase Four offering. Like Phase Four wasn't that great for me. They had Falcon and the Winter Soldier was pretty good. WandaVision was okay, but I think Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness was probably the best one. It was Sam Raimi doing this thing. It had a Bruce Campbell cameo, and when Doctor Strange and America Ferrara, I think her name was kind of like going through the different multiverses. It was really good, and it really picked up there. And that battle when he was kind of like I know Zombie Strange was like really really good, really fun, and we got to see Wanda also kind of like go off, and it had shades of House of M in the comic books, and so yeah, it was really good and really fun. Had a really fun time in the movies seeing this, and yeah, it was one of my favorites of the year. So number one is probably where I'm gonna turn a lot of people off. But going by what I like, what was my favorite things of the year, Werewolf by Night. Yeah, I, it was one. It was one of the favorite things that I saw this year, and I watched it like four times. It came out like right around the Halloween time. Watched it like four times, man. It caught me off guard. I didn't see any trailers. I didn't look up anything for it. I just kind of like put it on one time. I remember I got the COVID shot, and it kind of put me out for a day, and I just put it on, and I was not ready, wasn't ready for it. Like it had the whole like old school Universal monsters thing going on with it, the scratchy kind of film filter on it, and like the cigarette burns, and yeah, it was, man, it hit me in my nostalgia feels, like, honestly, and like the special presentation thing that rolled before, like in the credits before, just took me all the way back to like being a kid again. So yeah, no, I loved it. I loved everything about it, and like yeah, we Man Thing on screen, like okay, yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, it was well acted. Everybody was doing their thing. It had Gail Garcia Bernal and Laura Donnelly in here, and the lady in here too was still in the scene. Harriet Samson Harris, yeah, was definitely just hamming it all the way up. Like I really like she kind of helped solidify like the tone in this. Like yeah, I loved it, man. Like it took me back to being in the basement in my parents' house as a kid, like in front of the floor model TV, watching some weird old time movie in there. The only thing it was missing was a Vincent Price cameo. That would have just sent it over the top for me. But yeah, I like that one. That was kind of like my favorite thing that came out this year. And yeah, there you go. My favorite movies of 2022. Hello, everyone. It is Alex Mack once again, and yes, it is that time of year again. It is Christmas time. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope everybody's having a pretty good holiday so far. And if you are on YouTube at all, making any kind of like reviews or anything, you are sort of, but not really, kind of obligated to do like top 10 lists for the year, right? And this one's kind of different. I did my top five favorite Christmas movies, and I did my top five favorite like just movies that came out in 2022. I was going to do the same thing for this one, but I kind of liked a lot of the shows and series that came out this year. So yeah, and I was just looking at like everything I had listed. And I'm like, oh well, I might as well just do a top tens. And so here we go, the top 10 favorite shows that I've watched in 2022. Here we go. Okay, yeah, and here we go. So, as you can see, it's been a few things that came out this year that I really enjoyed. And so yeah, let's just dig into it. Number 10 with Peacemaker. That is on HBO Max, the John Cena led superhero. Can you call that superhero? Super villain show? That honestly, it's so crass, it's so irreverent. It's it kind of reminds me of like an Adult Swim show set to live action. It's pretty much like the whole tone of it, and I was kind of here for that. Yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it. Just don't take it serious. If you just want something to put on and just turn your brain off and just kind of like have a good giggle every now and then, yeah, it's Peacemaker. It's a really fun show, really low key, and yeah, one of my favorite things I watched this year. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that, and so it took me kind of by surprise. And so I'm like, okay, that was pretty cool. I like that. The Boys season three. That was like every time I think they can't get any crazier, they can't get any nastier. um, they they raised the bar. Yeah, this is season. So the Boys season three is it had like a lot more action than the first two seasons, and we get to see Homelander kind of like completely losing it too, which I was kind of waiting like, and I love how they did that with Homelander too. He was kind of like he was kind of like a tea kettle, like just slowly starting to like boil over, and no, seeing him actually kind of just completely lose it was actually fun to see. And yeah, we got to see Soldier Boy, not not that Soldier Boy, the Soldier Boy from the comic books, right? But yeah, we got to see Soldier Boy in here as like a pseudo Captain America, or like kind of like a douchebag Captain America. And yeah, Billy the Butcher kind of like goes a little bit overboard with the serum they got on. What's it called? Something V. I can't remember it offhand, but it was Compound V, right? You can like shoot it up like heroin or whatever. And so yeah, it was, and that orgy scene. So from what I haven't read the comics, but from what I hear, that the superhero or whatever orgy that takes place in there, it wasn't as bad as it was in the comics, but still, it was just like there was a visual in there. It was just like, why, why did I need to see that? I would have gotten the point with you not showing like the whole. But yeah, no, that's the Boys. They're gonna go there. They're gonna show you everything, and you gonna sit there and just cringe. That's all you can do. But yeah, that number nine is really good. I think next season might be the last season for the Boys, but if it is, it's gonna be crazy. I can't wait for that. So yeah, that's number nine. Number eight, The Sandman. Yeah, another comic book adaptation. This one, Neil Gaiman kind of personally took a lot of the lead on like creating the show on this, and it shows like this the way they did this show, like the tone of it from episode to episode, really like it can throw you off. It definitely did me, but I kind of want all other comic book shows to be like that, because when they do that, it kind of plays like an issue of a comic book, because like issues of comic books go jump from kind of like one story to the next to the next to the next, but still kind of like carrying on that overarching narrative, kind of like that connects everything. And that's what they did. So because like every like two episodes it'd be like different characters, a different enemy, and like a different story, and it would like switch over like that. And I was like, that's actually really genius. I kind of want like all the comic book shows to be like that now. We don't have to stick with two or three main heroes for the entirety of the 8 hour series or whatever. We can, yeah, bring in. It's kind of like the better way to introduce a lot of different characters and plots from the comic books, to just kind of like give it like an hour to 2.5 hours or whatever, and just move on to the next one. It's pretty good. But overall, like, yeah, they nailed it. Tom Sturridge, I believe how you say it. I think he did a really really good job. He wasn't bringing the menace to me. He was kind of looking like Zoolander. I don't know if you remember Zoolander with like Owen Wilson and Ben Stiller. Like whenever he had this like his serious face, he kind of looked like he was doing the Zoolander like pouty face. But that was probably just me. Yeah, really really enjoyed it. It looked really good, really well crafted, and yeah, can't wait for the next season. That'll be dope. Number 7, Servant, is on Apple TV. First off, Apple TV is has so many like really good shows. They're beating out Netflix to me. They're beating out Hulu. They're like, if you don't have Apple TV, get it. They got a ton of really good shows, and Servant for me is one of the craziest, weirdest, best things I've ever watched. Because it keeps you off balance and it keeps you on your toes. It keeps you guessing like the entire. This is season 4, and it's still like, what the hell is happening? This is weird as hell, but I can't look away. I can't look away. I love it. It's ran by M. Night Shyamalan. It's one that kind of like produced by him, and it's like the good M. Night Shyamalan too, where it's just like a bunch of weird stuff is happening. It hasn't gotten to like some crazy twist yet, but I don't know. It's a wild ride, and I can't wait for them to like land this thing, because it's crazy. I definitely say check this out if you're looking for like kind of like a mystery suspense that's kind of eerie as well. Man, get Apple TV, check out Servant. It's bizarre. Number 6, Abbott Elementary. Oh yeah, definitely one of my favorite things I've seen in a long time as far as like a sitcom goes. Came out of nowhere too. It's ran by Quinta Brunson, who I think has YouTube ties too. I think she kind of like started out in YouTube, and man, it's funny. It's grounded. It has so much heart, and it shines a light on like teachers in elementary school, and like watching it, I can't help but kind of draw me back to like my days in elementary school, and remembering all the teachers, and just like the just the weird day to days we go through, like all the assemblies. Everybody got to like just convene in the cafeteria for some like lame assembly or whatever. But no, it is really good show. It's really funny. Again, it has such heart to it. So and it's funny. It's actually really funny. Yeah, it's really well acted. It has Quinta Brunson, I think I said already, Jason, or I'm sorry, and Tyler James Wilson from Everybody Hates Chris fame, and is famously now for the show that finally got a Shirley Ralph like Emmy award. Like, she deserves all the awards. She's been killing it for a while. I remember seeing her way back in that Eddie Murphy movie. Distinguished Gentleman, I think it was, when like he was Eddie Murphy was playing like a con man that was running for office or something like that. yeah, I remember seeing her way back then, and then she kind of like disappeared. But I guess she was on like doing like stage and all that. But yeah, it was seeing her and this girl like, hey, she's back, she's doing stuff, and then having her win like an award for this is like really fitting, and I loved it because yeah, I love the show. Like this is a really good show. I'm watching season 2 now, and yeah, man, I love the show. It came out of nowhere, right? And it's just like yeah, that. So they are still making good sitcoms on TV nowadays. Like, thank God, you know. So cracking my top five, as you can see, will be Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I I'm a huge fan of the games. I know it's a very flawed game, but I'm playing it on my PC, so that kind of the game is buggy as hell, but I'm playing like the best version of of a buggy game, if that makes sense. Um, but what they were able to nail in the game is Night City, like the world of Night City. It's so kind of fully realized, and I loved it. Like I've come back time and time and time again to play the game just to kind of like explore Night City and walk around. And they pack a lot into the game, but it's so good that I want more, honestly. And so knowing that like the anime was coming out, I was all over it. Like yeah, I watched the whole thing in like the first weekend or whatever. And plus it's like that good. It's like really, really good, really solid anime. And I love how it kind of enhances the source material too. Like in the game, they have this thing called cyber psychosis, and while you do come in contact with people who have cyber psychosis in the game, you kind of like have to fight them or whatever. But yeah, I was wondering like what would that like what would that be like to actually like go through like you know the cyber psychosis thing, and like that's pretty much what the story of Edge Runners is. This 17-year-old kid named David Martinez, I want to say, is who's kind of like struggling, you know, day to day as one would do in Night City. And there's a very tragic event that happens to him very early on in the series, and he kind of goes into a deep dive of you know edge running and like chroming himself, like getting like these kind of like cybernetic implants in himself, and yeah, this the looming threat over everyone's head who gets like these cybernetic implants is cyber psychosis, and it's like if you have the money for the medicine, you can prolong it, but I think it's just like a matter of time, a matter of time basically before it catches up to you. And man, the anime is great. The characters in here is great. I love it. It's the one thing that kind of brought me back in the anime because I had stopped watching anime for a couple of years now. It wasn't nothing that actually kind of like grabbed my attention to like pull me in. This did it though. This actually got me back in the anime, and yeah, it's one of the best. Not only just one of the best animes, one of the best things I've seen on TV like all year and in a couple of years. So yeah, I love it. Number four, Closet of Curiosities by Guillermo del Toro, and I love this. I love this show. It's an anthology horror show in the same vein of Tales from the Crypt from like back in the day, and I've been yearning for like a new Tales from the Crypt or a new Tales from the Crypt type show, and finally got it with Guillermo del Toro's Closet of Curiosities. It's I think it's about 7 or 8 episodes of like an anthology series, so like different random kind of like stories or whatever. And there are definitely stories that are better than others. I would say probably my favorite would be the autopsy one. Is man, that's like an instant classic. The last one with that really weird one with like Eric Andre and Rutger Hauer. No, not Rutger Hauer. Peter Weller and Peter Weller in it. And yeah, that one was like really bizarre and twisted. It's kind of a slow burn, but yeah, I was into it. I love that kind of thing. And so he also did two. He adapted two Lovecraft stories in this as well, which was actually really well done. They were really cool, and yeah, the like don't all of the episodes are like really really strong. I really love the show. the The only one I would say probably was the weakest. I was probably the one with the lady who was with the cream, who was trying to like get some like beauty cream or whatever. Like it was a good episode, but the ending threw me. I didn't understand what the ending was supposed to say, but and that was a good episode, and to me that was like the weakest one, but that's still like super strong compared to like every other show out there. So yeah, if you're into like if you like Tales of the Crypt from back in the day, if you're looking for like a horror anthology show, and why wouldn't you, right? Yeah, Closet of Curiosities on Netflix. Check it out. It's excellent, like excellent, excellent. Number three, another Apple TV show, Severance. This became one of my favorite shows on TV. Like it got up there for me. This it's basically like there's a company that will do a procedure on you called severance. So it will separate the implant something in your brain that separates your work you from your out of work you. And so like when you're getting ready to go into work, you go in the elevator and something kind of like takes over your brain, and like you just work your other consciousness like works in the day job, and that's all they know. Like all they know is just work. Like that's it. And as much of a hell as that sounds like, and I don't know why people would do that. I don't. Maybe it's me looking way too much into it though. But I got like shades of kind of like this MK Ultra kind of message in there as well, as far as controlling a portion of your mind and kind of like trying to wipe away a whole other side of you. On one side of you is just totally like able to be controlled, right? And that might just be me like just looking into it kind of crazy, but I was picking up all these like different hints and stuff in there, like the conditioning of the workers, like oh, if you meet this quota, you'll get a what do they call it, like a shrimp social, right? You get a shrimp social and make that like this huge thing, and it's just like what, three pieces of shrimp and a lemonade, and bam, that's all you get for all your hard work, right? And it's just, yeah, it's man, I love it. Again, it's an Apple TV show. Apple TV has some of the best shows out there. Like I was sleeping on them for a while, but then like started watching Servant. It's like this is insane. Let me, what else they got on here? And I saw Severance, and yeah, it's one of the best things I've seen on television. It's check it out. Like it's star Adam McKay in here is really good. Like I've never seen him do like a serious role like that. He's always been in these kind of like off ball comedies. Excellent. Like he is excellent in this. And John Turturro again is in this as well, and a bit part in here with Christopher Walken too. That was a surprise, but yeah, I highly recommend checking out Severance on Apple TV. It's really really good. Number two, House of the Dragon. I recently did a review on this, like about 2 weeks ago or something like that. Yeah, to me, I like this a lot better than the original Game of Thrones, and it's only because the original Game of Thrones had so many characters in it, and like you would have to. It's very easy to get lost watching the original series, but this one is more toned down. Like there's less characters. It's more focused to me, and we actually have dragons in this one. Like you have to wait years before like the actual dragon showed up in the original one, but in this one we had the dragons pretty much from the jump, and so I'm like, yes, yes, all right, there we in there. And Matt Smith, say no more. And Stranger Things season 4 is my number one because that show shouldn't work. Like that's a show that just really shouldn't work. I think each episode was like an hour and a half. It was like a movie a episode, but they nailed it. Like I did a review of this earlier this year on the A&A podcast channel, and I'm not sure if I gave it a 4 or a 5, but it was I might have given it a 5 because they nailed it. Like every character, like they had so many like teams of characters doing so many different things, doing their own kind of like side story. And it took up, it was so much. There was a lot of things that didn't need to be in there that they could have cut. But the way they kind of like just brought everything together at the end, man, yeah, it was, I was like, that they did it again. They did it again. How? How did they keep doing this? Like, I would say season 3 was a little bit of a drop off. It was still solid, but it was a little bit of a drop off. But no, they came right back. They came right back with this one, and I just Eddie, man, Eddie, ah, Eddie, you my boy. But yeah, so yeah, there we have it. There is my a top 10 list of TV shows I saw this year. TV was kicking. TV was kicking more than movies. Honestly, like it was kind of like, why do I need to go to a theater? I'm getting like quality entertainment right here in my living room. And yeah, so yeah, there we go. My top 10 TV shows of 2022. Pulling from the pop culture feed that is on the Maniacal Books Hub in the Discord. And this is basically so pop culture feed is kind of self-explanatory. It's pop culture, it's comic books, it's anime, it's video games, it's movies, it's TV shows, streaming shows, and things like that. So, and this is all just kind of like one feed that just kind of like constantly just goes, and it's really fun to look into. It's really easy and quick to kind of like keep up with and keep abreast to like everything that's happening in like entertainment news. And so I will kind of call this every week. And I forgot to go up to where was I going? And I'll kind of like call this every week. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. To and just go through a couple things on here. Every week of just like what's happening in the world of pop culture, as for this week. And so for the week of May the 10th, 2023, here is your pop culture feed. I guess first here is, and also, so this, I will kind of put this up on the YouTube page as well. So, if if you're listening in, just continue to listen in. But if you want to see kind of like a video version of this, it'll be up on the YouTube channel, so you can kind of like follow along or play along on the home game, so to speak. But okay, so let's get it started. So first on the feed is an adaptation of Stephen King's Life of Chuck will star Tom Hiddleston and Mark Hamill. It's coming from the comicbook.com feed, and oh, nice. Oh, that's I am in. Not only is it Stephen King, he's probably one of my biggest influences. Uh, yeah, it's Mike Flanagan is directing this, and this Mike Flanagan is what's that? He's done a ton of stuff, a ton of like really quality horror stuff. I think my favorite thing is Haunting a Hill House on Netflix.
is one of my absolute favorite things. The in horror, like I absolutely love that show. I used to, I haven't watched it recently. I haven't watched it recently. I've seen it like 3 times, like all the way through. It's like 8 hour long episodes or something like that. Man, I've seen it 3 times. I absolutely love that show. And he also did. There was a second run of the Haunting series, but there was this other show. I can't remember the name of that show, but it's on Netflix as well. And it's about like this vampire that came to this small, sleepy kind of island town, and there was a priest who thought he was like an angel or something like that. It was so goofy, but it was still like Mike Flanagan is really solid with this, and yeah, see, Mike Flanagan's gonna do this, and Tom Hiddleston, of course, is Loki from MCU, and Mark Hamill, who is legend. Like, don't you really need to explain who Mark Hamill is? Yeah, I can't wait to see this. From the anthology book, If It Bleeds, as confirmed by Deadline. If this news wasn't exciting enough, the outlet confirmed that the project has been added both Tom Hiddleston and Mark Hamill as stars. This marks the second story from the anthology book to be adapted into the feature film, as Mr. Harrigan's Phone from the same collection was brought to life for Netflix last year. Sweet. I heard it was really good, but I haven't actually watched that yet. Um, a release date for the project has yet to be released. That is fine by me, sir. Just I know if Mike Flanagan is doing a Stephen King adaptation, we are in excellent hands. Yes, it's ready when it's ready. um, all right. Next up on the feed, the pop culture feed, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's has thanked fans who chose not to watch the recently leaked movie trailer, and which is pretty cool because he's not thanking me. The minute I saw the trailer leaked, I clicked it. I had to. I had to see what this was going to be about. I don't like the game. I don't like the game. I really like the lore surrounding the game. Yeah, so I'm not that big of a fan of the games, but the movie seems from that trailer. It's a teaser trailer that was leaked, so I mean that I'm not sure if that was meant to be seen by a lot of people, if it was just supposed to like circulate through the studio or studio heads or whatever. But it looks not that terrible. let's just go with that. It doesn't look like the worst thing in the world. Okay, yet to be seen, and I'm not sure if there's a date on this. Probably not. Oh, actually, there is. October 27th. It looks like so. Right on time for Halloween. Perfect. Oh, that's. I mean, that's perfect. But Five Nights at Freddy's creator Scott Cawthon has released a response to the recently leaked trailer for the movie adaptation that is set to hit theaters later this year. Over the past weekend, a leaked version of the first trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's began circulating online and gave fans their first lengthy look at the film of what the film will have in store. And while Cawthon has said that the trailer's leak was disappointing, he also thanked many for going out of their way not to watch it. Now, I went out my way to watch it. Like I had to see what that thing was all about. So, you and bro, you're fine. Like, speaking of how much money that guy's made just from the video games, and then of course, like they say, hey, we want to make a movie of that. Oh, you're fine. Jeez, I'm pretty sure he's not tripping. Really, he's just like, oh, you didn't watch it? Hey, man, I appreciate you, bro. Hey, good looking out. You didn't spoil yourself or something. All right. Next on the feed, Beetlejuice 2 officially confirmed for a 2024 release date. If you know me, you know what this movie means to me. The original Beetlejuice is kind of how I knew I was a freak. I was a weirdo because I was Me and Lydia Dietz were pretty simpatico. We were kind of on the same wavelength there. Honestly, I mean, in some ways still are, but a sequel. I think I would have loved to seen a sequel of this like back in like '94 or something, but in 2024, uh it would be awesome to see Gina Davis again. You know, it would be I had such a huge crush on her. Probably think because of Beetlejuice. I had such a huge crush on her growing up. And I would love to see uh, a guy um, who had this got into that crazy situation on another movie site. Um, Alec Baldwin. Uh, it would be kind of good to see him kind of try to move on from that crazy tragedy that happened. It doesn't seem like it was. I heard about it. I haven't followed it. Like I don't know everything that happened, but it doesn't seem like it was entirely his fault at that. You know, it doesn't. It just seemed like a really freak, really tragic, unfortunate accident that happened on the movie site. Something that I'm actually shocked doesn't happen a lot. Because I mean, how are you supposed to? And so, um, he had some controversies himself that he had to work through. But this, I like this guy. I'm an '80s baby, '90s child, so and I love movies. So he is in a ton of stuff that I grew up watching. He was everywhere back in them days, like mid to late '80s to like mid '90s. You know, he was everywhere, and like it was just like, oh God, he had this. I, I'm not even gonna go into it, but wonder if they if there's anything on it on here for old Jeff, old freaky Jeff. Sketch scheduled to be arraigned on July 14th. That's bad. Damn, that's bad. I used to love seeing him in a movie just because he was in everything, and it just felt like yeah, it's that's bad, man. It's just it's unfortunate. It's bad, but yeah, he's in this, of course, and Catherine O'Hara is in it. You know, being a horrible parent as again she all her best movies she's like a horrible parent or so she left her kid in Home Alone, and then like she just kind of like ignored her kid in this one who was telling her like there's something wrong with the house. But I'm looking forward to it. I love Beetlejuice. Michael Keaton, of course. He's born to play this role, and yeah, I love it. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, moving right along. I don't know how long I want this segment to be, but there's only a couple more. Burger King is rolling out a Spider-Man Whopper. Why? I don't like. Somebody thinks it'll sell. This is coming from Kotaku's feed, and so I guess it's like red. So it's a regular Whopper, right? But it's like a red bun with the black sesame seeds on it. I guess to represent Miles Morales' spider suit. So let's see. Burger King has revealed a menu item based on the upcoming animated movie Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and it's a spider suit hamburger. Right. So the red bun Black sesame seeds. Right. The Spider-Man Whopper is based on the film's lead, Miles Morales, but it's a weird choice because his suit is predominantly red, like the Whopper bun isn't predominantly red like the Whopper's bun is. Yeah, I don't. I guess you can't have black bun with red sesame seeds. That would be too put offish. But I would have went with it. I just yeah, hey, or make it a special edition. You know, you want the black buns? Okay, pay an extra $5. Don't don't do that. It's inflation is crazy right now. But yeah, so when is this going to be made available? For the next few weeks. Okay, if I have some extra cash, maybe I'll go. But no, I have a story about Whoppers. The last time I had a Whopper, it almost took me out. So I don't know. We'll see. I get it for the cup, and maybe if I had a box, like a commemorative box or something. But yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. If you go to Burger King, get a into the Spider Verse Whopper. All right. There go Beetlejuice again. Sequel has added Justin Theroux to its cast. So okay, cool. Are we done? Okay, Marvel star Scarlett Johansson and director Taika Waititi still plan to drop into Disney's Tower of Terror movie. Okay, that should be, but I don't see Taika. Well, I think Taika might be the perfect match for like a Disney horror type of thing. So it could be a good match. I don't know. Next up, Redfall's single player is no Prey or Dishonored. I've heard this. I've heard it's pretty bad. I've heard it's pretty bad. But I have Game Pass on the PC and the Xbox, but I could download it, and I mean, I had my eye on it for a little while, but when it came out and people started saying like, "Ooh, don't play this," it was like, damn, it's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to that. What else we got? Oh, EA has confirmed Dragon Age Dreadwolf is still a little ways off. A little ways off. Yeah, I'll bet. This is coming from comicbook.com feed. And I am looking Dragon Age series is my favorite RPG series in video games. I love the first one. Awakenings was amazing. The second one was it got lambasted. It wasn't that it was pretty good though. It was still pretty good. It's not as good as the first one, granted. Still a very solid RPG. Uh Inquisition is just it's one of my favorite video games of all time ever. I love Dragon Age Inquisition. I've played through it twice now. And just talking about it makes me want to install it again. Um, yeah, I absolutely love Inquisition. And so I've been waiting on Dreadwolf for like 10 years. Was it 2023? I think Inquisition came out 2014, 2015, something like that. 2023. So yeah, they had their so it's done by BioWare. Well, it's developed by BioWare. It's distributed by EA, basically. And so BioWare has been doing crap like uh, that Mass Effect Andromeda, which I might have to play that again to kind of like judge it fairly. I didn't enjoy it when I first played through it years back. And then that Anthem garbage. So they wasted a ton of money on them two games instead of giving me a new Dragon Age. But I was elated when I heard that there was another one coming. So yeah, Dragon Age Dreadwolf. I love this. Uh, okay, all right. Let me stop fanboying out.
Dragon Age Dreadwolf, also known as Dragon Age 4, isn't releasing anytime soon, while the new BioWare game has been in alpha since September, which in turn suggested a 2023 or early 2024 release, was on the table. Neither is happening. Damn. How do we know this? Well, today EA confirmed its lineup of games for fiscal year 2024, which is to say the games releasing between April 2023 and March 2024. Of course, unannounced games are not included, so the lineup is potentially not exhaustive, but nonetheless, Dragon Age Dreadwolf is not included, which means the earliest it will be released is April 2024, and I'm not banking on that. I am. It's the thing with me with like highly anticipated games. I see something like this show up and I get really excited for it, and like I look into it and like get really into the news, and then I just put it out of my head because it's like it's not happening anytime soon. But yes, I can't wait for Dragon Age, the next one. Oh, well, here's one I didn't highlight. Jedi Survivor perfectly mixes every era of Star Wars together. That sounds interesting. This is from the Kotaku feed. All right, and this is a pretty solid game. Apparently, I haven't had a chance to play it yet, but everybody I know is playing it. So, and every and I've gotten on good authority that it's pretty excellent. In the early years of Disney's ownership of Star Wars, it felt like the company wasn't interested in any era of the franchise beyond the original trilogy. The material it mined for its own projects came largely from those films, leaving vast swaths of Star Wars history by the wayside. But more recently, Disney and Lucasfilm have seemingly realized that there's more to Star Wars than just those classic films. And Star Wars Jedi Survivor is a great example of how to bring together all of the various eras of one of the most popular sci-fi franchises of all time. Oh, minus spoilers below. Okay, no, I was trying to see if they had an example, but I'm not going to spoil myself. I want to get into it. A solid point there about expanding beyond the original trilogy, because we wouldn't have stuff like the Mandalorian. We would have stuff like even the first Jedi Survivor. I can't remember the name of it because that was amazing, and it's and like Andor and things like that. Star Wars Vision, uh, because I think they in the beginning they're thinking just cash cow, like oh, okay, like Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, Obi-Wan. We got to just keep bringing back the hits, R2, C3PO. But it's like, okay, yeah, okay, that's cool and all, but like the universe is a universe. It expands more than just that. So yeah, I'm a guy who really enjoyed it. Oh, they twice. Oh, I highlighted it twice too. Okay, all right. I think that is done. Are we done with the Oh no, wait. Next up on the pop culture feed, man jailed for life after beating neighbor to death with bag of Pokemon cards. This is from the Kotaku feed. This is real life. This is happening in real life. This is reality. A 31-year-old British man, Andrew Haig, has been sentenced to life in prison after being found guilty of the murder of his neighbor, 50-year-old Simon Wilkinson. Lord, the men, both residents of an apartment building in Sheffield, had gotten into a dispute after Mr. Wilkinson accused Haig of being a pedophile. Well, I mean, he looks it. To be fair, it's not that far fetched. According to ITV via Dexerto, I say that Haig, who had a history of mental health problems, I'll bet, shouted, "You called me a effing nonce." What is a nonce? What is that? Uh, you Brits, come out here and fight like a man before attacking Wilkinson with a bag filled with boxes of Pokemon cards. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I should laugh. A man died. This is. Oh my God. Oh, another report on the BBC said they were tens of cards. So, it's just crazy. Yeah, the world's just gone to shit. After striking Wilkinson with the bag multiple times, Haig, believing he was committing an act of mercy, picked, picked up a piece of wood and began attacking the victim in the head, inflicting catastrophic injuries. What the? So it's not the Pokemon cards. It's not the Pokemon cards that killed him. It was the damn piece of wood. Okay, that's enough of that story. Oh, please tell me there's another one I highlighted. Let's get this. Oh, come on, please, please. I can't end on that one. Or maybe I should. Maybe I should just end on that. I think I'm done. Yes, so you'll find all that craziness and more on the Max Books Publishing Discord. So yeah, just go to Discord and just search for Max Books Pubs, and you'll see that blue and white logo with the dove pop up. Go in there, hit join. Just agree to the rules, and yeah, let's have fun. I'll see you in the chat. Okay, now next up we have here, as far as other than the pop culture feed, is the sports feed, and that's because I'm a massive. I keep up with the sports, I guess you could say. And so yeah, I have it's kind of like a collection here. It's basically just the ESPN feeds for the NBA, the NFL, and that's pretty much it. That's I have to add like a UFC, kind of like a combat sports thing to this as well. So yeah, so as kind of the same thing, I just kind of run through this really quick and just go, from what I find out throughout the week. And so yeah, let's see. So NBA on ESPN has on here. Book has ascended into a rare air this postseason. Okay, that's. I mean, why do we do this? We are so quick to like compare somebody to Jordan. Like, okay, it's Devin Booker. He's gonna ball out like that. Yeah, I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. Is he MJ? No. Why are we doing this? Why are we comparing Devin Booker to MJ? But okay, why did I even highlight that? I'm not even sure. Yeah, and these so the NBA playoffs are in full swing. We're going on mid-May here, so and this is I don't have cable, so I don't have TNT, but I'm kind of missing out on like one of the best and craziest playoffs
in recent history. Like this playoff has been crazy. Like with the whole Lakers Grizzlies thing, the whole Dylan Brooks. Like it's been wild. The Bucks, like the whole Bucks firing their championship winning head coach, and pretty much leaving Giannis up in the air. I think he has a year left on his deal, a year, maybe 2 years left on his deal. Will he resign to Milwaukee? It's a good chance. I mean, he's a kind of like that kind of dude. He would stay home, quote unquote, the place that brought him in, the place he won a championship, like, and did it kind of like quote unquote again the right way. He didn't build a super team. They just build on what they had and just kind of like grind it till they got there. But I know Milwaukee needs it. I think the owner sold recently too because maybe he thinks Giannis ain't gonna stay. So yeah, it's been a crazy postseason this year, and I haven't been able to see a thing, unfortunately. So yeah, that's it right here. Giannis showed love to Mike Budenholzer. It's I mean, I guess there are times where you have to shake it up, and I think it's a new ownership too. Again, you have to remember the old owner just sold it, so they're trying to shake it up, and he's going to bring in his own people because we need to sign Giannis, we need to compete, we need to be championship level, we need to get it done. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a mistake. You just probably need to build a better roster. I mean, what's firing Budenholzer really going to do? But I don't own a $1 billion sports franchise, so what do I know? All right, next on NBA on ESPN feed, the all defensive teams have came out. So all the first team all defense is Alex Caruso. That's the point, I guess you would say. Drew Holiday as a two guard, Jaren Jackson as a three, as your swing, Brooke Lopez as a four, and Evan Mobley. I don't think it's going in any order, honestly, but yeah. So it's just Alex Caruso, Drew Holiday, Jaren Jackson Jr., Brooke Lopez, and Evan Mobley. Yeah, solid list. Alex Caruso, like, I'm surprised they let him go in LA, but I guess they had to make room for Westbrook, right? That's horrible GMing. I wouldn't even did that in 2K, bro. Like that was crazy. Like because when I first heard that Lakers and Wizards made that trade like a couple years ago, I got excited because I thought it was Bradley Beal. like like finally Bill's gonna like compete for titles and championships and stuff. But whatever. Oh, and look what we have here. Look what we have here. Second team all defense. Derek White, OG Anunoby, Dylan Brooks, Draymond Green, and Bam. Uh, I don't. You know what? Dylan. I saw all the memes too. Where like Dylan Brooks going to be in China next year, but I, he can. He has a spot. He has a spot on the playoff team. They just got to win. Like they got to do more than just talk all the time. They actually got to. You know, but I think the slander was a bit too much. Don't why would you go after LeBron? Like why? There's no win in that. There's no win in that. But I don't know. He made a name for him. No, hey, he made a name for himself. So he can get a deal, and he's second team all defense. Hey, somebody gonna pick him up. So, all right. Do I have anything else here?
Okay, NFL on ESPN says Tim Hasselback thinks Anthony Richardson has to see the field ASAP. It says, let's just agree right now he's going to make mistakes. If he can learn from them and not have them happen again, then all that potential Jonathan Taylor is talking about, then we'll see it soon. I mean, duh, that's like kind of like a no duh statement. But and again, what is the Colts stardom? Like what else do you have? What else do you have? That's why I kind of wish the Commanders would have tried to make some moves and go for him, but we like Wentz. Moving right along. Um, uh, Packers are preaching patience for Jordan Love around the organization. This the wrong time for patience, right? Aaron Rodgers is gone, man. Aaron Rodgers went to the Jets. So the patience for Jordan Love is kind of out, ain't it? It's time to go. Like, it's go time. Like I don't know what the patience part is, but I don't know. And Jordan Love didn't campaign any either. Like what Aaron Rodgers did with the whole Brett Favre. He had to sit behind Brett Favre, you know. But yeah, I don't. Was there a campaign for Jordan Love, or he was just kind of waiting in the wings until Aaron Rodgers just decided to either retire or move on, and he decided to move on, I guess. 21 points for number 21 at the half. He got 21 at half that for the reigning MVP. I saw a thing on here too about it's the like all bigs and all dominating bigs at that. And so and all like do it all bigs. Like I mean Giannis not I don't think you categorize Giannis as an all around because he can shoot, but I'm not calling that play. With down two, a minute left in the game. I'm not calling that play, but he has shown that he can like score from the outside. But no, Embiid and Joker, they definitely can. So yeah, I was saying that is it a big man's league again now that it's been like back to back to back no big men MVP now. So yeah, we'll see. And I would love to see like a Nuggets Sixers finals too, just to see like those two once in a lifetime, generational centers like go at it in every way possible, like inside, outside, post game, pick and rolls, like all that. Yeah, that would be crazy. And also speaking of which, I need to see the brackets because again, I don't have cable, so I haven't seen it. So where are we? We are. This is Wednesday, May 11th. So it is Heat leading the Knicks 3-2. They just won. Sixers leading the Celtics 3-2. Nuggets leading the Suns 3-2. Like, damn, come on, man. Come on, KD. Come on, bro. And Lakers leading the Warriors 3-1. Now, this is so interesting. It's so interesting. It's like the fortunes have reversed, and now LeBron got Steph on the ropes 3-1. So can they make a comeback? We'll see. I don't know. Let's go. But yeah, these playoffs have been crazy, and I've missed every single one of them. But what can you do? Okay, Russ and Sean Payton is new head coach at the Suns Nuggets game. Right, so that's. I mean, if Russ comes back, Russell Wilson comes back to form like he played in Seattle, then we can just say it was just that one crazy year with the head coach that just sucked. You know, we he then the head coach would be the scapegoat. I don't even remember the guy's name, but if Russ can bounce back and be like the Russ of like Seattle, Russell Wilson, then I guess what else can you say? But then it was just that one head coach that had no business being a head coach. He was somebody's son, I think, is pretty much how he got the job. But good lord, 91-74. Yeah, that's game. Jokic drops his 10th career playoff triple double, passing Wilt for most ever by a center. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like his numbers, Jokic's numbers are like the video game numbers. Like this, and like watching him play, like back when I had the league pass, it was so gradual too. Like it was just like you see him play, and he'd be out there, he'd be playing, and I mean, I don't know if you call it dominating though. Like it was so gradual. It's just by the third quarter, he's got like these kind of numbers, you know, and it's just like, damn, he did. Yeah, he was. He has been dominating out there, hasn't he? It's just so like it's so gradual, so lackadaisical. It's just yeah, it's crazy watching him play. Yeah, just so let's just like yeah, I look at that. Look at that. It's just yeah, I does this. I do this. Is what I do. No biggie. Insane. Okay, yeah, I think are we good on the sports feed? So yeah, this is kind of like the sports feed. Pretty much everything is for right now is everything NFL and NBA. And so yeah, that's look forward to that. Just look forward to that every week. And also you can come in, join on the Discord. Just go on the Discord, search for Max Books Publishing for servers to join. And yeah, it's right there. You can follow along. You can we can discuss. You can like all that good stuff. It's all right here. The other notables is of course the other notables is of course like Street Fighter 6, Final Fantasy 16, both coming out in June in just a few weeks. And what was the other one that Alan Wake 2 was a huge surprise for me. I had heard like kind of news about them working on Alan Wake 2. Oh man, probably back in like 2020 maybe 2021 or something like that. But totally forgot about it. Totally put it out of my mind. And just to see that they are like it's pretty much coming out this year. I believe it said October at the end of this. And man, I was really surprised. Really can't wait to play this. Like I was saying earlier, I probably won't be able to afford all of these games or have the time to play them, but I would. Think of my guy. I would definitely make room for Alan Wake 2. Like there's like two things that they showed that I'm like, yes, I am gonna try my best to buy those like day one, and I'm definitely gonna be playing that in between like working and writing and all that good stuff. So yeah, and this like remember these kind of MO with all of their games like Control and even the well actually I guess you can, this is technically the third Alan Wake game, but they're kind of like their style and how they make games is very episodic, very much kind of like a Netflix series, and so yeah, this looks pretty dope. October 17th, can't wait for this. So yeah, this will probably be a day one for me. I was very surprised that they were actually doing because at first when it came up, I thought they can't possibly be doing another Metal Gear Solid game. Like, just Kojima even know about this? You know what I mean? But when first they actually started playing the theme song for Snake Eater, and then like the logo came up, and it's like, okay, got it. So they're doing a remake, which is kind of cool. Metal Gear 3 isn't exactly my favorite of the series, but I definitely would go through and play like a remake from it, just as a refresher too. But yeah, it was pretty dope. But the thing I was kind of mostly shocked at is that they're also kind of redoing like the whole series. Like they're remaking Metal Gear 1 through 3. It looks like, and I kind of can't wait for that. So yeah, this is huge. This was pretty huge. I was not expecting that. It kind of came out. I didn't even hear any news or anything about this happening or coming out or anything. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about this. I'll get to it eventually. I don't know if it'll be like a. This definitely won't be like a day one purchase, but I'm pretty sure I'll get around to this one. Oh, and so another thing that kind of surprised me on here that came way out of left field was a Marathon from Bungie. So, which I believe is Bungie's like very first game before they did Halo, was this game that was on Apple, I believe, that was called Marathon. First person shooter, like sci-fi first person shooter. It's basically the archetype that they built Halo on. And so so they kind of been working on this, which explains why the Lightfall was pretty light as a DLC in retrospect, because I guess they were kind of like trying to work on Destiny at the same time as working on like the remake of Marathon. And so looks pretty decent, looks pretty good. It's a shooter from Bungie, so yeah, I'm definitely going to check it out. And I think this was a 2023 release as well, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Right, it looks really cool, looks really good, and yeah, I kind of can't wait. Did they have a date on this, or is it just like there's no date? But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. The next big one that I saw on here was so they actually ended the state of play with this one, Spider-Man 2, and yeah, this looks good. Okay, full disclosure, I haven't even played the first Spider-Man yet, but it's not now that they're on PC. I'm definitely going to get into it, but again, my back catalog is crazy. I probably should play that before I play like Hogwarts and all the stuff that came out this year, the new Star Wars game. But yeah, it has a Kraven the Hunter, and this one that's the big baddie, I guess. And yeah, so I'm not. You might have to catch me up on this one, since again I didn't play the first two. The symbiote spider suit is in this one, as well as with Miles Morales Spider-Man in this. Yeah, there's the symbiote spider. I didn't think that was in the game, but I haven't played them, so
Hey man.
I mean he just kind of shows up in the trailer, just kind of like, yeah, this is a thing. So yeah, that looks crazy. That looks cool. I can't wait to play this. And I would, since the other two are on the PC now, like I probably would wait for this to drop on the PC, which probably might not be until next year. But again, my back catalog is crazy.
That wasn't me.
It works for me. Now so I did say there were two games that I would definitely be playing like day one. And the next one is probably be the last one that I kind of like highlight here. Will definitely be the one that I would pay like day one and play it. And plus, this is like the one I'm the most excited about, which is Dragon's Dogma 2, which
I'm not gonna lie. I got a little giddy on this one. This is, if I'm a huge into RPGs. Like, I love fantasy. It's like I'm a sucker for like high fantasy, and yeah, Dragon's Dogma. For the first one, I played the demo on the PlayStation 3, like way back on the PlayStation 3, and liked it. Said, okay, I'll give it a try. I did. Liked is a strong word. I thought, okay, it's decent. If I find it on sale, I'll pick it up. But eventually, like years after that, got it on Steam. It was on sale on Steam. Played it, and it took me a while to kind of like get into the mechanics, get my head around that whole like pawn system they have in here. But once I got it though, man, this became one of my favorite games ever. Definitely one of my favorite RPGs, like right behind Dragon Age Inquisition. I love this game. I cannot wait for Dragon Age 2 to come out. Unfortunately, they did not have a date on this one, though. I don't believe, but yeah, see, there's no date, but it's coming. It's a thing. Like whenever this drops, I am there. I am there day one. So yeah, I can't wait for that. We Travel the Spaceways by Victor Lavelle. Yeah, so this is a short story that you can find in the Black Stars collection of kind of like Afrocentric science fiction kind of tales and stories. This is written by Victor Lavelle, once again one of my favorite working authors right now. He is kind of like a African American author that works in like science fiction and horror, something that is pretty near and dear to me, of course. As an African American author of science fiction and horror myself, but yeah, this was an interesting, quick little read. It's kind of exclusively, the audiobook is exclusively on Audible. That's kind of like where I heard it from here. So all right, let's hop into the review. So what's it about? The main protagonist, named Grimace, I believe, is a bum in New York City and is ordered by otherworldly voices to burn black churches, and is egged on by his bag of empty trash cans that he just happened to find on the street. Eventually, he runs into a trans woman who he then kind of falls in love with very quickly. He then becomes wanted by the police for the arsons, or the voices that he's been hearing may not entirely be in his head, and the woman he fell for may be harboring more secrets than other than just being trans. So what do I like about it? It's a story about a mentally ill or possibly mentally ill vagrant in New York City that is egged on to burn black churches and mosques by voices in his head. For something that comes off that kind of twisted and sorted, it's actually written pretty funny. There's like a couple of like really good laughs, good chuckles in it. It's a short story, so it's you get into it and get into the story pretty quickly and get out of it. And Victor Lavelle, on both accounts, is kind of like an expert author. So like he's dark subjects and in like getting
getting the story, getting the characters, getting the conflict, and getting out pretty quickly. That was that was pretty cool. Yeah, that was the good. What I don't like about it, however, there is a lot of anti-religious subtext to it. Like the whole premise of the story is, voices telling him to burn the churches. Uh, in a way of kind of clearing the noise of like the collective black consciousness is what I'm uh, kind of reading from this, and it's more like in order for us to kind of push through our like issues and conflicts, right, on a social scale, and economic too. Basically, we have to we have this interference that's clouding our mind, clouding everything, coming from the church. It's basically it's the church's fault, and so we have to get rid of the churches in order for us to be our like best self, our better self. It's it's a thought. It's an idea, I guess. Not something I definitely don't agree with it, but it's an idea. It's something to kind of like write about and put out there. Um, and I like his take on it is this kind of like very kind of out there, kind of like science fictiony kind of like thing. Very, this is kind of like a Twilight Zone episode. So it's kind of goofy. It's kind of ham fisted. That's definitely what he's trying to say here is that like a lot of the problems that we as a people basically have is from like the churches, the mosque, just like putting too much interference in our minds or something like that. So I mean that's his thoughts. That's an idea. That's his thoughts. I'm not sure. I mean, of course, it's a story, so I'm not sure if he like actually feels that way. But I would imagine so because that's like he's writing a story about that. So I mean, there's that, which again I disagree with. But I mean, hey, it's his opinion. It's his story, right? The other thing I didn't like about it that much was the relationship. Like the relationship seemed very kind of like it seemed very just kind of like spliced in because it's a story in New York City in like the modern time, so we have to have that kind of thing because it came out of left field, and it's like we didn't really the story didn't really need that really, but if we're going to have like a sci-fi story about voices from outer space telling someone to burn the churches, of course you're going to have like an LGBTQ character in here. It just kind of it seemed very kind of by the numbers, contemporary, very contemporary, leftist kind of a sci-fi story, really. And I don't know, it felt kind of tropey, like it's that where it felt to me it was kind of like an eye rolly kind of thing of just like okay, yeah, okay, there we go. And I don't like that because it almost seems like it's a crutch to kind of put like one of those characters in here and that be like their defining characteristic. It's not the story forward or anything like that. It's just that nope, LGBTQ character here. So, but again, it's a short story. It had its entertaining moments. It was pretty for me on the way to work and back, and yeah, that's kind of what it was. Yeah, 2 out of 5. We Travel the Spaceways by Victor Lavelle. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. This came out this year, actually, and it's starring Chris Pine, Michelle Rodriguez, Justice Smith, and Hugh Grant. So what's it about? There are Chris Pine and Michelle Rodriguez have been locked up for like a failed heist for some MacGuffin. That Chris Pine has been after, which I don't want to, probably shouldn't say just to like not spoil it or anything, but it's 100% the MacGuffin that pushes the story along, that like all the characters are after and sought after and things like that. And they go on a quest to get Chris Pine's daughter also. Who was taken by Hugh Grant, who was a friend of theirs after the heist went bad and they got arrested. And so, they find a way out of jail and they try to go find both Chris Pine's daughter and the magical object, the MacGuffin, and yeah, hijinks ensues. So that's the entire movie, basically, without spoiling anything, that is. So what I like about it, actually, it's this is, now I know the last Dungeons and Dragons movie we got was just garbage. It was complete just garbage. I think it came out, it was like late 90s or early 2000s. It had Marlon Wayans in it, had Jeremy Irons in it. Don't watch it though. It's not good. So I have very low expectations coming into this one. Oh, and I streamed this on Paramount Plus. That's right. I forgot to mention I streamed it on Paramount Plus, and this is actually surprisingly a very good movie. It's a very good, very fun movie. Had a ball with it. The writing in this is like the best part of the movie. Like the script is in itself, like the plot is very, very much by the numbers. It is a very by the numbers plot. But the dialogue in this is like really fun, really funny. Like I throughout the entire movie, I was kind of like chuckling and cracking up at it. I did have a Corona or two when I was watching it, but like still, it was just no, it was the dialogue in this is really good. There's a sequence in there where they go to a graveyard. Hilarious. Like it is actually like very funny, a very fun movie. I was not expecting this to be like good at all. I was just kind of sitting down on a Friday night just to watch something, and yeah, it was really good. I just like, damn, I would have went to the movies to see this actually. Another thing I liked in this, the Bradley Cooper cameo in this was insane. Again, the writing in this is like just stellar. Like the dialogue in this was written just chef's kiss, yeah. And just seeing Bradley, cause it took a minute because I guess Bradley Cooper's kind of like a halfling, I guess we call them in Dungeons and Dragons lore. So when he first came on screen, I was just looking like, that's not Bradley Cooper, is it? And like, ah, damn, yeah, I was said this Bradley Cooper, and he had just a very bit part, came in really quick, and yeah, it was surprisingly good. Like it was funny, but it was also kind of like very poignant, pretty dramatic pretty dramatic scene, and yeah, it was again was not expecting this to be good at all, but yeah, it shocked me. One of the things I really liked about this is, I'll just say a fat dragon. Like, yeah, again, the writing in this movie was just impeccable. They trying to find another magical object to help them along with the quest, and of course, it's Dungeons and Dragons, so you got to have a dungeon crawl, right? And when you're in the dungeon and you finally find your thing, well, of course, what has to pop up but a dragon? But they subverted that into like this kind of like fat dragon, which was hilarious. Again, you have to see it. I don't want to spoil a thing. Just watch it. This movie is actually really good. I highly suggest watching it. If you're into fantasy at all, if you're into Dungeons and Dragons at all, it don't matter. If you're a Chris Pine fan or not, don't matter. Just it's a fun little movie you could put on with the family or whatever. And yeah, it's crazy. The what I don't like about it, my like only complaint, my singular complaint with this would be that the third act in this, it really kind of does drag, and there's a couple of times where it could just wrap up, and it does start to kind of outweigh its welcome, but right when you're kind of like, okay, all right, let's go, it ends, it actually wraps up. So that's my only complaint. It does go on. That's a little bit too far, but that's my only complaint. Like, that's other than that, pretty damn good movie. Like, it's actually pretty good. I definitely recommend watching it. Okay, my author's introspection on this one, and this is just as kind of like my take on it, looking at it from like a creative view, or like a author's point of view, somebody who like writes stories and stuff. So this movie is a shining. I've been talking about the writing, right? And this movie is a shining example on why the writer's strike that's going on right now in Hollywood is so important. And so many writers that get looked over for the more like bombastic aspects of film projection, but you can argue that the main foundation of every book, every TV show, every movie, it's like every song is like the writing, right? Like, that's the main part of it. And so, it's normally the guy that's sitting in front of a Word document at 4 a.m. trying to find the right snappy dialogue that the main lead fires off at the main love interest at the right point of the story. Usually gets looked over and overlooked by the director, the leading actor, and even the producers, like, a lot, right? But and yeah, I can get a bit defensive about that. Being somebody who is a writer, or somebody who's trying to write something, great, something poignant. Because a lot of time the unsung heroes of like the film production, especially, are the writers. A director will come in and just rearrange a whole scene, or like rearrange like, or take whole characters out, or like redo like characters' motivations and lines of dialogue and things like that. They kind of like more so fit their vision and not necessarily serve the story. You know what I mean? And yes, I mean, with that, I do think writers deserve way more compensation. That's why I'm right there with them in spirit. I'm nowhere near on a level or anything to even like get near like a picket line or anything like that. But when it comes to like the unsung heroes, the guys that's looked over, the ones that don't get any credit, or a lot of the credit, I often find myself kind of on that side with them. So I have a very big soft spot for like script writers and things like that. And if I was right there, I'd be right on the picket line with them. And again, movies like this, like the humor of the dialogue, like, and someone putting like having a fat dragon right there at like where like the regular trope would say it'd be like this huge, terrifying, threatening dragon that like brings the party to its wits and almost has them done until like the wizard does the right spell at the right time and makes everyone disappear. But to have that, some writer again who was sitting at a Word document like 3-4 in the morning was like, you know what, no, let's do this, let's change it up, let's do it this way. And yeah, that's more shine, more respect, more compensation to the writers. There we go. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves, 4 out of 5. Excellent movie, excellent writing. Definitely recommend. All right, next on the feed, there's so much on here. I'm not going to go too much further with this because it's a lot. But all right, report on the feed. Entire class of college students almost failed over false AI acquisitions. This is 2023. This is reported by Kotaku. A class of seniors at a Texas university almost had their diplomas rejected. Whoa. And graduation rescinded, all because of a professor reportedly used ChatGPT to falsely determine the students' final essays were written by artificial intelligence. Wow, that's a thing now. So I guess teachers are going to start putting in their the reports or the questions in ChatGPT just to see like who is just blatantly copying and pasting or just being like really lazy. Educators at large have differing thoughts on AI, but all of them have to contend with the reality that students have access to the technology. In a Rolling Stone report, students at Texas A&M University, Texas A&M, really? Why y'all doing my HBCU like that? Commerce were told on May 16th that their final papers were getting failing grade. Dr. Jared Mumm, a professor at the school's Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources program, decided to run the final papers he received through an artificial intelligence chatbot known as ChatGPT, believing that it would help him find out if the students enlisted the help of the software to write them. Unfortunately, because ChatGPT can't discern the difference between artificial and original thought, the AI chatbot claimed it penned every single paper. Oh, the nerve of this AI. But hey, that should let us all know that when the AI becomes fully active, becomes fully sentient, yeah, it's just the gall, just the unmitigated gall of just like, yeah, I run all this. This all me. I did all this. You ain't did nothing. You got that. All this you got from me. Skynet. An Alien vs. Predator anime wasn't just approved, it was finished. Whoa, okay. Will we ever see it? Well, this is being reported from comicbook.com. This is crazy. Like, there's an anime? There's an AVP anime? All right. Aliens and Predators have been at war for quite some time. This is a fact. While the franchise did receive 2 films, there were 2 films? There were 2 AVP? I didn't know there was 2. Only remember the one with Sanaa Lathan. I don't remember the other one. There have been countless comics, novels, and merchandise that, video games too, that has pit the xenomorphs against the technology advanced hunters. While there has never been an anime that sees these 2 properties going head to head, you might be surprised to learn that not only was an animated series approved, but it was finished and remains unseen by fans to this day. So just sitting in a vault somewhere? Former Fox executive Joshua Izzo recently took the opportunity to chat with Podcast Perfect Organism, revealing the shocking info that not only had an Aliens vs. Predators animated series been approved, but it was also finished and simply hadn't been released to the public as of yet. Here's how Izzo described when the project was originally going to be released and just how long it had been trapped inside the vault. This was going to be initially released on Alien Day. Alien Day? That's a thing? On Alien Day in 2016. Jeez. That was the plan. Now what happened? No, he did not. No, he did not hit us with the what had happened was. So what had happened was though, right? As we were going forward, Ridley came back to Fox and said, "I want to make another Alien movie." This was going to be Covenant, and Shane came back and said, "I want to make a Predator movie," which was going to be The Predator. AVP as a brand was something that was frowned upon at the time at Fox because those movies underperformed. And meanwhile, the intellectual property, just those words put together, Aliens versus Predator, was a consumer product and a publishing perspective still worked. Man, I swear, execs are the. How are they? How do they get that position? They do the dumbest damn things. Like, there will always be room in the audience for any AVP thing. Like this, we love it. If you don't, if they didn't know, yeah, we love it. Any AVP you put out, we will consume it. Hope it's good. But yes, we AVP we love it. We're down for it. We're always down for more AVP. God Almighty, how do you become a studio exec these days? It's crazy. All right. Also on the feed, Futurama's Hulu revival has shared first looks with the new trailer. Welcome back, Planet Express. This is reported on by comicbook.com. Yeah, I've always loved Futurama. It's kind of become like a comfort food for me. You know, when I'm like super depressed, super stressed, or whatever, it's like I put that on and it's like, yeah, I love Futurama. I've been watching it ever since 1999 when it premiered, and yeah, more Futurama, awesome, love it, keep it coming. July 24th on Hulu, cannot wait. So yeah, that's a good thing. Good feels for that. I can use all the good feels I can get right now. Epic Game Store will now pay you back for buying games. Okay, I'm listening. As reported on by Kotaku. What are they paying? The Epic Game Store is rolling out a new Epic Rewards program to give players 5% cash back on PC gaming purchases. Okay, not bad. Whether it's in-game purchases like Fortnite V-Bucks or big blockbusters like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, wow, they're giving you cash back on like V-Bucks and like all that, what do you call that? Like Battle Pass crap that they sell nowadays, okay? The new policy is essentially a discount on everything you buy through Epic's competitor to Steam. Everyone who has an Epic's Game Store account is automatically enrolled, and the savings are deposited in the player's accounts after 14 days. Why it takes 2 weeks? The points after which it's no longer possible to refund the game. Okay, all right. Yeah, that part is kind of silly. I agree. Yeah, like why? But the rest is clear attempt by the company to try and make its PC gaming hub, a more attractive platform on which to build up a games library. Nintendo has a similar rewards program. Do they? Wait, Nintendo gives you points back? I didn't know that, but yeah, okay, sounds good. I'm still not installing Epic Game Store on my PC because I got Steam. I don't need it. Are we okay? What else is on the feed? Are we done with the feed? I think the pop culture feed. And hold on, there might be a couple more in here, but it's been so much happening this week that here's another one that it's stuffed. It's just jam packed. Dragon Ball and Gundam were Bandai Namco's top anime sellers for 2022. Are you kidding me? Like, that doesn't even sound right. It was reported on by comicbook.com. Wait, hold on. How is that possible? Like, those are like two of the oldest. Gundam definitely is one of the oldest running anime series like ever, and Dragon Ball, like, people still watch Dragon Ball Super like that. I don't know. Bandai Namco has been the premier spot for some of the biggest anime merchandise in recent years. That okay, so just selling shirts, toys, gunpla kits, which I have a bunch of them. I love gunpla. I love it. I build them. It's yeah, this is biggest stress release. I need some more. I can't afford no more. But yeah, so yeah, okay, the merchandise makes sense because yeah, Dragon Ball merchandise will always move, and yeah, Gundams, the Gunpla will always move. So all right, that kind of makes sense now. With several anime franchises taking the opportunity to create a wide variety of merchandise from statues, action figures, plastic models, and many other items, the company has revealed what two anime properties have risen to the top. Dragon Ball and Mobile Suit Gundam have become the top merchandise sellers for Bandai Namco in 2022. Crazy, but I totally believe it. I totally do. Alright. Let me see. This would be the last one from the feed. Oh yeah, there's a Creed anime that premiered with the movie over in Japan. Barely bat an eye at that because I mean it's Japan. They're special like that. A new rumor suggests Cyberpunk 2077's big DLC is releasing very soon. Let's hope so. This is reported on by comicbook.com. Cyberpunk 2077's Phantom Liberty DLC will reportedly be releasing very soon. Cyberpunk 2077 is a game that was, at least at one time, quite controversial. Very true. After knocking it out of the park with The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, fans were incredibly excited to see what CD Projekt Red could do with the game set in the future with guns, cars, and an excess of crime. As the game got closer to release, lots of big promises were made. Audiences were hyped. I definitely was hyped out of their minds, and it was perceived as a game that could be a total game changer. Unfortunately, it was pretty disastrous. While some of that could be chalked up to people's expectations being unrealistic, sure, yeah, a bit. I could take the blame for that. The game launched in a very buggy way, which led to retailers offering refunds in masses, especially on the consoles. The game being removed from the PlayStation Store for a while and months of other major patches. Thankfully, the game is better now, way better now. Still not perfect. It's still a glitchy mess, but it's way better now. While some still think it's quite what was promised, it is a solid functioning game. The studio has been chipping away at a big DLC for the game known as the Phantom Liberty for some time now and officially announced it at the Game Awards. Now it looks like it could release very soon, according to Polish podcaster, I'm not even going to try to say his name, also known as Rock. Yeah, let's go with that. And Boris Knight. Yeah, I'm not even going to do that. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty could release in June or July. Ooh. It has already been confirmed that more info on the DLC would be shared at Summer Games Fest in June. Okay. But Boris noted that CDPR has been targeting June for a while, and that sources told him that it would be released in a month after the date was revealed. Okay, it sounds good. I would love it. I would love to play this like as soon as possible, but given their history with the game, take your time. Put it out when it's ready. Let's just put it out when it's ready, and we'll go from there. Actually, this might not be on the feed. It might be way up there right now since all the other video game stuff has been released out. But Overwatch 2 scrapped the single player campaign that was pretty much the entire reason to have a Overwatch 2. And because I was getting ready for it, I was pretty hyped. I was like, yes, more single player. I mean, I like Overwatch, but I've been playing it since 2017.
it's like, what else do you really want me to do on that? And so I downloaded Battle Pass. I installed Battle Pass again, which went back into some Overwatch for a little bit, like anticipating the the PVE stuff that they have coming in. And like the next day that news broke that Overwatch was they were just scrapping the single player for it. And even worse, like they knew about this like probably like since last year that they were going to scrap it, but they just went on ahead with business, like letting all of us believe that we're going to have like a single player or like PVE content. Garbage. Blizzard, Activision Blizzard is kind of like become like a new EA almost, and it's just sad, man. It's just and I totally see why Bungie just said, yeah, we're out. We're going to do our own thing, But yeah, it's tragic. It's sad. I was just disappointed. I don't want to get too personal, but it's just disappointing. It's been a disappointing kind of year. Oh, and also, yes, Ray Stevenson passed away. Which was he was my favorite Punisher, but that movie, I mean, the movie was okay. He was most definitely the best part of that movie, and I don't know why they didn't just like to use him to kind of like push the franchise, make it a franchise, like get a better writer, get a better director. But he is the Punisher. But they moved on, and now it's my guy with the the Netflix Punisher series with oh my god, I'm blanking on his name now, but he was Shane in Walking Dead, and a hell of an actor too. Like I like his rendition of it too. But Ray Stevenson I loved him as Punisher in that movie, and he passed away. I think he was only 58 or something like that. And yeah, it's been a crazy week. So yeah, rest in peace to Ray Stevenson. Hell of an actor. He was in the Thor movies as well as one of Thor's like I don't know, companions, or like one of his team of Viking warriors and things like that. But yeah, man, God, Ray Stevenson, rest in peace, man. I love that movie. I I even stole the Blu-ray from Netflix. I believe was it Netflix? No, it wasn't Netflix. It was what was that game? That place that was like a Netflix for games, basically. You could like order games on there, or you rent the games on there, play it, send it back through the mail, and they'll send you another one. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, they started doing movies too, and so I was just like, yeah, I would order a bunch of stuff, and then like, yeah, didn't pay the next month. I know I'm terrible. It's probably the karma from just dumb stuff like that I'm getting right now, but yeah, I think let's just end it on that. So that is the pop culture feed. Everything that I was shown here is on the Discord for Max Books Publishing. Just simply click on the link in descriptions below in the podcast or on the YouTube channel if you're watching this, and join the Max Books Publishing Discord and come down to the Maniacal Books Hub, and you'll see it right there on the pop culture feed. There's like news like that and all kinds of things. Anything to do with pop culture is all listed right here. You can spend hours going through here, reading articles, watching videos. Really good feed, really fun, and I think you'll enjoy it. So yeah, check us out there. And now let's go to the sports feed.
just so you'll find great stuff like this on here. I just opened up the sports feed and there's I believe that's Adam Bomb and Tatanka about to do the like the knuckle tie up. It's old school wrestling. This being reported on by the Wrestling Observer. I'm not sure why that's there. Okay, I have to click on this now. It's like, what is this? Yeah, okay, I don't know why that's there, but yeah, you'll find great stuff like that in the sports feed. All right, what else we got? All right, so now, as we stand now, the Nuggets have swept the Lakers, just swept them, crazy. And wait, hold on, let's back up some more. So now the Nuggets are going to be in the finals this year. So now we're just waiting for Boston and Miami. Hold on, let me see if. So, okay, yeah. So we know the Nuggets are in the finals. So now we're just waiting on the Heat and the Celtics. It looks like Celtics won last night to bring the series to 3-1. So I have no doubt Jimmy Bucket's going to get it done. I mean, nobody's come back from a 3-0 deficit. Maybe Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Al Horford, Marcus Smart, and the crew. Maybe they could bring them back into it. I mean, they go on these defensive stretches. The Celtics do. They go on these defensive stretches that is like mind-boggling. With Richard Williams, I think is his name, the center there, who is a hell. If he's not all defense or second team all defense, this year he definitely will be pretty soon. He's a hell of a player, hell of a defender. But yeah, I mean, Boston goes on these defensive stretches that like annoy me. This is one of the reasons I can't stand the Celtics. But if any team could do it, I mean, yeah, I mean it could be them. But I doubt it. 3-0, nobody comes back 3-0 to get to the finals. It's reported on by Wrestling Observer. Goldberg suffers head wound in farming accident, and it looks pretty damn gnarly. That's for sure. WWE Hall of Famer Goldberg is okay after busting his head open during an accident on his farm. Goldberg definitely has a farm. I totally see that. On social media Tuesday, Goldberg shared photos of his head bleeding following a tractor mishap. A representative for Goldberg told TMZ Sports that Goldberg was doing work on his farm in Texas when he knocked his head on his tractor, which opened up a big gash near his forehead. And that is the most color Goldberg has ever gotten. If he could do this in a match, it'd be at least a 4-star match. But yeah, I don't think that's yet to be seen. That there's a lot of like Kyrie trying to. All right, this is from NBA on ESPN. It's pretty funny tweet here where I guess Rob Pelinka is quoted as saying that's a high priority to keep our core players together. And Kyle Kuzma responding in kind on Twitter with I've heard that before, and 4 crying laughing emojis, as he's now on my Washington Wizards team. Yeah, it's pretty it's pretty funny. Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth going on with AEW and CM Punk. I'm not apparently CM Punk and what are those guys named, the tag team? Was it Nick and Matt Jackson had some kind of incident backstage a little while ago that split the locker room up. And so now Tony Khan is trying to like create a whole new show in order to get CM Punk back. But yeah, I don't know, that's pretty wild. Like it's crazy nowadays. The most interesting thing in wrestling is all the stuff that happens like backstage, you know. Okay, Sabu named special enforcer at AEW, a double or nothing match. Okay, it's reported on by Wrestling Observer. God, Sabu's still out here, huh? All right. Sabu made his AEW debut on this past Wednesday night's Dynamite and was named Special Enforcer for the Chris Jericho versus Adam Cole match at Double or Nothing. Oh man, you talk about a throwback. God, I remember he had classic matches back in ECW days, back in the '90s. So yeah, that's wow. I can't believe they got Sabu out there. All right, nice callback. Um, oh, okay. Last one from the sports feed. Dana White is ready to start talking with Tyson Fury if he wants to test himself in UFC versus John Jones. So, well, damn. Okay, it's reported on by MMA Junkie on Twitter. Oh, yes, okay, get out of here. Although they don't always see eye to eye, John Jones has been the backing of his promoter, UFC President Dana White, in his beef with Tyson Fury. The two heavyweight combat sports stars collided on social media recently, with the two engaging in a lengthy back and forth. The feud was sparked after UFC commentator and comedian Joe Rogan said that Jones, without a doubt, would beat Fury in a street fight, something that didn't sit well with the boxing champion. Now, a few days removed, White has given his 2 cents on the drama. John Jones is the baddest dude on the planet, White said in an interview with Bro Bible. Bro Bible, anyway. But yeah, I mean, what else is he supposed to say, right? There's no debate that, there's no denying it. Yeah, there's no debate. I don't care what anybody says or how they try to spin it. A lot of this stuff is clickbait. You know who I am. If Tyson Fury really wants to fight John Jones in the UFC, I will make it happen. What? Doubling down on it. Here's my thing. Right now, Tyson, if you're serious, let me know. Wow, that's crazy. Tyson and I have a good relationship. I like Tyson Fury. When asked who would win in the fight, White didn't make a pick. After all, talk is cheap, which almost is always the case with any mention of the UFC getting involved with a crossover fight. With that, I guess, yeah, that would sell. I guess that would definitely sell. I don't like. I don't know if John Jones has to reach. Like, how do you get under Tyson Fury's reach? But I guess when you bring the kicks in, because John Jones, Johnny Bones can like start kicking, going for the legs and stuff like that, and then I guess that'll probably open up for that back elbow spin that he loves to do, always knocking people out with. But yeah, that I mean that's a crazy fight. That's money. I think that would draw. That's a draw. That would definitely draw. But yeah, there we go. There we go for the sports feed that you can find right on Max Books Publishing Discord channel. Once again, you can join the Discord by clicking on one of the links in the description below. And on whether you're on a podcast or watching this on YouTube, and all you would do is just join the Discord. Join the Discord. Just join the Discord. Come down to Maniacal Books Hub, and you go. You can click on the sports feed, and you'll get just walls and walls of good sports info from NFL, USFL, NBA, WNBA, wrestling, WWE, AEW, New Japan, all that good stuff. Is all that information and entertainment is listed right here.
Visions is a 2022 animated anthology series that's streaming on Disney Plus. Is a series featuring 9 anime episodes, produced by different anime studios, and it's pretty much in the same vein as like the Animatrix and Batman Gotham Knights that came out probably like 20 years or so ago now. So it's a really dope series. A lot of it's kind of hit or miss for me personally. There were like a couple of them that were like true standouts that I really liked. There were a couple of them that was like cool, but it was like a different take. Yes, I think it's very worth checking out. And I have the poster for Visions 2, but I'm doing Visions 1 right now, and I'll probably do Visions 2 in a week or 10. I don't know. I'll get to it at some point. It's a great throwback to the early 2000s anime anthologies. As I mentioned again, I remember out of the ones that I mentioned before, Animatrix and Gotham Knights, I don't know. I think I want to say Gotham Knights was probably my favorite, but I'm a stupid Batman stan, so of course I would say I like that one way better. But the Animatrix was amazing too, and I really love how the Animatrix gave us more insight into the universe of the Matrix, and that's what these kind of like things. I think that's what the main point and purpose of these should be, too. Just to like give us a bit more, and it did actually. There were a couple of in here that I think actually did, and that's what I really liked about it. Because Star Wars is like 40 years old or something like that. But holy shit, actually, it might be more like 50 or so. But it's always been kind of relegated to Skywalkers and Vader and all that, and it's like that's cool. And what I love about the current, what Kathleen Kennedy is doing with the current Star Wars, like series and shows and things like that. I'm pretty sure with Dave Filoni, it's advice. I'm pretty sure is moving away kind of from that, because it really feels like they like pushing the movies, like the newer movies were just kind of pushing that same old like Skywalker and Darth Vader and Yoda and all that on us, and it's like that's cool, and if it's done right, like we're here for that. But like there's a huge universe out there, right? So yeah, like give us like the different facets of it, and so that's what stuff like this that I really enjoy it and appreciate it for. This is a great way to be introduced to other anime studios and also see your fave studios take on like a beloved series or a beloved universe. And absolutely, I don't know if I have it written down here, but it's my favorite one. Okay, I'll get to like what my favorite one was a little on down the line. But yeah, it is whatever like your favorite anime studio is that's or your favorite series going right now. It's a good bet that they are in this or they produced a short in this series too, especially with the second one. Now that I'm pretty sure they had like 9 or 10 extra shorts on there. So yeah, I'm pretty sure like every anime studio, well not every, but like the majority of like the more popular anime studios have had a chance to take a crack at it. Next, what I liked about it, a very eclectic lineup of episodes. From a music one that I was talking about, they like to show like kind of different facets of it, to a traditional Kawasaki type old school samurai, one, which of course they gotta of course there's gonna be one of those in there. And I mean, Star Wars very easily kind of lends itself to that kind of ethos as well. So yeah, it's like the music one was like, it took me by surprise too. It was kind of like, whoa, we okay? We doing this? Okay, cool. Let's go. It wasn't my favorite, but I appreciated it though. Like I respected it. Like okay, damn, that's pretty dope. I like that. So Yeah. So everything, they have like a very shonen one in here too. They have kind of like a more slower paced, a build to one. Again, they got like the samurai, the lone wolf and cub type of thing that happens in here. Like they come to a small village taken over by, so the what do you call them people? Not the rebellion. What do you call them people? Taken over by the empire, and he helps the village fight back. So yeah, they're really good. There's a bunch of them here. So they got something for everyone, and a bunch of stuff you never knew you wanted as well. All right, so what I don't like about it, there's not much I have to dislike, except that it started to feel like it's getting long right as it started to end. I think I don't know. There was it was just the right length to me. I kind of have that complaint about a lot of stuff. I think it's just I don't have a lot of time. I don't have a lot of interest in a lot of stuff now. I think this my midlife crisis talking, but yeah, this is really cool thing. Even the ones I didn't like that much, I still kind of appreciate it and thought like, oh, okay, that was kind of cool. So yeah, there's not that much I don't like about this. So yeah, all right. My author's introspection for this one of the best ideas that the Star Wars team has come up with. The blending of Japanese aesthetics with Western ideas and stories is very fertile ground for creativity, and I'm surprised it hasn't been done, but so many times so far. Yeah. But Studio Trigger is the baddest anime studio in the land, in my humble opinion. You know what I mean? And just if you're wondering, they did my favorite episode, of course, which was the elder. That was the one where they had the master and the Padawan kind of tracking this dark energy, or this dark and this kind of like shadowy person that took down a ship and killed a bunch of people or something. And so they were going to track him down, and they had that feeling in the force, and they were searching it. And there was this very unassuming like old guy there, and come to find out he was like one of the worst, most vicious Siths out there, and I loved it. Yeah, that was my favorite one, done by Studio Trigger, who also has done. Yes, they are the ones that did the Cyberpunk one. They did Kill la Kill. Little Witch Academia I didn't get into. I couldn't get into that. Puella Magi. Puella Magico? I used to call it Puella Magico. Puella Magi Modoko. That was pretty cool. Which other one did I? The one that I think they're the most famous for, though, is a Gurren Lagann. That was one of their. I don't think it was one of their first, but that it was one of the ones that like made them like super famous, super popular. And so yeah, I love them. When I saw the one that, because I saw them all first, and then I kind of like went back to look up which studios did what, and I was like, oh, Studio Trigger did like my favorite one, of course. Yeah, so now the one I hated the most, I don't want to say hate, but the one that I just didn't like the most was Tatooine Rhapsody, which was done by Studio Colorido. That was the music one, right? And it was cool. It was fine. It was just like I appreciated it though. Like going back, I appreciate it though. I like they actually kind of did that and took a left turn, and went somewhere like way more creative and out there with it. So yeah, I like that. Yeah, there were a couple of filler ones to me, but it's no issue because honestly, the entire show is filler to the Star Wars universe as a whole. To be honest, yeah, I give it 3 out of 5. I liked it. It's really good. It's really cool. And I'm looking forward to seeing the
the second run of this Visions 2, and yeah, so there was that. All right, let's go to the next one. Dragon Age Absolution is a 2022 animated series showing on Netflix, starring Phil Lamar as Roland, Matthew Mercer as Fairbanks, and Ashley Birch as Quidion. So you would, if you are a fan of animation or video games, like at all, these are three names that I'm very familiar with. Between Phil Lamar, Matthew Mercer, Ashley Birch, I mean, they probably have like 500 titles of like just stuff like cartoons, animated movies, video games, like in between them. Like this is ridiculous. They are pretty much like some of the top voice acting, actors that's kind of working today. And they kind of brought the A game to the series. What's it about? All right, an elf named Marion. Hold on. Let me move this wire. Almost knocked my mic over. All right. Elf named Marion is dragged back into the controversial Tevinter Empire, where elves are still held as slaves by a crew headed by an old love interest. Soon she is an integral part to a scheme to steal a relic called the Circulum, a powerful magical item, but she soon runs into people from her painful past. And the plan, of course, falls apart and the conflict comes to a head. What I like about it, okay, full disclosure, this Dragon Age is one of my favorite video games ever of all times. Dragon Age Inquisition, I should say, is one of my favorite video games ever, all time. If you follow me, and nobody does, so you wouldn't know this, but I am very much into high fantasy. I'm into fantasy. I'm into role RPGs. I'm into role play. Get rid of me. Anyway, so I'm very much into the genre. This is one of my favorite universes, one of my favorite games, and anything Dragon Age on there, I will at least check it out. And yeah, I love it. And BioWare, Dread something. The next Dragon Age game coming out next year, I hope. But hey, if Cyberpunk taught us anything, make the game, get it right. I can wait. But so that's what. So going into what I like about it, just the universe in general, I absolutely love Dragon Age. I love Thetis. I love pretty much the whole world. Like I'm totally into it. I played through Inquisition 3 times. I played through the first one should be about 3 times. A fourth actually. I started playing it again a little while ago. And the second one was cool. I played through the second one twice. Like this, for some reason, everybody kind of shits on the second one, on Dragon Age 2, but I thought it was all right. It was fine for what it was. But yeah, okay. That out of the way. So yeah, just having more Dragon Age content is thrilling since it's been too long, oh so long, since the last game released, and we most likely have a few more years until the next Dragon Age game, Dread Wolf. That's what it's called. Dread Wolf releases. They've been hinting, and I think they may be eyeing next year, but I wouldn't. Maybe more will come out during this, like E3 is officially canceled. Summer Games
showcase of shit you're going to buy in December and next year. So we might get more word on that, and I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I I've been playing Dragon Age over the past years, just over and over, because I love that series and I can't get enough. The animation is gorgeous and very sharp. It kind of I watched about half of this on my iPad Air, and yeah, it just pops. It's like it just popped off the screen. Like it's very, very gorgeously animated, and yeah, it was really cool. It takes place in Taventer. Now, Taventer in the Dragon Age realm is very, very controversial. It's a place where elves are still held like under bondage, like like actual like slavery and stuff like that. And so there's a lot of people that kind of hate Taventer, and yeah, what there's and I think the circle kind of fell apart there. It's the place where it's like a school for mages. Well, it's a school, quote unquote, but it's really kind of like a confinement camp because a lot of people are like afraid of mages and afraid of abominations where people mages kind of like go into the fade and they get in contact with a demon, and then like the demon like possesses them, or they bring something back, and then like they the demon kind of takes over them or something, and they like become like super powerful and whatever, and so they call them like abominations basically. So I told you I was into this. I'm so super into Dragon Age. I love the show. I love the show. I love the game. I love the show. Yeah, I'm totally into it. So yeah, but in the games, there isn't a lot in you don't really go to venture really. I think that's one of the places you don't really venture into that much, like in all three games. And so like having them actually go into Taventer and go through all that is was pretty fun, pretty cool. As I'm sitting like, oh, this actually takes place in Taventer. Okay. Yeah, because there's characters you run into from Taventer, like my guy in Dragon Age Inquisition. I'm blanking on his name. It was the dude with the mustache and like the half clothed robe or whatever, like the red and black robe. I can't remember his name, but yeah, and like half the characters on there hated him, and like half the characters on there was like, yeah, okay, bro, whatever. But yeah, it was really cool that they went through to venture, and so I really love that aspect of it.